Whitehall, 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is from Percy Hoskins, Chief Crime Reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Here is Chief Superintendent John Davidson of Scotland Yard, custodian of the famous Black Museum.
The exhibit I have to show you today from our Black Museum files is neither more nor less unusual than anything I've shown you. But, like many other of these intrinsically unusual objects, it has acquired a certain interest because of its association. Now, you've seen thousands of these. It's a string of varicolored plastic beads made by cutting plastic tubes of various colors into short lengths and stringing them together to form a woman's necklace. The string has been broken, but it's been retied, you see. The man who tied it together is here beside me. He was in charge of the case number 696966. This is Detective Inspector Herbert Case of the CID. Herbert?
This case is one of the few in which the press was able to be of considerable assistance to us. Not, I assure you, by usurping the functions of the police, as so many fictional newspaper men do so fictionally successfully, but by passing on to us with remarkable celerity everything they discovered, and leaving the dirty work to us whose job that is. I applaud such pressmen, as does every good policeman. On the 9th of August last year, the Criminal Investigation Department of Nottingham received a trunk telephone call from London. The call was routed to me. The caller identified himself.
John Marchbank speaking.
Inspector Case here, Mr. Marchbank.
Oh, yes. Look here, old fellow. I've had a telephone call from Nottingham that I suspect wants investigating.
Yes, sir?
A man's just called to tell me that he is willing to sell me, for a considerable sum of money, the exclusive first-hand story of a murder.
May I ask who you are, sir?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm editor of the News of the World in London. We've large circulation, you know.
I've seen your papers.
Yes. Well, this chap told me that he had the story. Says you chaps don't know anything at all about it yet. So I thought I'd better notify you.
Oh, well, that's very good of you, sir. Did the man give his name?
Yes. I told him I'd have to consult my superiors, and I'd ring him back at 12:25. He's at the telephone kiosk there, and the number's 633191.
And his name?
Brown. George Brown, he said. Although I suspect that rather too easy, isn't it? Probably his nom de plume.
You're going to talk to him at that number, sir?
At 12:25, I told him. Yes.
Thank you, sir. We'll be there with him. Goodbye.
Good luck. And don't forget the News of the World, Inspector.
It was, of course, simple to determine the location of the telephone kiosk from the number. I proceeded there at once to Detective Sergeant Victor Mann to find a young man with excessively long hair talking rapidly into the phone. We moved closer to listen as best we might through the closed door.
Nobody knows about it except Victor.
Did you say that's in, Inspector?
What cases?
I expect you'd better find out, Sergeant.
All right, sir.
Well, £150. I need them.
Your name, George Brown.
Excuse me, that's...
I'll have that telephone, please.
Look here, who are you?
CID cop, give us the phone. Hello, are you there? Hang on a sec, please. This is the police. You want to talk, Inspector?
I say.
Are you George Brown?
I am. I was...
It's in, Inspector.
Thank you. Just wait, you, Brown. Hello, is that Mr. Marchbank? It is? Good. Was that your man? Right, we're here. We'll have a talk with him. Eh? Oh, yes. Of course, I'll remember. Thanks very much, sir. Now, Mr. Brown.
Who are you, the police?
We are. What's the cards?
I was going to call you at once, officer, just as soon as I got finished with my London call.
I suppose you tell us now.
We're right here.
May I sit down, please?
On the bench there.
Leg feels better when I sit down.
What's the matter with your leg?
Always been that way.
Sit down, Sergeant. Now, what's this, Brown, about the murder you know about?
Well, I don't know if it's a murder or not, sir.
You told the editor of the News of the World it's a murder.
Well, I think it's a murder.
Where?
It's in an old derelict orchard about half a mile from here, sir.
It's a woman, you told the editor?
Yes, sir, a woman.
Is the body still there?
Yes, sir. I'm sure nobody'd find it.
Why hasn't it been reported to the police?
Well, I found it just yesterday, you see, and I thought I'd try to make some money out of it before I told you chaps. Can't blame me for that, you know.
Well, can't we?
Do you want to take us there?
Well, under the circumstances, sir, I suppose there's really no choice, is there?
There is not. Come along.
I'm on my leg, will you great oaf?
I felt sorry for young George Brown as he limped along with us in the direction of his derelict orchard. Down Edwards Lane, past the Roxy Cinema and the Metropole Hotel, jabbering about his bad luck at every step.
How'd you chaps get on with me? I'd have stood to make £250 if you hadn't butted in.
150 the bloke on the telephone was saying to you, or you were saying to him, cock.
Well, 150 isn't hay, you know, till a fellow's out of work. Now I shall never see it, thanks to you.
Serves you right, trying to make fools of the police.
Well, I didn't make fools of you, mate.
Don't come a Gracie Fields on us.
How much further is this place, Brown?
Down the hill there. There's a path.
I don't see a path.
You'd never have found it. I'll show you. Here, see? It's all grown over, but there's your path.
Where's this body?
See down there at the bottom?
That pile of rags?
It's a coat. Been thrown over her.
Who threw it over?
How do I know? The murderer, very likely.
How'd you find her?
Saw beads lying on the path here. Oh, I'd better give them to you, hadn't I?
You had.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot them. Here.
Better tie them together, hadn't I? How do you know they're hers?
I don't know. Seems probable, though, don't it?
We'll see. Well, come.
Oh, I'm not going down there again. I've seen her.
Now, come on, pal.
No, I won't do it. It was tough enough climbing up and down yesterday with my leg. I'll stay here. You go on.
Too right, you'll stay here. Shall I climb down, sir?
I'll go. You stay here with the prisoner.
Prisoner? I'm not arrested, am I?
You are now. I arrest you on charge of willfully concealing evidence of a violent death, and I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence.
Satisfy your cock.
What are you going to do with me?
The body was that of a woman about 30, I judged, lying on her side, fully dressed, the coat carefully placed over her. There was no immediate means of identification, and the only obvious wounds were the bruises about the head, which had caused the face to become quite black. The body was removed to the mortuary at Leanside for examination by Dr. Crofton, the police surgeon, and by Dr. John Little of the Home Office Forensic Science Laboratory. Mann and I took Brown to a justice of the peace on the charge we had made of concealing evidence. He was allowed to go after he'd been bailed under the Criminal Justice Act of 1925, which permits the police to go bail themselves in such cases. In the meantime, a card found in a pocket of the coat which had covered the body had provided the first identification. The card bore the name of Mrs. Anne Battersby of 97 Longmead Drive, Nottingham, who had been reported missing on Friday the 3rd of August, 6 days earlier. Lodgers at the Longmead Drive address identified the broken string of beads, the coat itself, and certain other articles as the missing Mrs. Battersby's. I talked with Sergeant Mann.
Yes, sir. That's who it was, all right. This Battersby woman. Body's been identified.
Who identified her?
Her husband and these other people, sir.
What about her husband?
Oh, I've talked to him, sir.
You all right?
Well, I brought him along with me, sir.
He here now?
Yes, sir.
Let's have a look at them.
All right, sir. Mr. Battersby.
Yes?
Come in, please. Inspector Case, Mr. Battersby.
Sit down. Sit down, Mr. Battersby. I was wondering if you can tell us anything, sir.
I'll try to, sir. I can't imagine.
Your wife's acquaintances, is there anyone at all?
I don't know of any. The ones I know are other women. No woman did that, Inspector.
No. How do you account for her being found in that particular place, Mr. Battersby?
I don't know. That near the Roxy Cinema. That's where she was going when she left. She told Tommy.
Tommy?
Thomasina Jane, our daughter. She was home when Anne left.
Where were you, Mr. Battersby?
At work.
What's your occupation?
Advertising copywriter.
For an advertising concern?
No, I'm self-employed. My office is in St. Peter's Gate.
I see. And when did you discover your wife missing on the 3rd?
She wasn't there when I came home. At 10 o'clock at night, I notified the police at once.
What time did you leave your office?
About 9:30.
I see. Is that your usual leaving time, sir?
No.
What is your usual time?
About 5:30.
Uh-huh.
I was working that night on a new advertising campaign.
You could prove that, of course.
I'm afraid I can't. I was alone. I had no office employees, and I was quite startled when I realized how late it had got, and I hurried home.
When you found your wife absent, where did you think she was?
I didn't know. Tommy woke and said she'd gone to the cinema. I telephoned there, but there was no answer, and I called several of her friends.
Women friends?
Of course. Well, only one of them was at home, Danielle Dupuy, and she was...
What did you expect to find out, Mr. Battersby?
Why, poor Anne used once in a while to stay the night, Danielle.
Without leaving you a message?
Well, I thought she'd forgotten to call Tommy, or perhaps Tommy had been asleep and hadn't heard the telephone.
But your wife was not there?
No. Danielle said she'd seen her that afternoon.
Where?
Near the Roxy Cinema, about 4 o'clock.
And where were you at that time?
I was in my office working.
Where you stayed all evening?
Of course.
Going without your dinner?
I'm afraid so.
But that you can't prove. Can you?
Look here, are you accusing me of my wife's death?
Not yet, sir. Now, let me tell you what Dr. Little, the Home Office pathologist, said to me. I called on him the next morning, the 9th, at his laboratory, where the body had been taken for a more complete examination. He'd been working most of the night, and he was tired.
Oh. Well, I've discovered several things, Herbert.
Any progress?
I let you decide. First, she's been dead for about a week. That, with the bruises on her face, which I think were made by someone's fist, accounts for the dark color of her skin.
Almost black.
Yes.
She was murdered about the time she disappeared, then?
I think I can say so.
How quickly did the discoloration set in?
Almost at once. A day or so, let's say. Oh, I can't hardly keep my eyes open.
I'm sorry.
It's my job. Second, she died of strangulation, suffocation. I think, remembering the bruises, it was manual strangulation.
Yeah.
By the condition of the stomach contents, she died about 4 hours after her last meal.
Ah. If we can discover when she ate last, then we'll know almost the exact time of her death.
The day and the time.
I'll try to find that out.
All right. Now, we used my little laboratory vacuum cleaner on her clothes.
What did you find?
Nothing much. Except these hairs. Longish.
Black?
Yes. Recognize them?
They're not her husband. He's almost bald-headed. What hair he has is sandy.
Traces of grease on this.
Can it be identified, you suppose?
I doubt it. But we can compare it with samples of Brill cream and other messes people put on their hair and identify it that far.
Will you do that?
Of course. Probably the murderers.
I'm sure.
Oh, here. This is what we found under her fingernails. Oh, excuse me.
More hair?
Shreds of fiber.
From her coat or dress?
From somebody else's coat or dress.
You think another woman, Doctor?
Can't tell. Bring me the garment she clawed these bits from, and I'll prove that's what they're from.
How?
Comparison microscope, my boy.
Oh.
I'd like to see those bees you were talking about, too. Sorry.
What for?
I want to see if they fit into these moths in her neck.
Moths?
I think the boil strangled her with her own beads. So do you mind clearing out and letting me get a few winks of sleep like a good man?
You going to sleep here?
Oh, the lady won't snore.
Leaving Dr. Little to his well-earned rest, I sought out Sergeant Mann for a conference. He listened attentively to my instructions.
All right, sir. I've got it all, I think.
The beads.
They're taken to Dr. Little.
Right. That is it.
Ask him for samples of his hair.
What else?
Look over his wardrobe and get samples of fibres from everything and bring them to the Forcenic laboratory. Oh, yes, and find out from him how to reach the Stanil du Puy.
I admire your pronunciation, Sergeant.
Well, the girlfriend of Mrs. Battersby.
And ask her to come and see me.
Ask her?
Fetch her.
Hope she's pretty.
She's French.
Honest swallow, he married fools.
What?
French, I'll speak it like a native.
Well, try it on Mademoiselle Dupuy.
Try what, sir?
Get out of here. Send in that man that's waiting.
Man, sir?
The newspaper fellow.
Oh, the little fat man from London.
Send him in.
Yes, sir. You can come in, sir.
Oh, thank you. Excuse me. I'm addressing Inspector Case, am I not?
You are, sir. I take it you're Mr. Marchbanks.
Well, off the news of the world, London. I was speaking to you yesterday, sir.
Very glad to see you, sir.
Oh, thank you. May I sit down?
By all means. Well, you uncovered a real one, Mr. Marchbanks. What brings you to Nottingham?
I came down to see this murder story merchant, Brown. He telephoned me again last night.
Oh, did he?
Told me that you've arrested him.
Well, teach him to conceal evidence. He's on bail now, but he'll get sent down for a few months when his trial comes up. What did he tell you?
Tell me?
When he telephoned you.
Oh, well, I promised to give him £70 for his story, provided you have no objections. It's our type of thing, after all, you know.
I'm down his price, isn't he?
Oh, no, that was my doing. We're not in business for our health, you know. It's all right with you, provided, of course, that I show you the story first.
I see no harm in it as well.
Oh, good. Thank you. Ordinarily, I'd let our staff man here in Nottingham handle it, but I wanted to get away from my desk, and I confess this intrigues me.
Yeah.
I say, I was thinking of something. Can't put down an old newspaper man, can you, Constable?
Inspector.
Huh? Oh, I am sorry. Of course, Inspector. That's many bloody things about constables in the paper, you know. I am sorry. Do forgive me.
What are you thinking of?
Oh, I was just thinking, what if this young chap turns out to be the murderer himself? Wouldn't that be jolly?
Would be quite interesting, Mr. Marchbanks.
I know what I should do.
What?
I should give him an extra £50. But only if his story is exclusive, sir. Only if it's exclusive, mind you.
You're very generous, sir.
It'll be worth it. Oh, it'll be worth it.
Well, sir, if I allow you to leave me upon your lawful occasions now, I trust you will leave me to mine.
Huh?
I shall see you again before the day's over, sir.
Oh, with my exclusive story, I promise you, sir. Good morning.
Before the day was over, I'd said, a great many things happened before that day was over. First, at about 3 in the afternoon, Dr. Little telephoned me from his forensic laboratory.
Well, I had a good sleep, Chase.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, sir.
This is about an hour ago, and your sergeant man brought in samples from your Mr. Battersby's clothing. He sent them for them, he said.
All right.
I checked about half of them. They don't match with the samples under her fingernails.
Oh, they're done.
Cheer up, Herbert. I've still got quite a lot to look at and compare. Oh, and here doesn't match either. Sergeant Mann hands on a sample of that. No, thank you.
Well, I expected as much.
Just thought I'd let you know we're working on that wide awake. Well, I mean, I'm wide awake and we're working it better. Well, I'll ring you if I find anything.
Good, thank you. I'll be here. As I sat down the telephone, there was a knock on the door. Yes? Come in.
Thank you, Sergeant.
It is the inspector's case, n'est-ce pas?
I am the Inspector Case, yes, ma'am.
This is Mademoiselle Dupuy, sir.
Danielle Dupuy.
Oh. I'd like to ask you a few questions, please, Miss Dupuy.
The sergeant man? No, he has already asked me questions, monsieur.
What have you been asking her, ma'am?
Oh, not about the case, sir.
He asked me, do I know Anne Battersby? Yes, I say, and I do not. She is dead. Oh, hélas, ma pauvre amie.
You saw her on the day she disappeared?
Oh, I see her 2 times. Twice? I see her twice, oui.
Twice?
Once, when she is about to leave for the cinema. The Roxy to see Une lettre pour 3 épouses. A letter for 3 wives. But I am making luncheon for me and my friend. And I am desolate. I cannot go with her. Oh!
What's the matter?
Oh! I just think if I go with her, I am dead too.
Oh, well, cheer up, Mr. Puey. You didn't go with us. Excuse me, sir.
So what did you do then, please, Mr. Dupuy?
I give her my lunch with my friend. Haricots verts.
She means green beans.
At what time?
Hein? Oh, 15 hours. Pourquoi?
Wait just a second. Put me through to Dr. Little at the forensic laboratory. Doctor.
Who is it?
Her the case.
Nothing new yet, Case.
Look, I found when Mrs. Battersby had her last meal.
Uh-huh. When?
At 3 o'clock on the 3rd.
You know what she ate?
Green beans, for one thing.
Good. That's what the report says. At Chesterton, she was killed between 6 and 7 o'clock on the 3rd. That all?
For now, thank you.
Bye.
And when was the other time you saw Mrs. Battersby that day, Miss Dupuy?
It was about just before 5 minutes to 6.
Where, Miss Dupuy?
Hold it, Sergeant. Are you sure of the time, Miss Dupuy?
I am always sure, Monsieur the Inspector, and it was on Edwards Lane, only just past the Roxy Cinema. And of that I am also certain.
Did you talk with her?
I did not. How am I to know who is this man she is talking with?
Man?
She is walking down the street, Edwards Lane, towards the old orchard, with a man, and he is talking to her.
Would you recognize this man again, Miss Dupuy?
Oh, I am not sure I would know his face for sure.
Did he have a lame leg?
How do you know that?
Did he?
Why?
I wish you had asked Mrs. Battersby to go with you.
But I could not, monsieur. I had a very important appointment. Why do you wish so?
Because I think you saw the man who murdered her about half an hour later. And that wasn't all that happened before the day was over. I turned Miss Dupuy over to the matron who applied cold cloth to her head. 50 minutes later, Marshbanks of the News of the World returned and came cheerfully into my office.
It's wonderful.
What's wonderful?
The story.
Brown story? Is it written already?
I've got the first paragraph here, and as soon as we've looked it over, we're going over to the Black Boy Hotel. I have a room there, and he's going to finish it on my portable typewriter. Never travel without the portable. Made in Switzerland, you know. Used by correspondents everywhere.
May I see the story?
Of course. Wonderful idea. He calls it I Saw Something White. Isn't that a ripping title?
What's it mean?
Well, let me read it. As I slowly walked up the rustic paths in the derelict orchard, I saw something white on the path before me. What could this be? Raced through my mind. I hurried forward and bent over the white object, and my heart almost stopped. It was the white face of a dead woman.
That's enough.
Don't you want to hear the rest of it?
No, I want to hear the rest of it from Brown.
Oh, how fortunate. I asked him to wait for me in the anteroom.
Isn't it? Just a second. Sergeant Man, get Miss Dupuy and ask her to come to the anteroom at once. Fetch her if she has any objections.
Yes, sir. Miss Dupuy,
I think Mr. Brown has met her.
Oh, French, eh?
Come on, let's find Brown. Oh, do you happen to have an extra £50 on you, Mr. Mustang?
£50?
I think you're going to owe it to Mr. Brown.
Eh?
Your proposition, you remember. Come on. Oh, there you are, Brown.
Oh, how do you do, Inspector? Have you been reading my story? The first paragraph, I mean.
I found it very interesting.
I like it very much indeed.
Well, thank you.
You said you saw her white face.
Well, I thought that was rather a good touch.
It was if you'd seen her face within an hour or two after you'd killed her.
What are you saying?
The combination of the blows she had received in the face and the strangling with her beads and the hot weather. Her face has been that ghastly black color since a few hours after she died. Mr. George Brown.
Black, that's what I meant. Much black.
Oh, here you are, Mr. Queen. Have you ever seen this man before?
Oh! It is he! It is the man with the limp. Yes, I have seen him. He is the man who did kill her. Oh, assassin! Oh!
And this time the warning was a trifle different from the first time. George Brown, I arrest you for the willful murder of Anne Battersby. I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. This is a little of the testimony of George Brown, but not the sizes when he was tried for murder.
Yes, I killed her. No, there was no reason for it. No reason except I hate everyone. Everyone hates me and my crippled leg. I'm glad I thought so many times about a perfect crime. She laughed at me once as I dragged my way down Edwards Lane. I promised myself she'd be the first to die, and after I'd murder her, I'd seek out the others who laughed at the poor cripple. So I asked her to help me over the road in the rough orchard. She laughed and she said about Harry. She didn't know she was going to die. I hate her. I hate you. I hate everybody. It's a crime if I hadn't tried to make money for the races out of it. Should have been satisfied with her life, strangling her lots and smiles out of her with her own paltry bead. I hate her. I hate her.
There was a great deal of that. He was found guilty, but they didn't hang him. He was sent to the asylum for the criminal insane at Broadmoor. He hanged himself 5 months later. Poor demented boy.
Heard on Whitehall 1212 today, Horace Braham as Inspector Case. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Maurice Delamore, Carl Harbord, Lester Fletcher, Glenn Former, Gerard Burke, and Patricia Courtley. Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper.
Murder Clinic. Stories of the world's great detectives of fiction. Men Against Murder. Each week at this time, WOR Mutual turns the spotlight on one of the great figures of crime detection and brings you his most exciting case. Tonight, Agatha Christie's unique detective Hercule Poirot in the tragedy at Marsden Manor. Evening, Monsieur Poirot. I recognize you anywhere, I think, thanks to those magnificent mustachios of yours.
Merci bien. They are very magnificent, no?
They are indeed. Tell me, did they help you solve the tragedy at Marsden Manor?
No. It was the little gray cells in the brain of the great Hercule Poirot that prevented this great miscarriage of justice in the death of Richard Maltravers of Marsden Manor. It all began in the little village of Marsden Lee, less than 100 kilometers from London.
Come in.
Yes, what is it?
Are you Dr. Bernard?
Yes, I am.
Come quick, the master's done for.
You mean Mr. Maltravers of the manor?
Aye, the master. The mistress, she says, fetch the doctor, she says. But it bean't no use. He's a dead un. I knows a dead un when I see un.
What was it, man? An accident?
No, bean't no accident. I found him in the lower meadow, with the blood running out of his mouth. Be a stroke.
A stroke?
That's what it be.
Well, hurry, man, let's go. Come now, Mrs. Maltravers. You must get hold of yourself. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. After all, we are all of us mortal.
But why, Richard? He was so good, so kind. Why did this have to happen to him?
Oh, come, please.
He seemed so well, so full of life. Why, only last week he passed a medical examination for insurance. How could he have died so suddenly? Doctor, what happened?
A hemorrhage due to stomach ulcers, undoubtedly, resulting in a stroke.
Bonjour, Mr. Hyde.
Hello, Poirot.
You know my good friend Captain Hastings, no?
Good morning, Captain Hastings.
Hi, sir.
Well, Poirot, you got my message, I see.
I did. What is it that disturbs you, mon ami? Richard Maltravers dies? You sent for Poirot. What was the cause of Monsieur Maltravers' death?
The death certificate says a hemorrhage resulting in a stroke due to stomach ulcers.
But surely you did not bring Papa Poirot here to talk of the stomach ulcers. This Richard Maltravers had taken out the insurance policy in your company, no?
And what a policy. For £50,000.
Well, good square sum, that, huh?
Rather.
So, what is it you wish me to do? It is unfortunate for your company, but everything seems, how you say, open and above the plank, no?
No, Poirot. Open and above board.
Ah, my good friend, the great Hastings. Always he corrects the English of Hercule Poirot. Monsieur Wright, I ask you, do I not speak the English of a super?
You do indeed. But to get back to your previous question, what my company wishes you to do is to investigate the circumstances of Mr. Maltravers' death.
So, what is it you suspect, mon ami?
Well, of course, you know in the case of suicide, the policy is invalid.
Yes.
And when a man past the prime of life takes out an unusually large policy in favor of a young wife half his age and then dies within 2 weeks, the possibility of suicide cannot be ignored.
Oh, with certainty, mon ami. But suicide by hemorrhage? That is a queer suspense of fish. Now, if the cause of death had been heart failure, then I would smell a mouse. Heart failure can always mean that a stupid doctor did not find its true cause. But hemorrhage, ma foi, hemorrhage is, well, hemorrhage.
Exactly. Nevertheless, we are determined to proceed with the matter. You will undertake the inquiry?
But of course. Hastings, that great professor of English, shall go with me. Hey, mon ami?
Gladly, Poirot.
Bien. Now, where is this place, this Marsden Manor?
You take the Great Eastern Line from Liverpool Station to the little town of Marsden Lee. Marsden Manor is about a mile from the village.
Marsden Lee. All right, Hastings, we go.
So this is Marsden Lee, eh? I hope we can get a conveyance up to the manor.
Ticket, sir.
Here you are, my friend.
I suppose you'll be coming down for the funeral, sir?
Funeral? What funeral?
You say you've made a funeral of Master Maltravers. About the manor.
Oh. You say the manor? Could that be Marsden Manor?
Aye, it be.
That is an odd coincidence. My friend and I, we have come down with a thought of buying this Marsden Manor.
You couldn't pay me to live there, you couldn't.
Why not?
It's be haunted.
Haunted?
Aye, haunted. Seen things there, folks says.
Yeah, we should see. Now, could you tell us where Dr. Bernard lives?
Aye. Up yon hill, about half a mile.
Now, come, Hastings. I understand, Dr. Bernard, that you signed the death certificate of a Mr. Richard Maltravers.
Yes, I did.
You understand, Doctor, with such a big policy, we must make the careful investigation.
Of course. I suppose he was such a rich man, his life was insured for a big sum,
You consider him a rich man, Doctor?
Well, was he not? He kept 2 cars, you know, and Marsden Manor is a pretty big place to keep up. Although I believe he bought it very cheaply.
I understand he had considerable losses of late.
That's so, indeed. It's fortunate for his widow, then, that there is this insurance.
Yes.
Very beautiful and charming young creature, but terribly unstrung by this sad catastrophe. I've tried to spare her all I could, but of course the shock has been very great.
Why shock? His ulcers of the stomach, they're what you call chronic,
Yes.
They are not sudden.
No.
Did you not attend Mr. Maltravers before, Doctor?
My dear sir, I never attended him.
What?
I understand Mr. Maltravers was a member of a faith-healing sect.
But you examined the body?
Certainly. I was fetched by one of the under-gardeners.
And the cause of death was clear?
Absolutely. There was blood on the lips, but most of the bleeding must have been internal.
He had not been moved?
No, the body hadn't been touched. He had evidently been out shooting crows, and a long-barreled bird gun lay beside him. The hemorrhage must have occurred quite suddenly. Gastric ulcers, without a doubt.
He could not have been shot,
My dear sir,
I beg pardon, but I remember once a doctor who said heart failure until the constable showed him a bullet wound through the head.
You will find no bullet wounds on the body or head of Mr. Maltravers. Now, gentlemen, if there's nothing further,
Thank you, Doctor. Just one more thing. You saw no need for the autopsy,
Certainly not. The cause of death was perfectly clear. In my profession, we see no need to distress unduly the relatives of a dead patient. Now, gentlemen, if you'll pardon me, good day.
Well, Hastings, what do you think of our good Dr. Bernard?
Bit of an old fool.
Precisely. Your judgments of character are always profound, mon ami, except where a young and beautiful woman is concerned. So now you must mind your Q's and P's, because the good doctor has said that the next one we see is both young and beautiful. This Madame Maltravers. Madame Maltravers, I cannot tell you how I am sorry to bother you in this way.
Must I be bothered now? I know nothing about this insurance of my husband.
Courage, madame, it is necessary. I will do all to make this matter not too unpleasant for you. I, Hercule Poirot, swear it. Now, if you would recount briefly the sad events of last Wednesday,
Well, I was changing for tea when the maid came up. One of the gardeners had just run up to the house. He'd found Richard.
No, I comprehend. Enough. You had seen your husband earlier in the afternoon?
No, not since lunch. I'd walked down to the village for some stamps. I believe he was out pottering around the grounds.
Shooting the crows, no?
So I understand. He usually took his bird gun with him. In fact, I heard 1 or 2 shots at a distance.
So? Where is this bird gun now?
In the gun cabinet over there, I suppose.
With your permission, madame. Now, here it is. 2 shots fired, I see. And now, madame, a delicate question. Monsieur Maltravers, your husband, is awaiting burial, I believe?
Yes. He's lying in his room.
If I might see?
Why, yes, of course. It's the first room at the top of the stairs. You'll forgive me if I don't go with you.
What, of course. Hastings, you remain here with madame.
Do you think Mr. Poirot will understand why I didn't go with him?
I can assure you, Mrs. Maltravers, Poirot is most sympathetic.
I don't doubt it, Mr. Hastings. I only wish there was more that I could tell him.
Oh, I understand. But I wonder, Mrs. Maltravers, if you could tell me one thing.
Oh, yes?
Well, the station master, an odd character named Volk, said something about Marsden Manor being haunted.
Marsden Manor haunted? Why, surely you're joking, Mr. Hastings.
Oh, no, I assure you. He told us that people have
seen things.
We must have been referring to my humble experiments in extrasensory perception. I've always been tremendously intrigued by that subject, and doubtless some of our servants have been gossiping.
Madame, you are mediumistic. How fascinating.
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as to say that, Mr. Poirot. I've dabbled a bit, that's all.
So?
I've managed table levitation and simple things like that. But I suppose to the simple rustics around here, it looks like black magic.
Very interesting. Under kinder circumstances, I would implore a demonstration. Fields of knowledge interest the great Poirot.
Poirot, don't you think perhaps we'd better...
Oh, I forgot, madame. I thank you for your so great courtesy. I do not think you need be bothered any further by the matter. By the way, do you know anything of your husband's financial position?
Nothing whatever, I'm afraid. I'm very stupid about business.
I see. Then you can give us no clue as to why your husband suddenly decided to insure his life.
Oh, was it sudden? I'm sure I don't know.
Enfin. And now, with your permission, madame, we will go. Hastings?
Oh, I'll see you to the door.
Merci. Oh, just one more thing, madame. Could you tell me, when they found Mr. Maltravers, did they find him unshod, without the shoes?
Why, really, Mr. Poirot, I don't understand.
It is nothing. It does not matter. And now, madame, adieu. Oh, but look, you have another visitor. Someone is coming up to walk, huh?
Archie!
Hello.
You! Why, I thought you were on your way back to Australia.
Yes, I was. But I read the news of Uncle's death in Paris and hurried back. Emily, my dear, is there anything I can do for you? Anything?
Oh, of course not. What could you do? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting. Mr. Poirot, this is Captain Black, my husband's nephew. Captain Black, Mr. Hastings.
How down? Emily, how did this happen? Uncle seemed perfectly well when I was here Monday night.
You've evidently read the papers, Archie. You must know what happened.
But they gave no details, just the bare notice of his death. What happened?
Archie, I just can't go through all that again.
Yes, Captain Black, I'm afraid my friend and I, we have disturbed madame.
What are you doing here?
I am Hercule Poirot. The Hercule Poirot.
Mr. Poirot is from the insurance company, Archie.
That's just why I've come back. To protect you from annoyances like this.
You shouldn't have risked your job, Archie. If you left right away, you might still get to Paris in time to make your boat train.
You say Paris, mon capitaine. You go to Australia by way of Paris?
Why, yes. I intended taking the Orient Express from there and pick up the Pacific Mail at Port Said.
Ah, oui. That shortens the journey, does it not? You are staying here, Captain Black?
Yes, I'm staying at the Pig and Thistle. That's the inn down in the village.
Ah, village inn. It serves the roast beef, no?
Why, yes, I suppose so.
Good. So, Hastings, let us try this roast beef at the Pig and Thistle, huh?
All right, Poirot. Now you've had your roast beef. Hadn't we better be getting back to London?
No, not so fast, my good Hastings. London, she will not run away. But this Captain Black, he may do so. A garçon! Garçon!
For heaven's sake, Poirot. English inns don't have garçons.
No? Then who is it who approaches?
What do you have, Governor?
For my friend, the dictionary. For me, a bock.
He means beer, George.
I mean the ale.
Right, Governor. You been up at the manor, sir?
I mean, yes, we have.
It's sad business, that. I knew no good had come of it as soon as they took the manor.
You mean this, Maltravers? They were not popular?
Well, not that, Governor. He was a bit too old for her, if you know what I mean.
Oh, see?
She might better have married the nephew. Leastways, I'll bet above the nephew thought so.
Ah, there has been the gossip, huh?
Well, I wouldn't go so far as that, Governor. But he did hang around a bit.
And the husband, Mr. Maltravers? The object?
Not as I knows of, Governor. But why is my opinion, I ain't.
Without the doubt, it is the worst opinion, no, George? But the Captain Black, here he comes now.
Hello, Poirot. Here you are.
Captain Black, come, will you not join us? Bock, perhaps?
Yes, thanks. I don't mind if I do. Wait, a mug of ale.
Hello, Governor.
Sad business, this death of your uncle, huh?
Yes, and so sudden, too. He seemed in excellent health when I dined with him Monday night.
So? And was he also in good spirits? What did he say? Or what was the talk at this dinner Monday night?
Oh, I don't know. The usual general topics.
I see.
My uncle asked about my people. We talked of Australia.
Yes.
Then Mrs. Maltravers asked a lot of questions about East Africa, where I've spent some time. I told them one or two yarns. That's about all, I think.
Madame Maltravers seems much upset at the death of her husband, no?
Naturally. They've been married less than a year.
So I hear. A remarkable woman, this lady.
Remarkable in what way? What do you mean?
She has, how you say, the seeing eye. I hear her tell Hastings she does the seance. He seems most interested, no, Hastings?
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as that.
Always the conservative Hastings. Me? I am not so.
Why, Mr. Poirot, don't tell me you believe in this psychic stuff.
Oh, I have not a closed mind. For example, Captain Black, you have told us all that your conscious self knows. Now, with your permission, I would question your subconscious, huh?
Psychoanalysis, eh? Well, it's nonsense, but I don't mind.
Merci. It is like this. I give you a word. You answer with another word. Any word. The first word you think of. Eh bien, shall we begin?
Go ahead.
Hastings, note down the words, please.
Very well, Poirot.
Now, day.
Night.
Name.
Place.
Bernard.
Shore.
Monday.
Dinner.
Journey.
Ship.
Country.
Uganda.
Story.
Lions.
Bird gun.
Farm.
Shot.
Suicide.
Elephant.
Tusks.
Money.
Lawyers.
So, that is all. You are a good subject, mon capitaine.
You don't mean to tell me that rigmarole means anything to you?
Maybe not. But nevertheless, you are a good subject.
Well, if you don't need me anymore, I think I'll go upstairs and unpack. Shall I see you again before you leave, Mr. Poirot?
Yes, I should not be surprised.
Good. See you later.
Au revoir, mon capitaine. And now, my clever Hastings, you see it all, no?
Well, I don't know what you mean, Poirot.
Does that list of words tell you nothing?
Sorry, I'm afraid it doesn't.
Then I will assist you. To begin with, the Capitaine answered within the time limit. No pauses, no making up the mind. Day to night and place to name are normal associations. Then I give him Bernard, the name of the doctor, if he knew him. Evidently he does not. When I say Bernard, he says shore. Monday means dinner, country is Uganda. Story recalls the lion story he tells them. All natural. But now, notice. When I mention bird gun, I get the unexpected answer, farm. When I say shot, he answers at once, suicide. A man he knows commits suicide with a bird gun on a farm somewhere. Imbecile that I am! The great Hercule Poirot is hoodwinked.
What are you talking about?
Do you not see, Hastings? That is the story the Captain Black told at the dinner Monday night.
Oh, I see. And you think that gave Maltravers the idea? You think he shot himself in the mouth with that bird gun?
Why not? Remember, the bird gun has a very tiny charge of powder. The bullet would remain lodged in the brain. All that would show would be the blood in the mouth. Come, Hastings. It is not too late.
Of course, but where?
To see once more this dead man. To Marsden Manor. Hastings, to Marsden Manor. Alas, Mrs. Maltravers, it is true. Your husband shot himself through the mouth with the bird gun.
You mean suicide?
It would seem so, madame.
But the insurance...
Naturally, madame, the suicide will void the policy. It is unfortunate, but what will you?
Oh, but this is impossible. My husband would never commit suicide. It's inconceivable.
But the evidence, madame, it is conclusive.
No. There must be some other explanation.
You mean murder, madame? Well, of course, that is always possible. But no, not likely, I'm afraid.
But you do admit it's possible. You just said it was possible.
Yes, of course, everything is possible. Have you any idea who might have wished to kill your husband?
Why, no. No, I haven't.
Madame, I have a suggestion. It is bizarre, no doubt, but perhaps if you are willing to help.
Oh, yes, of course, anything.
Madame, you are mediumistic. Perhaps if you would try, you could...
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I could get through to Richard. He might tell us what happened.
I am sure you could do it, madame.
Yes, I'll do it. Come back here tonight at 8 and bring Captain Black with you.
Eh bien, madame, I am sure you will succeed. Until 8, madame, au revoir.
Hello? You were the article agency? Oh, we do well. This is Hercule Poirot. Dear mon ami, Henri, I have a part for you. For one appearance only. Oui, as always. Now listen closely. This is what I wish you to do. Dr. Bernard, this is Hercule Poirot. Tell me, doctor, when you saw Mr. Maltravers after the stroke, did he have on the shoes? He did? Bien, merci. Hello, Scotland Yard. Inspector Japp, please. Hello, Japp. This is Poirot. Quite well, thank you. Inspector, I think I have a murderer for you. No, there is no time to explain. Be at Marsden Manor, Marsden Lee, at 8 o'clock tonight. Wait outside the window. And do not come in until I call, eh? Good, remember. Marsden Manor at 8.
Madame Maltravers, we are on time, as you see. Hastings and I have brought Captain Black with us.
I say there's a bad storm coming up. Would that interfere with the experiment?
Certainly not, Mr. Hastings. This isn't mumbo-jumbo. The weather has nothing to do with it.
Very well. Let us proceed, huh?
Yes. Now, will you draw chairs up around this table, please? Now, Mr. Hastings, if you'll put out the light.
Certainly.
Now, remain perfectly quiet, please, no matter what you hear or see. Richard. Can you hear me, Richard? Can you hear me? If you can, rap. Rap 3 times. Did you hear that?
But of course, madame. Did you not tell him to rap 3 times?
That's how Richard always used to knock.
Perhaps he is outside.
No.
They say the suicide never rests, always returns.
Listen. What was that?
The front door slammed. What? No, Captain Black. It was but the thunder.
Poirot, I hear footsteps.
It is the wind, madame. I will close the door. I have locked it.
Don't do that. If it should open now.
By Jove, it is open.
He's there. There in the doorway.
I see nothing, madame.
I saw him, I tell you. My husband, you must have seen him too.
Look. She's right. He is there. His hand. Look, it's pointing. What's that light coming from? It's pointing at her.
What did you... Her hand. Her right hand. It is scarlet with blood.
Blood? Yes, it's blood. I killed him. I said it. Take it away. Take it away.
Light!
Good heavens, Poirot. She's got away through that window.
Do not worry, mon capitaine. The good Inspector Japp outside will stop her.
Good heavens. That lovely creature, a murderer.
And a very clever one, my susceptible Hastings. After all, she could not know she would come up against the great Hercule Poirot. And she might even have fooled me if she had only taken off his shoe.
His shoe, Poirot?
Only with his toe could he himself have pulled the trigger of this bird gun. And parbleu, his shoes were still on when they found him.
But I don't understand. This seance.
Was it all fake?
Certainly. She meant to pull the ship.
Wool.
Very well, wool. But it was I who pulled the ship's wool over her eyes. Thanks to my good friend Henri Dubois, who played the part of the husband's ghost, and Papa Poirot, who put the red paint on her hand in the dark.
But what was her idea in having this seance?
Parbleu, mon capitaine. Do you not see? Madame, she will go into the trance. She will hear the voice. She will come out from the trance. She will, with a great reluctance, name the murderer.
You mean she meant to confess?
Mais non, mon capitaine. She meant to name you.
You have been listening to Murder Clinic. Murder Clinic, the WOR Mutual series which brings to you each week one exciting case. Tonight, the tragedy of Marsden Manor, with Agatha Christie's unique detective Hercule Poirot, played by Maurice Tarplin. Next week, Murder Clinic will bring you Fred Irving Anderson's Deputy Farr, the Vermont farmer who became chief of the Homicide Bureau in New York City. Deputy Farr, the man with the nose for murder. The story is Gulfstream Green, in which the deputy proves that conceit of murderers is colossal. Original music was composed by Ralph Barnhart and conducted by Bob Stanley. This program was an international exchange feature over the coast-to-coast network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Tales told on Murder Clinic are adaptations by authors Lee Wright and John A. Bassett. Murder Clinic is produced under the direction of Alvin Flanagan. Frank Knight speaking.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolf's office. Archie Goodwin speaking. You want Mr. Wolf to what?
Mr. Wolf will do nothing of the sort, Archie. Mr. Wolf is thirsty.
Hold on for a moment. The bottle opener's in the left-hand drawer of your desk.
Thank you, Archie.
Mr. Wolf, I've got a man named Denby on the phone. He wants you to umpire a card game.
The man is insane.
He's offering a fee.
The answer is no. I know nothing of card games, nor do I wish to learn.
Okay. Well, the answer's no, Mr. Denby. Sure, I'll ask him again. After he finishes the beer he's working on. Goodbye.
People appall me. The fantasies they indulge in. Bah, what on earth made that maniac think I might consent to preside at a card game?
Well, it seems he expects one of the players to be death.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the bulkiest, balkiest, smartest, and most unpredictable detective in the world. That chair-born genius, Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
Wolf would not attend, but the card game went on anyway. At the home of a Mr. Stephen Denby.
Jean?
Yes?
LaCosta? Mr. Piper? I think we're ready to begin, eh?
I'm ready.
Yes, Jean. You always are.
How I like that remark, I'll have to decide later on.
Yeah, please do. LaCosta?
It's all right with me.
And Mr. Piper?
I brought a deck.
No, as host, I shall supply the cards.
Before we play, I examine them, yes?
Of course. Here you are. Judd?
Yeah, Mr. Denby?
You will remain outside the door until called. No one is to enter this room under any circumstances.
Got it.
LaCosta?
The cards look all right.
Thank you. Now then, shall we make things absolutely clear?
You mean, should you make a speech? I don't mind.
But make it short, huh?
I shall. The four of us seated at this table are joint owners of the Candy Club, a rather successful institution devoted to the sale of food, liquor, entertainment...
And the gambling.
And games of chance. For some time now, we have all resented sharing the profits. Some of us have attempted to buy out the others.
Denby, you needn't babble on. No one wants to sell. We know that.
True, Mr. Piper. Which is the reason for this little game of cards. One hand shall be dealt to each of us. A hand at poker. Whoever wins gets the club. The others retire as gracefully as they can. Agreed?
That's why we're here.
Agreed. Very well. The cards are shuffled. I'll place them in the center of the table. Lecasto, would you like to...
I cut.
Good.
If nobody minds, I'll cut them, too. After Mr. Lecasto.
Nobody minds. Happy now, Mr. Piper?
Let's get going, huh?
Very well, unless Jean would care to.
Oh, thanks. We're all crooks here, which sort of cancels out any funny business with a card.
Very well. We shall all draw a card in turn until 5 cards are drawn by each player. Shall we start, Jean?
Sure.
Lecasto?
Okay.
Mr. Piper?
Yes, of course.
And myself. We just keep going in rotation.
This is fun.
Fun? No. There's too much money which rides on these cards.
That's what makes it fun.
Would you mind keeping quiet? I'm nervous.
We all are, one way or another. I think we all have our 5 cards now.
We all got them.
Very well, then. In the same order that the cards were dealt. Jean?
A pair of 3s.
Lecasto?
Nothing.
Mr. Piper?
Kings. 2.
The lights!
Piper. Well, what?
Da-da-da-da-da. Hey, I don't like to seem stuffy, mister, but will you take your elbow out of my back?
I'd be delighted to, Mr. Goodwin, but it's not my elbow.
I don't care if it's your tibia maximus. Just take it away.
Chuck wouldn't like that.
Oh, we have company. Mind if I look around?
Keep right on walking, pal.
That would be Chuck behind me, huh? And you are...
My name is Denby. You may remember it.
Oh, yeah. You phoned a couple of hours ago about a card game. Now, look, just what is your boy poking in my back?
I think it's a 38.
You're not sure?
It might be a 45.
Chuck, is it loaded?
Make a funny move, pal, and you'll find out the hard way.
Yo, wait a minute. It's just a passing curiosity. Where are we going?
My car. Get in.
If you insist. I guess you do. Okay.
I'll drive, Chuck.
The car bulletproof?
No, that's hardly necessary. Chuck shoots first.
Well, that's a saving, I guess. The only thing is, I hadn't figured on taking a ride. I told Mr. Wolf I was going for a walk. He disapproved,
You're
but...
going for a ride.
Isn't that a little corny?
Now, there's a minor difference. Usually the guest, shall we say, is killed at the conclusion of the ride. In this case...
Let's not make the difference too minor. Huh?
You will survive the ride. It's what comes afterwards that might kill you. You see, Mr. Goodwin, my friends and I have a little mystery to solve.
You want me to solve it?
No. We want Mr. Wolf to solve it. In order to do so, he must leave his house and come to mine. He has to in order to find the solution quickly.
Why?
Neither my friends nor myself have any desire to improve our acquaintance with the police. Therefore, we want the mystery solved before the police are even called in. Hence our need for Mr. Wolf. Hence our detaining you.
Detaining is a pretty word in the circumstances.
This is my home, Mr. Goodwin.
Oh, well, I don't like the architecture. I think I'll stay out.
Get going, pal.
On second thought, Mr. Denby, what makes you think Mr. Wolf is going to leave his house and come here?
You. Unless he does so, he will lose you forever. The door, Chuck.
Okay.
Mr. Goodwin, may I introduce you to my associates in business and in poker? To your right, Mr. Lecasto, a charming but impulsive fellow.
Hello.
He's only the stooge. Where's the fat fellow?
In time, Lecasto. The lovely lady whose back is to you is Jean. Jean something or other. She's always changing her name.
Hello.
Hello.
And the gentleman facing you is Mr. Piper.
How do you do? Is he exclusive or just... Hey, he's wearing his red carnation a little low, isn't he? Over his heart. Except that's no carnation.
That, Mr. Goodwin, is blood. Lifeblood.
Archie. Oh, Pa, he's always taking walks. Come in. The door's unlocked.
Are you... Yeah, you're Wolf.
Having made a magnificent discovery, suppose you remove your hat?
Now, come on.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Denby wants to see you.
Mr. Danby can see me here.
Here ain't where he wants to see you.
Here, at the risk of minor monotony, is where he'll have to see me.
Don't you want your boy Goodwin to keep on living?
No one has ever been able to discourage him.
Mr. Denby will.
Ah, Archie's in custody?
No, in Mr. Denby's house under a gun.
I don't have to believe that.
Take a look at this.
A wallet. Archie's wallet. I shall accompany you. And permit me to warn you that if Mr. Goodwin has been harmed, nothing short of murder will satisfy me.
It's getting late. Wolf isn't here yet. Maybe he doesn't worry about you, Goodwin.
Well, he could have been delayed. Maybe an orchid needed a pollen transfusion or something. Besides, only the good die young.
Then you must be very, very good, Archie.
That remark I didn't care for.
We sit here and wait for the fat one, but in the meanwhile, the police...
The police will come when we notify them.
But they will not like the delay we make to notify them. I say we waste time. I say the fat one will not risk coming.
You say entirely too much.
Is that so? Maybe I kill you myself.
Picasso, put that gun away.
Yes, darling Archie should have a chance to live. Not long if Wolf doesn't come.
Stop looking so pleased.
Are you afraid to die, Archie?
Yeah, well, I'm not looking forward to it. It's so final. Besides, I didn't eat a hearty dinner. And oh, the Marines have landed.
Who is it?
Chuck, with Nero Wolf.
Let him in. Shut the door, Chuck. Stay outside.
Archie?
Hello, Mr. Wolf. Oh, am I glad to see you.
I regret I cannot say the same thing. Blast you, why couldn't you stay at home instead of taking those confounded walks? I warned you it'd be dangerous.
Yeah, but Mr. Wolf, it wasn't the fresh air that got me. It was Denby.
Mr. Wolf, I knew you wouldn't come here without some sort of pressure. I thought the method I used would be most effective.
Would you really have killed Archie if I hadn't come?
I would have had no choice. I would have been stuck with a witness to an unsolved murder.
Suppose I cannot solve it.
I should be forced to apply the same logic to two witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Wolf, you really came here to save my life, huh?
Nonsense. I came here for a fee, Mr. Denby.
I have a check for $1,000 already made out.
Clear it up. You forget. I left my home. I traveled unprotected through the streets of this city, exposed to motor accidents, to fresh air, too. You offer me $1,000.
Will $2,500 do?
Barely. Archie, will you take the check? Now, I presume you want me to find who killed the gentleman at the table, the one facing me, huh?
His name is Mr. Piper.
The name is no importance. Will you all sit at the table in the same position you were at the time of the shooting?
Of course. Jean? Picasso?
Good. Now for a look at the wound. The lights, I should imagine, went out for a while when the shooting occurred.
They went out?
Yes. Of the three of you at the table, which one had the best motive for the murder?
We all have the same motive. The club.
Helpful. There was no one else in the room at the time?
No one.
The door?
Locked, with Chuck on guard outside of it.
So much for that. The windows, I notice, are closed. They were closed when the murder took place.
They were closed.
The window panes are all unbroken, which eliminates the possibility of the shot being fired from outside of them, unless one of them was raised and lowered.
That wouldn't have been possible. The windows are secured by catches.
Archie, will you check that?
Okay, Mr. Wolf.
I shall for the moment assume that the windows are neither lying nor untrustworthy. Does anyone remember anything unusual occurring at the time of the shooting?
Well, someone whispered Piper just before the shot.
Indeed. You all heard that whisper?
We heard it.
Man's voice or woman?
Well, I can't say. A whisper doesn't reveal much of anything.
The windows weren't open, Mr. Wolf.
Which leads to...
The fact that it had to be one of us in this room. But which one, Mr. Wolf?
The murder weapon. Ah, yes. Has it been moved?
Nobody touched it. It's laying on the floor where it was dropped.
Interesting. If you look closely, you would observe 2 oil spots staining the rug between the revolver and the lady's chair, indicating... who sat at the right of Mr. Piper?
I did. Why?
Mr. Denby.
Yes?
If I were you, I would turn Mr. Lecasto over to the police.
You are a liar.
I warned you about that gun, Lecasto.
Was it necessary to shoot Mr. Lecasto?
In the arm, yes. He was reaching for a gun. He'll live, however, till the police take him away. What do I tell them?
You could point out the angle of the wound. As you notice, Mr. Denby, the bullet entered Mr. Piper's heart from the right.
Yes, so it did. Therefore, whoever sat to his right, well, that was Lecasto.
Archie, you have the check?
I have it.
We may as well leave.
Mr. Wolf, you're sure Lecasto shot Piper?
I have indicated the evidence. The rest will be up to the jury. Come, Archie.
Jean,
Yes, Archie.
now that my life expectancy has increased, what are you doing tomorrow night?
Archie?
I got a scram.
Lancaster 7583.
I'll be ringing your bell. Oh, Mr. Denby, you better do something about Lecasto's arm or he won't live to be executed. You see, the executioner likes them warm before he chills them. The old homestead looks very nice, Mr. Wolf.
Yes, Archie. You should stay in it more often.
Yeah, but you never get to meet babes like Jean that way.
You never get kidnapped either. Nor would I have had to leave my home in order to rescue you.
Yeah, well, you earned a nice fee, fast.
Indeed?
You seem doubtful about it.
I'm positive, Archie. I know. I have not as yet earned my fee.
Huh? You mean Denby might not turn Lecasto over to the cops?
Of course he will. The trouble is, you see, Lecasto did not murder Piper.
No? He just thought a bullet in the heart might be good for Piper's rheumatism, huh?
As it happens, Piper suffered from asthma. But that's beside the point.
Fine. Mr. Wolf, I'm going to take it for granted that you know who did kill Piper. I'm also going to take it for granted that you won't tell me until you're ready. But why turn Lecasto over to the police?
2 reasons, Archie. First, I had no proof against the real killer. Secondly, we had to supply a scapegoat in order to be permitted to leave the Danby home. You were unarmed, helpless.
Go ahead, rub it in.
Nonsense. It was an interesting problem. I enjoyed it.
It was, huh? Well, to me, it's still in the present tenses. Which reminds me, as old Dr. Tidmouse said, there's always a future tense. And in that future tense, Jean.
No, Archie.
Oh, Mr. Wolf, stop. That girl's got a love for blood that appeals to the ghoul in me. Besides, did you notice what she does to her dress?
Archie, I was merely about to say that I have no objections to your dallying with the girl.
Oh, I don't believe it. My ears need overhauling.
I objected only to the future tense. Why not call her now?
Yeah, well, I won't pretend I understand this sudden enthusiasm on your part about my love life. Probably there's some foul, scheming motive at the bottom of it. But who am I to look a gift horse in the mouth? Now, let's see. Her number was,
Lancaster 7583, of course.
This is the most beautiful bar and grill I've ever seen, Archie.
Drank, you mean?
What?
Never mind.
All right. Archie, did anybody tell you you were beautiful, too?
Well, a girl here and there has mentioned it.
Oh, were they liars?
Tell me, Jean, how did you ever get into the gambling den racket?
Because I'm a crook?
Well, I suspected that, but,
I want another drink.
you've had enough.
I want another drink, and when Jean wants another drink, no gentleman who is a gentleman...
Jean, get down.
Oh, let me go. I don't want to climb under the table.
You'll stay under here until the barrage stops. I guess the war's over. All right, Jean, get up.
No, now I'm here. I like it. I'm going to stay here for months and months.
Jean, do you realize that somebody just tried to kill you?
And I thought you had such a nice, honest face.
No, not me. Somebody out in the street. I don't know why, but Mr. Wolf will. Come on, pull yourself together and let's go see him.
The nice fat man? All right, I like him.
You do? Why?
Because he'd make such a big corpse.
Is that you, Archie?
Plus Jean.
What made you think I wanted her here?
Oh, she's one of your fans. She thinks you'd make a lovely corpse.
What was the reason for bringing her here?
She was shot at. Did you expect her to be?
I expected her to be killed. That's why I sent you to her.
It didn't occur to you I might be killed, too?
It did. I was willing to take the chance.
You were willing? Oh, Mr. Wolf, Jean's a little under the weather.
Splendid. In vino veritas.
Watch your language.
I mean that people in their cups often tell the truth, a proverb of some antiquity. Who shot at you tonight, Jean?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see.
Has it occurred to you that you might just as easily have murdered Piper as not?
But Lucasto killed Piper. You said so yourself.
I lied. Furthermore, why the attack on you if Lucasto was the murderer?
Well, I don't know.
Did you also not know that Lucasto escaped from jail earlier this evening?
You're making that up.
Why should I? Mr. Denby turned him over to the police, but Lucasto managed to get away before being jailed.
That's not cricket.
Incidentally, Mr. Denby will be joining us at any moment. I expected you to bring Jean, Archie. Therefore, with the exception of Mr. Piper, who is resting in the morgue, and Mr. Lucasto, who is at large, we shall have all the participants in the card game. With them, perhaps we can deal a new hand, Archie?
Okay. Maybe it's the morgue to tell us Piper escaped. Oh, wrong again. Come in, Mr. Denby.
Mr. Wolf, I'm upset. I heard over the radio about Lucasto's escape. He'll try to kill us all.
Why?
Well, because we can testify that he murdered Piper.
True.
I beg your pardon?
Lucasto did not kill Piper.
But you said that he did.
The only evidence against Lucasto was the angle of the entrance of the bullet that lodged in his heart. May I remind you of the whisper you all heard in the darkness preceding Piper's death?
The whisper that said Piper?
Precisely. We must assume, then, that Piper turned his body in the direction of the whisper. Therefore, the angle of the wound would be wrong for Lucasto, but the correct one for...
Whoever sat opposite Piper.
I sat opposite him, but that doesn't mean I killed him.
Wait, you must have. Once he turned, the bullet must have come from opposite him. Only possible way. That means you, Jean.
No, it's a frame.
May I interrupt for a moment? Mr. Denby, if our present analysis is correct, it must have been you who whispered to Piper. Did you?
I hadn't thought about it before, but...
Denby, you're lying.
No, he's not lying. Continue, Mr. Denby.
Well, when the lights went out, I wanted to tell Piper something. He turned to me, and that's when he was shot.
Archie, you've taken all this down.
In my prettier shorthand, Mr. Wolf.
Good.
I don't know why you're doing this, Denby. Maybe you think if I take the rap, you'll get the club. But remember, Lucasto's still free. He's gunning for all of us. But it'll be you. Especially you he'll want. Maybe you can talk a jury into sending me up for something I didn't do, but you won't live to gloat about it.
Oh, shut up, Jean. You killed Piper and...
Who's that?
This is, of course, the murderer of Mr. Piper. No comments? Archie, the door, if you please.
But you said I was the one who...
What kind of idiocy is this?
Archie, I said the door.
Okay, but shall I ask him in or sock him?
You will act as the situation demands.
Yes, sir. But for once, I'd like to know what the situation is.
Raise 'em, Goodwin, and keep 'em that way. Now back up into the living room.
I don't back up good. My gears...
You want it here?
Never mind. I'll strip a gear.
Archie, what are you doing?
Just what the situation demands, backing up. In case your knowledge of armaments has failed you, our little friend Chuck here is pointing a .38 revolver at me.
You won't save him from the chair.
Maybe not, but it could give me quite a pain in the stomach.
Chuck, what do you think you're doing?
You double-crossing louse.
Gentlemen, if you
So
please.
you thought you'd run to the fat dick and pin it all on me, huh, Denby?
You don't know what you're talking about. We haven't even mentioned you.
You sure of that, huh? Then why did Wolf phone me and tell me you were about to sing?
Wolf phoned you?
Yeah. Said you were getting ready to feed me to the electrician up the river.
Oh, he was making a stab in the dark, Chuck, trying to start something.
That's so, Wolf?
Archie, will you read Chuck your notes about Mr. Denby's statement regarding the whisper?
Well, that doesn't mean it could be misunderstood.
Shut up. Read me the notes, Goodwin.
Here it is, I quote. When the lights went out, I wanted to tell Piper something. He turned to me
That's
and...
all I need to hear.
Chuck.
You were selling me out after hiring me to knock off Piper.
You dumb gunman. Now you've given Wolf what he wants, a confession. I was trying to pin it on Jean.
That's what you say now. It's kind of late, though. Too late for you.
No.
Goodbye, Mr. Denby. Nice shooting, Chuck.
Stay put, Goodwin. The rest of you, I'm leaving.
Police wouldn't approve. But let me have your gun. Huh?
Wise guy. You know something? I've been thinking.
Can you think?
If I was to knock off you and Goodwin, me and Jean could split the club between us and nobody'd ever know who killed Piper.
Very whimsical, Chuck, but if you don't mind...
Archie, don't be an idiot.
Well, if I have to get shot, I prefer it to happen when I'm moving forward.
Archie.
Okay, come and get it, Goodwin. March right up nice and easy and take it.
I'm coming. Would somebody mind telling me why I don't fall down?
Phooey.
I've been shot. Well, that's not the way to talk to a man who's just been... Hey, Chuck is lying down.
Is he dead?
Well, there's been a mistake. I didn't shoot him. He shot me.
Archie, stop blabbering. Neither of you shot the other. As a matter of fact...
I shot the chap.
Lucasto.
Lucasto, Archie?
Well, I thought he escaped.
No, I'm not crazy. I do not escape. The fat one, he phones the police to tell them how I'm innocent.
Yes, I had the police announce the escape, however, for reasons of, shall I say, strategy?
Well, on account of there are no bullet holes in me, you can say whatever you like, Mr. Wolf.
Thank you, Archie. That announcement helped heighten the tension our murderers were under.
And then they explode. The fat one, he says to me, Lucasto, wait in the next room. Watch careful. Maybe there's trouble. I watch. And now? Now there's no more trouble.
Well, place looks a lot tidier now with all those bodies removed, huh?
Indeed. Archie,
I'll get you the bottle of beer. But first, make with an explanation.
The case was crystal clear, Archie.
Maybe, but I'm no crystal gazer. Sure, I know. Denby had things arranged in advance with Chuck in case anybody held a better hand than his own. Piper did. So Denby whispered to Piper after kicking the light switch and set him up for a shot by Chuck from the doorway. The angle would provide evidence against Lucasto.
True. However, we had only Denby's word for it and Chuck's that the door was locked.
All right. We know, but you knew before Denby and Chuck blew up. How?
The oil spots on the rug, Archie?
Well, they only showed the gun had bounced when the murderer threw it away. Spattered oil, very well-kept gun.
They showed more than that. Where were those spots in relation to the gun? Think back, Archie.
Spots in relation to... Oh, sure. They were between the gun and the door.
Therefore, the gun must have been thrown from the door. Bounced twice, staining the rug before reaching its final destination.
Oh, I get it now. That told you who'd fired the gun. But there wasn't proof enough, so you set up a nice atmosphere of suspicion and had the boys give each other away. All right, Mr. Wolf, you're a genius, and you may have your beer.
Thank you, Archie.
As for me, I'm not a genius, but I remember a phone number. So if you'll excuse me, Mr. Wolf.
You're excused, Archie.
Thanks.
But before you call that number, may I remind you that Jean is a girl of macabre tastes who appeals to the ghoul in you.
Sure you may, but why bother?
In order to be able to warn you that a ghoul and his money are soon parted. Good night, Archie.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Jay Novello, Howard McNear, Barney Phillips, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Calculated Risk. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Agatha Christie's Poirot. From the thrill-packed pages of Agatha Christie's unforgettable stories of corpses, clues, and crime, Mutual now brings you, complete with bowler hat and magnificent mustache, your favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, in Murder Wears a Mask.
Yes?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Poirot.
Won't you come in? Your name, please?
Richard Fields.
Mr. Poirot's busy at the moment. Please sit down. I'll tell him you're here.
Thank you.
There's some magazines on the table at your left. Mr. Poirot, it's a Mr. Fields.
Eh? Well, he can wait. He's a very patient man. He only rang the bell once. Here, Abigail, I want you to taste this sauce now.
It's good.
Good? Oh, ma foi, Abigail, it is superb. There are only 3 people in the world who know how to prepare this sauce. And you are about to become the 4th. Now, you take 2 tablespoons...
Chief, there's someone waiting.
Oui, this Monsieur Fields, eh? Eh bien, I suppose we must see him. Come.
Mr. Fields, this is Mr. Poirot.
Oh, how do you do?
Bonjour, monsieur. Well, it must be an important matter which calls you away from your business at the moment when it is most active.
Well, as a matter of fact, I don't recall mentioning my business.
But it was not necessary, monsieur. The Journal of Wall Street in your pocket tells me you are a stockbroker. Since it is only now 3 o'clock, it is obvious you left your office shortly before the closing of the exchange.
Oh.
Now, you would not do this for a minor matter.
Oh, you're right. I've come to you on a matter that affects me very deeply. It concerns my daughter's welfare.
Uh-huh.
You see, Mr. Poirot, she's quite young, not quite 18. And at that, she's rather immature for her age.
Yes, monsieur, but let us come to the point, please. I have a sauce cooking, important business waiting for me.
Well...
Now, what is the young lady's difficulty?
She met this ham actor when he went up to her school to address the Dramatic Society. He's still quite distinguished-looking in a dissolute sort of way, and she promptly became infatuated with him. It's partly his reputation, I guess. He's been a matinee idol for 20 years.
Well, that seems very normal behavior for a young girl of her age.
Yes, but the horrible part of it is that he became equally interested in her. Why, the man's old enough to be her father. Oh, you must have heard of him. His name
Wait, monsieur, please. I should prefer to hear all the facts before you mention any names. I never like to engage in idle gossip.
This is no gossip, I assure you. I was up at this man's apartment only an hour ago. He was showing my daughter a necklace he had bought her as a wedding present.
Oh, monsieur, he woos her with diamonds. It is not illegal.
In this case, Mr. Poirot, it's immoral. She's too young to see through him.
Uh-huh. But why do you come to me?
I want you to help me break up this affair.
Oh, monsieur,
The man has led a sordid life. You're an investigator. If you dug around, you could produce proof of some of the things he's done. Proof that even Laura would have to believe.
I'm sorry, monsieur. You've come to the wrong person. My talents, such as they are not available for such enterprises. Good day, sir.
I can afford to pay you well.
Monsieur, no one in the world is rich enough to buy Hercule Poirot. Now, you will excuse me, please. I have important work in the kitchen.
All right. I can't force you to do it, but I want you to know that you're leaving me no alternative.
Eh? What do you intend to do?
Something very simple, Mr. Poirot, and at the same time, very conclusive. Good day.
got here fast.
I was worried, Mr. Tremaine. This is the first time you've ever called me back on my day off.
I suppose that's a pretty reckless thing to do to a valet these days.
No, sir, just startling. Is anything wrong?
I'm afraid so. You ever seen this before?
Why, yes, sir. It's the jewel case you had out this morning. I gathered it contained a pearl necklace which you bought for Miss Fields.
Yes. $10,000 necklace. A wedding present.
Yes, sir.
Open the box, Hackett.
They're very lovely, sir.
Are they?
Oh, yes, sir. Very lovely.
Hackett, you're a liar.
I beg your pardon?
You're a liar. You know perfectly well these are not real pearls.
Mr. Tremaine, surely you're jesting.
You've made a mistake, Hackett. You thought I was a complete fool, didn't you? You waited till Laura and I left for the theater at 2 o'clock and then substituted these cheap, cultivated pearls for the real ones, hoping I'd never find out until it was too late.
I couldn't do that, sir. The pair of pearls were in the safe, and I don't know the combination.
Who put them in the safe?
I did. You asked me to.
But I didn't ask you to leave the safe open, did I? I remember now that I didn't hear you twirl the knob. What did you do with those pearls?
I never touched them.
Very well. Give you your chance. I'm turning you over to the police.
Don't touch that phone, Tremaine.
Oh, you cheap, bungling thief posing as a valet. I should have realized what a bad performance it was. Well, I'm sure your experience will come in handy in prison.
Drop that phone, Tremaine.
Get your hands off me.
All right, Tremaine, you asked for it.
What are you... Put down that knife. Put down that... No!
Exit. Mr. Tremaine. Hello, Mr. Fields.
Yes.
This is Archie Tremaine.
Tremaine. Where's Laura?
Right here at my place.
You filthy swine. I told you this afternoon I wouldn't have her seeing you.
Well, I don't see how you can stop her. We're getting married tonight.
Married?
Yes. We'd like to have your blessing. Why don't you come down?
I wouldn't come down. Yes. Yes, maybe I will. Sure. I'll give you my blessing, Tremaine. Wait for me. I'll be down in 20 minutes.
Don't worry. I'll be here. And so will the police.
Inspector Stevens, I tell you, the next time we have dinner together, it will be in a place without a telephone. Then I will be certain at least we can finish our dessert without interruption.
All right, here we are. This is the place. You could have stayed and finished your dessert, Poirot. I didn't take you by force.
It is the same thing. Why, you very slyly tell me you have received an anonymous call reporting a murder. Alors, you know I cannot resist such a situation. He has excellent taste, this Monsieur Archie Tremaine. Me, I like very much these brownstone houses.
Nobody home. Place is dark. We're probably on a wild goose chase.
But the door, it is open. Oh. And the light switch, I presume, is here. So, and now?
Oh, we better start looking around just to make sure. Now, let's try the library first. It should be...
There's no doubt down this hall here. All these brownstones, you know, they are very much the same. There. Inspector, flash your light around, please, eh?
All right.
Uh-huh. Here's the switch.
Tremaine. Yeah, he's dead, all right. Stabbed through the heart.
Stabbed once, Inspector, with that letter opener.
He must have dropped on the spot. There's no other blood around, just that one big pool he's lying in.
And these bloody footprints all over the floor.
They must be the murderers, Poirot. He stood over the body to make sure Tremaine was dead and didn't notice that the blood was oozing around his shoes. Then he went over to the desk here, maybe to make a call, and into the bathroom to wash his hands. He came out, headed for the door,
And, what, Inspector?
Well, footprints stopped suddenly. I don't get this.
Inspector, have you observed this newspaper? Half the front page is torn off.
You think the murderer dried his shoes with it?
No, Inspector. I believe this is what happened. He did all the things you have described. Then, when he reached this point where the footsteps stopped, he realized that his shoes were bloody. Well, he could not go out wearing such shoes, and he could not carry them in his hands. Now, he looked down, and voila! He sees another pair of shoes. Fine, clean shoes, free of any blood.
Where?
On the feet of the dead man.
You mean these shoes belong to the murderer?
But obviously. They are covered with blood, and the laces are open because the shoes are a trifle too small.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the murderer put on the dead man's shoes. He finds they are too large. So, he tears up part of the newspaper and stuffs it into the shoes in order that he may walk with more comfort.
By Jove, Poirot, I believe you're right.
Now, all you have to do is to find the owner of these shoes.
We'll try it through checking the manufacturer's code number.
Wait, perhaps I can make the task easier, Inspector. I think you will find that the owner of these shoes is a stockbroker named George Fields.
Now, look, Poirot, this is too much. You've been working your little gray cells overtime. How can you...
No. I will explain, mon ami. I will explain. You will notice that the heel of the right shoe is worn down considerably more than the left. Earlier today, this Monsieur Fields, who limps rather badly, came to see me. He uttered dire threats against someone who fitted the description of poor Monsieur Tremaine here. So you see, Inspector, I employ the sharp eyes and the ears rather than the little gray cells. And they tell me that you had better question this Monsieur Fields at once.
Well, Poirot, you were right. We've got Fields here at headquarters under lock and key. He's our man, all right. He was trying to burn Tremaine's shoes when we called on him.
You are sure he is the guilty man, eh?
Of course. He tried to tell us some cock and bull story about getting a call from Tremaine and finding him dead when he got there. Says he got his shoes all bloody before he saw the body, and then he became panicky and changed them. Just as I thought.
Mm-hmm.
But he's the killer, all right. You said yourself he threatened Tremaine. It's an open and shut case.
Myself, I always mistrust the open and shut cases. Tell me, what of the anonymous telephone call you received?
The way I figure it, Poirot, Fields called us himself, and then he thought maybe he could beat the rap, so he wiped off all his fingerprints, changed shoes with the dead man, and ducked.
Oh, a very intelligent reconstruction, Inspector. Very intelligent. Alors, I must return to my office now. If anything new develops...
I'll let you know.
Good. Bonjour, Inspector.
Mr. Poirot.
No. Oh, Mademoiselle Fields.
Mr. Poirot, may I please talk to you for just a moment?
Oh, but of course. I know how distressed you must be. Here is a bench in the corridor. I don't think we will be disturbed here.
Thank you.
Mademoiselle, let me assure you of my great sympathy if there is anything I can do.
There is, Mr. Poirot. You can prove my father is innocent.
Oh, that would be extremely difficult, Mademoiselle. All the evidence seems to point to his guilt.
Well, I don't care about the evidence. He didn't do it. He couldn't.
He was in my office, Miss Fields, and he threatened to take desperate measures.
He lost his head, but he didn't mean what he said.
And he was there in Monsieur Tremaine's apartment about the time of the murder. He admits this.
Well, of course he admits it. He has nothing to hide.
But at first, Mademoiselle, he did deny it. And the exchange of shoes, the removal of the fingerprints. Oh, no, these do not seem to be the acts of an innocent man.
Mr. Poirot, he was trapped. Someone lured him down there and planted the evidence to convict him.
That is what he tells us, and I will not say it is impossible, you know, but there must be proof.
Don't worry, I'll find it somehow. George will help me.
George? Oh, that is Monsieur Hackett, eh?
Yes, Archie's valet. He knew a lot about Archie. He's downstairs now talking to the detectives. I'll go and get... Oh, here he comes. George!
I beg your... Oh, Miss Fields. How are you?
George, this is Mr. Poirot, the great detective.
Well, how do you do, sir? I've heard of you, of course.
Enchanté, monsieur. I have heard fine things about you, too.
Oh, thank you.
George, you've got to help me find the murderer.
Well, Miss Fields...
Go on, say it. You think my father's guilty?
No, I won't say that, but I don't see how I can help you.
Well, did Mr. Tremaine have any enemies? Anyone who hated him?
Enemies? I don't think so. Of course, there were many people who disliked him.
Why, monsieur?
Well, frankly, sir, he was rather an egomaniac. He couldn't stand being in the background for a minute. It was always top billing for Archie Tremaine. But as I told the police, I can't think of anyone who'd want to kill him.
Well, maybe some woman who was jealous about the necklace.
The necklace?
Yes, the pearl necklace he was going to give me. You were there, George, when he showed it to me that afternoon.
Oh, yes, miss. I heard some conversation about it. Of course, I didn't see it.
Mr. Poirot, the police found the necklace, didn't they? Matched pearls with a small diamond clasp.
No, mademoiselle, I do not believe so. I myself saw everything that was found in the house, but this is the first I have heard of a necklace.
Oh.
Monsieur, I hope you will not be offended if I ask about your movements on the day of the murder.
That was the first thing the police asked me, Mr. Poirot. It was my day off. I left Mr. Tremaine's apartment shortly after he did and spent the rest of the day and the whole evening with my parents.
Oh?
I do that every week on my day off.
I see. Your parents, they live here in this city, huh?
Yes, of course. They share a flat with me.
Eh bien, I was merely curious, you know. Mademoiselle, I do not know where this matter of the necklace may lead us, but it gives one furiously to think. What say you, Monsieur Hackett?
I think Miss Fields has brought up something important. Something very, very important. Now listen, you two. You live with me, do you understand? The date was April 5th, Thursday, and I was here all evening.
Were you, George? That's interesting.
I don't like your tone, Daisy.
And I don't like getting the short end of the deal all the time.
What? What is this, Peter? Hold up?
No, Hackett, I wouldn't say that, but we do all the dirty work as a rule, and you get most of the dough.
Well, this time I've done all the dirty work. And you just have to be smart. That little chubby Frenchman or Belgian or whatever he is doesn't look like much, but don't let his accent and that phony-looking mustache fool you. It's going to take great acting to make him believe that you are my parents.
And it's going to take a great deal more money to make us try it. We don't want to
All right. I'll double your share on this job, but watch yourself. That may be him now. I'll wait in the next room. Just in case.
No rough stuff, Hackett. Now, we'll handle it with kid gloves.
Yes?
Bonjour, madame. My name is Poirot, Hercule Poirot. May I have a few words with you?
Well, yes, come in.
What is it, Mama?
A gentleman, Pa. Man named Peril.
Yes, and my secretary, Miss Thatcher.
How do you do?
Howdy. Excuse my shoes being off. We wasn't expecting any callers. Oh, no. Do not be deranged, monsieur. We will be here only a few moments.
Will you have some cherry cordial, sir? I made it myself.
Oh, madame, you are too kind. No. I wish only to ask a few questions about your son. George, what about him? Well, you know, I presume that his late employer was found murdered.
Oh, yes, poor Mr. Tremaine. A kinder man there never was. Every Thursday, George would come around and talk about nothing but his wonderful Mr. Tremaine.
Every Thursday, madame? Yes, sir. His day off. Tell me, on April 5th, the day of the murder, he was here that day, too, huh?
Why, what do you mean, Mr. Perot? Of course he was here.
All day?
Oh, from, about 2:30 on. He was teaching us to play gin rummy. Do you play gin rummy, miss?
No, I'm not very good at cards, and I don't drink.
Tell me, madame, where is your son now?
I believe he's over at Mr. Tremaine's place, straightening things up, you know.
I see. Eh bien, you've both been very kind. Oh, must you go so soon? Well, I said it would only be a moment. Come, Abigail.
Well, I'm sorry George wasn't home. We'll tell him you were here.
Merci bien, madame.
Lovely old couple, aren't they? I don't see how their son could do anything wrong.
I do not see how he can be their son.
What?
Did you not observe, Abby, that the kindly old gentleman and his wife, they both have fair hair and blue eyes?
Yes.
But Monsieur Hackett, his eyes are dark brown. It is impossible, Abigail, for two blonde, blue-eyed parents to have anything but blue-eyed children.
May I help you, sir?
Oh, yes, if you don't mind. I am interested in a necklace which you recently sold to a Mr. Archie Tremaine.
Really? May I ask what your interest is?
Oh, my name is Hercule Poirot. I would like
Hercule Poirot, the brilliant Belgian detective.
Oh, monsieur, I am flattered. Most people take me for French.
We've heard of you, the diamond people in Antwerp. They speak your name with reverence.
Well, thank you. Now, about this necklace.
Oh, yes.
You did sell a necklace to Monsieur Tremaine, eh?
Yes, a very fine pearl necklace. See, it was delivered to him on April 3rd.
2 days before he was murdered. Yeah, this puts a new light on everything.
How so, Chief?
Well, the motive, Abbe. If the motive was robbery, Monsieur Fields is clear. He himself is very wealthy. He would not kill for jewels.
But it's gone, Chief. Who took it?
I do not know, Abbe. But when we find the person who has the necklace, we will have the murderer.
Why, in that case, Mr. Poirot, you'll have to arrest me.
Eh?
You?
I have the necklace right here. Mr. Tremaine returned it on, let me see, on April 5th, last Thursday.
Monsieur Tremaine himself returned it?
Yes, Mr. Poirot. He bought it on the understanding that he could return it within 10 days. He walked in here last Thursday, said he'd changed his mind about the lady and the necklace.
And you refunded his money?
Yes. As a matter of fact, we gave him the cash. It was just after 3, and the banks were closed. He said he was leaving town that night.
Well, there you are, Chief. That brings Mr. Fields right back into the picture.
Monsieur, you are quite certain that it was Archie Tremaine who was here?
Positive. Well, his picture was in the papers every other week. I imagine everybody knew what Archie Tremaine looked like. The silver hair, the monocle.
No, then it must be so. Come, Abigail. There is still one small matter about which I must satisfy myself.
Where are we going, Chief?
To the library, Abby, to do some research.
The library? What do you expect to find there?
The biography of a murderer.
Why, Miss Fields, this is a surprise.
Hackett, I had to come here to Mr. Tremaine's house. I had to come and see for myself. Is there anything...
I'm terribly sorry, miss. I've gone through all of Mr. Tremaine's belongings, and there's not the slightest clue, not the slightest suggestion that anyone else could have killed him.
Oh, it's horrible. Horrible. They've indicted him, Hackett. They're going to try my father for murder.
Yes, I know.
They were about to let him go because of that missing necklace.
And then they found out that it had been returned.
I can't understand it. I can't believe that Archie returned it. We were going to be married. It was all agreed.
Well, miss, your father was so set against it that perhaps...
Oh, no, that would have made Archie more stubborn. If I could... Wait. I just thought of something. What time was that necklace returned?
A little after 3, according to the jeweler. At least that's what the papers say.
A little after 3?
Yes, miss.
But that's impossible. Oh, why didn't I think of it sooner? It's impossible, Hackett, because Archie was with me at the theater from 2:30 until 5. He couldn't have been at the jeweler's.
You must be mistaken, miss.
Oh, no, I'm not.
The necklace was returned.
Well, then someone else returned it. Someone else returned it and got the money for it.
But no one had access to it except Mr. Tremaine.
Oh, no one but Mr. Tremaine. And you.
Me?
You, Hackett. You had access to the necklace, and you knew my father had threatened Archie. You're the murderer.
Sit very quietly, Miss Fields. I don't want to shoot you unless I have to.
You killed him. You stole the pearls, and you framed my father. I'm going to call the police.
No, you don't. Tremaine tried that. Now he's dead. No, that won't do either. The door is locked. I locked it as you came in.
Get away from me. Get away!
I'm sorry, my dear. Now I'll just gag you so that you're not tempted to scream again. There we are. Now. Hello, Daisy. I have a little job for you. No, it's not as hard as the other one. Doesn't require as much talent. Is that laundry wagon still available? It is. If I have Pete drive it down here to Tremaine's place, I'll have a A bundle ready for him.
Pete.
Oh.
Bonjour, Monsieur Hackett. May we come in?
Why, the place is topsy-turvy, Mr. Poirot. I'm in the middle of packing.
Good. I may be of some help to you. You know, I have a very orderly mind. Come, Abigail. Hey. Oh, but, monsieur, this is not the middle of the packing. It is barely the beginning.
Yes, the other rooms are all done. I've left this one for the last.
And after this room is packed away...
The curtain will ring down on Archie Tremaine.
Oui. You phrase it so well. Of course, there is still the small matter of punishing the murderer.
Yes, I know. You know, I feel sorry for him.
For whom?
For Mr. Fields. He's not really a murderer. I mean, say he's not the criminal type. He was driven to do what he did.
Oh? You know, that is very interesting, Monsieur Hackett. Very interesting. I see that you are quite a student of criminology.
Well...
Oh, come, my friend. Do not be so modest. You have many accomplishments.
Have I?
But of course. For example, I would suggest that you have at one time been an actor.
What?
Oh, do not leap so, monsieur. Look, you frightened my secretary. She has dropped her glove.
Oh, yes, my glove.
Well, you startled me, Mr. Poirot. I didn't think that anybody would remember me. I gave up the theater some years ago.
Au contraire, monsieur. I do not remember you. I never saw you. But you still use the expressions of the theater. Did you not say, Monsieur Tremaine always wants top billing? You see? Tell me, what was your thought on the stage? Impersonations, n'est-ce pas?
I did some impersonations. Why?
No, I was merely wondering if your experience as an actor could have something to do with this case.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, by a strange coincidence, monsieur, this case involves a very clever impersonation.
Really? Oh, that's the back door.
You're expecting a delivery, eh?
No, it must be the laundry wagon. I'm sending out all the soiled stuff.
Wait, Monsieur Hackett. I will go with you.
You will... What?
I will go with you. I have a tremendous interest in this laundry.
Why, there's no need for you to go. The bundle is already at the back door.
Nevertheless, I should like to see it. You know, I have developed an overwhelming curiosity about the laundry ever since I picked up this glove from the floor.
Glove?
Oui. One solitary, unaccounted-for lady's glove. It was careless of you, Monsieur Hackett, to leave it lying about. You were much more methodical when you did away with Archie Tremaine.
What? You don't know what you're talking about.
I assure you, my friend, I know precisely what I'm talking about. You are a thief, Monsieur Hackett. You have been one since you gave up the acting 5 years ago. Ah, yes, monsieur. I looked it up. You have plied your trade by posing as a valet or butler and stealing from your employer when the opportunity presented itself. In this case, the opportunity came on the day you saw the necklace Monsieur Tremaine had bought for Miss Fields. You stole the necklace and went to the jeweler's impersonating Tremaine and received the cash for it.
Why, you're mad.
Unfortunately, Monsieur Tremaine found you out the very same day. He threatened to call the police. So you killed him. And then a delicious thought occurred to you, monsieur. The thought of implicating an innocent man. So you called the police to tell them of a murder. That was a mistake, monsieur. That was when I started to believe...
All right, Poirot. You're clever, but you talk too much. I guess Pete will have 2 more bundles to take with him. Okay, Pete.
Pick him up, Hackett.
But I thought... Where's Pete?
Don't worry. We've got him nice and safe in a patrol wagon. Right where you'll be in just a minute.
You see, monsieur? Your goose is boiled.
Be sure to listen next week when Agatha Christie, America's favorite mystery writer, brings you her favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, in the case of Death Points a Finger. Agatha Christie's Poirot is directed by Carl Eastman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Same Time, Same Station, the best of old-time radio. And I'm your host, Jerry Hendigas.
Whitehall, 1212. Quickly, please.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases. These accurate records are drawn from the Scotland Yard file by special permission of Commissioner Sir Harold Scott. They're true in every respect, except for the names of the participants, which, for obvious reasons, have been changed. The research has been done by Mr. Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express, and the stories for radio are written and directed by Mr. Willis Cooper. Here are the principal participants in case number 201 MR340. Sidney Patterson, builder.
Mr. Patterson is absent, sir.
Detective Inspector Edmund Whittaker of Scotland Yard.
It was quite obvious why Mr. Patterson was absent. There are other participants in our case number 201 MR340, but not of the same importance as Mr. Patterson. We shall run across them as we go on. We shall run across a great many interesting things as we reenact case 201 MR340. And I should like to warn you, if you have the slightest trace of murder in your heart, that a murdered person's teeth are almost impossible to destroy, and that nothing is ever lost. It will certainly be found sometime, somewhere, by someone. Now, will you come with me? This is Scotland Yard's Black Museum.
Yes?
It's Inspector Whittaker, sir, with a friend.
Oh, do come in, Whittaker.
Thank you, sir. Come along. This is Chief Superintendent John Davidson, the curator of the Black Museum.
Well, how do you do? I'm afraid this place is a little like a chamber of horrors, although our exhibits taken by themselves are not so startling. But they are souvenirs of the lawbreaker's art, particularly of the unlovely art of murder. Now, this human bone here brought one man to the hangman's expert hands. And these dried bloodstains on this cloth are from a once-loving husband stripped. And this revolver... Oh, but you wanted to see the exhibits in our case 201 MR340, didn't you, Whittaker?
Yes, if you please, sir.
Well, these are the only ones we had. Man's tooth, and this badly charred top of an ordinary office stool.
That's all we have here of case 201 MR340. The rest is elsewhere. Detective Sergeant Alexander McMurphy and I, we were the murder squad next on call, were sitting peacefully chatting in my office at Scotland Yard that evening of the 16th May, waiting for our relief, who were due in less than half an hour.
Oh, you're early, Anson.
No such luck, Mac.
Oh, hello, Boots.
What's up, Boots?
Investigation, sir.
Why couldn't they wait another half hour?
Sorry, sir. It just came in.
We don't live right.
Camden Town, sir. There's a fire.
What?
They want someone from the yard.
What are we, a bleeding auxiliary fire brigade, do they think?
They seem to have come across someone sitting in the middle of it, sir.
What? Sitting in it?
Grilled to a turn. Here's the address, sir. Your car's waiting.
We hastened at once, of course, to the Camden Town location, about 20 miles away. The fire was a smaller one. It had partially destroyed an old shed which had been used as an office by a local builder, Mr. Sidney Patterson. It was only a smouldering ruin when we arrived and identified ourselves to the magnificently moustached section leader in charge. We followed him into the soggy ruins of the shed.
Right here, gentlemen. We wetted him down with the fire hoses as soon as we saw him, but it was much too late.
Hot fire?
Oh, ruddy inferno. He had paints and oil stored in here. Not my idea of a way to commit suicide.
Suicide?
Note on the table there. What was a table? Pinned to the top with a drawing pin. See?
Yes. Hold up your torch here a sec, will you, section leader?
Yes.
Goodbye, all. No work, no money. Sidney R. Patterson.
That was the poor sod's name. See the sign?
I'll telephone the laboratory to pick up the remains, shall I, sir?
Best use the two-way wireless on the car, I think.
All right, sir.
What's he leaning against? Looks like a stool or something.
That's what it is, sir. A office stool. See these buckets all round him? He must have surrounded himself with buckets of paint and whatnot. And flipped a match into one of them.
You ever hear of a chap committing suicide by setting himself on fire before?
No, I wouldn't want to. It'd hurt awful.
Well, don't touch him.
Well, I was only trying to pull him away from the stool here. Part of him ain't burned, see? Where he's stuck to it.
Don't. The laboratory chap.
Oh, blimey. Setting himself on fire didn't hurt him.
What do you mean?
He shot himself first. Did you see the bullet hole in his back where it ain't burned? When it was against the stool?
In his back? Oh, was the man a contortionist?
No, sir. He was a builder, sir.
At the Yard's pathological laboratories, the relatively small, unburned portion of the body was carefully examined, and it was established that the bullet wound was the probable cause of death. The bullet, which was recovered, proved to be a .38 caliber revolver bullet, which had been fired into the body from the back, entering just below the left shoulder blade and ranging downward, presumably through the heart. Experiments by all of us demonstrated to our satisfaction that such a wound could not possibly be self-inflicted. The improbable suicide was definitely murder. I sent 2 detective constables to search the ruins of the shed. It had been roped off at our request by the Camden Town Fire Brigade. You'll be looking primarily for a revolver, I told them, but fetch back anything you find that appears useful to us. Whilst they were shifting the ashes, Sergeant McMurphy sifted the affairs of Mr. Sidney Patterson. He reported to me what he had found.
From the little I've been able to gather, Patterson wasn't much of a success as a builder, sir. He seems to have been a genius for getting into difficulty.
What sort of difficulty?
Money.
How strikingly unusual.
Huh? Oh, he had one time been a ship's carpenter on one of the P&O liners, but was discharged when he was unable to account for tools to the value of £8 11 shillings. It was strongly suspected that he sold them, but the charges couldn't be proved. He served in the Royal Marine Light Infantry as a lance corporal. His record is, shall I say, dubious.
How dubious?
He was accused of a number of times by his shipmates of cheating, specifically at the game of Crown and Anchor. He was extremely unpopular in the Royal Marines, it seems, and was finally discharged. I shall have a more detailed report from his former commanding officer tomorrow.
Hadn't he any friends at all?
I've been able to discover only one with whom he could be said to be reasonably friendly, a man named Duncan Fraser, a rent collector in the city with whom he frequently played billiards.
I hope he didn't make the mistake of trying to cheat a Scotsman.
I'm not so sure, sir.
Eh?
Duncan Fraser has been missing since the night of the fire.
The hue and cry was immediately set up throughout all Britain for the missing Duncan Fraser. It's extremely difficult for a British subject to leave our tight little island without record. But the search was no avail whatever. It apparently dropped off the earth. The constables applied to the ash sifting at the scene of the fire found only one thing of note: the twisted remains of an ornate red and black fountain pen, which was identified by his wife as Sidney Patterson's property. Careful examination showed that it was the pen with which the farewell note had been written, and comparisons with other known samples of Patterson's handwriting demonstrated that it had been actually written by Patterson himself. Sergeant McMurphy and I were extremely glum as we discussed our progress in my office late one night.
Progress, indeed. We've been progressing backwards, sir.
Yeah, if we could find the revolver, it'd be quite simple to trace its owner.
If the owner is Duncan Fraser, we'll still have to trace him.
No luck yet?
None at all, at all. You know, sir, one thing puzzles me.
A great many things puzzle me, Mac.
If this missing rent collector did murder Patterson, why did he first deposit half the money he'd collected in the bank, I mean? If he was going to kill someone and scram, Why didn't he keep it all? He'd need it.
How did he get Patterson to write his own suicide note?
Had a gun on him, maybe.
Well, the handwriting, Wallace, insists there's no indication of stress, strain, or emotional upset or whatever. In the handwriting. It's normal, they say. I wonder...
What?
I'm thinking. I have a filthy little hunch, Mac.
What?
What if Fraser's dead?
Maybe he is. We can't find him.
The teeth of that deader weren't destroyed.
Patterson's?
I'm wondering if it was Patterson's. Or Duncan, Mac.
Patterson was a known crook.
Could he have been playing games with us? Show me that telephone, old boy. Good evening, Mrs. Patterson. Detective Inspector Whitaker, Scotland Yard here. I wonder, Mrs. Patterson, if you could tell us the name of your late husband's dentist? Thank you very much indeed. No, Mrs. Patterson, I'm afraid we've nothing to report yet. Get this tooth merchant in here first thing in the morning, will you, Mac? We'll meet him in the laboratory and let him look at our client's fang.
Well?
Well, what, Doctor?
I never saw these teeth in my life.
What? Oh.
I can assure you they are not Sidney Patterson.
You can swear to that, Doctor?
Well, I hope you're not impugning my professional judgment, sir.
Oh, not at all, Doctor. It's a matter of correct legal procedure.
I have ample records in my office which you may consult. Charts, impressions. Sidney Patterson had lost 3 teeth a long time ago. I extracted the left upper canine and the adjacent incisor myself more than a year ago. You'll observe that both are intact in this jaw, sir.
Then you're prepared to swear that these teeth are not Sidney Patterson's, sir?
I most assuredly am.
And that this is not Sidney Patterson's body?
Since the jaw containing the teeth is attached to the remainder of the body, I'm prepared so to swear, sir. It's often impossible to grow a new head on a body. My fee will be 1 guinea.
I will indent for it at once, Doctor.
Good day, sir. Now, what did I do with my hand? Oh, yeah, good day.
Good day, Doctor. I am sincerely glad that teeth are not inflammable, Mac.
If more people knew that, there'd be fewer left to be called for corpses around here, sir.
Right. Now, have you found Duncan Fraser's dentist yet?
I at once caused a thorough investigation to be made throughout London and the vicinity of Perth in Scotland, where Fraser came from, to discover a dentist who had been employed professionally by him. The search was most thorough, although the combined efforts of Scotland Yard and the provincial police were not sufficient to find the person. In the meantime, we were able to lay our hands on some 13 or 15 persons who had known either Patterson or Fraser. Each individually viewed the grisly remains in the Scotland Yard mortuary, and the result?
Ivor Young, Esquire, former employer of Duncan Fraser.
Oh, it's hard to say, but I believe this to be the body of Fraser.
Michael Fish, a former neighbor of Fraser.
No, that ain't him. I knowed him well.
Edgar Stone, brother-in-law of Patterson.
I'm quite sure this is Sidney Patterson's body. And besides, that's the fountain pen I gave him.
Artificer Sergeant Rodney Smith, Royal Marine Light Infantry, a former service acquaintance of Patterson's.
No, that ain't him at all. Oh, I wish it was. Bleeding stinker he was. No, but this ain't him.
Police Constable Mark Emerson, a former billiards companion of Fraser.
Duncan, all right. He looks awful, but then he always did.
Hamish Fraser, uncle of Duncan.
Oh, no. No, that isn't my nephew, Duncan.
Samuel Furness, laborer, sometime employee of Sidney Patterson.
I know it's him. Well, didn't I work for him?
Confusion. Confusion confounded. 6 said it was Furness, 7 insisted it was Fraser. Patterson's widow herself was not sure, and she and her brother, Edgar Stone, Patterson's brother-in-law, had high words. McMurphy and I nipped round to the Goat and Compasses to refresh and sustain ourselves. I was finishing my gin and bitters, and Mac was deep into his second pint of mild and bitter, when the proprietor, one Dick Gillespie, came out of the saloon bar and accosted us.
Oh, I say, Inspector Whittaker, I didn't know you were in here.
Yeah, hello, Dick.
There was a telephone call for you.
Oh, who was it?
Sergeant Kenneth at the yard.
What do you want?
Well, he said they'd found the dentist. What's the matter, Inspector? Your teeth hurt you?
It was a dentist from Perth. The Scottish police had found him. We brought him at once to Scotland Yard, where he immediately identified the charred remains as those of Duncan Fraser. One of his molars was curiously malformed. It corresponded exactly with the one shown in the clinical photograph of Fraser's mouth the doctor had made a year ago. There was no mistaking it, he said. We returned to my office to marshal the facts that we had accumulated. The labourer, Samuel Furnace, who had been so certain of his identification of the body as that of Patterson, was waiting. Mac and I listened.
I knew that was Mr. Patterson what burned up to a skeleton, sir.
Why are you so sure, Furnace?
Because I was the last man to see him alive, sir.
When?
Well, in the afternoon of the day he was burned up, sir.
Go on.
Well, it was like this here, you see, sir.
Go on.
Well, I come into his office, sir. You know, the shed, what was all burned up. I was after the 7 and 6 he'd owed me for 2 months. Oh, he was always putting me off, sir, but...
Why?
Well, he always seemed to be stony, sir. Never seemed to have a shilling. Ah, he was always putting me off.
Go on.
Did you get your money?
Oh, that I did, sir. Before you could say knife, he had out his purse and he pulled out a great wad of notes. Then he counted me out me 7 and 6. And then he handed me half a crown. And he says, here, buy yourself half a pint, Sammy. Cool, I was fair took aback at old Sydney giving anybody anything for nothing.
He seemed to have plenty of money, did he?
Well, his wallet was fair stuffed. You know, it's the first time I ever known him to have more than threepence in my life.
Oh?
Well, I was so took back, I tried to get up and I fell right on my apple and plum, yes. I kicked my foot against a couple of bags of cement he had under his desk and I fell right down.
Did you see the bags of cement?
Well, they was under the desk, sir.
Did you see them?
Well, well, no, sir, I didn't, but I know I kicked
them.
Patterson had plenty of money in his wallet for the first time.
We found that there was absolutely no identification in the ruins of the burned shed that any cement had ever been stored there.
We'll find him.
I said that nothing is ever lost. No thing, no person. I will admit, however, that it is sometimes extremely difficult to find a missing thing or a missing person, especially when the objects of the search have few distinguishing characteristics. Sidney Patterson was such a man.
Description of Sidney Patterson, broadcast by Scotland Yard.
Age, 43. Height, 5 feet, 9 inches. Weight, 11 stone 4. Medium brown hair and straggling moustache, same color, which he may have shaved off. Eyes, blue. When last seen, was dressed in grey tweed, single-breasted suit. White shirt, dark red tie, black, low-cut shoes.
How many men answering that description do you see in a day? We had reports from every corner of the United Kingdom. 2 slightly adult gentlemen, neither of whom resembled Patterson in the slightest, marched, one at Torquay and one at Llanfair in Wales, into police stations, announcing themselves as the wanted man. Each was promptly committed. Lodging house keepers by the 100 were interviewed. The manhunt dragged on for 8 days before we had our first glimmer of success. Let McMurphy tell it. He was there.
There was a lodging house in Regent's Park, a very obscure one which smelt of Brussels sprouts. The proprietress was in the hospital having another baby, and her husband, a very harassed man, was in charge. Yes, he said, they'd had a lodger who seemed to answer to the broadcast description. Had, I said.
Well, he ain't here anymore, I mean.
What became of him?
Well, he opted. The very day that the piper come out with the description.
Where?
I don't know. He just sent us his telegram.
Brother ill. Must leave. We'll get in touch later. Rogers. Rogers, eh? That the name he gave?
Right here it is in the register book. Here. Sidney Rogers, see?
Sidney, eh? That his own writing?
Yes.
I'd like to have that page, if you please. Oh, I'll return it. You're sure it's his handwriting?
Oh, I seen him. I seen him write it.
May I have the page?
Well, my old lady likes to keep things neat and tidy.
Well, I'll return it as soon as we've checked it against a sample of his handwriting. Now, when did he come here?
16th of May. It says right here.
And when did he leave?
Well, the day his description first come up in the paper.
He leave his luggage?
Oh, he hadn't any luggage. He was here all the time without even changing his shirt. That room of his, fair piggish.
Must be.
Well, we're rid of him, and he's paid up till the end of the week. Anyway, so we don't lose nothing. You suppose it was him?
It'll be in the papers.
Comparisons of samples of Patterson's handwriting with the signature of Sidney Rogers showed them to be identical. Peterson's full name was Sidney Roger Patterson. The telegram had been sent from Southend. We turned our attention to that muddy little place. He was not to be found, although our search was scrupulous and thorough. We put a postal stamp on all letters addressed to his former home, expecting that sooner or later he'd attempt to write to his wife. Thus, all letters addressed to that house would be held out and delivered to us first. We would open and read them, reseal, and allow them to be delivered to the addressee without the wife's knowledge that we had read them. No letters appeared. We waited. Time was on our side, and the searchers at Southend plodded along, making no apparent progress. And then, after a week had passed, the post office people sent us a letter. It was addressed to his brother-in-law, Edgar Stone, who had a room there.
Letter addressed to Edgar Stone.
Dear Edgar, just a line to you in the hope that I shall be able to see a friend before I end it all. Will you come to see me at Southend Sunday, please? Take the 10:35 train. It arrives at Southend at 12:08. Come out of the station, walk straight across the road and down Whitegate Road on the left side. I shall see you coming. If you come, please bring me a 15.5-inch shirt and a comb. Best of luck. Mine is gone. F. Farmer.
Well.
So.
I withdrew the detectives from the area mentioned in the letter, which was resealed and delivered to Edgar Stone. I didn't want to alarm Mr. Farmer Patterson. Next day, Edgar Stone came to see me. He sat down nervously. What can I do for you, Stone? I asked.
I have received a letter, Inspector.
Yes?
It's from...
Are you going to Southend on Sunday, Mr. Stone? Stone had a strong sense of justice, strengthened perhaps by the shabby way Patterson had treated his sister for so many years. He agreed at once to assist us. We sat in my office and planned it, Mac and Stone and I. You're taking the shirt, of course, Stone, I said.
Yes, sir.
What a man who's going to end it all once with a shirt is beyond me.
Probably needs it.
Afraid he'll be recognized if he goes out to buy one, I expect. He's got plenty of money, we know that.
If the banks had been opened that afternoon, he'd have any. He wouldn't have any.
What?
Well, Fraser would have deposited his afternoon's collection, same as he did his morning.
Well, the banks had been opened. Fraser'd still be alive.
Sydney'd be up to some other mystery.
Yes. Well, let's get organized, shall we? First, we'll need a good man on this Whitegate Road to see Patterson doesn't get frightened and do a bunk. You'd better do that, Mac.
Well,
I'm afraid he'll spot you for a cop.
Sky? I've seen too many cinemas, I'm afraid.
I don't like false beards.
Wait. You play the fiddle, don't you, Mac?
What?
You could be a street fiddler, couldn't you?
Well, I could.
That's what you'll be. Complete with tin cup and pathetic look. Very touching and very unsuspicious. And I'll have half of what you take in.
How am I going to stop a man with a fiddle?
Oh, simple enough, old boy. Just play God Save the King. You stand at attention till I get there. We planned it as carefully as we could. This was to be the definitive last act. Stone and I took the same train to Southend, but when he got off with me, I stayed inside the station. Far down the street, I could see Sergeant McMurphy in an ancient green suit of clothes, sawing industriously away on his fiddle. There were a few pedestrians on the street. Church services were just over. There's Whitehead Road, I said to Stone. Come back at once. The up train's due in a few minutes. Good luck.
I wish I didn't have to do this, Inspector, but...
Just remember what he's done, Stone.
It's the only reason I'm doing it, sir.
Good luck.
Sidney was my friend once.
He turned and crossed the road, walked slowly down Whitehead Road. I watched him from the station window. As he approached McMurphy, he paused a second. I chuckled as McMurphy held out his tin cup and Stone dropped a coin into it. Far away, I could hear his fiddle. I went to the door of the station and stepped outside as he turned the far corner. There is such a thing as trusting a man, but... I waited. The distant street fiddler shambled round the corner which Stone had turned. I fidgeted. A couple passed on the way home from the church. I waited. A small boy ran past with a hockey stick. I waited. And at last I saw McMurphy in his green suit come slowly round the corner toward me. In a moment, Stone reappeared. He glanced at Mac as he passed, and I thought I saw him nod. I started toward him, sauntering quite casually. We passed without recognition. Mac had halted again and was playing. I stopped alongside him. How much have you made, Mac? I asked.
4 shillings.
Good. What happened? Oh, it's all right. Anybody who sees us will think I'm asking you how you fell to this low estate.
First house round the corner. There was a cardboard sign in the window. Sydney was printed on it. Door opened. He went in. That's all I saw.
Good. I'll nip round to the back. You walk on around in front and play. We'll see what happens.
I can't play God Save the King.
It was easy to nip over the fence and slip around to the rear of the second house, which was marked J. Huntington. I tried the rear door. It was unlocked. I opened it cautiously and stepped inside. It was empty, apparently. I stepped down the narrow hall.
Is that you, Mr. Huntington?
I walked toward the voice.
Mr. Huntington, is that you?
I walked to the door on the left.
Mr. Huntington.
He stood there in the frosty little room, a pathetic figure with his neatly combed hair, holding a clean white shirt in his hand, an embarrassed little smile on his face.
Oh, I thought you were Mr. Huntington.
I'm Inspector Whittaker of Scotland Yard, Mr. Patterson.
Oh, yes. I knew you'd find me eventually. I just wanted to put on a clean shirt before
I detain you on suspicion of being involved in the murder of Duncan Fraser.
Poor Duncan.
And I warn you that anything you may say will be taken down in writing and used against you.
There we are. I've only one thing to say, sir. I did murder Duncan. This is the revolver I shot him with.
Give it here.
The one you couldn't find, sir.
Give it here.
It wasn't lost, sir.
Give it here.
Oh, no, sir.
Patterson! No, Sidney. Nothing is ever lost. Except lies, I'm afraid.
You have just heard the story of case number 201 MR340 from the official files of Scotland Yard. All of the facts related are true, with the single exception of the names of the participants, which, for obvious reasons, have been changed. The research prepared by Mr. Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express, and the story for radio was written and directed by Mr. Willis Cooper. Next, listen for Tales of the Texas Rangers on NBC.
Mask.
Agatha Christie's Poirot. From the thrill-packed pages of Agatha Christie's unforgettable stories of corpses, clues, and crime, Mutual now brings you, complete with bowler hat and magnificent mustache, your favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, in Murder Wears a Mask.
Yes?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Poirot.
Won't you come in? Your name, please?
Richard Fields.
Mr. Poirot's busy at the moment. Please sit down. I'll tell him you're here.
Thank you.
There's some magazines on the table at your left. Mr. Poirot, it's a Mr. Fields.
Eh? Well, he can wait. He's a very patient man. He only rang the bell once. Here, Abigail, I want you to taste this sauce now.
It's good.
Good? Oh, ma foi, Abigail, it is superb. There are only 3 people in the world who know how to prepare this sauce. And you are about to become the 4th. Now, you take 2 tablespoons...
Chief, there's someone waiting.
Ah, oui, this Monsieur Fields, eh? Eh bien, I suppose we must see him. Come.
Mr. Fields, this is Mr. Poirot.
Oh, how do you do?
Bonjour, monsieur. Well, it must be an important matter which calls you away from your business at the moment when it is most active.
Well, as a matter of fact, I don't recall mentioning my business.
But it was not necessary, monsieur. The Journal of Wall Street in your pocket tells me you are a stockbroker. Since it is only now 3 o'clock, it is obvious you left your office shortly before the closing of the exchange.
Oh.
Now, you would not do this for a minor matter.
Oh, you're right. I've come to you on a matter that affects me very deeply. It concerns my daughter's welfare.
Uh-huh.
You see, Mr. Poirot, she's quite young, not quite 18. And at that, she's rather immature for her age.
Yes, monsieur, but let us come to the point, please. I have a sauce cooking, important business waiting for me.
Well...
Now, what is the young lady's difficulty?
She met this ham actor when he went up to her school to address the Dramatic Society. He's still quite distinguished-looking in a dissolute sort of way, and she promptly became infatuated with him. It's partly his reputation, I guess. He's been a matinee idol for 20 years.
Well, that seems very normal behavior for a young girl of her age.
Yes, but the horrible part of it is that he became equally interested in her. Why, the man's old enough to be her father. Oh, you must have heard of him. His name...
Wait, monsieur, please. I should prefer to hear all the facts before you mention any names. I never like to engage in idle gossip.
This is no gossip, I assure you. I was up at this man's apartment only an hour ago. He was showing my daughter a necklace he had bought her as a wedding present.
Alors, monsieur, he woos her with diamonds. It is not illegal.
In this case, Mr. Poirot, it's immoral. She's too young to see through him.
Uh-huh. But why do you come to me?
I want you to help me break up this affair.
Oh, monsieur,
the man has led a sordid life. You're an investigator. If you dug around, you could produce proof of some of the things he's done. Proof that even Laura would have to believe.
I'm sorry, monsieur. You've come to the wrong person. My talents, such as they are not available for such enterprises. Good day, sir.
I can afford to pay you well.
Monsieur, no one in the world is rich enough to buy Hercule Poirot. Now, you will excuse me, please. I have important work in the kitchen.
All right. I can't force you to do it, but I want you to know that you're leaving me no alternative.
Eh? What do you intend to do?
Something very simple, Mr. Poirot, and at the same time, very conclusive. Good day.
Come in. Oh, Hackett, you got here fast.
I was worried, Mr. Tremaine. This is the first time you've ever called me back on my day off.
I suppose that's a pretty reckless thing to do to a valet these days.
No, sir, just startling. Is anything wrong?
I'm afraid so. You ever seen this before?
Why, yes, sir. It's the jewel case you had out this morning. I gathered it contained a pearl necklace which you bought for Miss Fields.
Yes. $10,000 necklace. A wedding present.
Yes, sir.
Open the box, Hackett.
They're very lovely, sir.
Are they?
Oh, yes, sir. Very lovely.
Hackett, you're a liar.
I beg your pardon?
You're a liar. You know perfectly well these are not real pearls.
Mr. Tremaine, surely you're jesting.
You've made a mistake, Hackett. You thought I was a complete fool, didn't you? You waited till Laura and I left for the theater at 2 o'clock and then substituted these cheap, cultivated pearls for the real ones, hoping I'd never find out until it was too late.
I couldn't do that, sir. The pearls were in the safe, and I don't know the combination.
Who put them in the safe?
I did. You asked me to.
But I didn't ask you to leave the safe open, did I? I remember now that I didn't hear you twirl the knob. What did you do with those pearls?
I never touched them.
Very well. Give you your chance. I'm turning you over to the police.
Don't touch that phone, Tremaine.
Oh, you cheap, bungling thief posing as a valet. I should have realized what a bad performance it was. Well, I'm sure your experience will come in handy in prison.
Drop that phone, Tremaine.
Get your hands off me.
All right, Tremaine, you asked for it.
What are you? Put down that knife. Put down that... No!
Exit. Mr. Tremaine. Hello, Mr. Fields.
Yes.
This is Archie Tremaine.
Tremaine, where's Laura?
Right here at my place.
You filthy swine. I told you this afternoon I wouldn't have her seeing you.
Well, I don't see how you can stop her. We're getting married tonight.
Married?
Yes. We'd like to have your blessing. Why don't you come down?
I wouldn't come down. Yes. Yes, maybe I will. Sure. I'll give you my blessing, Tremaine. Wait for me. I'll be down in 20 minutes.
Don't worry. I'll be here. And so will the police.
Inspector Stevens, I tell you, the next time we have dinner together, it will be in a place without a telephone. Then I will be certain at least we can finish our dessert without interruption.
All right, here we are. This is the place. You could have stayed and finished your dessert, Poirot. I didn't take you by force.
It is the same thing. Why, you very slyly tell me you have received an anonymous call reporting a murder. Alors, you know I cannot resist such a situation. He has excellent taste, this Monsieur Archie Tremaine. Me, I like very much these brownstone houses.
Nobody home. Place is dark. We're probably on a wild goose chase.
But the door, it is open. Oh. And the light switch, I presume, is here. So, and now?
Oh, we better start looking around just to make sure. Now, let's try the library first. It should be...
There's no doubt down this hall here. All these brownstones, you know, they are very much the same. Inspector, flash your light around, please, eh?
All right.
Here's the switch.
Tremaine. Yeah, he's dead, all right. Stabbed through the heart.
Stabbed once, Inspector, with that letter opener.
He must have dropped on the spot. There's no other blood around, just that one big pool he's lying in.
And these bloody footprints all over the floor.
They must be the murderers, Poirot. He stood over the body to make sure Tremaine was dead and didn't notice that the blood was oozing around his shoes. Then he went over to the desk here, maybe to make a call, then into the bathroom to wash his hands. He came out, headed for the door,
And, what, Inspector?
Well, footprints stopped suddenly. I don't get this.
Inspector, have you observed this newspaper? Half the front page is torn off.
You think the murderer dried his shoes with it?
No, Inspector. I believe this is what happened. He did all the things you have described. Then, when he reached this point where the footsteps stopped, he realized that his shoes were bloody. Well, he could not go out wearing such shoes, and he could not carry them in his hands. Now, he looked down, and voila! He sees another pair of shoes. Fine, clean shoes, free of any blood.
Where?
On the feet of the dead man.
You mean these shoes belong to the murderer?
But obviously. They are covered with blood, and the laces are open because the shoes are a trifle too small. Now the murderer put on the dead man's shoes. He finds they are too large. So he tears a part of the newspaper and stuffs it into the shoes in order that he may walk with more comfort.
By Jove, Poirot, I believe you're right.
Now all you have to do is to find the owner of these shoes.
We'll try it through checking the manufacturer's code number.
Wait, perhaps I can make the task easier, Inspector. I think you will find that the owner of these shoes is a stockbroker named George Fields.
Now, look, Poirot, this is too much. You've been working your little gray cells overtime. How can you...
No. I will explain, mon ami. I will explain. You will notice that the heel of the right shoe is worn down considerably more than the left. Earlier today, this Monsieur Fields, who limps rather badly, came to see me. He uttered dire threats against someone who fitted the description of poor Monsieur Tremaine here. So you see, Inspector, I employ the sharp eyes and the ears rather than the little gray cells. And they tell me that you had better question this Monsieur Fields at once.
Well, Poirot, you were right. We've got Fields here at headquarters under lock and key. He's our man, all right. He was trying to burn Tremaine's shoes when we called on him.
You are sure he is the guilty man, eh?
Of course. He tried to tell us some cock and bull story about getting a call from Tremaine and finding him dead when he got there. Says he got his shoes all bloody before he saw the body, and then he became panicky and changed them. Just as I thought. But he's the killer, all right. You said yourself he threatened Tremaine. It's an open and shut case.
Myself, I always mistrust the open and shut cases. Tell me, what of the anonymous telephone call you received?
The way I figure it, Poirot, Fields called us himself, and then he thought maybe he could beat the rap, so he wiped off all his fingerprints, changed shoes with the dead man, and ducked.
Oh, a very intelligent reconstruction, Inspector. Very intelligent. Alors, I must return to my office now. If anything new develops...
I'll let you know.
Good. Bonjour, Inspector.
Mr. Poirot.
Oh, Mademoiselle Fields.
Mr. Poirot, may I please talk to you for just a moment?
Oh, but of course. I know how distressed you must be. Well, here is a bench in the corridor. I don't think we will be disturbed here.
Thank you.
Mademoiselle, let me assure you of my great sympathy if there is anything I can do.
There is, Mr. Poirot. You can prove my father is innocent.
Oh, that would be extremely difficult, Mademoiselle. All the evidence seems to point to his guilt.
Well, I don't care about the evidence. He didn't do it. He couldn't.
He was in my office, Miss Fields, and he threatened to take desperate measures.
He lost his head, but he didn't mean what he said.
And he was there in Monsieur Tremaine's apartment about the time of the murder. He admits this.
Well, of course he admits it. He has nothing to hide.
But at first, Mademoiselle, he did deny it. And the exchange of shoes, the removal of the fingerprints. Oh, no, these do not seem to be the acts of an innocent man.
Mr. Poirot, he was trapped. Someone lured him down there and planted the evidence to convict him.
That is what he tells us, and I will not say it is impossible, you know, but there must be proof.
Don't worry, I'll find it somehow. George will help me.
George? Oh, that is Monsieur Hackett, eh?
Yes, Archie's valet. He knew a lot about Archie. He's downstairs now talking to the detectives. I'll go and get... Oh, here he comes. George!
I beg you... Oh, Miss Fields. How are you?
George, this is Mr. Poirot, the great detective.
Well, how do you do, sir? I've heard of you, of course.
Enchanté, monsieur. I have heard fine things about you, too.
Oh, thank you.
George, you've got to help me find the murderer.
Well, Miss Fields...
Go on, say it. You think my father's guilty.
No, I won't say that, but I don't see how I can help you.
Well, did Mr. Tremaine have any enemies? Anyone who hated him?
Enemies? I don't think so. Of course, there were many people who disliked him.
Why, monsieur?
Well, frankly, sir, he was rather an egomaniac. He couldn't stand being in the background for a minute. It was always top billing for Archie Tremaine. But as I told the police, I can't think of anyone who'd want to kill him.
Well, maybe some woman who was jealous about the necklace.
The necklace?
Yes, the pearl necklace he was going to give me. You were there, George, when he showed it to me that afternoon.
Oh, yes, miss. I heard some conversation about it. Of course, I didn't see it.
Mr. Poirot, the police found the necklace, didn't they? Matched pearls with a small diamond clasp.
No, mademoiselle, I do not believe so. I myself saw everything that was found in the house, but this is the first I have heard of a necklace.
Oh.
Monsieur, I hope you will not be offended if I ask about your movements on the day of the murder.
That was the first thing the police asked me, Mr. Poirot. It was my day off. I left Mr. Tremaine's apartment shortly after he did and spent the rest of the day and the whole evening with my parents.
Oh?
I do that every week on my day off.
I see. Your parents, they live here in this city, huh?
Yes, of course. They share a flat with me.
Eh bien, I was merely curious, you know. Mademoiselle, I do not know where this matter of the necklace may lead us, but it keeps one furiously to think. What say you, Monsieur Hackett?
I think Miss Fields has brought up something important. Something very, very important. Now listen, you two. You live with me, do you understand? The date was April 5th, Thursday, and I was here all evening.
Were you, George? That's interesting.
I don't like your tone, Daisy.
And I don't like getting the short end of the deal all the time.
What? What is this, Peter? Hold up?
No, Hackett, I wouldn't say that, but we do all the dirty work as a rule, and you get most of the dough.
Well, this time I've done all the dirty work. And you just have to be smart. That little chubby Frenchman or Belgian or whatever he is doesn't look like much, but don't let his accent and that phony-looking mustache fool you. It's going to take great acting to make him believe that you are my parents.
And it's going to take a great deal more money to make us try it. We don't want to
All right. I'll double your share on this job, but watch yourself. That may be him now. I'll wait in the next room. Just in case.
No rough stuff, Hackett. Now, we'll handle it with kid gloves.
Yes?
Bonjour, madame. My name is Poirot, Hercule Poirot. May I have a few words with you?
Well, yes, come in.
What is it, Mama?
A gentleman, Pa. Man named Peril.
Yes, and my secretary, Miss Thatcher.
How do you do?
Howdy. Excuse my shoes being off. We wasn't expecting any callers.
Oh, no. Do not be deranged, monsieur. We will be here only a few moments.
Will you have some cherry cordial, sir? I made it myself.
Oh, madame, you are too kind. No. I wish only to ask a few questions about your son.
George, what about him?
Well, you know, I presume that his late employer was found murdered.
Oh, yes, poor Mr. Tremaine. A kinder man there never was. Every Thursday, George would come around and talk about nothing but his wonderful Mr. Tremaine.
Every Thursday, madame?
Yes, sir. His day off.
Tell me, on April 5th, the day of the murder, he was here that day, too, huh?
Well, what do you mean, Mr. Perot? Of course he was here.
All day?
Oh, from, about 2:30 on. He was teaching us to play gin rummy. Do you play gin rummy, miss?
No, I'm not very good at cards, and I don't drink.
Tell me, madame, where is your son now?
I believe he's over at Mr. Tremaine's place, straightening things up, you know.
I see. Eh bien, you've both been very kind.
Oh, must you go so soon?
Well, I said it would only be a moment. Come, Abigail.
Well, I'm sorry George wasn't home. We'll tell him you were here.
Merci bien, madame.
Lovely old couple, aren't they? I don't see how their son could do anything wrong.
I do not see how he can be their son.
What?
Did you not observe, Abby, that the kindly old gentleman and his wife, they both have fair hair and blue eyes?
Yes.
But Monsieur Hackett, his eyes are dark brown. It is impossible, Abigail, for two blonde, blue-eyed parents to have anything but blue-eyed children.
May I help you, sir?
Oh, yes, if you don't mind. I am interested in a necklace which you recently sold to a Mr. Archie Tremaine.
Really? May I ask what your interest is?
Oh, my name is Hercule Poirot. I would like
Hercule Poirot, the brilliant Belgian detective.
Oh, monsieur, I am flattered. Most people take me for French.
We've heard of you, the diamond people in Antwerp. They speak your name with reverence.
Well, thank you. Now, about this necklace.
Oh, yes.
You did sell a necklace to Monsieur Tremaine, eh?
Yes, a very fine pearl necklace. See, it was delivered to him on April 3rd.
2 days before he was murdered. Yeah, this puts a new light on everything.
How so, Chief?
Well, the motive, Abbe. If the motive was robbery, Monsieur Fields is clear. He himself is very wealthy. He would not kill for jewels.
But it's gone, Chief. Who took it?
I do not know, Abbe. But when we find the person who has the necklace, we will have the murderer.
In that case, Mr. Poirot, you'll have to arrest me.
Eh?
You?
I have the necklace right here. Mr. Tremaine returned it on, let me see, on April 5th, last Thursday.
Monsieur Tremaine himself returned it?
Yes, Mr. Poirot. He'd bought it on the understanding that he could return it within 10 days. He walked in here last Thursday, said he'd changed his mind about the lady and the necklace.
And you refunded his money?
Yes. As a matter of fact, we gave him the cash. It was just after 3, and the banks were closed. He said he was leaving town that night.
Well, there you are, Chief. That brings Mr. Fields right back into the picture.
Monsieur, you are quite certain that it was Archie Tremaine who was here?
Positive. Well, his picture was in the papers every other week. I imagine everybody knew what Archie Tremaine looked like. The silver hair, the monocle.
No, then it must be so. Come, Abigail. There is still one small matter about which I must satisfy myself.
Where are we going, Chief?
To the library, Abby, to do some research.
The library? What do you expect to find there?
The biography of a murderer.
Why, Miss Fields, this is a surprise.
Hackett, I had to come here to Mr. Tremaine's house. I had to come and see for myself. Is there anything...
I'm terribly sorry, miss. I've gone through all of Mr. Tremaine's belongings, and there's not the slightest clue, not the slightest suggestion that anyone else could have killed him.
Oh, it's horrible. Horrible. They've indicted him, Hackett. They're going to try my father for murder.
Yes, I know.
They were about to let him go because of that missing necklace.
And then they found out that it had been returned.
I can't understand it. I can't believe that Archie returned it. We were going to be married. It was all agreed.
Well, miss, your father was so set against it that perhaps...
Oh, no, that would have made Archie more stubborn. If I could... Wait. I just thought of something. What time was that necklace returned?
A little after 3, according to the jeweler. At least that's what the papers say.
A little after 3?
Yes, miss.
But that's impossible. Oh, why didn't I think of it sooner? It's impossible, Hackett, because Archie was with me at the theater from 2:30 until 5. He couldn't have been at the jeweler's.
You must be mistaken, miss.
Oh, no, I'm not.
The necklace was returned.
Well, then someone else returned it. Someone else returned it and got the money for it.
But no one had access to it except Mr. Tremaine.
Oh, no one but Mr. Tremaine. And you.
Me?
You, Hackett. You had access to the necklace, and you knew my father had threatened Archie. You're the murderer.
Sit very quietly, Miss Fields. I don't want to shoot you unless I have to.
You killed him. You stole the pearls, and you framed my father. I'm going to call the police.
No, you don't. Tremaine tried that. Now he's dead. No, that won't do either. The door is locked. I locked it as you came in.
Get away from me. Get away!
I'm sorry, my dear. Now I'll just gag you so that you're not tempted to scream again. There we are. Now. Hello, Daisy. I have a little job for you. No, it's not as hard as the other one. Doesn't require as much talent. Is that laundry wagon still available? It is. If I have Pete drive it down here to Tremaine's place, I'll have a bundle ready for him.
Pete.
Oh.
Bonjour, Monsieur Hackett. May we come in?
Why, the place is topsy-turvy, Mr. Poirot. I'm in the middle of packing.
Good. I may be of some help to you. You know, I have a very orderly mind. Come, Abigail. Hey, Oh, but monsieur, this is not the middle of the packing. It is barely the beginning.
Yes, the other rooms are all done. I've left this one for the last.
And after this room is packed away...
The curtain will ring down on Archie Tremaine.
Ah, oui. You phrase it so well. Of course, there is still the small matter of punishing the murderer.
Yes, I know. You know, I feel sorry for him.
For whom?
For Mr. Fields. He's not really a murderer. I mean, say he's not the criminal type. He was driven to do what he did.
Oh? You know, that is very interesting, Monsieur Hackett. Very interesting. I see that you are quite a student of criminology.
Well...
Oh, come, my friend. Do not be so modest. You have many accomplishments.
Have I?
But of course. For example, I would suggest that you have at one time been an actor.
What?
Oh, do not leap so, monsieur. Look, you frightened my secretary. She's dropped her glove.
Oh, yes, my glove.
Well, you startled me, Mr. Poirot. I didn't think that anybody would remember me. I gave up the theater some years ago.
Au contraire, monsieur. I do not remember you. I never saw you. But you still use the expressions of the theater. Did you not say, Monsieur Tremaine always wants top billing? You see? Tell me, what was your thought on the stage? Impersonations, n'est-ce pas?
I did some impersonations. Why?
No, I was merely wondering if your experience as an actor could have something to do with this case.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, by a strange coincidence, monsieur, this case involves a very clever impersonation.
Really? Oh, that's the back door.
You're expecting a delivery, eh?
No, it must be the laundry wagon. I'm sending out all the soiled stuff.
Wait, Monsieur Hackett. I will go with you.
You will... What?
I will go with you. I have a tremendous interest in this laundry.
Why, there's no need for you to go. The bundle is already at the back door.
Nevertheless, I should like to see it. You know, I have developed an overwhelming curiosity about the laundry ever since I picked up this glove from the floor.
Glove?
Oui. One solitary, unaccounted-for lady's glove. It was careless of you, Monsieur Hackett, to leave it lying about. You were much more methodical when you did away with Archie Tremaine.
What? You don't know what you're talking about.
I assure you, my friend, I know precisely what I'm talking about. You are a thief, Monsieur Hackett. You have been one since you gave up the acting 5 years ago. Ah, yes, monsieur. I looked it up. You have plied your trade by posing as a valet or butler and stealing from your employer when the opportunity presented itself. In this case, the opportunity came on the day you saw the necklace Monsieur Tremaine had bought for Miss Fields. You stole the necklace and went to the jeweler's impersonating Tremaine and received the cash for it.
Why, you're mad.
Unfortunately, Monsieur Tremaine found you out the very same day. He threatened to call the police. So you killed him. And then a delicious thought occurred to you, monsieur. The thought of implicating an innocent man. So you called the police to tell them of a murder. That was a mistake, monsieur. That was when I started to believe...
All right, Poirot. You're clever, but you talk too much. I guess Pete will have 2 more bundles to take with him. Okay, Pete.
Pick him up, Hackett.
But I thought... Where's Pete?
Don't worry. We've got him nice and safe in a patrol wagon. Right where you'll be in just a minute.
You see, monsieur? Your goose is boiled.
Be sure to listen next week when Agatha Christie, America's favorite mystery writer, brings you her favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, in the case of Death Points a Finger. Agatha Christie's Poirot is directed by Carl Eastman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Same Time, Same Station, the best of old-time radio. And I'm your host, Jerry Hendigas.
Whitehall 1212. first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is finished by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. The voice you will now hear is that of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, custodian of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum.
Good afternoon. Police officials from every part of the civilized world come to see us here at New Scotland Yard. Many of them are old friends of ours, of course. There are few enough police forces with whom Scotland Yard has not been in contact. The surety of France, the American FBI, Canada's famous RCMP. We're all enlisted in the war against crime. And as the Bible says, 8th chapter of Ecclesiastes, 3rd verse, there is no discharge in that war. We have an interesting visitor with us today. He came to glance at the exhibits here in case number 202131. Here, a doctor's instrument case, and a pair of child's rompers. These, with certain other objects which were later given Christian burial, were important objects in that case. And our visitor is the man who had so much to do with solving the case, Captain Lionel Watt, the former Chief Constable of Lancaster.
I must tell you at once that this was a matter for the Lancaster Constabulary and the police of Dumfriesshire in Scotland. Purely, let us say, a local matter.
No, Scotland Yard was not engaged in this case at all. Captain Watt and his people solved this most baffling case themselves.
Yes, so far as I'm able to discover, we have only one procedure that's precisely like Scotland Yard's, John.
And that is?
We patronize the same hangman. 2 miles north of the town of Moffat, which is in Dumfriesshire in Scotland, the main road from Carlisle to Edinburgh crosses the ravine where a small stream, Gardenholme Lynn, runs to the River Annan through a remarkably peaceful countryside. On the morning of the 29th of September, some years ago, several crudely wrapped bundles were observed lying on the banks of the ravine below the road. From one of the bundles protruded a naked human arm. The Dumfriesshire Constabulary naturally investigated. What they found added up to confusion as well as to horror. I was in the Moffat police station when Sergeant Barnes made his first report.
4 bundles. One wrapped in the Daily Herald, the London Labourite newspaper, for 5th August this year. The second wrapped in a pillow slip. The third in a portion of cotton sheeting. And the fourth in another piece of sheeting, tied up with what appears to be the hem torn from the sheet. All the bundles contained pieces of people to which straw was adhering, and a large quantity of cotton wool also. Quite neat. As nearly as we can tell, there are parts of at least 2 bodies. It's impossible at present to identify them. It's impossible even to determine the sex of the bodies or their approximate ages. By the appearance of the bodies, the medical officer thinks that they have been dead about 2 weeks, but he doesn't know for certain. He's sorting them out now.
During the week, other parcels were discovered along the course of Gardenholme Lynn and along the banks of the River Annan, all on the Scottish side of the border, outside my bailiwick. These parcels, which also contained portions of human bodies, were wrapped in pages of the Sunday Graphic for the 15th of September, and in pages of other newspapers, unidentifiable because of bloodstains. I had a telephone call.
Sergeant Barnes speaking at Moffat, sir.
Oh, hello, Sergeant. What's up?
We don't think our friends are Scottish, sir.
What's that?
Don't think they're Scottish.
What friends? What?
The dead people, sir. The ones we found. We don't think they're Scottish folk.
Well, that's quite a statement, Sergeant, when you can't even tell whether they're male or female.
Well, sir, we've been making inquiries ever since the first parcel was found. And according to our records, there hasn't been anybody missing in Dumfriesshire in 11 years who's not accounted for.
Well, that doesn't prove that...
There was a carnival at Moorcote
Morecambe about 2 weeks before we found the...
Well, now what's that got to do with it?
Well, I telephoned the Herald office in London, sir, and they printed a special edition of slip sheets with pictures of the Morecambe Carnival.
Oh, yes, that's right.
They printed 5,370 copies, and it was all sold with the Sunday Herald of 15th September, either in Morecambe, which is right alongside you, or in Lancaster, which is where you are, sir.
Do you mind telling me what all this has got to do with your latest discovery, Sergeant?
Oh, not at all, sir. I thought you'd understand. The latest discoveries was wrapped up in those special pages, sir.
I at once put our people onto their missing persons list to discover what missing persons had been reported about the 15th of September who had not yet been found.
From Morecambe, sir. They've had nobody missing since September 11th, before season closed at Seaside. 2 persons, trippers from York, missing on that day, but bodies were recovered on the following day. Both were drowned. That's all, sir.
How about Lancaster?
None unaccounted for within the specified period, sir. Unless you want to count this one, though she's not really missing.
Who?
Name Maggie Rowlandson, maid servant. She's not been officially reported missing. But her stepfather's been around mumbling about a complaint.
What about?
Well, sir, it's one of them there things. The girl went away with her mistress and they haven't come back, that's all.
Where'd they go?
Edinburgh, husband says, sir.
Oh, she's married.
Mistress, husband.
Well, tell him to make the wife send the girl back.
I did, sir. And he wrote, but he hasn't had any reply yet. I gather the wife got fed up with him and walked out, taking the maid along for company.
Huh.
I'll be back.
That all?
That's all, sir.
Well, keep on checking up on missing persons. Though what can be done, I'm sure I don't know.
No, sir.
I think that sergeant over there at Moffat's is daft. Anyone could have got hold of a copy of that special edition of the Herald.
Yes, sir.
It's his affair. Let him work it out his way. We've plenty to do.
Yes, sir.
Well, thanks very much anyway. Keep your eyes open.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I say, I suppose it is our job to check up on things.
Yes, sir, that's right.
Whether it makes much sense or not. What's this chap's name whose wife's gone? Well, I'll have a chat with him and see what can be done about getting this girl back to her parents. That chance, I expect.
Name's, Dr. John Hakim, sir. 2 Dalton Square.
Funny name.
Hindu or Parsi or something, I think, sir.
Well, I'll go see the blighter on my way home. It's quite all right. Go ahead. What here? What here?
Sir, this is Sergeant Barnes at Moffat over in Dumfriesshire.
Hello, Barnes.
We're almost certain now, sir, about the bodies.
Certain? Well, what did you find out?
Well, sir, there's 2 professors of forensic medicine staying here at the hotel in Moffat from Glasgow University, sir.
Yeah?
And they were invited to look at the remains. They and the medical officer here think they can be put them back together.
Good. Then you'll be able to identify them.
Well, they're not so sure about that, sir, seeing the condition of them. But what I called you about was to tell you can narrow down whatever search you're making there.
I was going to tell you I haven't found any persons missing here, so your theory is...
Not missing persons, sir.
What did you say?
It's missing women.
Women?
Aye. The doctors are certain, sir, they were both women.
I felt rather a fool about doing it. But my conscience, if that's who it was, kept mumbling in my ear about leaving no stone unturned, so I stopped my car as near to the door of 2 Dalton Place as I could and went to call on Dr. John Hakim. The bell was apparently out of order. It was a good 5 minutes before my pounding on the door was answered.
The doctor ain't home, sir.
Oh, isn't he?
He's committing an operation on an impacted wisdom tooth, sir.
Oh? Then he's a dentist.
Licentiated Dentistry, University of Bombay, sir.
I thought he was a doctor.
Bachelor of Medicine, University of Lucknow, sir.
He's an Indian.
A Parsi, sir. Whatever that is. But he won't be back till quite late, so I'm not to take any appointments for him for the day.
Are you the,
I'm the charwoman.
Well, I'm very anxious to see the doctor. I'm Captain Watt.
Mrs. Music. Mrs. Pamela Music.
Who?
That's my name, sir.
Oh. Well, I was quite anxious to see the doctor.
Well, I'm in the doctor's confidence, sir. If there was anything...
I am Chief Constable of Lancaster, Mrs. Music.
Phew. What's he done, sir?
Nothing, so far as I know.
Well, then, what do you want to see him about?
Well, I'm afraid that's my business and his, my dear madam.
Madam, me I? You want to ask him about his wife, don't you, sir?
I wonder if you could tell me anything about him.
I'm afraid that's his business and mine, my dear sir.
Will you tell the doctor, please, that I'd be glad if he'd get in touch with me at the town hall, my office?
Has Mrs. Iron Mighty Dr. Hakim been making trouble?
Why should she make trouble?
Well, she's made plenty before. Though it's not my affair, I'm sure. What does she want now, sir?
I'm afraid I shall have to discuss that with the doctor. If you'll be good enough to tell him that I called, please.
Yes, sir.
Would you know where Mrs. Hakim is at present?
I do not.
Does the doctor know?
Well, of course he knows.
And do you know if Maggie Rowlandson is with her, the maid?
Well, I know she should be right here, doing her share of this work, the lazy... Well...
How long has she been gone?
Oh, since that Sunday the carnival at Morecambe closed.
The 15th of September.
I think it was. They'd been to Morecambe that Saturday night for the last day of it.
Mrs. Hakim and the maid.
doctor told me when I come to work on Monday that Mrs. had walked out on Sunday morning, taking Maggie with her. This is the longest time she's been away.
Oh, this has happened before, eh? Where does she usually go?
She's got a sister in Edinburgh. She visits.
What's her name?
Mrs. Alexander MacArthur. Darling Edie. She's a twin of Mrs. Hakim, and I don't like her. Poor dear doctor. I hope she don't never come back this time. They'll be better off.
Why?
Nag and nag, nag. And that used to be a barmaid right here in town before he met her. Had him eating his heart out for her. Oh, well, you'll excuse me, sir, but I've got to get back to work. I'll tell the doctor you called, but don't you tell him what I've said now, mind you, sir. Here now, give us a hand with this carpet before you go, huh?
Express message dispatched to the Edinburgh Police by Chief Constable Lionel Watt of Lancaster.
Most urgently request you make contact with Mrs. Alexander MacArthur, Edinburgh. Requesting having her sister, Mrs. Jan Hakim, at this city, get in touch with me at once. Also discover whether Mrs. Hakim's maidservant, Maggie Rowlandson, is there with her. Information most urgently desired. Watt, Chief Constable Lancaster.
Sergeant Barnes of Moffat telephoned me.
Sergeant Barnes here, sir.
Oh, good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir. Did you have any luck?
We found two women who seem to be missing. Yes, Sergeant, but further inquiry has discovered them for us. They're visiting in Edinburgh, that's all. You had any luck?
Those two professors I told you about, sir. They seem quite delighted with what they've accomplished.
Putting the bodies back together.
Bodies? You should have seen them, sir.
I did, thanks. Any clues?
They said one of the bodies was a young woman. The others older, about 35, Dr. Fairley said. One of them had red hair, the young one, he said.
Red hair?
Yes, sir. And there's a part of the upper left forearm of the younger one that can't be found.
What's that mean, Barnes?
Well, Dr. Fairley thinks there was some kind of identifying mark.
Oh.
A scar or something. And the murderer, whoever he was smart enough to remove it. Real neat. Professional job, too, sir. Just as neat as if a doctor or a surgeon had done it. Dr. Fairley says.
Come in.
Dr. Hawkins, sir.
What?
Dr. Hawkins here.
Oh. I have him come in, please.
What do you say, sir?
I've got a visitor, Barnes.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
I'll talk to you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
Well, sir.
You are Chief Constable Watt, isn't it?
I am, sir.
I want to know what you mean, sir, by persecuting me. Answer me.
Why, my dear sir, nobody's persecuting
you. You have appeared at my office in my absence making inquiries which I am resenting very much indeed, and I demand that they be stopped.
My dear man.
I am a reputable doctor, sir, a surgeon. I will not have policemen coming to my office.
I came to your home, sir.
It is also my office and surgery. You are thinking that I have some guilty knowledge of my wife's whereabouts, and that little Rundy, her maid, isn't it?
There's no call to be quite so belligerent, Dr.
I
Hakim.
shall be as belligerent as I please, sir, when my rights are invaded.
Now, look here, Dr. Hakim. I am not going to be put on the defensive by you at all. You may as well understand that. Now, I'm sure that you're aware that I'm following up a legitimate inquiry concerning the whereabouts of your maid, Magic
You
Rose.
have no right to question my servant.
My dear sir, I have a right to question anyone who might be able to contribute information.
You know that this is musical talk.
I am not acquainted with Mrs. Music's proclivities, sir. Now that you are here in my office, I ask you what information you can give me about the Rowlandson woman.
I can give you none. She accompanied my wife to Glasgow. Probably she is still there with her.
I thought you said that your wife went to Edinburgh.
Edinburgh, I mean. I can't keep these stupid Scottish, the English, these Scottish, I can't remember them.
I see. Has your wife left you, Doctor?
I will not tell you.
You have a reason for refusing to answer, I take it.
I have. You will be telling it all over the city, and my practice will be ruined. I know how you police operate. I don't trust you.
That's a very extraordinary attitude to take,
It is
Doctor.
the attitude which I choose to take. You will stop meddling with my affairs, sir.
Look here, Dr. Hakim. Dr. Hakim, I have no interest for the moment in the reasons for your wife's having left you, but
I'll tell you why she left me. She left me for another man.
I said I have no interest in her reasons, sir, at the moment.
I'm being disgraced. I am being ruined by this scandal. My practice, I should be ruined. Now you please come around so that all the neighbors may see. It is inexcusable.
Control yourself, sir. I'm interested in finding Maggie Rowlandson for her parents.
She is with my wife in Glasgow, Edinburgh.
Is she?
Of course I told you so. Now, will you do something to end this persecution?
I told you there is no persecution, Doctor.
Will you put a notice in the papers that I had nothing to do with my wife's leaving me? Will you swear?
You're being silly, Doctor.
No, you are ruining my practice.
I don't believe so,
I
Doctor.
demand that you give out a statement to the public that I know nothing at all about this.
Except that you know where your wife and Miss Rowlandson are.
Will you give me a statement, sir?
Dr. Hakim, when I'm thoroughly convinced that you have no connection with either your wife's going away nor of Miss Rowlandson's unexplained departure...
I had nothing to do with either of them. My wife left me and took Mattie with her.
When I'm thoroughly convinced of that, Doctor, I'll be glad to say so to any of your patients, present or prospective, that you care to send me.
How dare
Until then, if I need you, I shall send for you. Good day, sir.
You are persecuting me because I'm an Indian, isn't it?
You are being offensive, sir.
You think you are a great big superior Englishman and so on.
Yes,
therefore you can... What do you want?
Sergeant, show Dr. Hakim the exit, please.
Yes, sir. Will you come this way?
I will not come this way. I want justice. I will stay here until... All right. I'm coming. You're bigger than I am. You're English. You're
Exit
fully...
this way, sir.
Ratty little brute. Oh, hello. Put me through to Sergeant Barnes over in Moffat in Dumfriesshire, if you please. Quite. Dumfriesshire is in Scotland. Right.
He's gone, sir. Oh, excuse me, sir. I had this express message for you when you rang for me. From Edinburgh.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'll wait. Edinburgh.
Barnes here.
Oh, Sergeant Barnes, Watt here. I was just calling to tell you that... First of all, have you heard anything more in the way of clues? You were starting to tell me.
Just that we found that one of the pieces of the body, sir, was wrapped up in a pair of child's rompers, sir.
Rompers?
Yes, sir. The other parts were wrapped up in old papers, old rags, a bit of sheeting. But this, it appears to be a part of a left leg, was wrapped up in these kids' rompers. That's all. So if that'll help...
Well, I had this chap in here, and a remarkably unpleasant little man. He confirms that both of our so-called missing women are safe in Edinburgh. So I'm afraid that your Lancaster theory rather collapses.
Oh, that's too bad, sir. I had great hopes of you taking this off our hands.
No, I think not. As a matter of fact, I just had an express message from the Edinburgh Police. I'll read it to you. Half a sec. Chief Constable, etc., that's me.
What do they say, sir?
Well, I'm afraid I gave it back rather too quickly, Sergeant.
You what, sir?
And here's the message from Edinburgh. Subject person has been contacted. Says has not seen subject of inquiry, Mrs. Hakim, since last New Year's Day in Lancaster. Has never seen subject Maggie Rowlinson. Hodson, Edinburgh Police. What'd you say, Sergeant?
I said, I wish you luck, sir.
It was raining quite hard when I arrived, full of beans, at the door of number 2 Dalton Square to demand explanations from the little doctor. I thumped the door vigorously, and out of time, it opened.
The doctor, I did. Oh, it's you, Constable.
Where is he, Mrs. Music?
Out, sir. Calling on patients. He certainly did give me what for.
May I come in out of the rain, please?
Oh, if you must,
Thank
sir. Wipe your boots on the mat. It's mucky enough in here anyways, though Lord knows I try to keep it tidy. What do you want now? She ain't here. Neither one of them's here.
Neither Mrs. Hakim nor Maggie, what's her name, Rowlinson?
Nor the doctor. Now, what did you want, sir? He ain't here.
Very important that I see him. Where do you expect I might find him? Or when will he be back?
That's the way I got into trouble the other day, answering questions.
Now, look here, Mrs. Music.
He says it ain't good for business. He said if I'd done it again, I'd lose my situation, and I'm not going to lose my situation.
If you'll just tell me when the doctor will be back, Mrs. Music.
He'll be back tonight. He's going to have tea with the children.
What children?
Oh, no, lummy how it's raining. Well, that'll be good for the carpet.
Carpet?
Oh, now, you do ask questions, don't you?
What children?
The doctors. They're staying with Dr. Mattoon and his wife since the missus went away. That's why the carpets are soaking in the rain.
Mrs. Music, will you please...
To wash the blood out of them.
What blood?
It's been on them ever since the day she went away, and I don't know any way to get it out, so I'm soaking them in the rain. And...
Whose blood? Whose blood is it, I mean?
There was blood all over the surgery and on the stair carpet. You helped me with the stair carpet just then, for which I thank you, sir.
Whose blood?
Huh? Oh, blood ain't no treat around here, sir. The doctor's always cutting people up, committing operations and all.
Whose blood, I say?
Oh, you needn't yell at me. I can hear all right. Why, his, of course.
His? The doctor's?
Of course.
How did his blood get on us?
When I come to work that Monday morning, he told me the missus had run away from him, so he took the kids to stay with Mrs. Mattoon, like I said before. And when he come back, he tried to open a tin of peaches for his breakfast, and he cut his hand dreadful on the tin opener. Didn't you see he was still bandaged up?
Yes.
There was blood every place in the house. On the rug, on his waistcoat.
He bled a lot.
Well, you wouldn't think one person could bleed so much and still walk about.
Who dressed his hand?
He dressed it himself. Wouldn't even let me put Zambuk on it. He's very accomplished, sir. Oh, dear me.
What's the matter?
Oh, I knowed he'd forget to take them. You see?
What are those things?
Oh, I told him he'd forget them. Now what are those poor kiddies going to do with them?
What are they?
Rompers. Don't you recognize rompers? Haven't you got any kiddies? I told him to take them.
Whose are they?
All except that one pair that belonged to young Allen. I don't know how anybody could lose a pair of rompers.
Is there a telephone here, Mrs. Music?
In the surgery there, but I'm not sure the doctor...
There's half a crown. Say nothing about it.
You are bar music, that red bow tie you've been wanting.
In here, Mrs. Music?
It's his birthday Wednesday. What'd you say? Oh, yes, it's in there, sir. Thank you.
One more question, Mrs. Music. What color hair did Maggie Rowlinson have?
Had, sir? Well, she's got ginger hair. Real bright red.
Thank you, Mrs. Music. This is Chief Constable Watt. Put me through to Sergeant Barnes at the Moffat Police Station. Quickly, do you hear? It was 8 o'clock in the evening when Sergeant Barnes arrived at 2 Dalton Place. I'd urged Mrs. Music to wait. Come in, Barnes, I said. Did you bring them?
Yes, sir. They're right here.
What on earth?
Know what these are, Mrs. Music?
Well, of course I do. Where'd you get them all bloody like this? Is there blood on everything?
What are they?
Why, they're little Alan's rottens that was lost.
How do you know?
Well, right there. The patch I sewed on myself out of Music Sanderson Gingham's shirt. Of course I know. Where'd you get them?
Why, Miss Maggie Rowlandson had them.
Oh, well, there's the doctor. Look, you gentlemen, you can...
Mrs. Music, are you here?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
I'm here also, Dr. Hakim.
Now, what are you wanting in my house?
I want to see you, sir.
And may I know who you are, please?
I'm Sergeant Barnes of the Dumfriesshire Constabulary, sir. I want to see you, too.
Now, look here. What is this?
I found little Alan's rompers that was lost, Doctor. Aren't you glad?
No, I don't think he's very glad, Mrs. Music. Doctor, may I look at that bandaged hand where you cut it on the chin opener and where you bled so profusely?
Stand away from me. Stand away from me, I tell you.
Hold his hand, Barnes.
Yes, sir.
No, don't touch my hand. Let go.
I'll be
Let
quite
go,
gentle, Doctor, but I've got to get that bandage off. There's no blood here. Now, there. Look, Barnes.
Yes, sir.
What? Let me see. Why the rightly cut on that hand? Well, where did all the blood come from, then?
Yes, Doctor. Where did all the blood come from? Johanga Sorabi Hakim, alias Dr. John Hakim, I arrest you for the murder of your common law wife and of Maggie Rowlandson. And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. He admitted it finally. He had murdered his wife in a fit of insane rage when he discovered that she had met, quite innocently, incidentally, the man of whom he was insanely jealous, though without any cause whatever. The maid, Maggie Rowlandson, was killed in an attempt to defend her mistress. In one day, the murders had been committed on Saturday night. He had dissected the bodies, removed all means of identification, and at night had scattered the neatly wrapped parcels containing the bodies from the bridge on the Edinburgh Road. The two professors from the university were able to reassemble the mangled bits to such an extent that there was no question of their identity at last. Dr. Hakim, which was not his name, was tried for murder at Manchester Assizes and found guilty. He was hanged at Strangeways Prison 3 weeks later. Same hangman who works for Scotland Yard officiated.
Heard in the honor of their appearance on Whitehall 1212 today were Harvey Hayes, Horace Braham, Pat O'Malley, Lester Fletcher, Patricia Courtley, and Morris Delamore. Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. As individuals, we can't solve all of the problems of international strife and tension. But as individuals, we can declare ourselves on the side of friendship and goodwill. The best way to express your goodwill is through CARE, C-A-R-E, the non-profit international organization that delivers food and clothing packages to the needy in other lands. For complete information, get it at CARE offices throughout the nation. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you a story of treachery and greed. A story we call Murder in G-Flat, starring Mr. Jack Benny.
Greetings, Pepito, my favorite free holy friar. What's on the menu?
The special, Senor Wilcox, is Autolite Stay Full battery.
You mean you're serving the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use?
See. What is better for quick, dependable starts, huh?
Ah, nothing's better than an Autolite Stay Full, that frisky friend of car owners from coast to coast. But...
What? You don't want one, senor?
Everybody wants an Autolite Stay Full. The buxom battery with fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate to prevent shedding and flaking and to keep the Autolite Stay Full battery power-packed for paramount performance.
See, how you want it, senor?
Why, it's perfect just as it is, Pepito, and built to give longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards. So, friends, have your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer serve your car an Autolite Stay Full battery. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
See. And remember...
You're always right with Autolite.
And now with Murder in G-Flat and the transcribed performance of Mr. Jack Benny, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Lieutenant, in here, sir, in the rec hall.
What's he doing in the rec hall?
Well, he thought he'd tune the piano while I was waiting, Lieutenant.
Sunday night. Why couldn't you guys pick a better night than Sunday night? My one day off, and I have to come down here.
Sorry we had to call you, Joe.
This the guy, huh?
Yeah. Hey, you.
That's it. C flat. If I had my wrench...
This is the lieutenant.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lieutenant.
Name?
My name is Remington. Hercules Remington.
That's it, Joe. We checked.
Huh.
Pardon me, Lieutenant, but my wife, Martha, is going to be awfully worried. You see, I haven't seen her since this morning. They told me...
You haven't seen your wife since this morning?
No, and I thought that if I could phone her and at least tell her where I am...
Where'd you pick him up?
Coney Island, Joe. He called us from there.
Yes, and I should have called my wife, too. Look, Lieutenant, I don't want to seem persistent about this.
You'll have plenty of time later to call your wife. Now, give the lieutenant the story in detail, just like you told it to me on the way down here to the station.
What kind of work do you do, Remington?
Well, I'm a piano tuner, Lieutenant. Yours is out of tune. C flat, Lieutenant. See, if I could get my bag, I'd tune...
Look, Remington, I haven't got all night. Now, either get on with your story or I'll have...
All right, Lieutenant. But I really would like to call my wife first.
Start your story.
All right. But if there's any explaining to be done to my wife, you guys will have to do it.
We'll be happy to. Now, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Well, Lieutenant, this whole mess started yesterday morning, Saturday. I got up, had breakfast with my wife, Martha, and my Uncle Herman. He's my black sheep uncle of the family. He's a carnival man, came to work at the World's Fair here, and has been living with us ever since. I think he ought to pay at least 1/3 of the rent, but Martha, well, she feels sorry for him. Anyway, I left the house around 10 o'clock on my way to the Lippin Ridge School of Music. I usually tune their pianos on the first Saturday of the month. You see, because there aren't any classes there on that Saturday. I catch the BMT at 57th and get off at Union Square. Well, yesterday morning I got on the subway, just like I always do. I carry a little ordinary brown bag with all my tools in it and usually lay it right next to me under the seat. I was just sitting there, thinking hard, wondering how I was going to meet the bills at the end of the month, when a man sat down next to me. He shoved something under the seat and just sat there staring ahead. B flat, D flat, B flat, D flat, B flat, D flat.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I got carried away for a moment. 4 stops later, the man got up, reached under the seat, pulled out a little brown bag, and started for the door. I remember noticing he was bald-headed and wearing big black horn-rimmed glasses. For a minute, I thought he'd stolen my bag of tools, but I reached my hand under the seat and found my bag was still there. I remember sort of chuckling to myself, thinking of the coincidence that he'd been carrying the same type of bag. Well, anyway, I got off at Union Square and walked up to the Lippin Ridge School of Music on 14th.
There are 4 floors there, a piano on each floor. And I usually start at the top and work my way down. Well, since the school doesn't have any classes on Saturday, the place was deserted. That one's sour. Yeah, D flat. Well, I'll soon have that in shape. What the... I zipped open my bag to take out my tuning hammer and my wedges, but there were no tools in my bag. The tools were gone, and in their place were bundles and bundles of crisp $10 bills. And then it hit me. The little bald-headed man on the subway. The man who sat down next to me. This bag belonged to him. He picked up mine by mistake. There was no name on the bag, no identification of any kind. I started counting one of the bundles. Each bundle contained $1,000 in $10 bills, and there were 25 bundles. I had just come heir to $25,000. When I got home, Martha was washing some clothes out on the back porch, and Uncle Herman was rolling pennies for his pitch penny concession. I called both of them into the living room, pulled all the shades down, closed and locked all the doors, and set the bag on the table.
Hercules, what are you doing back home so soon?
What kind of nonsense is this, nephew?
Martha, Uncle Herman.
You look awful pale.
I guess I do.
Hercules, what's the matter with you?
Listen to me, both of you. I'm rich.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Hercules, at your age.
I'm not lying to you.
Look, I gotta get out.
You must be sick.
Look, will both of you be quiet for just a minute?
Sounds like he's drunk.
Are you sick, Hercules?
Look, I'm not sick and I'm not drunk. I've got it right here.
You've got what?
Look. Wow.
Hercules.
Now do you believe me? Now do you believe I'm not sick or drunk? Look at it. $25,000.
$25,000? That's a lot of money.
Hercules, where'd you get all this money?
I found it.
Found it?
Found it?
Yes.
Listen to me, Hercules Remington. Don't you lie to me. Where'd you get all that money?
I told you, Martha. I found it.
I haven't lived with you for 10 years for nothing. I know when you're lying to me. Now tell me, where'd you get all this money?
Okay, if I tell you the truth, I know you won't believe
Well, tell me anyway.
Well, all right. Look, this morning I got on the subway, just like I always do. And some little bald-headed man with black horn-rimmed glasses sat down next to me. When he got up to get off the subway, I noticed he was carrying a brown bag, just like mine. At first I thought it was mine. But mine was still under the seat. Anyway, when I got to the music school, I opened my bag, and all this money was in it.
Sounds fantastic.
Hercules.
But it's the truth. The little man picked up my bag by mistake. I searched this one for some identification, but there isn't any.
Then you mean the little bald-headed man has your bag with the tools in it?
I guess he does.
It seems odd that anyone would be carrying this much money around in a little brown bag.
Odd or not, the fact still remains that I didn't steal it.
Well, I guess there isn't any way that you can get a hold of this man, so we'll just have to turn the money over to the police.
The police?
Yes, I said the police.
But why?
Why? Good heavens, Hercules, you don't expect to keep this money.
Why not?
It isn't ours.
Why? Why isn't it ours? I found it. I didn't steal it, Martha.
Hercules.
Martha, don't you see? Maybe this is fate. Maybe we were meant to have this money. Maybe if
You're crazy. You're out of your head. You're talking like a madman, and I won't have it.
But, Martha...
You didn't come by this money honestly. It isn't legally yours.
Now, wait a minute, Martha. Maybe Hercules is
Now, you stay out of this, Uncle Herman. Hercules, you're going to take this money to the police.
No. No, I'm not. I'm not going to take this to the police or anyone else. Do you understand me? I'm not going to take this money to the police.
Hercules, I don't understand you at all. But mark my word, you'll pay for this.
Well,
don't pay no attention to her, nephew.
But why does she have to be that way? Why can't she understand me just this once? Why can't she see my side of it? See, I didn't steal this money.
No, you didn't, nephew.
And I'm going to keep it.
Sure you are, nephew. Sure you are. You're going to keep it.
You bet I am. The next morning, that was this morning, Sunday, Martha wouldn't speak to me at all. Her eyes were all red and puffed up. I could see that she'd been crying. And Uncle Herman wasn't doing much talking either. Martha just kept sniffling as she puttered around the stove. Martha, my peach isn't peeled.
Peel it yourself.
But
Here, I'll peel it for you, nephew.
Thanks, Uncle Herman. Martha, please, won't you try...
Don't you talk to me.
Oh, don't be too hard on him, Martha. After all, a man's got a right.
I told you once, Uncle Herman, you stay out of this. It's none of your business.
Sorry. She's plenty mad. Well, ain't you going to answer the phone?
Hello?
Mr. Remington?
Yes?
Hercules Remington?
Yes, who is this, please?
I want to return your bag of piano tools to you, Mr. Remington. I believe there was a slight mix-up. I believe in my haste I picked up your bag instead.
But how did you find me? I mean...
Oh, it was quite simple. There's only one piano tuner with the initials HR in New York City.
Well, what do you know?
You do want your piano tools back, don't you, Mr. Remington?
Listen to me.
I don't think you'd like the idea of not being able to tune any more pianos.
What?
And I'd like to have my bag returned.
Of course.
As soon as possible.
Yes.
Tonight.
Tonight?
At 9:30 tonight. Meet me at Madison Square Garden.
Madison Square Garden?
At 9:30 at the 49th Street entrance. The door on the far end will be left slightly open. And please be prompt, Mr. Remington, with my brown bag. You see, it will displease my business partner considerably if he finds I've lost the bag.
All right. The 49th Street entrance, the door on the far end.
Hercules, what's wrong? Well, you're as white as a ghost.
I am?
You sure are.
I guess I should be. That was the little bald-headed man with horn-rimmed glasses, Uncle Herman. I've just lost $25,000. Uncle Herman went in the living room to read the Sunday paper, and I went in the bedroom to tell Martha about the phone call. But she wasn't there. In fact, she wasn't anywhere in the house. She was gone, and I figured that she'd probably gone over to her sister's house. I was so nervous the rest of the afternoon I couldn't eat a thing. I left the house for Madison Square Garden about 9 o'clock. From riches to rags in about 24 hours. And I was back riding the subway. I walked up 8th Avenue to the garden. I turned and walked up 49th Street to the entrance and stopped. Sure enough, one of the doors on the far end was open a little, just as the little man had told me it would be. I slipped in through the open door. It was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. Hello? Hello? Anybody here? Hello? Is there anyone here? What the? I stumbled over something and almost fell. I struck a match and looked down at a body. The body of the little man in horn-rimmed glasses. His head was all covered with blood. I started to blow out the match, and then something caught my eye. Lying next to his body was my brown bag with the initials HR. And next to the bag, covered with blood, was my tuning hammer.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Jack Benny in Murder in G-Flat. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Senor Wilcox, why does the Autolite Stay Full battery need water like Pepito needs a hole in the head?
Well, Pepito, the Autolite Stay Full needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use because that consistently conserving and constantly cooperating battery has over 3 times the liquid protection of batteries without Stay Full features.
And why is the Autolite Stay Full strong as a bull, senor?
Because of the fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate. They prevent shedding and flaking and keep the power-producing materials in place.
Greater convenience and dependable starting, yes, senor?
Right, Pepito. And in addition, the Autolite Stay Full battery gives you longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
And all these make the Stay Full welcome a siesta after fiesta. Eh, senor?
Right you are. So, friends, visit your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer for an Autolite Stay Full. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Your Autolite battery man is fully equipped to give you the best in battery advice and service because...
Because you are always right with Autolite.
And now Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Jack Benny in Elliot Lewis's production of Murder in G-Flat. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Please, Lieutenant, may I call my wife? I want to...
Finish your story first, Mr. Remington. You can call her after that.
Oh, all right.
Now, you were standing over the body of this man in Madison Square Garden. You found your tuning hammer next to the body.
Yes, my tuning hammer. Let me tell you, Lieutenant, I was scared. Plenty scared. Here I was standing over a dead man in Madison Square Garden. And clutched in my hand was his brown bag containing $25,000. Who would kill me? Who would... But I couldn't stop to think about that now. I had to get out of there and fast and take my bag and hammer lying on the floor with me. I started to reach for my bag when a sound, G-flat. Someone had opened up a knife. Whoever it was coming toward me, I blew out the match and waited. Who was in that corridor with me? Was it the business partner of the little man? Was it... I started to move backwards, and then a big black figure loomed up at me. With all my strength, I brought the brown bag swinging up from the floor. I ran until I thought my legs would drop. My mind was all fogged up now. I couldn't think straight. Who was the guy who just tried to kill me? One thing I knew for sure, I had to get rid of this money until I could think things out. But where? Where could I get rid of it? I neared the corner of 59th and 8th Avenue and then saw a bus terminal. Why not? A public locker in the bus station. I opened the door and walked in.
Scranton, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia leaving in 10 minutes.
Yes, ma'am, in about 20 minutes.
Excuse me, mister. I'd like to have a key for a locker.
Just a second.
G sharp.
What'd you say?
Oh, nothing.
What do you know? Haven't got an empty one right now. Have to wait a little while.
You mean out of all of these hundreds of lockers, you haven't got one empty?
Oh, I'm sorry, mister, but you can see for yourself. A lot of servicemen in town over the weekend.
Well, how long will it be?
10, 15 minutes, maybe a couple hours.
Okay, I'll wait. I'll sit over there. I bought a paper at the newsstand and sat down on one of the benches. I didn't even know what I was reading. I just kept... And then I saw it. On page 2. A complete account of a robbery that had occurred on Friday night at one of the downtown post offices. 2 bandits had escaped with $25,000 in $10 bills. This was it. It must have been. But would the police believe a story like that? Of course they wouldn't. I had the money, and it was my tuning hammer there, lying next to the body in the garden. I got out of that bus terminal in a hurry and walked up 8th Avenue. Where could I go? The only place I could think of was Coney Island. Coney Island and Uncle Herman and his pitch penny concession. It was late, and the island amusement park was almost deserted. It was cold and close to 11. Uncle Herman was leaning against the side of his concession as I walked up.
Why, nephew, what are you doing out this way?
Uncle Herman, quick, let's go in back.
All right. There ain't no customers anyway. Yeah. Now, what happened, Hercules? Did you give the money back to the man?
I went to meet him at the garden, just like he told me. But when I got there and I found him, he was dead.
Dead?
He'd been beat over the head with my tuning hammer.
Why, Hercules.
I was just about to grab my hammer and bag and get out of there when someone made a lunge at me in the dark. But I got away. I went to a bus terminal to put the money in a locker. I had to wait. And then I read that the money is stolen post office money.
Oh, you got yourself in a mess, nephew.
I'm frantic. I don't know what to do. That's why I came here.
Well, I'm glad you did, nephew. Glad you did.
But what am I going to do?
Well, best thing would be to go back and get that hammer and bag. Leave the money here. I'll hide it for you.
But maybe I ought to go to the police.
You can't go to the police with that story. They'd never believe you, Hercules.
I know.
Bring your bag and come with me, nephew. I got a hiding place for that money that no one will ever find.
Uncle Herman locked his place up, and then he led me over to the fun house. It was closed now, and the place was all dark. But Uncle Herman had a key. He led me up some stairs to a high ramp that people climb on, to slide down the big chute. He stopped at one of them.
Here, nephew. Right under this top chute, we'll just pry one of the boards loose a little and slip the bag with the money underneath. No one in the world will ever look for it. There we are. Now, give me the bag, nephew.
Here you are, Uncle Herman. Are you sure that no one will find it here?
Absolutely, nephew. You and I are the only ones who know where it is. There's nothing to be afraid of. Now, hand me the bag.
Here you are.
That's it. Now, let's just check to make sure that...
What's the matter, Uncle Herman?
Where's the money, nephew?
The money? What are you talking about? It's in the...
Is this what you call money? Why, this bag's got nothing in it but bundles of torn newspaper.
I don't understand.
Hercules, dear nephew, what did you do with the money?
I don't know. It was in there. You saw it yourself when I brought it home.
This a scheme of yours, Hercules?
Scheme?
Trying to cheat on your dear old uncle, aren't you, Hercules?
Uncle Herman, what are you talking about?
Where's the money, Hercules?
G-flat. That knife. G-flat.
This ain't no time to play games with your Uncle Herman, Hercules.
Uncle Herman, where were you tonight?
What's that, Hercules?
G-flat. Your knife. It's G-flat.
Looks like this thing has got you going, Hercules.
It was you in the garden, wasn't it, Uncle Herman? You killed him.
Let's not waste any more time, nephew. Now tell me where that money is.
I don't know.
Stop lying to your dear uncle, Hercules.
I'm not lying.
I usually use this knife to scale fish. The smell of fish is stronger than the smell of blood.
But I tell you, I don't know where that money is.
You're lying to me. You came down here just to throw me off, didn't you? Make me think you lost the money.
Uncle Herman, stay away from me.
All right, Hercules. So you won't tell your dear uncle.
He rushed at me with the knife. I stepped back, tripped over the board he had pried loose, and fell down. But Uncle Herman... He went hurtling over me, head over heels down the long slide. When I got back down at the bottom of the slide chute, he was dead.
The uncle had his neck broken, Lieutenant.
What about the money?
Well, Mr. Remington's wife turned it over to the authorities this morning about 11 o'clock. She said the money wasn't his, and she didn't want him carrying it around.
Well, I guess that'll be all, Mr. Remington. You can go now.
But isn't it dangerous? I mean, the partner is still...
We picked up his business partner a few hours after the robbery.
Oh.
But just in case you happen to come across another $25,000 that doesn't belong to you. promise me that you'll get in touch with the authorities, will you, Mr. Remington?
Oh, I've learned my lesson, Lieutenant. Believe you me, I have.
Yeah, good.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, I almost forgot. I got to call my wife. She's probably frantic by now.
There's a payphone right outside in the corridor.
Payphone?
Yeah, right around the corner. You can't miss it.
Well, if she's waited this long, I think I'll just tell her when I get home.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Jack Benny.
Fine meal, Pepito. So long.
Hey, no dessert, Senor Wilcox?
I never desert, Pepito. I'm always faithful to those 400 fine products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, and boats made by Autolite in 28 plants from coast to coast. These include complete ignition systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars. Generators, coils, distributors, electric windshield wipers, voltage regulators, wire and cable, starting motors, and many more. And they're all engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're all part of the Autolite team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our stars will be Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz in Early to Death. And in weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as James Stewart, Ann Baxter, and Rosalind Russell, all on Suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Murder in G-Flat was written for Suspense by Richard George Petticini. Portions of this program were transcribed. In tonight's cast, Joseph Kearns was heard as Uncle Herman, Bea Benaderet as Martha, and Larry Thor as the Lieutenant. Others in the cast were Clayton Post, Jack Crucian, and Paul Frees. Jack Benny may be heard each Sunday on CBS on his own radio program, The Jack Benny Show.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz in a story about a mysterious airplane crash in the mountains of Mexico. A tale we call Early to Death.
You can buy Autolite Stay Full batteries, Autolite resistor type or standard type spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Tonight, Autolite salutes the men and women leaders in boys' clubs all over America. This is National Boys Club Week, a time to remember that our boys' clubs serve the boy, the community, and the nation by training tomorrow's leaders today. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true story of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
The search for Whitehall 1212 is from Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. You will now hear the voice of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, who is custodian of the famous Black Museum of Scotland Yard.
Many of the objects on exhibit here in the Black Museum, as you undoubtedly know, are weapons of murder. They're not always knives, bludgeons, guns. Murder is done with a great variety of instruments never intended for that unpleasant task. These wrinkled sheets of what appears to be black blotting paper have been responsible for a great many deaths. In fact, they were manufactured for that purpose and sold openly years ago. It's true that most of the deaths these papers caused were perfectly legal, in fact, to be desired. But these particular ones figured in a case of most revolting murder. You see, these are old-fashioned flypapers. Once they were impregnated with arsenic, soaked in water and left standing about in a saucer, they furnished a working solution of pure arsenic. The flies who sipped it found their way at once through the pearly gates. So did any unwary pets who sampled it and some careless people. On the 20th of September, 1911, a rather shabby fat man called on Inspector Oliver Peters at his office in New Scotland Yard.
My name is Pete Van House, Inspector. I live in Finsbury Park.
Finsbury Park, let me think. That's near Holloway Prison.
It's just beyond Holloway Road, yes, sir.
Yes. Well, what brings you here, sir?
Well, sir, to put it quite plainly, my aunt is dead.
I'm sorry to hear that, Mr.
Van House, sir. Pete Van House.
I'm sorry to hear about your aunt, sir. But to what...
My aunt was not... Oh, how shall I say it?
I'm sure I don't know, Mr. Van House. Say what?
Well, I mean she was not very nice.
Oh.
I'll be perfectly frank with you, Inspector Peters. May I sit down?
By all means, sir.
Thank you. My aunt had money.
Oh.
Oh, no, not a great deal, I suppose, in some ways, but quite a good sum. And what I have always expected would be my share one day. Considerable sum to me, you see.
And you didn't get it?
No, I didn't. Of only me and my wife. Naturally, we expect to... She lived with us.
When she died?
Well, no. I must admit we quarreled once in a while.
I see.
Oh, no, you don't see. I mean, that wasn't it. Although we haven't seen her for nearly a year, still...
Blood is thicker than water, you're going to say?
Exactly. I couldn't have put it better myself. Blood is thicker than water. That's what I always tell my wife.
You said your aunt wasn't living with you?
No, she'd gone to live with the family in Tollington Park. That's a street, Tollington Park, in Finsbury Park. Only a little way from where my wife and I live.
That's where your aunt died?
Yeah, that's where she died. In this fellow's house, and then I wasn't even told about it till after she was dead and buried. I was the only living relation, and I expected...
And you weren't mentioned in the will at all?
Oh, yes, I was mentioned in the will. Oh, yes. Yes, I was in it.
Well, then I don't understand.
I was left £10, and I didn't even get that. I
well,
don't
Mr.
think
Van
that...
House, I'm sorry.
And £10 was all the money she had left.
What?
That was all the money she had, I tell you.
Where was the rest of it?
He had it.
Who?
This Simons, this man who... Her landlord, the fellow who owns the place where she was living.
How did he get it?
I don't know. But he had it. He still got it. That's not all. She left me £10,
yes.
But he showed me where he'd spent £11, 10 shillings, 10pence halfpenny for her funeral expenses. £1 and 1 shilling and 10pence halfpenny more than my paltry legacy.
Well?
And since I was next of kin, I had to pay it. So my rich aunt dies, and I am out 30 shillings.
30 shillings and a halfpenny.
What do you think of that, sir?
Well, Mr. Van Hals, I'm dreadfully sorry for
But
you.
can't you do anything about it?
How do you know he's got the rest of her money?
Why, he showed me the papers.
Oh.
Looks legal to me, but I'm sure it's not. Look here, Inspector, I don't want it all. I want only my share, but as the sole surviving relative, well, it was a lot of money.
Was it?
Well, £4,000 isn't tram fare, Inspector.
£4,000?
£4,000.
Well, my best advice to you, Mr. Van Hals, is to consult a solicitor.
Solicitor?
You need to have someone look at those papers you spoke about. You're sure they were signed by your aunt?
Why do you think I came to Scotland Yard, Inspector?
Well, now.
My aunt, may the Lord rest her poor soul, had a fine marble tomb she bought for herself in Highgate. Paid £700 for it. She always talked about being placed in it when she passed away.
And?
This fellow Simons, he knew about it. My aunt was always talking about her last resting place. He knew about it all right. You know what he did?
I'm sure I don't.
He had her buried... I didn't even know she was dead. He had her buried in a common grave in Islington with 8 other bodies.
Well...
But don't you know murderers do that?
That was no basis for an accusation of murder, of course. But the circumstances did warrant an investigation, Inspector Peters thought. So he paid a visit to Bertram Simons, the man who had been Miss Hogg's landlord. That was the aunt's name, Miss Hogg, Miss Winifred Hogg. Mr. Simons, the landlord, was a businessman.
Yes, Miss Winifred Hogg rented the second floor of my house here some 11 months ago. I'd be glad to answer any questions about her and our business relations, any I deem proper, sir. Your name is Peters, sir?
Inspector Peters, yes, sir.
Who sent you here?
I was not sent here by anyone, Mr. Simons. I came here in the course of my duties as a member of the Criminal Investigation Department.
Have a chair.
Thank you.
Now, what would you like to know about Miss Hogg?
Well, sir, with your permission...
Did Van Hals send you here?
I think I told you, sir, that nobody sent me here.
Oh, yes, that's right. But Van Hals has been complaining to you about me, hasn't he?
Mr. Van Hals has spoken to me, sir, yes. I would like to...
What did he say?
I don't think that...
Oh, yes, it has. He's accusing me. I've met our Mr. Van Hals, Inspector.
May I ask you a few questions, Mr. Simons?
He's disappointed.
May I ask you...
You may ask any questions you wish.
Well, then...
I'll answer the ones I feel are proper. I've said this woman lived in my house for 11 months. I can give you the exact period.
I don't want...
11 months. Less 1, 2, 4, 6 days to the time she died. Her weekly rent for the entire second floor of this house was 15 shillings and sixpence, which I think was extraordinarily cheap. Don't you? Now, what else?
You had other financial arrangements with Miss Hogg, I understand?
I did.
Would you care to say anything about them, sir?
I don't think it's any of your business. But I see no reason whatever. It's purely a business arrangement. I'm a businessman, Inspector.
I'm sure you are, sir.
Miss Hogg was, let me say, suspicious of the finances of the present government. The Lloyd George budget, for example, caused a great deal of trepidation.
A great many people seem to share that trepidation.
I'm sure I don't, sir. I've never had cause to fear for the soundness of the British Empire.
I wasn't suggesting...
She suggested to me that she would be willing to turn over to me such bonds, securities, and monies as she possessed.
She did?
Yes. What she wanted was security. Freedom from worry, she said. She asked me if I'd be willing to pay her an annuity for life in return for what monies and securities she possessed.
And you agreed?
I did that, and she made over all her assets to me. I'll show you the papers.
Yes, but...
Is anything wrong, Inspector?
I don't seem to find a record of your agreement to pay her this annuity you speak of.
£3 a week. Let me see. I was sure I had it.
Yes, but...
But what?
These seem to be your records of payment to Miss Hogg.
Well, that's what they are. 10, 15, 20, 30 weeks at £3 per week until the 8th of September, the day she died.
I don't see any record of her having received the payments, Mr. Simons. And is there a record of the whole transaction? I mean, a signed agreement between you two?
There is not. Miss Hogg didn't wish to have any further agreements in writing, about the matter of the... I think she didn't wish other people to know she was receiving an annuity.
This is most extraordinary, Mr. Simons.
It is, isn't it?
Yes.
Miss Hogg was not very much of a businesswoman, you see.
Obviously she was not. But you're a businessman, aren't you, Mr. Simons?
There's nothing wrong about that.
Well, these appear to be in legal form. But I'm not prepared to say what Mr. Van Hals or a court of equity would be likely to say to it.
It's legal, all right.
What about Miss Hogg's will, then?
I have several copies typed up. I was a witness to it. Yes. Yes, here's the will.
Yes, it's essentially what Mr. Van Hals said. He was bequeathed the sum of £10 by his aunt.
£10, yes.
I see.
And here's the undertaker's bill. £11, 10 shillings and 10 halfpenny. I advanced this amount to the undertaker.
Leaving Mr. Van Hals in your debt in the sum of 31 shillings and a halfpenny.
He paid me.
Yes. What's this?
Oh, that's the undertaker's original bill. Signed paid by him. Yes.
That's what I'm looking at. What's this item? Remitted to Mr. Simons, £1, 1 shilling. F. Anderson.
That's the undertaker's signature.
No. The item.
Oh, commission.
Commission?
10%. I gave him the business. He paid me for it.
You made a profit?
Yes.
On the funeral?
Of course. What's wrong with that? I'm a businessman.
Yes. Why did you have Miss Hogg buried in a common grave, Mr. Simons? Because it was cheaper?
Partly, yes. But did you see her death certificate? Of course not. Let me show it to you.
What about the tomb she owned in Highgate? Why wasn't she buried there?
Look at the death certificate, Inspector. See here? Cause of death? Epidemic diarrhea. Epidemic diarrhea, sir, is a contagious disease. Isn't it better to bury that kind of a corpse in a grave with half a dozen other victims of the same and not risk passing the disease on to healthy people? Answer me that, sir.
Well,
I'm not a fool, Inspector. You're too squeamish, young man. You think I'm a heartless person because I'm not ashamed to take my profit, don't you? Well, that's your opinion. But I assure you, sir, that I'm not a fool. Not by any manner of means, Inspector, I'm not a fool. Now, is there anything else you want to know?
You can't prove anything by an interview like that. Some of us oldsters here at Scotland Yard say there are people who can smell a crime. Inspector Oliver Peters was that kind of man. It took an extraordinary amount of sniffing, though, before his nose pointed in the right direction. I suppose it was Van Hals who gave him the suggestion. He came into Peters' office to inquire what had occurred, and Peters told him.
I don't like it at all, Van Hals.
I can't say anything at all, sir, but I believe he treated my aunt very badly. I don't know what he did to her,
What's that?
Well, when I was at his house there in Islington, the day before I came to see you...
Yes?
Well, I saw the room she lived in. He showed it to me.
Nice room?
It was filthy.
It was.
I don't believe he took any care of her at all. Flies...
Well, a sick room. Though fly paper is cheap enough.
Well, there were saucers in the room with fly papers in them, 3 or 4 of them. But all the water had dried up, and there was nothing but the dried-up poison papers left, and I saw that they were...
Poison?
What? The poison papers were all dried up.
Excuse me.
Did I say something?
Stay here. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Peters was in Basil Pearson's office in 2 jumps. Basil Pearson was the famous home office pathologist. He died last year. This was 40 years ago, remember. Peters had a question to ask.
Sorry to burst in on you like this, Basil.
What's chasing you?
Look here. You're familiar with the symptoms of this epidemic diarrhea, aren't you?
Of course. Afraid you've got it, old boy?
Oh, of course not. What I'd like you to answer me is, are the symptoms anything like the symptoms of arsenic poisoning? Arsenic's what's in flypaper, isn't it?
Yes, of course. Yes, under certain circumstances. If a person was suffering from this epidemic thing, the presence of arsenic might not be suspected. The patient's dead, of course.
And buried.
No, unless arsenical poisoning was suspected, there's enough similarity to warrant certifying that death was caused by the epidemic thing.
Good. Now, is there enough arsenic in flypaper to cause death?
Under certain circumstances.
You can identify arsenic in a dead body, too, can't you?
The body's not been dead too long. In lethal quantities, you mean?
Yes.
Well, it's not generally too difficult.
How much is a lethal quantity?
5 grains or upward. You planning on murdering someone? I shouldn't recommend arsenic.
How long after death can you find arsenic in a body, Basil?
A good time, I should say. How long is this one?
About 2 weeks, I think.
That's not long at all. Why, post-mortem for me? I'd rather hope to get away for a holiday tomorrow.
Oh, it won't take you long to do a PM, Basil. Come on, old boy.
Well, got the papers.
I'll have them for you by tomorrow.
All right. Where is it?
Islington.
That dreary place.
Islington Cemetery, to be quite honest.
Well, thank heavens arsenic acts as a preservative.
I'll give you a hand.
Just get me the papers, old boy. Shan't even pack a kit bag until I see the papers, you know. Oh, by the by, is it a he or a she?
She. I'll go and see if I can get George Redmond to give me the papers at once. Thanks ever so much.
Don't fret too much if he won't let you have them at once, Oliver.
What?
Well, she can't get away.
There's a small mortuary near Holloway Prison, which is not far away from Islington Cemetery. There's a laboratory there, too, not a very complete one, but Basil Pearson said it would be satisfactory. They found the arsenic.
Offhand, I'd say the body contains a fatal quantity of arsenic.
Good.
I think so, I said, remember. I had to take these samples of tissue and whatnot and check them quantitatively first, but I think so.
But arsenic is present.
Soaked in it.
How about whatever it was she was supposed to have died of?
It doesn't look like it from the inside here. It might have looked that way in an ordinary examination. Obviously arsenical poisoning. Now that we know the arsenic's here.
Inspector Peters went back to see Mr. Simons, the businessman. Mr. Simons didn't seem to be very excited, and that rather puzzled Inspector Peters. But he tried not to be obvious about it.
What's so hilarious, may I ask?
Oh, you look funny.
Oh, do I?
Have you been outwitted by a clever criminal, Inspector?
I don't think I have, no.
Well, pardon me for laughing. But you did look funny. What can I do for you, Inspector?
Are you agreeable to answering a few questions, Mr. Simons?
Oh, you're a very inquisitive man.
I am.
Well, I'll give you the same answer I gave you before. I'll answer such questions as I think are proper.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Very well.
Well, begin, Inspector.
Very well.
Oh, stop saying very well and ask it questions.
Very well. Where did the arsenic come from that was found in Miss Hoggs' body?
What arsenic?
You didn't know that a large quantity of arsenic was found in her body?
No, I didn't.
It was.
How did it get there?
I doubt it was an accident, Mr. Simons.
Well, how could it get there? Arsenic.
Arsenic.
I don't believe it.
I can assure you it's there. That's what killed her.
Where could she have got arsenic?
I wonder, too.
I don't know.
Where can one buy arsenic?
At a chemist shop, I fancy.
Not without a poison certificate.
Are they certain it's arsenic?
Basil Pearson says so.
I've heard of him, haven't I?
Nearly everyone in England has.
He's, what do you call him?
He's Home Office pathologist.
Knows all about poison.
Yes.
If he says there's poison in the body, he's pretty certain to be right.
If he says so, there's no question about it.
And he says so.
Yes.
He says there was enough poison in Miss Hogg's body to kill her.
Yes.
Huh.
Has Miss Hogg's sick room been cleaned yet, Mr. Simons?
Eh? Oh, I'm sorry to say it hasn't. It has been fumigated, though.
Otherwise, nothing's been changed.
Oh, no. I was going to sell the bedstead and the mattress.
You are a businessman.
Yes, that's right.
Have you any objections to taking me there?
To the sick room? Yes, of course.
Why?
Why, the germs. The microbes. She died there.
She died of arsenical poisoning.
Oh, that's right. So you said.
Will you take me to a room?
Well, if you insist.
I'm afraid I do insist, Mr. Simons.
Well, I'm not at all sure I want to go in that room, Inspector.
Why not?
Well...
Are you afraid to look at the flypaper, Mr. Simons?
Flypaper?
The flypaper that the room is full of. The flypaper that contains arsenic. The flypaper that can be bought at any shop without a poison certificate, Mr. Simons.
Flypaper. That's it, flypaper. That's what it was.
That's right.
Why, I bought that flypaper myself. Poor Miss Hogg, she was so uncomfortable with all the heat, you know, and the flies. There was something awful. Poor woman, she was suffering so.
I've no doubt.
And she said to me the very day before she died, she said to me, go and fetch me some packets of that black flypaper. You soak in water and the flies drink it and they die. She begged me.
Poison.
I know it's poison.
Arsenic.
Arsenic. And she gave me the money. She gave me 6pence, I remember. And when I got to the chemist shop, they had only one threepenny packet of the stuff, and I bought that and brought it home.
I hope you remembered to give her the change, Mr. Simons.
Eh? By Jove.
It's too late now. You put the poison flypaper out, then?
Yes, of course. Do you think I have no bowels of compassion at all? There were 6 sheets of the stuff, and I could find only 4 saucers or things for containers, though.
You still have the other 2 sheets here in the house.
Cause, waste not.
Want not. Quite right, Mr. Simons, quite right. Now, how do you suppose the arsenic got from the flypaper into Miss Hoggs' body?
Why, that's very hot.
Yes.
And Miss Hogg drank a great deal of water.
Yes. Go on, Mr. Simons.
Well, could she have drunk off the poison water in the saucers?
All of it?
Well, if there's arsenic in her body...
There is.
Well, then.
Mr. Simons, I must detain you on suspicion of having caused the death of Winifred Hogg.
Oh, no. You can't mean that.
And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used as evidence.
But when Inspector Peters brought the remains of the threepenny packet of arsenical flypapers to Basil Pearson, Pearson shook his head.
No good, Oliver.
What's no good? The man practically confessed.
No good, Oliver.
Wasn't it arsenic after all?
Oh, of course it's arsenic, no question. That's what killed her.
Basil, I don't understand you. You say...
I say it wasn't the arsenic from these flypapers. Look here at the envelope that came in.
Yes?
The label. Read it. Down here, that fine print.
I see.
Did you read it?
Arsenical content, 0.3 of a grain per sheet.
That's right. 6 sheets. 6 times 0.3. 1 8/10 grain. A whole packet will kill flies, perhaps, but a human being. Do you know how much arsenic the standard Marsh test indicates was in her body?
No.
More than 7 grains. 4 times as much as the whole packet of these papers contains.
You couldn't be wrong.
Did you ever know me to be wrong?
I don't think anyone ever knew Basil Pearson to be wrong. His death last year left a great void in the world of Scotland Yard, at least. He was as nearly indispensable as any man has ever been. It looked for a while as if Inspector Oliver Peters had dropped a most frightful brick that might do him irreparable harm in the CID. He had committed an unpardonable sin. He had jumped too quickly. Simons had gambled cleverly, knowing that the story of the flypapers would certainly be disproved in open court. He hoped clearing him completely. But he gambled too confidently. Before the preliminary hearing, I accompanied Oliver Peters to Simon's house in Tollington Park. I well remember what we found. There was nothing of any importance in the sick room where Miss Hoggett died, but in a dustbin in the cellar. I can still hear Oliver Peters' voice when he found them.
John, look here. Look what I found.
Well, I hurried to see. They looked like wrinkled sheets of blotting paper to me, but when Basil Pearson saw them...
You're right, Oliver. 27, 28, 29. 30 sheets of the same kind of flypapers.
See the name stamped on them. They're the same kind, all right.
Each one of them contained how much? Let's see the label from the other packet. Let's see it, Oliver.
Arsenical content, 0.3 of a grain per sheet.
And when all 30 of these sheets have been soaked clean, 30 times 0.3, 90 tenths, 9 full grains.
Enough to kill an elephant, Basil.
Well, enough to have killed a hog, at least, old boy. This'll hang him.
And so it did. The jury at Simon's trial at Old Bailey believed he'd made the concoction of 30 sheets of flypaper and fed it to Miss Hogg, and so they sentenced him to hang. Oh, and by the way, these are the same sheets of flypaper I showed you when we started to talk. I must put them back in the file. They've done their part. Good afternoon.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212 in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Lester Fletcher, Winston Ross, Horace Braham, and Carl Harvard. Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Forest rangers do a good job in protecting the woodlands of our nation. But even if we had many times the present number of forest rangers, they couldn't prevent all of the fires that threaten our forests. Anytime you're out in the fields and the woods, you should be your own forest ranger. Crush out cigarette, cigar, and pipe ashes. Break matches in two after using them. Drown all campfires. Always follow these simple rules yourself and insist that others follow them too. Remember, it's up to all of us to protect our forests against fire. So don't be careless for a moment. Remember, the risk is far too great. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Suspense. For you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations, we present one of America's top spine tinglers. A radio rebroadcast of a program dedicated to the mysterious, the unusual, and sometimes the supernatural. A program of suspense.
The producer of Suspense asks you to almost believe that the following is true. Very well. Standing beside me, surrounded by 2 guards, is a man who in a few short hours is to be put to death in the electric chair. His last request to the warden was that he be allowed to speak on this program and reveal what he calls some startling information. The warden naturally turned to us, and we at once complied, anxious at all times to do anything, however strange, that will hold our listeners in suspense. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm speaking correctly?
Yes, right here, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this broadcast will never be completed. I'm going to tell you a story. The story involves a number of famous and influential people here as well as abroad. These people have received warning from me, and I'm sure all of them are making it a point to listen to me now. I shall not name these great, these rich, these influential gentlemen until my story is over. They will recognize the story. They will remember me. They will take the necessary steps for my reprieve. I shall expect a full pardon and safe conduct to a neutral country. These are my terms. I shall expect word of this to be brought to this studio during this broadcast. But as I have warned you, this broadcast will never be finished. You will never hear those names. It is certain my price will be paid. I am presently under sentence of death for my activities in the matter of refueling German submarines in the Caribbean. My full confession has been reproduced in the popular press. You have read it and you know the details. It is the least ingenious of my exploits and my first failure. So much for it. The story I shall tell you tonight occurred many years ago, but concerns, as I have said, many now living. It will interest you, I hope. I know it will interest them. Very well, then. On the 3rd of June, 1925, in Liverpool, a man who gave his name as Monsieur Louis Caratel asked to see Mr. James Bland, the superintendent of the London and West Coast Railway. He was a small man, this Caratel, middle-aged, darkened, with a stoop so pronounced that it suggested some deformity of the spine. He was accompanied by a friend, a man of imposing physique who, from his swarthy complexion, was probably either a Spaniard or a South American. It turned out later that his name was Gomez. One peculiarity was observed in him. He carried in his left hand, fastened to his wrist by a strap, a small leather dispatch case. No importance was attached to this fact at the time, but later events endowed it with much significance. Monsieur Caratel was shown to Mr. Bland's office while his companion remained outside.
How do you do, monsieur? My name is Louis Caratel.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I have just arrived from Central America this afternoon. It is extremely urgent that I reach Paris without a moment's delay.
Paris, eh? That's too bad. Just missed the London Express.
I am not interested in the London Express. Could you provide me with a special train?
Yes, I think that could be arranged. Oh, it's quite an expensive proposition.
Money is of a small importance, monsieur. Time is everything. If you can arrange a special for me in a hurry, you may make your own terms.
Very well. Mr. Hood, will you step over here a moment, please?
Yes, Mr. Bland.
Mr. Hood, here's our traffic manager, Mr. Caratel.
Mr. Caratel.
Hood, I want you to arrange a special for him. He's going to Paris. How's the line? Can you fix him up in a hurry?
Why, yes, I believe so, Mr. Bland. The line is clear through Manchester, and engine 247 at the Rochdale is on the tracks now. It could be ready, say, in 15 minutes.
Good. Who's available for the trip?
Engineer Smith, sir. And I can put James McPherson on as conductor.
Well, there you are, Mr. Caratel. Simple as that. Attend to everything right away, will you, Hood?
Yes,
sir. These men, Monsieur Smith and,
McPherson?
McPherson. Are they trustworthy?
Oh, yes. Of course. McPherson's been with the company for years, and I'm sure Smith, although new, is an expert engineer.
Bien. Thank you, monsieur. I am deeply indebted. You have been most considerate.
At 4:31 exactly by the station clock, the special train with Caratel and Gomez steamed out of the Liverpool station. The line at that time was clear, and there should have been no stoppage between Manchester. At 6:15, considerable surprise and some consternation was caused among the officials at Liverpool by the receipt of a wire from Manchester to say that the special had not yet arrived. An inquiry directed at once to St. Helens, which is a third of the way between the two cities, elicited the following reply.
To James Bland, Superintendent, Liverpool. Special passed here at 4:52. Well up to time. Dowser, St. Helens.
The wire was received at 6:40. At 6:50, a second message was received from Manchester.
No sign of special as advised by you.
And then, 10 minutes later, a third, more bewildering.
Presume some mistake is proposed running of special. Local train from St. Helens, timed to follow it, has just arrived and has seen nothing of it. Kindly wire advices. Manchester.
The matter was assuming a most amazing aspect. Although in some respects the last telegram was a relief to the authorities at Liverpool. If an accident had occurred to the special, it seemed hardly possible that the local train could have passed down the same line without observing it. And yet, what was the alternative? Where could the train be? A telegram was dispatched to each of the stations between St. Helens and Manchester, and the superintendent and his traffic manager waited in the utmost suspense at the instrument for the series of replies. The answers came back in the order of questions, which was the order of the stations, beginning at St. Helens.
Special passed here 5 o'clock. Collins Green.
Special passed here 5:06. Earlstown. Special passed here 5:10. Newton. Special passed here 5:20. Kenyon Junction.
No special train is passed here. Barton Moss.
Hood, this is unique in my 30 years of experience.
I can't understand it, Mr. Bland. The special has gone wrong between Kenyon Junction and Barton Moss.
And yet there's no siding between the two stations. Special must have run off the rails, jumped the track.
But how could the 450 Parliamentary pass over the same line without seeing it?
There's no alternative, Hood. Absolutely must be so. Possibly the local may have observed something which may throw some light on the matter. We'll wire to Manchester for more information, and to Kenyon Junction with instructions that the line be examined intently as far as Barton Moss.
The answer from Manchester came within a few minutes.
No news of missing special. Driver and guard of local train positive no accident between Kenyon Junction and Barton Moss. Line quite clear and no sign of anything unusual. Manchester.
This is lunacy, Hood. Does a train vanish into thin air in England in broad daylight? The thing's preposterous. An engine, a tender, car, 5 human beings, and all lost on a straight line of railway. It's impossible.
A month elapsed, during which both the police and the company prosecuted their inquiries without the slightest success. Mr. Bland, at the end of this period, offered his resignation. It was accepted. The affair remained unsolved. A reward was offered and a pardon promised in case of crime, but they were both unclaimed. Every day the public opened their papers with the conviction that so grotesque a mystery would at last be solved, but week after week passed by, and a solution remained as far off as ever. Then a new and most unexpected incident occurred. This was nothing less than the receipt by Mrs. McPherson of a letter from her husband, James McPherson, who had been conductor of the missing train. The letter, which was dated July 5, 1925, was posted from Mozambique, Portuguese East Africa, and came to hand upon the July 14th.
My dear wife, I've been thinking a great deal, and I find it very hard to give you up. I try to fight against it, but it will always come back to me. I send you some money, which will change into 20 English pounds. This should be enough to bring you here. Things are very difficult with me at present, and I'm not very happy, finding it so hard to give you up. So no more at present. From your loving husband, James McPherson.
For a time, it was confidently anticipated that the letter would lead to the clearing up of the whole incident. As directed, Mrs. McPherson sailed to Portuguese East Africa. She stayed in Mozambique for some time, but heard nothing from the missing man. Finally, she returned to Liverpool, and so the matter stood. And has continued to stand right up to the present moment. Incredible as it may seem, nothing has transpired during those 18 years which has shed the least light upon the extraordinary disappearance of the special train which contained Monsieur Caratel and his companion, Mr. Gomez, and McPherson, the conductor, Smith, the engineer, the fireman named Slater. And now, after all this time, I shall clear up the entire affair. And unless I hear from those so highly respectable gentlemen who were my employers and who are completely implicated in the crime, unless I hear from them before I'm finished, their names will be revealed on this broadcast. Take final warning, gentlemen. You know I mean what I say. If you are smart, you are at this moment arranging my reprieve. I must remind you, time is short. You have just 6 minutes. Now, for the interest of my other listeners, I shall resume the story of the lost special. In a word, there was a famous trial in Paris in the year 1925, perhaps you recall it, in connection with a monstrous scandal in politics and finance. How monstrous that scandal was can never be known except by such confidential agents as myself. At stake were the honor and careers of many of the chief men of Europe and the United States. A secret committee was formed to manage the business. Some subscribed to the committee who hardly understood what were its objects, but others understood very well. They can rely upon it that I have not forgotten their names. Do you think I could forget your names, gentlemen? You pillars of the community, great, rich, respected, honorable men. Do you remember that day in May 1925? The fashionable country club, remember? And the golf game that was played there that spring morning? Ladies and gentlemen, that was the strangest golf game ever played in the history of the world.
Oh, rat. Look at that drive. I've been playing badly all morning.
You topped it, Senator. Perhaps you're a little nervous.
I beg your pardon?
May I join your game?
Well, I'm not sure.
Not sure of what? Of me? I promise you, gentlemen, you can be very sure of me. I'm the man you're supposed to meet. The distinguished congressman here can vouch for me.
Yeah, he's the one, all right.
Yes.
This is Delerniak. Mr. Delerniak, may I present
My name is not really Delerniak, gentlemen, but I am sure that bothers you no less than it does me. Besides, there is no need for introductions. I know everyone present by sight and by reputation. My drive, I believe. Thank you. Not so good. 200 and, about 50 yards. I hope I'm not going to continue in this way.
You're sure we can talk safely here, Frank? How do we know
Please
that...
set your mind at ease. We shan't be overheard in the middle of a golf course. There is no convenient hiding place here for dictaphones, even in the rough, where I notice you're playing the greater part of your game, Senator. You must be nervous this morning.
I know, but I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Well, it's not the superlative course you are accustomed to on your own enormous California estate, sir, but it's going to have to serve our particular purpose. Oh, by the way, let me compliment you on the way you have had your syndicate of newspapers handle the recent strike situation and the editorial which appeared under your own signature this morning. Yes, well calculated to stir up trouble with the labor.
Let's get on with our business. Yes, Mr. Delerniak...
At your service, sir. And may I suggest we continue our game? I know the absence of caddies is an inconvenience.
Mr. Delerniak,
certainly.
In June, a month from now in Paris, there will be a most important trial.
Ah, yes.
During its progress...
pardon me, are you referring to the Serinsky trial?
Yes. You know about it, then?
Well, certain interesting details. I know something of it. It's my business, after all, to keep myself informed about these matters. It is not for nothing that I am known as the most...
Let me continue, please.
Provocateurs.
This trial,
Yes.
I'm speaking in the utmost confidence, you understand. This trial could, if certain evidence were introduced, could have a very serious effect upon the prestige and standing of some most important men.
I'm sure
in fact, it could even...
You're shivering, Senator. You find it cold out here?
No. No, get on with it, Frank. Get to the point. For heaven's sake, please.
The evidence which one man could bring to the trial could ruin these men. Without it, the trial will collapse for want of facts.
Mhm.
But if this one man arrives in Paris,
Quite evidently, you do not wish him to arrive in Paris.
No.
Gentlemen, you have come to the man. This sounds indeed like the sort of thing which no one in the world can manage with such skill and success as myself. I must admit, however, that my services come rather high.
Well,
It's only natural, since there is only
the
one.
money makes no difference. We have formed a group, a committee, and we have the command of an unlimited amount of money. Absolutely
good.
unlimited, you
We
hear?
will name people and places now. Who is the gentleman whose appearance in Paris would cause such regrettable embarrassment?
his name is Caratal, Louis Caratal. He knows everything. He has papers,
Yes,
documents,
I
all the
understand.
evidence.
Where is this Monsieur Caratel at
Well,
present?
he's sailing from somewhere in Central America within the next few days. That much we know.
Good. Central America. I have an excellent man down there in Central America. This Caratel, you know anything about him, his personal habits?
No, very little. He's a small man, dark. He has a bodyguard, a great big bruiser named Lopez
Let
Gomez
me see,
or
from
something.
Central America, that would be the Americano Tropicano.
No, those are
line
my
there.
ships. You
Trips all commence at Liverpool, I believe. That's where the ships dock, and our famous trial is to begin in 3 weeks. That would mean that Monsieur Caratel would go directly to London, and I imagine that once there he would be heavily guarded, since it can be no surprise to him that you gentlemen are not without connections in the British capital.
That's good, clean
You see,
thinking.
this is not so simple as some of my other exploits. A simple assassination. There's your ball, sir. You're playing a Dunlop 38, aren't you?
Huh? Oh, yes, to be sure, yes.
Quite. As I said, a simple assassination, the usual clumsy job, will not do here. The documents might, after all, be found. The bodyguard might survive somehow, and then we have accomplished nothing, that's all.
Yes.
Are you going to play?
Yes, of course.
Topped it again, I'm afraid. Shall we proceed? I already have 3 plans in my head, gentlemen. I have a plan for nailing him at the Central American port from which he embarks. I have a plan for his disposal aboard the ship. But in each of these cases, I, Delagnac, will be unable to be present, so there is the chance of failure. I will think of a 3rd plan, gentlemen. I shall sail immediately to Liverpool. On my way there, sitting on the deck in the May sunshine, I shall conceive my 3rd plan. It must be something special. Something very special. There I am. Is this your famous water hazard? Well, I think a number 7 iron will do it. And thus I undertook to bring about the complete destruction of Monsieur Caratel, his bodyguard companion, Gomez, and his documents. Plan 1 was already out the window, as I found out the next day.
Delagnac, White Sulphur Springs, Virginia. Baby Lou, unable sleep last few nights, have sent him to visit Aunt Henriette. Will rejoin him on 21st. Love, Jenny.
This telegram from Matagalpa conveyed to me the information that Caratel, possibly sensing danger, had moved from his hotel and gone to stay with friends until his ship sailed. So it was impossible to carry out the idea of the fire in the hotel. His ship leaving on the 21st was the Henriette. On my 4th day at sea, I heard from her.
Delagnac, Berengaria. Ship-to-ship communication from Henriette, Tropicana line. Presented Grace your box of chocolates. Louise has given up candy for Lent. Grace still wants us all together for 29th birthday party. Will be really special. Ralph.
This meant that poison had been given to Gomez, the bodyguard, in an effort to get him, at least, out of the way. He had been unable to succumb to it. He'd thrown off the effects, and is evidenced by the report that we would all be together on the 29th. Now, Caratel had refused to eat the food containing the poison. So much for Plan 2, which was not worthy of me anyway, since there was always the possibility of the bodies being found in the ocean. The man Gomez was carrying the documents in a dispatch case strapped to his wrist, and I must tell you something now. I was glad, mind you, that we had failed so far, for the plan I had conceived on the night I arrived in Liverpool was so magnificent, so absolutely unprecedented in the annals of crime, that I owed it to myself, to my employers, and to history to carry it through. The inspiration came from the words in the code telegram which indicated that Cartel would arrive in London and hire a special train there to convey him from Liverpool. My British agent, Mr. Moore, and I contrived to buy over several officials of the railway. Now, here begins the story. First, the division head, who helped us employ James McPherson, whom we contrived to be the conductor of any special train we designated. Then further, at a sum that would make them independent for life, we bought over an engine driver named Oswald Smith and the fireman John Slater. These men, we arranged with the division head, would be assigned to whatever special train was hired by Cartel. On the afternoon of June 3rd, as I was sitting in my room at the inn at Barton Moss, the call I had been awaiting came through. It was McPherson reporting.
Hello, Mr. Delanyac. We shall be leaving in a few minutes.
Hmm.
He's hired the special.
Good.
Smith will be engine driver and Slater fireman. And of course, I'll be in charge.
What about Moore? Will he be aboard?
Afraid not, sir. He gave them quite a story about having to reach his sick wife and all. But Caratal would have none of it. You said, though, sir, that it didn't matter.
It does not matter. What time will you pass Kenyon Junction?
Let me see, sir. If we leave the next few minutes, we should be there at 5:10.
5:10.
It's a 49-minute run, sir.
45 minutes. I can make it, but delay all you can before you start.
Yes, sir. I guess it's all up to you from now on. Best of luck, sir. Oh, here they come, sir. Goodbye.
And now I went to work. Everything had been prepared for days before, and only the finishing touches were needed. The side track, just before Barton Moss, leading to the abandoned Heartsease mine, had once joined the main line, but it had been disconnected when the mine had been worked out some years before. We had only to replace a few rails to connect it once more. With my small but competent band of workers, we had everything ready well before the special arrived. When it did arrive, it ran off upon the small sideline so easily that the jolting of the switch points appears to have been entirely unnoticed by the two travelers. So, now I have our special train upon the small line which leads, or rather used to lead, to the abandoned mine. You will ask how it is that no one saw the train upon this unused line. I answer that along its entire length it runs through a deep cutting, and that unless someone had been on the edge of that cutting, he could not have seen it. There was someone on the edge of that cutting. I was there. And now I will tell you what I saw. The moment the train was fairly on the sideline, Smith slowed down the engine, and then having turned it on full speed ahead, he and McPherson, with Slater the fireman, sprang off before it was too late. It may be that it was this slowing down which first attracted the attention of the travelers, but the train was running at top speed before their heads appeared at the open window. It makes me smile to think how bewildered they must have been. What a catch must have come to their breath as it flashed upon them, that it was not Manchester that was awaiting them, but death. The train was now running at frantic speed, rolling and rocking over the rough and rusty line, while the wheels made a frightful screaming sound on the corroded surface. I was close to them and could see their faces. Caratel was praying, I think. There was something like a rosary dangling out of his hand. The other, Gomez, roared like a bull, but was drowned out by the incredible noise of the train. He saw me standing on the bank, and when he realized he couldn't be heard, he beckoned to me like a madman, tearing at his wrist and hurling the dispatch box out of the window in my direction. Of course, his meaning was obvious. Here was the evidence that they would promise to be silent if their lives were spared. It would have been very agreeable if it could have been done so, but business is business. Besides, the train was now so much beyond our control as it was theirs. He ceased his howling and gesturing when the train rattled around the curve, and they saw the black mouth of the mine yawning before them. They were struck silent by what they saw, and yet they could not withdraw their heads. The sight seemed to have paralyzed them. I had wondered how the train, running at a great speed, would take the pit, and I was much interested in watching it. One of my colleagues, who had joined me there, thought it actually would jump it, and indeed it was not very far from doing so. It leaped into the air and seemed to hang suspended for a moment. The funnel flew off into the air, and then the van, the car, and the engine were all smashed up into one jumble, which choked the mouth of the Great Britain. Something gave way in the middle, and the whole mass of iron, coal fittings, wheels, woodwork, and cushions crumbled together and crashed into the mine. Perfect. The deep muddy water standing in the bottom of the pit 200 feet below responded to the intense heat of the engine boilers. It hissed loudly and blew great bubbles of black mire into the air. At the same time, the walls of the pit, loosened by the impact of the train as it struck the opposite side, gave way, and a mighty avalanche of rock and dirt thundered down upon the wreckage of the train as it settled with a low, hissing sigh. Was covered forever by the mud and mire. The vapor hanging in the air shredded off into thin, small wisps, and all was quiet again in the Heartsease mine. And now, having carried out our plan so successfully, it remained only to leave no trace behind us. Our little band of workers at the other end had already ripped up the rails and disconnected the sideline, replacing everything as it had been before. We were equally busy at the mine. The lines which led to it were torn up and taken away. Then, without flurry but without delay, we all made our way out of the country, most of us to Paris, my English agent to Manchester, and Macpherson to East Africa. Word in passing about Macpherson, who was foolish enough to write to his wife and tell her to meet him in Mozambique. And naturally, we took steps to ensure that this meeting would never come about. I have sometimes thought it would be a kindness to write to Mrs. Macpherson and to assure her that there is no impediment to her marrying again. But of the lost special, let the English papers of that date tell how thoroughly we had done our work and how completely we had thrown the cleverest of their detectives off our track. You will remember that Gomez threw his bag of papers out of the window, and I need not say that I secured that bag and brought them to my employers. It may interest my employers now, however, to learn that out of that bag, I took one or two little papers as a souvenir of that occasion. I had no wish to read the information obtained by these papers, but it is now, it's less than a minute before my broadcast is over. And I have received no word. It is the final hour. I see at the other end of the studio the engineer waving his hands at me that my time is almost up. Well, I gave you warning. You had your chance, gentlemen. Very well. Now I reveal your names. And the first name I reveal is that of Charles Spot. Ladies and gentlemen, they're trying murder. I want you to hear these names quickly. I know you will avenge me. The names are...
After him! There he goes! Delania, can you hear me? Are you all right? Hey, Bill, play something quick, will you? Theme, curtain music, anything. And so closes the Lost Special by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, starring Orson Welles. Tonight's tale of suspense.
This rebroadcast of Suspense was produced in the United States of America.
Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most celebrated cases.
These are the true stories. Plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have been, for obvious reasons, changed. The stories are produced with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now you will hear from Chief Superintendent John Davidson, custodian of the famous Black Museum of Scotland Yard. Here is Chief Superintendent Davidson.
Good afternoon. We have here in the Black Museum just about every kind of exhibit you or nearly anyone else could imagine. Weapons that have been used in murders are frequent. Garments worn by murdered persons or the persons who murdered them. Bloodstains, even many things more gruesome. But this exhibit is, I believe, genuinely unique. Do you recognize it? You should. It's an inspector's badge. An inspector of the CID, a genuine badge. It, too, was deeply involved in a murder case. This badge was once worn by Inspector George A. Frame. And here is former Inspector Frame himself, who I think will tell you all about how it came to be here. Go ahead, George.
Yes. My old badge. Let me hold it half a second, please, John. Yes, I was very proud of that badge once. I think I still am, even though it's an exhibit here on the Black Museum now. Yes. I think I'd been moderately successful as a police officer when Sir Lewis called me, had I, John? Of course. Well, Sir Lewis asked me to come to his office on an important matter, so of course I went. A very impressive man, Sir Lewis. I can hear him yet.
Something of a mess down there. There's been so much in the newspapers about it and all that we've got to get on it at once. Sit still. The Home Office asked me to assign a good man.
Thank you, Sir
Don't
Lewis.
know anything about you. Here, you're a good worker. Work, that's what this will take. Work and common sense, eh?
I'll do my best, Sir Lewis.
Hope it'll be good enough.
I'll try, sir. Yes, sir.
Dignity. Dignity is what we need. Competence and dignity. And hard work. What's your name?
Frame, sir.
This
George
case you're assigned to now, down in South Loamshire. Know where it is? Don't suppose you
yes.
do. Well, you'll see. Village named Ward. Odd name, Ward.
I think I know...
Little village. Man's young son was killed.
I remember, sir.
Boy about him, a year old. Thought he'd been kidnapped. He wasn't. Found him in the garden. Next morning, murdered. Slashed to death.
Yes, sir, I think I
Had this
remember...
local constabulary trap on the case for a week now. Inefficient scoundrel. Regular Dogberry type, I'm going to understand. Village, cop, full.
Well, sir...
Done nothing. Newspapers printing all sorts of stories. Well, Scotland Yard, is Scotland Yard asleep, all that.
Yes, sir, I've seen
Will
it all.
you stop babbling? The Home Office has been on my neck. Settle this at once, Sir Lewis. Must this go on, Sir Lewis? Get cracking, Sir Lewis. That's your job. Frame, is that it? Go on, settle it.
Yes, sir.
Don't ask foolish questions. Get down there at once and get it settled. Now, mind you, no nonsense, no friction with the local constabulary, and no excuses. Well,
I was just... Well, sir, all right. Ward and Loamshire. I'll be off at once.
And don't come back with... Why are you standing there with that silly grin on your... Hello, hello. Yes, of course, it's Sir Lewis speaking. Get through to the Home Office at once and tell them that Loamshire matter will be settled at once. Got my best man on it. Now, go on, whatever your name is.
In the village of Ward, I was conducted to Superintendent Ogle of the South Loamshire Constabulary, who was in charge of the case. And not delighted at all at being summarily replaced by an inspector of the CID from Scotland Yard. He was quite eloquent about it.
I don't know what you think you're going to do here, Frame.
I expect to do my duty, sir.
I can dispense with your fine Scotland Yard talk, young man. We have our duty, too, you know.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ogle.
You may address me as Superintendent Ogle while you're about it, too.
I'm sorry, sir.
Coming your fine London ways on me because I'm a man from the Shires. I'll expect proper respect, sir. I'll expect proper respect.
I beg your pardon, sir.
And whilst you're in my bailiwick, you're to consider yourself no better than one of my constables, too. You're to be entirely under my orders. Do you understand that?
I was under the impression, sir, that I'm under the orders of the Home Office.
I'll stand for no insubordination.
I'm not being insubordinate, sir. I'm merely telling you my orders.
Wish you to make a fool of me. Isn't that the truth?
No, sir.
Oh, is that a fact? Well, then, what are you doing here, then? What are you doing here?
The Home Office has instructed me to try to obtain a conviction in this case, sir.
Oh, you're to obtain a conviction, then?
I'm to try, sir.
I suppose a London man knows more about it than we who live here, then.
No, sir, I don't know anything about it yet.
All you know is that Scotland Yard says I failed.
Scotland Yard doesn't say that, sir.
Well, there's been a lot of talk, and I resent it.
I'm sorry, sir. Would you mind telling me something about the case?
Don't you know anything about it?
Well, very little, sir.
How much?
Only that a child has been found dead, sir. Murdered, apparently. Have you any suspects, sir?
That's none of your business.
I'm afraid it is, sir.
Well, I don't think so.
I hope that doesn't mean that I'm not to get any help from you, sir. Am I correct, sir?
I'll give you what help we can. What help I have to give you.
Well, go ahead, sir.
What do you expect me to do? Solve this case for you and then let Scotland Yard take all the credit? I've had about enough.
Scotland Yard needs no credit, sir.
Well...
But the case must be solved, sir.
Are you accusing me of inefficiency?
Not accusing you, sir. But I'm sorry I've been sent down here by the Home Office.
Do you think you're welcome here?
You haven't told me what's been accomplished so far, sir.
Look here now.
Yes, sir.
I've made an arrest today.
Oh, have you, sir?
I most certainly have.
May I ask whom, sir?
I arrested Elizabeth Wright.
Who is Elizabeth Wright?
The nursemaid at Madden's house.
Madden? Oh, that was the boy's name, yes.
Didn't you even know that much?
No, sir, I didn't. I expect to know a great deal more by the time I get back to London. And what about this woman, sir, Elizabeth Wright? What did...
They released her.
Who did?
The magistrate.
Oh?
And do you know what they said to me?
The magistrate, sir?
They said I didn't have one scrap of evidence against her.
But you did, of course, sir.
Well?
Well, sir?
I didn't have much.
Oh?
She was visiting her sister when it happened.
Where, sir?
In Edinburgh.
But you suspected her, sir.
Well?
What?
Well, a man's bound to arrest somebody.
Oh.
And now they send me a Scotland Yard man. I never have any luck.
I dislike to comment unfavorably on a member of my profession, but I shall not. It does seem to me, though... Sorry. I never in all my life saw such a... In 2 days going about the village of Ward, I discovered several facts. One, there had been 2 children in the Madden family. The dead boy and a sister. Her name was Bridie Madden, and she was the daughter of Madden's first wife, who was dead. The boy was by his second wife. 2, there were several servants, including the nursemaid who had been arrested, a sweet, gentle, shy girl by all reports. 3, I learned that the father, Jerry Madden, was suspected by some of the villagers of having murdered his little son, although no one advanced any reasons why they thought so. 4th, according to some of the schoolmates of Bridie Madden, she was in considerable fear of her stepmother's uncontrollable temper. 5thly, that somebody unspecified would have to hang for the murder of the little boy, a conclusion with which I was fully in agreement. And 6thly, that I was the most unpopular person in the village of Ward. I was from London, and the villagers were fervent adherents of the happily disappearing maxim, here's a foreigner, let's heave a brick at him. I was not encouraged, especially since Superintendent Ogle made no secret of his antipathy toward me. A little discouraging. I thought of returning to London, but I remembered Sir Lewis was there and stayed on. I visited the Madden household. Mrs. Madden was confined in a nursing home at the edge of the village. She had not recovered from the tragic death of her little son. The daughter Bridie was at school. Elizabeth Wright, the maid whom our village policeman had arrested, had gone back to her sister's home in Edinburgh. I was received by Ellen Perry, another servant who was not the happiest of mortals, but who talked freely.
Horrible, sir. Just plain horrible. It's all I can say. Poor little fellow.
I suppose you have no ideas on the matter, have you, Ellen?
Oh, Lord love a duck, no, sir, not I.
You never did suspect Elizabeth Wright, I suppose.
Oh, that fool.
Speak that way of the poor girl, Ellen.
I'm speaking of Gumshoe Ogle.
Excuse me. I mean...
Policeman indeed, the great oaf. He couldn't detect a change in the weather, that one couldn't. No, sir, I don't suspect anybody. Though Lord knows I wish I did.
What about Miss Bridie?
Oh, not Miss Bridie, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you don't think I suspect Miss Bridie, Ellen. I meant, what does she think?
Oh, well, I'm sure she doesn't suspect anybody, sir. Not Miss Bridie, the poor child.
Ellen, how do you and Mrs. Madden get along?
The finest woman that e'er drew breath, sir. The finest, dearest woman. Poor dear, she's only got one tiny fault.
Her temper.
Her what, sir?
Her temper?
Why, Lord love a duck, sir, Mrs. Madden ain't got no temper. That's what I was saying. She lets everybody walk over her. She's got no more temper than a Mangelwurzel.
Well, I was told she has a very violent temper.
Oh, not her, sir. Someone's been pulling your leg. Oh, excuse me, sir.
Well, but why should...
No, sir, I've lived in this house ever since she married Mr. Madden, and I've never seen her raise her voice, even when she fell down the well and near drowned. The well there, sir.
I must be mistaken, then.
Oh, you are that, sir. A sweeter woman ne'er drew breath, sir. Poor woman.
Well, I'm sorry to have thought so. I mean...
No, sir. Temper me eye. Not Mrs. Madden, sir.
Well, I'm sorry.
I'm going to tell her, sir. She'll die laughing.
Oh, no, please. Please don't say anything to her about it, Ellen. Please don't.
I'll keep your secret, sir.
Well, thank you, Ellen. That's a good girl.
Who told you that, sir?
Why, you know, I really don't remember, Ellen.
Curious, sir.
Oh, now, who would...
Yes, sir. Temper. Oh, blimey. Excuse me, sir.
I went to call on Superintendent Ogle. Though it was near enough to high noon, I found the gentleman still in bed and in no very good humor at being awakened.
What do you want now?
I wanted to ask you a question, Superintendent.
Well, ask it.
I'm sorry to wake you, sir.
I'm awake now. What do you want to know? Just hand me my trousers there, will you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're getting them on backwards, sir, I think. Other way around, sir, I think.
Right. What do you want?
I was wondering whether you collected any tangible evidence at all, sir.
Tangible?
Anything I could see?
No.
There wasn't anything?
Nothing I consider important. I'd have told you.
Nothing at all, sir?
Give me my shirt. Thank you.
What did you find, sir?
Nothing of any importance. Socks suspenders, please. Thank you.
What, sir?
Oh, some rags.
Rags?
Lend me my socks. Thank you. Look like a nightgown or something, according to bits.
Nightgown, sir?
That's what I said it looked like. There's some stains or something on it. Paint, I expect. Someone been using it to clean paintbrushes.
What color paint, sir?
Huh? Toss me my shoes. You needn't throw them, you know.
Sorry, sir. What color paint?
Sort of dark, wet. Oh, look, I bust my shoelace. Getting a man up in the middle of the night. Oh, running there. No.
What did you do with the nightgown? Sure, it was a nightgown, sir.
Looks something like one.
What? Where is it now, sir?
How would I know?
Eh?
I burned the nasty thing up.
Oh, no.
Well, it was partially burned when I found it. A bit of trash. I finished burning it up.
Then it's completely gone, sir.
Of course it is. What did you expect?
I didn't expect anything, sir.
Hand me my necktie, will you?
I'm afraid I don't understand a man with even the rudiments of a police education who could consciously make such a stupid error. Who knows that, good heavens, there were reddish-brown stains on the discarded garment, if it was a garment, in the very middle of a case of atrocious murder in which the victim had bled freely and he thought they were paint. And the thing had been wantonly destroyed. I found myself beginning to splutter as I walked down the lane toward the nursing home. I found Mrs. Madden, the bereft mother. In her condition, it was useless to attempt to talk with her. She just lay there and smiled, a vague kind of smile. A man who identified himself as the proprietor of the nursing home deigned to talk with me.
Yes, sir. She's been like that all the time, ever since they brought her here after the poor youngster was murdered. She was such a happy woman. Now
Has she been quiet all the time?
Never opened her mouth except to cry out for her baby, sir.
Nothing more?
Well, what would you expect her to do, sir?
Why, I understood she has a very violent temper.
What?
Violent temper?
You're mistaken, sir, if you think so. I've known this girl since she was in swaddling clothes, and she... Oh.
What?
You've got her mixed up with Jerry Madden's first wife.
Well, I don't know.
This girl wouldn't hurt her. Yes. You're thinking about the first wife, Bridie's mother.
What about her?
Bridie? The girl's named after her mother.
What about her?
Why, she had a very violent temper, sir.
Oh, she did.
Didn't you know, sir, that she died in the insane asylum?
No.
Raving and screaming like a lunatic? She was a lunatic, sir.
And an idea crossed my mind.
As a matter of fact, then, not to be telling lies, but after all, you're a policeman, you won't tell anybody. She was a lunatic. And so was her mother before her. I didn't know the grandmother.
Whitehall 1212, to which you are listening, is compiled from actual case records of Scotland Yard. This one is true, as are all the others in this series. Only the names of the participants and the actual location are changed. Research on Whitehall 1212 comes from the chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express, Percy Hoskins. And the stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now, let's go on with the story.
I passed Superintendent Ogle as I trudged down the road to the Madden home. He didn't answer my greeting. I walked on and, deep in thought, presently arrived. Ellen Perry was in the yard with a basket full of clothing for the family laundry. Afternoon, Ellen, I said.
Afternoon, sir. Did you find out anything, sir?
I went to the nursing home. You were right, apparently.
I told you so.
Did you know the first Mrs. Madden, Ellen?
Bridie? Bridie's mother?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I remember her. A crazy woman. That must be the one you were thinking of when you talked about Miss Madden's temper, sir.
Yes. Yes, I'm afraid you're right.
She died, you know, when Bridie was just a little girl.
Yes, I know.
Well, now, will you excuse me, sir, while I get on with preparing the washing for tomorrow?
Go on, Ellen.
Thank you, sir.
And so I had time to think a moment alone. I'd done a good deal of thinking on the way from the nursing home, but seeing the preparations for the morrow's wash day... A nightgown, I remembered, a possibly blood-stained nightgown. I thought about the circumstances of the murder. The little boy had been put to bed. He was found slashed to death in the morning. Ergo, he had been murdered during the night. Right so far. Whoever had done it more than likely have splashed blood on his clothes, her clothes. There's only one person I suspected. A sneaking, unreasonable kind of suspicion. But there wasn't anyone else to suspect. The first bride had been crazy, with a violent temper. She died in the insane asylum. Her daughter had told a deliberate untruth about her mother. An untruth that would have been immediately apparent to anyone but a stranger like myself. Bridie must hate the stepmother. It's an old story. Could she hate her enough to... An appalling thought. Thought of a girl getting up, wearing her nightclothes, taking one of her father's razors, and going then to the little boy's room, her white nightgown. I didn't want to think about it. I tried not to think about it. But Ogle had said he found that nightgown with the stains on it that he thought were daubs of brownish-red paint. The nightgown had been partially burnt, as if someone had tried to destroy it. Horrible thought, but... Ellen was coming back. Ellen, I said.
Yes, sir? A penny for your thoughts, sir.
Ellen, how many nightgowns does Miss Bridie have?
Nightgowns, sir?
Yes.
Why, she used to have 3, sir, but now there's only 2.
Are you certain, Ellen?
Sir, I've been doing the laundry every week in this house since Bridie was a baby. I think I ought to know what clothes she's got.
Yes. How long has this nightgown been missing? A long time?
No, sir. Lost?
What?
It was the morning the little fellow was... I remember. I gathered up the clothes to be washed, and all 3 nightgowns was there.
Yes.
And Bridie met me on the stairway, and she was crying, and she asked me to get her a drink of water.
Yes.
So I set down the basket and went and got her one. And then I picked up the basket and went downstairs, and when I took the things out of the basket, there was only 2 nightgowns in it.
Did you say anything to anyone?
I told Miss Bridie, and she said I must be mistaken, and the house was in such an uproar, sir, but there was only 2, sir, and there's only 2 now. What do you suppose become of it, sir? Oh, there's Miss Bridie now, sir, coming home from school.
Where?
There, coming down the lane, sir. Now, way back there. Bridie!
All the way down the lane, I was rehearsing in my mind what I would say to her. And when we met her and I looked in her staring little beast's eyes, I knew what to say.
Hello, Ellen. Why, what's the matter, sir?
Bridie Madden, I'll arrest you for the murder of your brother Damon Madden, and I warn you that anything you say... I took her to the magistrates to be heard. From the windows of the village schoolroom where we sat, I could see the townsfolk gathering angrily in the streets. I suppose I was not too surprised when the presiding magistrate told me that I hadn't enough evidence, that it was impossible at that moment to remand her for trial. They were far from convinced that the Crown had a case. But, they assured me, we will not close the case now because you have a very interesting theory, but there's not enough evidence, they said. We wouldn't dare to act on such incomplete evidence at this time. We'll not write it off as closed, they told me. If you find any additional evidence, well, we'll keep the case open. And so I came away to London, with Superintendent Ogle of the Loamshire Constabulary marching beside me to the train to protect me from the consequences of my foolishness, he said pompously. I could hear the villagers' boos and catcalls from the train with the compartment window closed. I'd done my best, but I can still see Ogle standing there with upraised hand against the populace, and Bridie Madden standing alone, looking after me as if she'd like to murder me too. I went to Sir Louis' office when I arrived in London.
Come in. Oh, so you're back.
Yes, sir.
Come here.
Yes, sir?
Well,
I did my best, Sir Louis.
And a fine monumental mess you made of things.
Well, sir...
I told you to get a conviction.
I was sure I had one, sir.
Rubbish!
I'm sorry,
Don't
sir.
talk sorry to me, my man. You're as big a fool as that old stolen loansher.
Sir, that's...
There's a bigger row raging now than ever before. Scotland Yard and the Home Office have been made fools of.
I'm sorry, sir.
Questions have been asked in Parliament, sir. What do you say to that?
I'm sorry, sir. I still think we can get a conviction. I know I can turn up more evidence. That girl's as guilty...
You'll turn up no more evidence.
Why not, sir?
Because you've done enough to disgrace us all, and I'll have no more of your blundering. I demand your resignation, Inspector Frey.
So that's why I'm a greengrocer today. Come and see me if you're needing anything in my line. Goodbye, John.
Goodbye, Inspector. George Frame didn't tell you the end of the story. This all happened several years ago. 1 year ago, I was told that a Miss Bridie Madden wished to see me. She came in. Miss Madden?
Yes, sir. Do you know me?
I've heard your name.
In Ward, in Loamshire, several years ago.
Yes.
Yes. I'm graduated from school now. And lately I've fallen in love with a young man. He's a clergyman, an Anglican priest, a man of God.
Yes.
We were to be married.
Yes?
But my conscience... Why don't you say yes? You say yes to everything.
I know nothing about your conscience, young woman.
I told my secret. I told my fiancé everything.
Yes?
I wanted to confess. I saw the man of God, the man I was going to marry.
What did the man of God say?
He told me to come to the police with my confession. I murdered my brother.
And so we took her back to the magistrates with her confession, which she freely made. She'd never been tried. The case was still in abeyance. So Bridie Madden was at last brought to trial. She was found guilty and sentenced to be hanged. The sentence was afterward changed to life imprisonment, and justice was done. But George Frame is still a greengrocer. He handles an excellent line of Brussels sprouts. This is the badge he used to wear.
Here today on Whitehall 1212, Lester Fletcher as Inspector Frame. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Carl Harbord, Guy Spall, Patricia Courtley, Evan Thomas, and Beulah Garrick. Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Many of us are now enjoying a happy Labor Day weekend, but we should always keep in mind that these long weekend holidays are often tragic times for some of us who start out gaily to enjoy them. More than 1,300 American families will lose one or more of their loved ones in accidents on the highways because someone was reckless and careless while driving.
always had a pretty low opinion of guys that commit murder. That's because I'm a cop myself. David J. Murphy, detective, second grade, age 34. I've always said, anybody who murders is cheap and dirty and yellow. So where does that leave me when my wife puts a 12-inch bread knife through a vacuum cleaner salesman? It just burst on us out of nothing. I came home around 5 one afternoon, and there it was. Mary out cold on the couch with a bourbon breath you could use for a cutting torch. Spilled whiskey, broken glass, the place all torn up. And in a red velvet chair, a funny little guy named Hamilton with our bread knife right clean through him. I just went numb. I couldn't believe it. I watched the boys do all the routine things. Pictures, fingerprints, measurements. All the things I've done in 3rd Avenue flytrap. They took Mary down to the police emergency ward. And after she'd come to and been sick and then gone back to sleep for a couple of hours, I managed to get a little time alone with her. She sat on the edge of the bed, shaking and still half sick. We tried to put the story together from the beginning.
Oh, Dave, I just don't remember.
Honey, this thing's real bad, don't you see? The newspapers, they'll tear you apart. Cop's wife, ex-dancer, knife, vacuum cleaner, salesman. You've got to remember, baby. You've got to.
Well, this is Monday. It was Saturday, Friday. It was Thursday.
Yeah.
Thursday afternoon. Yeah. He rang the bell and asked if I wanted to buy a vacuum cleaner. I asked him in.
Go on.
He put on a demonstration in the living room, and I said I'd take it.
Then what?
I gave him a $5 deposit.
Cash?
Yes, a $5 bill. He said he'd deliver the machine today.
Did you get a receipt?
Yes, it must be around the house somewhere.
Well, if it is, we'll find it. Then what?
He left.
And came back today with a new machine?
Yes.
Did you pour him a drink?
Dave, it was so hot. He looked so tired, lugging that thing around. I asked him if he'd like a highball, and he said yes. I asked him to sit down while he drank it. I was only being decent, Dave. He looked so tired, and it was boiling hot.
Did you have one with him?
No.
But, honey, you reeked of bourbon. You were plastered.
I didn't drink with him, Dave. You've got to believe me.
Oh, then what happened?
I went to get my purse to pay him the rest of the money.
Yes.
When I was at the hall, past the kitchen, and then everything went black.
Black?
I don't know. Something just seemed to hit me. Maybe it was the heat. I don't know. But the next thing I knew, I was being sick, and all those men were standing around taking pictures, and I didn't do it. I can't stand it.
Oh, come on. Hang on to yourself, honey. I can't stay much longer.
Dave, who phoned the police?
Mrs. Cole.
Mrs. Cole?
Yeah, she came over to buy some butter and saw this guy Hamilton sitting in a chair with our bread knife.
This isn't happening. It just isn't real.
Did you know that there was lipstick all over his mouth?
Oh. Dave, help me.
They wanted me to believe that Mary got plastered with a little guy who sold vacuum cleaners. A drunken, lecherous Mary kissing this guy, leaving lipstick on him. Kisses 1 minute and a blind stabbing rage the next. The papers call her a bleached blonde ex-dancer. Everything I'd ever said about dames who knocked off their boyfriends turned up and smacked me right in the face. And the department had decided she was guilty. Even Jock Deucin, my boss and my friend, even Jock had decided. He said so. Right in his office, he said so.
It was real bad, Dave. Real bad.
Jock, you know Mary. You know she couldn't. It's impossible. She couldn't do a thing like this.
Dave. You can't beat the system. Everyone's leaned backwards all down the line trying to help you out, but they all come out with the same answer.
Did you check the towel after she was sick?
No narcotics, but plenty of whiskey. She was plastered.
And then somebody poured it down her throat. Look, she doesn't drink. Hardly even a highball, and then only when she's with me.
What do you want me to say, Dave? I'm just telling you the facts.
What about the bruise on her head?
You still think she was slugged?
I only know she did not pass out from drinking bourbon.
Well, then the medical boys are wrong. They got a specialist from Mercy Hospital to examine her head. He found a bruise the intern missed. Skin isn't broken. There's practically no swelling. Doc thought it was something she'd done herself on a door or on the arm of a chair.
Then she blacked out. Plenty of people have. I did in the Pacific. I hit the beach. The next thing I knew, I was in a field hospital.
Maybe. In a battle. I'm sorry, David. It looks real bad. You better get a smart lawyer.
Oh, Jock, it's wrong, don't you know? It's wrong, I tell you.
Everything points to the fact that Hamilton was paying a social call. Now, if he was delivering a vacuum cleaner, where is it?
The killer took it.
Why? Why kill for a $39.95 vacuum cleaner?
I don't know, but there's an answer somewhere.
And this $5 deposit. Now, we've been all over the house looking for that receipt.
People lose receipts?
Yeah, they do, all right.
She didn't kill Hamilton. I know what's going on here. The department's embarrassed. Embarrassed because the wife of the department man is in a tough spot. They're afraid of the papers. Hush it up, get it over with, and let's forget about the whole thing. Look, I quit. Take your badge and go to the devil.
Dave, take it easy. I don't want your badge, but you just can't work on this case officially.
Why? Afraid I might destroy
Now,
everything?
look, Dave, we're friends. Now, as far as I'm concerned, you're working on that guy who knocked over those service stations. But remember, if you get into trouble on this, I'll nail you. I'll have to. If the newspapers ever found out you were working on your wife's murder rap, they'd have my shirt. So take it easy.
Thanks, Chuck. I've arranged for bail. She'll be out in the morning. Can I go see her now?
Sure, Dave, sure. But remember, keep out of trouble.
Take it easy, honey. You'll be out in the morning. I got the bail. Please, Stacy, please. It's going to be all right.
What if they find I'm guilty?
They won't.
There's so many things I can't explain.
I'm working on it. I'm leaving here to see Hamilton's landlady. He lived in a rooming house on the east side. Then I'll cover his office. There are a couple of vacuum cleaners missing.
Missing?
Yeah, Hamilton had a new machine and a demonstrator. The sales manager told Jock.
Is that important?
Jock doesn't seem to think so. Says it isn't connected with a crime. Finding 2 vacuum cleaners in a city this size is going to be tough. But I'll figure it. Somehow I'll figure it. Don't cry anymore, huh? I know you didn't kill him. Even if you weren't my wife, I'd know you didn't kill him.
How can you say it? Everybody else thinks it.
Experience, honey. When a woman sticks a knife in a man's rib, she stands there screaming. No, it's just experience. It's just the other homicide. Don't worry, honey. I'll figure it. I believe you. And I love you.
How dare you?
Just hang on to that, huh? You'll be all right. You'll be out tomorrow.
You have to go now.
I gotta work, honey. I gotta do a lot. And first call is that landlady where Hamilton lived.
Yeah, what do you want?
I'm from the police department, lady.
Police. They've been here a dozen times about poor Mr. Hamilton.
Well, they're here again.
I told them everything I know. Because you guys are too dumb to figure something out. It's plain as your nose that this babe killed him. If a dame bleaches her hair, you know what she is. I can spot him a mile away.
Shut up!
Hey, wait a minute. Your mercy, you're a husband. Well, aren't we being high and mighty?
Look, I just want to ask you a few questions. Give me a break, will you?
Mr. Hamilton stayed in night. He didn't drink. He never took anybody up to his room. He paid his rent prompt, and that's all I know.
There are 2 cleaners missing. One a demonstrator, the other one was new.
Cleaners? What are you talking about?
Hamilton had 2 airbrush cleaners. One was a demonstrator, an old one in a case. The other was a new machine. His office doesn't know where they are either. I thought maybe you might have some idea.
Well, how should I know? I didn't follow him around. They searched the place till I'm nearly crazy. You want to look at his room, too?
Yeah, why not?
They've been over it 10 times.
So I'll look again. Come on. Take me up. She was tall and had dirty gray hair, and I hated her. She watched me go over Hamilton's room. There was nothing. No letters, no vacuum cleaners, no nothing. Somehow I didn't trust her. Well, I couldn't figure why. Finally, I left. My next call was the airbrush vacuum cleaner company in the Morgan building. The sales manager's name was Richard. All he wanted to do was to keep everything quiet. He said so.
This is very upsetting, Mr. Murphy. Airbrush salesmen have always had the highest reputation for integrity and honesty.
Yeah, so has my wife.
Yes, of course.
Hamilton had 2 cleaners, right?
Yes, a demonstrator and a new machine.
Where are they now?
I don't know, and I don't care. This publicity is ruining our business.
Our salesmen can't even get inside places anymore. For 4 days, nobody's even made a demonstration.
That's too bad. Where's Hamilton's sales book?
I don't know that either.
You got any sort of record of his calls?
We have a record of every house where he gets inside and makes a demonstration.
I want a list of his demonstrations for the last 5 days he worked.
I have it here. The police have already been over it. It's the last 3 pages in this book.
Why isn't my name in here?
Well, Mr. Murphy...
Come on, let me have it. Been taking a lot of trouble lately.
Well, he either didn't make a demonstration in your house at all, or... Well, it could have been that...
That what?
If he made a sale right away, he'd just make out a sales slip in his order book and not bother listing one call as both a sale and a demonstration.
I see. There's nothing else you can tell me? No phone calls for Hamilton, nothing unusual?
Salesmen often get called. Customers phone in for service. I can't remember anything unusual. Several people have been phoning since Mr. Hamilton's murder, accident. Several people have been into the office about it.
Will you get me a list?
There isn't a list.
Okay. I'm going to check his calls for the last 5 days he worked.
I just hope this can get off page 1, that's all. It's ruining business.
Yeah. It's ruining a lot of things, Mr. Richards. A lot of things. I started in making his calls. The last 5 days he's spent on Van Buren Street. And believe me, that's a long street. Can I interest you in a vacuum cleaner, lady? The old college try. Doorbell after doorbell after doorbell. I'm from the police. We're checking on a man who called here to sell you a vacuum cleaner. Over and over and over again and nothing. Housewives, maids, kids, old men, old ladies, nothing. Then I came to the 47th house on Hamilton's list. A big place that had seen better days. I leaned on the doorbell and finally the door opened. The guy was nervous. A tall, pretty boy in a $200 suit. I couldn't figure why he was nervous. We just stood there on the doorstep, looking at each other.
I don't understand what it is you want.
Look, mister, we're checking a little guy who sold vacuum cleaners. He rang your doorbell along with a lot of others. He got himself killed. You see, we look into things like that.
He was killed?
A knife in his ribs.
I remember him. He woke up my aunt ringing the doorbell. I told him off and sent him away.
He didn't get inside?
Oh, no, he didn't.
That's funny.
Funny?
Yeah. Yeah, he made a list of every house where he gave a demonstration. Your house is on the list.
Well, there must be some mistake.
He didn't make mistakes about his other demonstrations.
What do you mean?
Is your throat dry, Bub?
Say, what is this? What are you trying to do?
Nothing, but 1,000 years ago they hanged guys who couldn't spit. I think you're lying. But I can check it with the neighbors. People see things. I'll find somebody who saw him go into your house.
Well, yes. Yes, he was inside.
Then why the runaround?
Well, my aunt's very sick and very old. I thought you might want to question her, and I didn't want you to disturb her. I thought you might just go away.
I think I'll talk to your aunt.
Oh, please. She's not well at all. She's senile. You'll upset her if you try to cross-examine her.
Look, mister, I may look tough, but I can be very gentle with sick old ladies.
David, it's 3:30. Jock's really coming up to the house. What's keeping him?
He'll be here, honey. I didn't want to talk at the office. I'm not supposed to be working on a case.
Oh, honey, you look so tired. You're worn out.
This is a tough fight, baby.
That's Jock now.
I'll go.
Well, shall I make something to drink?
No, we'll keep the liquor out of sight.
Hi, Dave.
Come in, Jock.
Sorry I'm late.
That's all right. Come on in and sit down.
Oh, Jock, I'm glad you got here. How are you?
Hello, Mary. I'm fine, thanks.
Jock, I've spotted something.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've been checking all the calls Hamlin made in the last 5 days. I got into a big house on Van Buren Street. Big place. Used to have dough. Guy named Duff, Harold Duff, keeps house for his aunt. Her name's Stone. Miss Alice Stone. Ever hear of her?
Don't think so.
They used to have dough. Now they broke. The aunt's about 70. Sits in a wheelchair and won't talk. I think she's got a skin full of dope, Chuck. I had trouble getting in. Alf tried to give me the runaround. When I got in, the old lady just sat there and wouldn't speak. Dolph says she's a bit off. But I think she was afraid to talk in front of him.
So?
So I want to get into the house when Dolph isn't there and have a talk with the old lady.
Why?
I can smell something. Dolph's wearing $200 suits and the grass on the lawn hasn't been cut all summer. He's greedy and he's hard up. I think he's trying to kill his aunt. A guy that'll torture old ladies will kill.
But, Dave, you've got nothing to go on, nothing.
I know, but it's a hunch, and there's some connection. I'm sure of it.
I don't see it. Maybe the old lady's in pain. Maybe she has to take dope. There's any one of 100 reasons why.
Look, will you put somebody to watch the house? If Tall and Pretty goes out, I want him tailed, and I want to be phoned.
Why?
I want to talk to the old lady alone.
You mean break in?
If necessary.
No soap.
Chuck, why can't you give us a break?
Because I have a wife and 3 kids, and I need my job, Mary.
I know what you're thinking, Chuck. Yes, I was a dancer. I danced in nightclubs. Ask Dave how long it took him to get a date with me.
Mary, I know,
but I do bleach my hair. I bleach it a little because it's so fair anyway. Does that make me a tramp?
Now, look, Mary.
Nearly every man in the department has been in this house. They know me. They're supposed to be our friends.
Mary, please, I know how you feel.
No use, honey. It's the system.
Oh.
The system has got us licked. Our fair-time friends don't believe us.
Oh, Dave.
Well, it's true, isn't it?
Okay, I'll put a man on the house. But if you get caught, I'll nail you. That old lady makes a scene. If anything happens, I'll swear you had no orders from me. That you were acting on your own.
I'll take that risk. Jock set 2 men to watch the house on Van Buren Street. Late the next afternoon, Tall and Pretty came out and hailed a cab. One of the men followed him. The other beat it for a phone and telephoned Jock. And Jock phoned me, and I went over. The old girl wouldn't or couldn't come to the door, so I broke in a back window. I tiptoed to the living room door and peeked in. She was sitting in a wheelchair by the window. When she looked up and saw me, her eyes went wide with terror. A tiny, delicate old lady in a wheelchair. She whimpered with fright when I came over and took her hand. Look, Auntie, I'm your friend. I'm not going to hurt you.
Oh.
Can you talk? Can you answer me by nodding? Huh? Oh, come on, please, honey. Don't be afraid. Look, I'm in trouble, see? Bad trouble. They think that my wife killed that little man who came here to sell vacuum cleaners. Do you remember him?
Yes.
You do? Well, can you tell me anything about him? Anything at all? Honey, I don't get it. Are you being kept in this house against your will? Does that mean yes? Huh? You are. Does he give you stuff? Does he give you dope? He does. Well, do you want to get out of here? Well, I'll take you. I've got my car outside.
Rings.
Rings? Oh, honey, I just don't understand you. Why do you keep pointing to your fingers?
Rings in vacuum cleaner.
Your rings are in the vacuum cleaner?
Yes.
Oh, honey, God bless you. God bless you. I'll have to stay in this house one more day. I can't take with me now a pretty boy will catch on, but we'll get him, don't you worry. Is there a picture of him anywhere?
Piano. On the piano.
On the piano. I get it. Look, I'm going to take it. And don't you worry, honey. I'll be back tomorrow. I was so excited, I was shaking. Everything was starting to fit into place. I made a quick search of the house, but there was no cleaner there. That made me glad. It meant he still hadn't got the rings back. Now I could see the whole picture. Dolph waiting for the old lady to die, pushing her towards death, keeping her doped, she hating him, knowing he was waiting for those rings. So she decided to beat him to it. She dropped them on the carpet in that dark old room. The vacuum cleaner sucked them up. Hamilton finished his demonstration and left. No sale. Then Dolph missed the rings from his aunt's hands and did a tailspin. He must have been afraid to go to the airbrush company. Afraid to talk too much. For fear his aunt would have to identify the rings, and people would find out he was persecuting an old lady. So he started tailing Hamilton. And he tailed him right up to our house. Right to Mary. I was so excited I went through 3 red lights on the way home. Oh, Mary. Mary.
Dave, if it's only true. If it's only true.
Look, I've got a picture of Dolph. If Richards can identify him as one of the people who inquired about Hamilton within the last week, we're hot. Really hot.
You've got to be right. You've got to.
We'll nail him right to the wall.
Dave, it isn't going to work. It is going to work out, isn't it?
You bet it is. Dolph is afraid to come right out and say the rings are missing.
Afraid?
Sure. Afraid they'd find out he was slowly killing his aunt with dope. So he followed Hamilton, getting more frightened all the time. Mary, it clicks all the way down the line. See, that's the way it works, honey. One piece at a time. Suddenly the puzzle isn't a puzzle anymore. Dolph was afraid the cleaner would be emptied. He got hysterical thinking about those rings dumped in somebody's garbage. Oh, honey, I'm so excited I can't sit still.
I knew you'd do it. I knew it.
Oh, can't you see what happened then? Mary, it's like a mirror. He followed Hamilton.
Go on, Dave.
He followed Hamilton here. He sneaked in the back way, through the kitchen. He can hear what's going on, see? This is a sale. This is goodbye cleaner, goodbye rings, goodbye everything. So he gets panicky. He's got to get that cleaner back. He picks up a bread knife. You go for your purse. And he slaps you when you pass the kitchen door.
I knew it. Everything just went black.
And Hamilton, the meek little salesman, charges out to help. Charges straight into 12 inches of bread knife.
Oh, Dave, if you can prove it, if you can only prove it.
Then the cover-up. He puts Hamilton in the red chair. Pours half a quart of bourbon down your throat, honey. Slings you onto the couch. Smears your lipstick in Hamilton's mouth.
Dave, it fits all the way.
Sure it fits. Now, if I can only get hold of those cleaners. Somewhere there are 2 vacuum cleaners covered with Dolph's fingerprints. If I can get... Hey.
What?
He got the wrong cleaner.
What do you mean?
There were 2 cleaners, 2.
I don't understand.
2 cleaners. A new one and a demonstrator. The rings are in the demonstrator. Hamilton brought you a new cleaner.
Oh, Dave.
Baby, I'm getting hot on this. Listen. The rings would be in the demonstrator. Don't you see? Pretty boy swiped the wrong cleaner. That means he still hasn't got the rings back. There's no vacuum cleaner in his house. I looked. Oh, honey, I'm hot on this. I gotta go now, quick.
Have luck, Dave. Have luck for me.
I'll have luck, honey. We'll win this yet. My head was going like a hammer. I phoned Jock. He told me that while I'd been talking to the old lady, his man had tailed Pretty Boy to the airbrush vacuum cleaner company. There, he asked for Hamlin's address. I went up to the airbrush place myself and checked that. Richards identified Dolph by the picture I'd swiped. Dolph had just left after getting Hamlin's address. He still didn't have the rings. He still didn't have the cleaner. Then the last thing fell into place. I got so excited I was sick. That landlady, that dirty, greasy-haired landlady that held out on me. Held out on a beaten-up old vacuum cleaner.
Are you here again? What's the matter? Can't you leave me alone?
Where is it?
Where's what?
That cleaner.
Are you crazy?
Get out of my way.
Hey, listen, you get out of here. I'll yell for help. Your wife knocked off a guy.
Tell me where it is, or I'll break your arm. I'll break it, so help me. I'll pull it out of the socket. Now, where is it? Where is it?
I don't know.
Listen, Hamilton had 2 cleaners. The new one I don't care about. We'll find that later. But you swiped the demonstrator. It's either you or the nephew. He hasn't got it because he was in asking for this address at Hamlin's office less than half an hour ago. Now, come on.
Yeah. It's in there. Cover in there.
Yeah, this is it. Mary, baby, this is it. Empty it. Empty the bag.
Look, you don't have to pull a gun on me.
The gun isn't for you. Come on. There's some newspaper. Spread it out.
Yeah.
Hurry.
I am.
Now empty the bag. Come on, step on it. Shake it harder.
Don't get sore. I'm doing the best I can.
Shake it harder. That's it. That's it.
They're rings. 4 of them. Emeralds. Look at diamonds and emeralds.
Yeah. 4. Comes a papa.
Look, I didn't know about those rings. I'm not trying to steal. I just...
Damn it. And you can keep the clue.
Will I answer?
Yeah. I'll be behind the door. Just ask him in. That's all you have to do.
Okay.
I'm from the airbrush company. Mr. Hamilton has a cleaner here. They sent me to pick it up.
Well, come in. It's here.
Thank you. Are you opened it? What's going on here?
Hello, pretty boy. Looking for something?
Fred Collins speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
As if he will one day become your enemy, and your enemy as if he will one day become your friend. This bit of philosophical advice comes down to us from the days of ancient Rome, and it would seem to be even more valid today. Just stop and think how our friends and enemies have reversed roles in just the past generation. Sometimes you can't tell the good guys from the bad without a scorecard.
I don't like him.
Why? Why don't you like him?
I don't trust him.
Why don't you trust him?
I don't know.
You must have a reason.
I don't need a reason.
Now, you're talking like a woman.
But I am a woman. How else should I talk?
Oh, forget it.
Just remember, he intends to destroy you. And I said it first.
Our mystery drama, Did I Say Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tammy Grimes. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Is the head that wears a crown. Of course, it was even truer some 700 or 800 years ago when there were far more kings than we have today. And a king's basic security did lie in the strength of his sword and the swords of his friends. Friends. Did a king really have friends? Most of them couldn't even trust their own children. Our story will be told by a lady who was perhaps the foremost authority on kings in those turbulent times. After all, she had married two and became the mother of two. Her name? Eleanor of Aquitaine. She speaks from experience.
They say I was the most beautiful and the most brilliant woman of my time. Also the most immoral, fickle, and ruthless. I cannot say these accusations are completely without substance. But had I been a man, who would have noticed? When I was 30 years old, I made a tragic mistake. I did what no woman should ever do, because in the end, it will always destroy her. I fell in love. But what could I do? He swept me off my feet. He was hardly more than a boy, and I was a married woman and a mother, and my husband was the King of France.
This way, milady.
Where?
Follow me, milady.
Where are the others?
The others, milady, are engaged in a silly, useless, fruitless pastime.
What do you mean?
Hound and horn for the sake of a skinny red fox. They shall destroy the peasants' field for miles around. You and I need this moment of privacy to discuss a far more important matter.
And pray, my young Duke Henry of Normandy, what is that?
I am Duke Henry of Normandy, soon to become King Henry of England.
Indeed. I had heard that King Stephen has two sons.
Stephen is a usurper. My mother is rightful queen. It's been arranged that I shall have the throne on his death.
Arranged? How?
By the treaty signed at Winchester.
And how will this treaty be enforced?
By this sword, my lady. Look at it. Closely. It belonged to my grandfather, King Henry I, and to my great-grandfather, William the Conqueror himself, and to my great-great-grandfather, Robert.
Who was the grandson of a Viking pirate.
Of course. You can see how the family continues to better itself. When you and I marry, and you join your provinces of Aquitaine and Poitou to mine of Normandy, we shall be lord and lady of the entire coast of France.
Did I hear in that ringing declaration somewhere a proposal of marriage?
I ask for your hand, milady.
But I'm already married.
Oh, not for long.
How so?
It's hardly a secret, my lady, that your husband has petitioned the Pope for a divorce on grounds of, consanguinity.
You needn't hesitate over the word young Duke Henry of Normandy. Consanguinity, indeed. If one must wed beyond the 10th degree of consanguinity, every royal marriage in Europe would have to be annulled. Why, your grandfather was Count Fulk of Anjou, which means that you and I are at least third or fourth cousins. Besides, Louis and I were just as consanguine today as we were when we were married 15 years ago. No, the word and the cause is not consanguinity, but adultery.
Oh, a baseless charge, I am sure, my lady.
Don't try to play the courtier. It doesn't suit you. The charges are true. I am an adulteress. You still want me for your wife?
Yes, my lady.
And you have no fear that I shall be as false to you as I was to Louis?
Oh, my lady, even a saint, if she were married to the simple, stupid Louis VII of France, would have to commit adultery or go mad. My wife will have no cause to wander. I shall keep her happy and occupied at home.
Shall you indeed? How?
I love you, my Lady Eleanor.
I'm sure you love my provinces of Aquitaine and Poitou.
They enhance you. And I love you for another reason as well.
What could that possibly be?
You remind me of my mother.
That's hardly a compliment.
Oh, like you, she's resourceful, clever, and capable.
She is also mean, petty, and vindictive.
As you shall become one day, unless I save you.
From what?
Her fate. She was a woman alone. That soured her, and with cause. She was the only surviving child of her father. With the grey close of his life, King Henry I called together his nobles and his liegemen and said, "Matilda is my heir. She is to become Queen of England. Swear to me that you will be true to her." And they did.
Everyone knows this.
The old man had no sooner closed his eyes when they broke their vow, and Stephen seized the throne. Why?
Because he was a man.
And she was a woman. Do you know when they all began to take her seriously?
No.
When she married Geoffrey of Anjou, my father, and gave birth to a son. Me. I was now the heir, the male heir. I legitimized her. Our son shall legitimize you.
Our son, Duke Henry?
You hold Aquitaine and Poitou. But when you are no longer the wife of the King of France, you become a woman, alone. You need my sword and our son. Or else you shall become like my mother, who wandered in the wilderness for 20 years. Yeah? The poor fox has been slaughtered, and the heroes return from the hunt. Shall we join them, Eleanor of Aquitaine and Poitou, Queen of England and Duchess of Normandy?
He was insufferable, but he was right. He was also handsome. That flaming red hair, those sparkling blue eyes. He was 19 years old, and what a splendid body of a man. But there was an obstacle. That is, it could become an obstacle if Henry would permit. You see, as Duke of Normandy, he was nominally the vassal of the King of France. Technically, he needed the king's permission. Poor Louis.
Surely, cousin, you cannot be serious. I intend to marry Eleanor of Aquitaine, my lord.
But she is my wife.
Oh, your wife no longer, sire. You cast her aside.
And for good reason. Oh, yes, for the very best of reasons. I no longer have faith in her virtue. How could I ever be sure any of our children would be my own?
My lord, you are speaking of the woman I love.
As your king, I do not consent to this marriage.
For what reason?
Have I not explained the reason? It is for your own good.
Oh, no, my lord. It is for your own good. I will have her. And I will have Aquitaine and Poitou. And along with Normandy, they shall be English till the end of time.
I forbid the marriage.
Then, your majesty, shall France and England settle the issue by the sword?
I am a man of peace, my young hothead. But I warn you, do not push me too far.
I intend to marry Eleanor if that pushes you too far. You, my lord, will have to unsheathe the sword of France.
Poor Louis. He didn't know what to make of it. Had he struck quickly and decisively before Henry became King of England, this story might never have been told. But as usual, he delayed and debated, and meanwhile Henry and I were married. Then he delayed and debated some more until King Stephen of England died. Then it was too late. Henry and I were crowned king and queen in Westminster Abbey. We made such a handsome couple. Everyone was delirious with joy to have the legitimate king on the throne.
Listen.
Yes, my lord.
The Frankish men, they had a queen. Eleanor. Never was such a beauty seen. Eleanor. Her raven hair, her flashing eyes. Heaven sent from paradise. Eleanor.
How do you know that poem?
When you accompanied Louis on a pilgrimage to the Holy Grail, this poem was written by a captured Saracen minstrel.
And who told you about it?
I have made it my business to find out everything about you, milady.
Have you? Why?
I told you. I love you. My mother objected to this match.
Of course. How could she give you up to another woman?
What an odd thing to say. We've made an enemy for life.
I know. King Louis.
My mother wanted to avoid that.
For 20 years, she needed Louis's help to fight Stephen. She still sees Louis as her ally. But he is England's enemy.
Yes. Well, at any rate, I refused to marry Helga. My mother asked why. Because I don't love her. I answered, love, she exclaimed. Royalty does not marry for love. Royalty marries for power, for money.
I know. That's why my father married me off to Louis.
And I said to my mother, the woman I marry must bring to me all those things. But in addition, I must also love her.
And you love me, Henry?
Oh, yes, Eleanor. Eleanor, my queen, my lady, my wife. We shall love each other as long as we live.
I didn't expect him to love me as long as that. It's not in a man's nature. Not in a king's nature, at any rate. There would be other women. And I would grow older. But in the here and the now, which is really all any of us have, he loved me. The years passed. We had children, especially boys. Henry, Richard, John. My lord was happy, contented, and in love. I waited for the signs. There were a few minor liaisons here and there, but nothing serious. And then one day...
My love, may I present Thomas of Becket, Deacon of Canterbury?
My lady?
Sir.
The Archbishop speaks quite highly of him.
The king is too kind.
I prevailed upon the deacon to give us the benefit of his counsel.
I'm sure we shall all be the wiser for it.
The deacon is perhaps the most learned man in the realm. He studied law in Bologna, theology in Rome, course at Oxford, and Paris.
We are honored to have such a distinguished scholar in our midst.
Well, Thomas Becket, now that you've found our court, you must not be a stranger here.
I thank your grace.
I shall expect you to dine with us tomorrow at noon.
I shall be there.
You have our permission to withdraw.
My lord, my lady.
Oh, that man is a find, a treasure.
Henry.
I shall appoint that man Chancellor of the Kingdom.
Chancellor?
Well, why not? He does all the work now. The superior, Archbishop Theobald, who's supposed to be my prime minister, is too old, too tired to do anything but sleep all day.
Henry, I want to tell you something.
I tell you, he's a man of ideas, of intelligence, of imagination.
Henry, listen. Get rid of him.
What?
Get rid of him.
I don't understand.
There's nothing to understand. Just dismiss him.
Why?
I'm afraid of him.
Afraid?
And don't ask me why. I couldn't tell you. It's just that I feel a chill wind when he looks at me.
Oh, nonsense.
It may be nonsense, but it's true.
You're being a woman.
Why not? I am a woman. Henry, get rid of him before he destroys us.
And here we are, back to women and their alleged intuition. In these liberated days, one hesitates to ascribe unique qualities to the ladies. But this story takes place around the year 1156 or 7, when women had very little going for them and had to develop every single talent they possessed. Well, we'll see what develops in Act 2, in a harmonious relationship. But such is not always the case in the world we have to put up with. A trio is always more difficult to manage than a duo. And so, eventually, something or someone has to give. We are listening to Eleanor of Aquitaine, who has become Eleanor, Queen of England.
I think that was the day it began. That was the day I lost Henry. That was the day he fell out of love. Or perhaps he let love die. Or love was no longer a thing of importance. And I'm not even saying he was aware of what was happening. But that was the day.
My dear, you must spare me for a few days. Thomas and I are making plans for the construction of a fleet.
A fleet?
Yeah, this may be the right time for an invasion of Ireland.
Ireland? Do you seriously propose to subjugate the Irish?
Oh, now is the season for it.
Why do we want Ireland?
Because we don't conquer it, Louis will.
Let him.
Are you serious? We cannot tolerate the French in Ireland.
Let the French spill their blood and waste their treasure.
My dear, Becket could convince you how important it is for England to control Ireland.
Becket here, Becket there. Becket all day long. Does he set England's policies now?
Eleanor, you have taken a most unreasonable dislike to the wisest and most talented man in the kingdom.
If you keep saying that, then the people will soon ask, why isn't Becket king?
Why do you dislike Becket?
I don't know.
But there must be a reason.
I don't trust him.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, I must meet with my Privy Council.
Which is headed by Becket, of course.
I shall see you this evening. I hope to find you in a better temper.
My lady?
You may be seated.
Thank you. It is gracious of you to receive me.
I could not easily refuse to see the Chancellor of the realm.
Why do you dislike me?
You're not good for my husband.
In what way?
You fill his head with dreams of impossible conquest.
I believe that Henry must achieve his destiny.
And what is his destiny?
To make England the strongest nation on earth.
By a series of dangerous, bloody foreign adventures?
My lady, England must first be made strong here at home. Henry must get what is rightfully his.
He already has what is rightfully his, the crown.
For 20 years, Stephen bought the loyalty of the barons and the church. He gave them money. He gave them lands. He gave them privileges. This treasure belongs to the crown. Henry must win it back.
You're a clever man, Thomas à Becket. What do you want?
I want to serve my king.
What do you want for yourself?
Oh, a little wealth, a little fame, and a little glory.
And what else?
What else is there?
You want something, Thomas à Becket. I can see it in your wild eyes.
My wild eyes?
Men call you a scholar. Your learning is beyond question. But tell me, what drives you, Thomas?
Why do you say that word?
I am not a queen who has lived in a convent, nor one who has never ventured forth from the nursery. I have lived by my wits in this world. I know driven men when I see them.
Very well, my lady. I am driven.
To what impossible deeds?
I feel that I am driven by God. But to what end and for what purpose have not yet been revealed.
You're the worst kind of fanatic, Thomas. A religious one. I began to see less and less of the king. Beckett, it seems, had raised a barrier between us. And of course, by now there were stories of parties. Actually, people were afraid to use the word orgies in my presence. I had been raised in France, attended the court in Paris, and, of course, seen my share of depravity. No king, unless he's a saint, is above this type of thing. But Henry, I fear, was carrying matters too far.
You sent for me, my lady?
Yes, Baron Fitzhurst. Where is the king today?
The king? Well, I'm afraid I cannot say.
Reginald Fitzhurst, you are the king's most loyal servant. He looks upon you as his faithful dog.
It's the truth, and I am proud of it.
And yet, if I were to insist on it, he would have you broken on the rack. Where is the king?
Well, there is a place. A certain house in London.
Yes?
Everybody knows about it, my lady.
Everybody, it seems, but me.
Well, His Majesty and Beckett go there quite often.
I see. Well, the ladies must be very special. Escort me there.
Your Majesty.
At once. It was the home, a most palatial mansion, of Sir Faris de Montjoy. A most apt name, for he was easily the most depraved scoundrel in England. I walked inside. Who would dare to bar my path? The king and Beckett were in a private room with several young ladies.
Of yours, Thomas.
I don't remember.
Ask her.
She's fallen asleep.
Wake her.
Well, that would be most unkind.
True. Livermore, you sit quiet. Thomas and I must have a conference on affairs of state. Thomas, the Archbishop grows older.
As do all of us.
Ah, but he is really old, Thomas.
Poor dear kind Theobald. He's not long for the world here below.
No, but he'll be welcome in the world above.
Without doubt, Your Majesty.
And who shall then become Archbishop of Canterbury, Primate of England?
Yes.
Who? It is my responsibility to appoint the new Archbishop. Oh, that you must be aware.
It is the law, Your Majesty.
Thomas à Becket, whom do you suggest I appoint Archbishop of Canterbury, Primate of England?
Modesty forbids me to reply.
Modesty? Ha! That's a jest for you, isn't it, Thomas?
It's a capital jest, my lord.
There was no point to listening to any more of it. I returned home swiftly. So Beckett had obviously achieved his coveted goal. Now he was second in power to the king himself. Or if he looked at it a certain way, he was equal in power. If you cared to look at it in still another way, a time could arise and a circumstance be created where he could be even more powerful than the king.
My dear, how have you been?
Well, and you?
Oh, my health is excellent. Have I interrupted anything?
I was merely sewing.
I require your advice. Theobald is dead.
May his good soul rest in peace.
I must choose his successor. Whom do you suggest?
Anyone but Thomas à Becket.
What is this unnatural hatred you nurture for Becket?
And what is this unnatural affection you have for him?
He's a man of the highest learning. Can you deny that?
No.
He's highly skilled in the arts of diplomacy and negotiation, true?
Yes.
And he's the most able, and I will say, honest administrator. Is that not a fact?
It's a fact.
Is there any prelate in the realm more qualified for the post? Well, is there?
Dismiss him.
Why?
He'll destroy you.
How? You can't tell me. No, you should know. I've decided to appoint him.
I thought you wanted my advice.
I did.
But only if it didn't conflict with your own intention.
Oh, why are you so difficult?
Because I love you.
Eleanor.
Yes? Do you want to say that you no longer love me?
Oh, when one falls in love, then love is all. It possesses one completely. But life and work and responsibility go on, increase, make demands. And therefore love
dies.
No. It just... Oh, how love becomes a part of life.
An unimportant part?
No. But it's no longer the consuming flame.
The consuming flame. Oh, you Plantagenets. You do know how to turn a phrase.
Oh, Eleanor, I still love you.
Still?
Oh, do not attempt to choke me with words, Eleanor. I appointed Thomas because he will help me curb the encroaching powers of the church. I appointed Thomas because the Primate of England must be the trusted servant of the king.
I hope he doesn't disappoint you.
Thomas and I, Eleanor, we're like brothers.
Yes?
Closer than brothers. How many brothers try to betray each other and kill each other?
Don't trust Beckett.
I will hear no more of that. Do you understand?
Oh, yes, my liege lord. Shall I join my ladies in their sewing? Or perhaps retire to the nursery to feed my babies?
Now, Eleanor.
If you wanted a cow for a wife, why did you marry me?
It's just this unreasonable attitude you have towards Thomas Beckett.
He has poisoned the air between us. But wait, just wait. The evils he shall bring down on this house of Plantagenet has scarcely begun.
Actually, Thomas of Becket seems like a perfectly sound and reliable chap. From the viewpoint of sheer ability, Henry could not have made a better choice. Which of them is right? We always answer questions of this type in the third act. She was one of the great women of her time, but it was the wrong time. Quite simply, it was the wrong time to be a woman. A woman was nothing, nobody. A mere chattel who belonged to her husband, her father, her brother, or to any man who could claim kinship or responsibility. A smart woman could only make a man feel uncomfortable. Smart women, therefore, pretended to be stupid women. It made life less complicated. Unfortunately, Eleanor of Aquitaine was too smart for her own good.
Ah, the newly created Archbishop of Canterbury. Good day to you, Your Excellency.
You did not come to see me. I came to see you.
And why should I come to see you?
To talk of those matters that concern your soul.
Come, Thomas of Becket. Yes, despite your robes of office, despite your august titles and powers, I know you as the ambition-ridden, driven little clerk.
I forgive you, my lady.
For what?
The sin of slender.
Ah. Talking of sin, do you and my husband still enjoy yourselves at the house of Faris de Montjoy? Not to mention other similar sundry places?
Oh, I no longer concern myself with the false pleasures of the flesh, my lady. My destiny is to serve my God.
Henry would say, and I would agree, that your destiny is to serve your king.
But my beloved sister, I serve Henry best by serving God first.
I think Henry would prefer the order reversed.
I have come to give you my blessing.
One good turn deserves another, Your Excellency. I shall give you my advice. You are familiar with the admonition, render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things which are God's.
Of course, my lady.
When in doubt, a prudent archbishop will always side with Caesar.
Oh, thank you for the advice, my lady.
Somehow I sense you shall not follow it.
I can only follow my conscience, my lady.
That's what I'm afraid of.
My lady.
Why have you asked to see me, Baron Fitzherbst?
Oh, my lady, this is a very,
Delicate?
Yes, delicate. I'd have never thought of that word, but it's what I need.
For what purpose?
My loyalty is to King Henry.
Your loyalty has never been questioned.
I never really liked Thomas Becket.
Oh?
I like him less even now.
Why?
Have you ever been to his house, my lady?
I managed to deny myself that privilege.
But you heard about it. You see, I never saw a man spend money, I should say, throw away money like he does. His house was furnished in the finest way. You ate off silver plates, drank from golden goblets. Such food and entertainment. I won't go into that in your presence, my lady.
I appreciate your delicacy.
Well, he's given it all up. He sold the house. Everything he owned. And they say he gave the money to the poor. He lives in a little room in the cathedral. He has no servants. He cooks his own food.
Marvelous.
What is he up to, my lady?
Up to?
A lion doesn't change his spots.
I think you mean a leopard.
What I really mean is a fox. A sharp, shrewd, sly fox. Is he trying to become a leader of the people?
An interesting thought, Fitzhurst.
I started to mention this to the king, but he gave me a look. You know that look, my lady.
Yes, indeed.
And I would give my life for my king. And so I came here to tell you.
I appreciate your loyalty, Fitzhurst. What was Thomas Becket thinking of? What was this sudden change in character? Or was it on the surface only? Soon we were to receive a rude shock. Henry summoned Thomas to appear before him. It was a legal matter. I was shocked at Thomas's appearance. He was dressed in a most simple robe. He carried a staff. He wore sandals. Henry pretended not to notice. He plunged right into the heart of the matter.
My good friend, William Dainsford, has ejected a priest from the rectory on his manor.
I have heard, Your Majesty.
And you have excommunicated him for doing so.
Yes.
I demand that you revoke that sentence immediately.
Why, Your Majesty?
My vassal has the right to choose the priest for his parish.
Only I have that right, Your Majesty.
Naturally. But common sense should tell you to accommodate a wish of your king. Now, without further delay, revoke that sentence.
It is not for the king to decide whom I shall excommunicate and whom I shall absolve.
Who says it is not?
I do.
You. I appointed you, remember?
You appointed me to be the servant of God.
Becket, there has been talk that you have lost your sense. I dismissed it as jealous gossip, but I see now there's truth. You may amuse yourself with this display of poverty and chastity. At any rate, you will absolve Sir William Dainsford immediately.
He did it. But he didn't do it immediately. And he didn't do it willingly. It was obvious that Becket had declared war on Henry and chose this time to retreat for tactical reasons. But that was the start of the rift between them. As an expert on rifts, I could see it all so clearly. And I knew how it must end, eventually. Of course, the king needed someone to talk to. And whom could he trust? Me.
I can't believe it. Does he actually intend to build a power for himself that will win him the throne?
No, he merely seeks to serve God.
Oh, he's mad.
That's why it would be advisable to kill him.
What are you saying?
You know what I'm saying. If he dies now, accidentally, there's little harm done. If he lives much longer, you'll make him a martyr. The church will make him a saint. Get rid of him now while it's cheap. Later, it may be too expensive.
Oh, what happened, Eleanor? We were of one mind, one accord, one ambition. To win back for the crown all the authority that Stephen had given away. That's why I appointed him. How can a man suddenly disown all his ideas and principles?
Possibly because he's adopted a set of different ones. Your authority is being washed away like a sandcastle on the seashore.
I'll bring Thomas to heel. The clergy must come under the rule of the crown. I'll never yield on that principle. Who's Thomas or Becket to declare war on the king?
Suddenly, a conflagration had flared up in the country. Naturally, it was fed and fanned by Louis of France, always eager to harass Henry. And it lasted almost 10 years. Becket's strength lay with the mass of the common people. To them, he was the popular hero. Becket had gone to Rome. He was gaining support. Finally, an uneasy truce was patched up between the two of them, but it couldn't last, and I knew it. Somebody had to do something.
Your Majesty.
Finally, Your Excellency, I have come to see you.
As a queen or as a daughter of the church?
As both. Thomas, let us throw aside the pretenses.
pretenses?
This conflict will destroy both of you. It may end in a bloodbath for all England.
What would you have me do?
Compromise. Each of you has tremendous power. If each of you is determined not to abuse it, then neither of you shall have a grievance. But I see now that argument is fruitless. When you say you seek a better life, I know now what that look in your eye signifies. You seek martyrdom.
To seek martyrdom is to commit the sin of vanity. I seek merely justice and truth.
Words, Thomas, words. Well, I cannot promise you martyrdom, but I can predict death.
I shall die in the arms of God.
Are you sure it won't be in the arms of the devil? As the conflict deepened and became more envenomed, Henry became more and more despondent. He took to drinking and lamenting in his apartments with a few of his chosen companions. But you could hear him all over the palace.
He says he's willing to obey me in all those matters concerning God. Well, who would decide what that is? He would. And so he'd be king. Is that so?
Yes, Your Majesty.
He provokes the people. He fans the flames of revolt. People arm themselves and follow him. Isn't that true?
Oh, yes. Yes, Your Majesty.
And no one does anything. Nothing. Here's a fellow that I raised to power and glory with my own hand. Now he dares to tread on me, insult me, drag my name through the dust. And no one does anything. Not one of the cowards that I nourish here at my table, not one will deliver me from this turbulent clerk, this meddlesome priest. Not one of you, not one of you.
The king sleeps. Now, who will come with me? Who will join Reginald Fitzhurst? You, William Tracy? You, Hugh de Morville? You, Richard Le Breton?
I heard the clatter of their armor and the clanking of their swords as they rushed through the hall. I ran into Henry's chamber. He was half drunk and half asleep.
No one does anything.
Henry, Fitzhurst and Tracy and the others, they're leaving for Canterbury to kill Becket.
No one does anything.
They're going to do everything. Henry, is this what you want? You can still stop them. Is this what you want?
No man loved a friend as much as I love Becket.
You can still stop them. Do you want to?
I want to sleep. Sleep.
Henry, listen.
I want to sleep. Forget false friendships and betrayal.
Later, did he know? I don't know. I only know that Fitzhurst and his followers bound themselves together by an oath. And I know that they confronted Becket in the cathedral at Canterbury. And as Fitzhurst later confessed, they suddenly lost their nerve. But Becket would have it no other way.
What do you here in this holy place with drawn swords? Well, speak.
We come that you may repent your disobedience to your lord the king.
One may only show repentance to God.
We demand that you acknowledge the king as your master.
I freely acknowledge the king as my master.
Well, then there is no longer a quarrel between us.
And I acknowledge that God is master of us both.
And you will follow the king's orders?
I will follow God's orders.
Well, Thomas Becket, I remember you when we would all drink together and spend our days and nights together in various places. Thomas, I was your friend because the king loved you. He loves you still. Don't force me to...
Kneel, Reginald Fitzhurst, kneel. And show yourself a loyal son of the Lord.
Acknowledge, Thomas. Acknowledge the mastery of the king. I don't want your blood on my hands. Acknowledge your king.
I will die first.
Then die. Die now!
When the news was brought to Henry, he was seized with shock and grief and horror. He shut himself up in his room, He refused food, drink, or consolation for 3 days. He would see no one. Finally, he sent for me.
Eleanor.
I have written a letter to the Pope in your name. I let him know how grieved, how outraged, and of course how innocent you are. I asked him to reserve judgment till he heard the full details of the story.
He's dead, Eleanor, he's dead.
Yes. Finally.
I shall hang Fitters and the others at once.
Yes. Condemn them to the scaffold and then commute the sentences.
Everyone will say I killed him. They'll say I ordered the crime.
And did you, Henry? Did you?
I don't know. As God is my judge, I don't know.
And there the matter must rest for eternity, or until such time as these things are made known to us. But it was one of the great mysteries of history, which is why it is grist for our mill. Our mill will keep grinding when I return shortly.
Did you ever want to own your own business? It might be simpler than you think. We can take the mystery out of it. Here's the first clue. We're the largest instant printing chain in the world. Right. You got it. Postal Instant Press. PIP. Now, clue number 2. You can get into a franchise for a lot less than you think, and the balance of the purchase price after your down payment will be completely financed by PIP at below the prime interest rate upon credit approval. We can bring a lot of witnesses, too. Take the man and wife running their own business and doing well. The singles who are part of PIP's success story. The retirees. Or many more in the growing PIP family. All of these people are just part of the evidence. PIP trains you, backs you, helps you get started, keeps you going. If you really want to be your own boss, take a tip from PIP. Call toll-free 800.
Pour on the snack.
Morning seems to start out better. You seem to go much better when you start the day together. Maxwell House and you get that good with the last drop of beer. With Maxwell House, only Maxwell House.
A taste, a feeling like no other coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Maxwell House.
Adventure, romance, fantasy, the stars we know and love to see. We're taking the movies to America.
The Movie Channel brings you America's best movies 24 hours a day. Whenever you turn on your TV set, you'll see an endless variety of great movies. Just call your local cable TV company and ask for the Movie Channel by name. The Movie Channel. All movies 24 hours a day.
We're taking the movies.
Is as old as recorded history. I'm told they discovered loaded dice in one of the tombs of ancient Egypt. Did the pharaohs cheat, or were they cheated? Are you an easy mark, or do you have the sense to know nobody hands you nothing for nothing? Don't be gulled into believing you can pyramid yourself a fortune, or that an honest man can't be deceived. He certainly can. Who said that? Why, our old friend Ben Franklin. Who else? Our cast included Jennifer Harmon, Joan Shea, Mandel Kramer, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
voltage and downwind now, heading 170.
Skip Calvert is an air traffic controller, but don't look for him the next time you're flying. Skip works for the Navy.
203, slightly above flight path, on course.
Some of the best people in their fields are working for the Navy. They're Navy-trained men and women who joined to learn a highly technical skill and chose to turn their experience into Navy careers.
It's a demanding job, very demanding, but it's important, personally rewarding, and you can feel good about it.
We wouldn't be the best Navy in the world without people like Skip Calvert. Navy career men and women who not only believe in being the best at what they do, but also believe it means more when it's done for their country.
Call the ball.
Navy know-how. It's working for America.
KCMO, Kansas City. Mutual News. Democrats on Capitol Hill Tuesday blasted the Reagan administration's plans to bail out the Social Security system by cutting some future benefits. Mutual White House correspondent Bill Grudy reports the Reagan administration is rethinking sweeping proposals.
When the plan was unveiled, officials called it a bold new initiative to save Social Security from going belly up. Now, Deputy News Secretary Larry Speaks describes the plan as nothing more than a package of ideas. Speaks says it was sent up to Capitol Hill at the request of Congress, and he indicates the president is not prepared to fight for it, as Mr. Reagan is fighting for the administration's economic package. Speaks says the president's proposals are still the best way to go, but in the next breath he admits Congress could come up with something even better. Bill Grudy, Mutual News, the White House.
Michigan voters Tuesday overwhelmingly rejected a proposal known as Proposition A. The referendum measure would have lowered property taxes.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And as for me, well, I'd like to tell you the easiest way I know to get the reputation of being the perfect host. Next time friends come over for dinner, before you sit down to the table, serve glasses of Petri California Sherry. Petri Sherry is the best beginning a good meal ever had. I say Petri Sherry because Petri Sherry is extraordinary sherry. You can tell by looking at it. Hold it to the light. Notice how clear it is. Notice its beautiful, deep amber color. And you can tell Petri Sherry is unusual from just a whiff of its fragrance. And, of course, in the last analysis, you can tell just how fine a wine Petri Sherry is by tasting it. That's the best test of all. And that's where you'll get the most pleasant surprise, because Petri Sherry really tastes wonderful. A flavor right from the heart of the grape. So serve Petri Sherry to your family and your friends, and serve it proudly, because the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now I'm sure our good friend Dr. Watson's expecting us. Let's not keep him waiting.
Come in.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. You'll forgive me if I don't get up, won't you, my boy?
Of course, Doctor. What's the matter, a touch of rheumatism?
No, I played 18 holes of golf today.
I hope that when I'm your age, Doctor, I can be half as sprightly.
Oh, it's very nice of you, but if you don't mind, we won't discuss the question of my age. So draw up your chair, make yourself comfortable, and I'll get on with tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure.
Well, from the hints you gave us last week, it sounded like quite a spooky story.
It was, Mr. Bartell. It certainly was. Towards the end of November in the year 1895, a dense yellow fog had settled down over London. For 4 or 5 days, it was impossible from our rooms in Baker Street to see the outline of the houses opposite.
A real London pea souper, huh, Doctor?
Yes, my boy, and it became most depressing. The first day, Holmes had spent in cross-indexing his huge book of criminal references. The second and third had been patiently occupied with a subject which he had recently made his hobby, the music of the Middle Ages. But when on the fourth day, on pushing back our chairs after breakfast, we saw the greasy, heavy brown swirl still drifting past us and condensing in oily drops upon the window panes, Sherlock Holmes's impatient and active nature could endure this drab existence no longer. He paced restlessly about our sitting room, chafing against the inaction. After several minutes of these perambulations, he turned to me and spoke.
Anything of interest in the paper, Watson?
There's news of a revolution, a possible war, and of an impending change in the government. Nothing to interest you, though. No crimes of any importance.
The London criminal is certainly a dull and unenterprising fellow these days. Look out of the window, Watson. See how the figures loom up, are dimly seen, and then blend once more into the foggy depths. What a day for a thief or a murderer. He could roam London as the tiger does the jungle, unseen until he pounces, and then evident only to his victim.
That's a cheerful thought, I must say. Hello. I wonder who that is.
Probably a visitor for Mrs. Hudson, or perhaps the local plumber has finally condescended to pay some attention to the faulty gas jet in our hallway.
I don't think you're right on either count. I can hear Mrs. Hudson's footsteps on the stairs.
Come in. Come in. Yes, Mrs. Hudson, what is it?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Holmes, but there's a gentleman to see you. Says it's most important, and he asked me to give you this card,
Oh,
sir.
thank you. Oh, Mortimer Harley, eh? Show him up, please, Mrs. Hudson.
Very good, sir.
Mortimer Harley, and who's he?
I've not had the pleasure of meeting him personally, but I'm quite familiar with his scientific reputation.
Scientific? In what does he specialize?
Oh, I suppose one might refer to him as one of the greatest authorities on all...
You mean the fellow dabbles in supernatural stuff and all that sort of thing?
I mean, my dear Watson, that Mortimer Harley is an extremely intelligent man with a thoroughly comprehensive and scholarly knowledge of his field and an intense belief in the existence of the supernatural force. Here he is to speak for himself. Oh, come in, Harley. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
You're Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
Yes, sir. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Mr. Harley?
How do you do, Doctor?
Won't you sit down, sir?
Thank you. Well, you fellas are probably wondering who I am and what's brought me here.
Well, we're not wondering who you are, Mr. Harley. My friend Holmes was just telling me of your scientific eminence.
I'm flattered that you know of me, Holmes. Just the same, you're wondering why I'm here.
Naturally, sir.
Well, since you know I'm a student of the occult, I'll get right down to my problem. Mr. Holmes, have you ever heard of the headless monk of Trevennis Chapel?
Oh, yes, indeed, Mr. Harley. An apparition to be counted among our more intangible national treasures, I should say.
I'm sorry to appear stupid, but I have never heard of the headless monk of whatever it is, Chapel.
Well, then, let me tell you about it, Doctor.
Yes, I wish you would.
Trevennis Manor in Cornwall was once an abbey. It was expropriated during the reign of Henry VIII, and several of the monks were killed in some of the minor difficulties attendant on such an act. But one of the murdered monks, a certain Brother Hugh, the chapel organist, was persistent. He still haunts the chapel today. He still plays the organ, and since he was beheaded, he always appears headless.
It's a charming little legend, Mr. Harley, but you don't expect us to believe it's anything but a legend, surely.
Ah, skeptic, eh? How about you, Mr. Holmes?
I'm extremely curious to know why you've come to see me, Mr. Harley.
I'll tell you why. I have a rare opportunity to investigate the phenomena. You see, the son of an old friend of mine, a young fellow by the name of Leonard Miles, is secretary to the owner of Trevennis Manor. He asked me to stay there, and I find the invitation irresistible, particularly since the phenomena have curiously increased of late, Mr. Holmes, almost as though some more mortal agency were motivating them.
Oh. Now I see why you've come to me, Mr. Harley.
I knew you would, Holmes. You see, I'm like my good friend and fellow investigator, Carnacki. I believe in being prepared to meet phenomena on either the natural or the supernatural plane. If the phenomena are real, then they fall legitimately in my field.
Whereas if, as I'm sure you suspect, they are being contrived by human forces, then you think that's more in my department, eh, Harley?
Exactly.
Well, what do you say, Holmes? A little trip to Cornwall would be a nice few days. We'd probably escape the fog down there.
Oh, the place is with the weather, Watson.
What?
I'm much more concerned with the fog that surrounds the appearances of the headless monk of Trevennis Chapel. And Mr. Harley, I accept your invitation with pleasure. There's still time to catch the Cornish Express. We can be at Trevennis Manor before the moon is up.
Don't you think that we should go to the manor house first, Mr. Harley, instead of coming straight here to the chapel?
No, I don't, Doctor. We'll see enough of the others when we're at the house. I couldn't resist taking a look at the chapel in the moonlight. You understand, don't you, Holmes?
Oh, yes, perfectly. I must say it's a fascinating piece of architecture.
Yes, it's practically a ruin, though. I don't imagine it's been in use for some time.
And yet it's been standing for well over 400 years, I should say. Let's explore inside, shall we?
Hello? Who's this funny-looking fellow coming down the steps towards us?
If I didn't hear the sound of his footsteps, I'd believe it was a psychic manifestation. He certainly looks as if he came from beyond the grave.
Who be ye, gentlemen, and where be ye going?
Well, supposing you tell us who you are first, my good man.
Who be I? I be David Pendragon, sir. That's who I be, stable hand here at the manor. And I ask you gentlemen again, where you be going?
We're staying at the manor, and we're just going to take a look at the chapel.
Oh, don't he do that, sir. People that go in there don't often come out the way they go in, sir. Don't he do it, gentlemen?
What are you talking about, my good fellow?
I be talking about the ghoulies and the ghosties and the organ music that comes out of the nowheres.
You've heard it?
Of course I heard it, sir. Just like I seen the poor monk walking around without his head on.
Take us into the chapel, will you? And show us where you saw the figure.
Aye, that I will not, sir. Not for all the gold in Porthcawl will I go back and chance seeing the poor lost soul wandering about without his head on. If you gentlemen know what's good for ye, you'll not go in there either. Mark my words. Don't he go in that chapel.
Extraordinary chap. Seems really frightened of the place.
Yes, but it's more than blind superstition that accounts for his reluctance. Let's go in, shall we?
Well, I suppose it's all right.
Great Scott! Listen to that. The organ. The ghost's playing it.
We're extremely fortunate. A psychic manifestation as soon as we enter. Remarkable.
Psychic manifestation rubbish. Look who's sitting at the keyboard. It's Holmes. Holmes?
What's the matter, Watson?
What's the matter? You frightened us to death, didn't he, Holly?
Well, speaking for myself, Doctor, it disappointed me. I thought it was a genuine phenomenon.
What do you think you're doing, Holmes? I thought you were still behind us.
I'm sorry if I frightened you, Watson. I was curious about this organ. I slipped in by the side door ahead of you and tested the instrument. It's in astonishingly good condition for a disused chapel, don't you think, Harley?
Yes, I do, Holmes.
One might reasonably presume that someone tends it with great care. In fact, I would go further and say...
What are you doing in here?
We are guests at the manor house, and we decided to pay a visit to the chapel before we paid our respects to our host.
Oh, my father is your host. I'm Dorothy Brownlee.
How do you do, Dorothy? My name is Holmes, and these gentlemen are Dr. Watson and Mr. Harley.
How do you do, Dr. Watson? Mr. Harley. I heard the organ music, and I was terribly frightened. You've heard of the legend, I suppose.
You mean about the headless monk and the ghostly organ and music, Miss Brownlee?
Yes, Doctor. And it's more than a legend, I assure you. That's why I rushed over here as soon as I heard it. It must have frightened all the servants within hearing distance. Why were you playing the organ?
I was curious to see whether it was in good repair.
Obviously it is, Mr. Holmes. Well, my father and his secretary, Mr. Miles, are expecting you, I know. Let's walk over to the house, shall we? I'm sure you've seen enough of the chapel for tonight. Father, this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir? How do you do? This is my secretary, Leonard Miles.
How do you do, Mr.
Miles? How do you do,
Mr. Holmes?
Dr. Watson. I'm afraid Mr. Brown is rather angry with me. I hadn't told him that you were an expert on psychic phenomena, Mr. Harley.
I fail to see why the knowledge of that fact should make you angry, Mr. Brownlee.
I don't want you ferreting about into this so-called ghost business. There's been enough trouble in the neighborhood already. It's almost impossible to keep servants, and these Cornish people are incredibly superstitious.
You haven't seen the ghost yourself, Mr. Brownlee?
Oh, of course not. There isn't any ghost, I tell you.
You heard the mysterious organ playing?
No, I haven't. And I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, what is it?
David Pendragon's at the door. He's very anxious to see you, sir.
Pendragon? Oh, very well. Tell him to come in.
Yes, sir.
David? What does he want, I wonder?
Pendragon, that's the fellow we met outside the chapel, isn't it?
Yes, quite a colorful character.
Oh, he's a superstitious old fool, if you ask me. But he is a good groom. Yes, Pendragon, what is it?
Begging your pardon, sir, but there be trouble at the chapel again tonight. I says to myself, David, 'tis your duty to go to the master, I says.
Oh, never mind. What's the trouble?
As the moon was hanging low tonight, sir, I hears the organ a-playing.
But that was Mr. Holmes, my good man.
Aye, that's what he thinks, maybe. But what I says to myself is, what made him play the organ? And then this very night, I saw the headless monk. With my own eyes, I saw that poor soul with his head off, wandering in the moonlight. I saw that, sir, with my own eyes, I did.
Oh, get out of here, you blithering old fool. And I'm warning you, if I hear any more nonsense about this ghost, you'll lose your job, you understand? Now come along, be off with you.
Aye, sir, begging your pardon, sir.
Come on, I'll give you chaps a drink.
Mr. Brownlee seems absolutely rabid on the subject of the ghost, eh?
Yes. Suspiciously so. What about he's trying to hide?
Whatever it is, I don't think he'll be successful. In your profession, Holmes, you know that murder will out. It's true in my profession also. Try to suppress them as you may, gentlemen. Ghosts will out.
Well, Holmes, this place may be haunted, but I swear that I never spent a better night anywhere.
And I've never eaten a better breakfast. Pass me another kipper, will you, old chap?
Oh, well,
Thank you.
I heard you moving about quite late. You been out?
Yes. I had another talk with David Pendragon, as well as some of the other servants. It was quite illuminating. Good morning, Mr. Harley.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
I'm glad to see I'm not the only late riser.
Oh, were you up late too, sir?
Yes, I was, Doctor. I decided to ignore the veiled threats of Mr. Brownlee, and so I did a little investigating in the chapel. Do you mind passing the teapot?
And what were the results of your investigations, Mr. Harley?
Well, there was no psychic manifestation, you understand, but I'm sure of one thing. That chapel is evil. Evil to the hearts of its stones. And I'll swear that evil does not stem from the hapless monk who was murdered there.
You confirm certain suspicions aroused by my own investigations last night. There is evil here, Mr. Harley, and I think I know its nature. Unless I mistake every sign and reaction, someone has been initiating the local peasantry into the evils of the Black Mass.
Black Mass? Good Lord, what a shocking thought.
My own sensations last night confirm your theory, Holmes. There is a coven here, I swear it, hiding its own obscene practices under cover of the haunting.
Well, that sounds quite feasible. After all, the people are so superstitious that they'd keep as far away as possible from the chapel when they heard the organ playing.
This problem falls into both our fields, Harley. The practice of black magic is a criminal offense.
Perhaps it's just as well the old laws against witchcraft are still in force.
I imagine, Mr. Harley, that you have your own methods of combating such forces as we're up against?
Oh, yes, Holmes, though mine are not connected with the legal aspects of the case, of course.
May I ask what you plan to do, sir?
Well, I have several rather elaborate preparations to make, Doctor. It'll take me most of the day, I'm afraid. However, I shall explain them to you all after dinner tonight.
It's very pleasant to sit here after a good dinner with a superb brandy at one's elbow and listen to the piano being so charmingly played.
You're very kind,
Won't you play something more, Miss Brownlee?
I'd love to.
Are you enjoying your stay down here,
Oh,
Mr.
very
Holmes?
much, thank you. Both Mr. Harley and I have found the local folklore extremely interesting.
I see. You fellows haven't been investigating the haunted chapel business again, have you?
Now, look here. If you have, I shall be very angry. It's abusing my hospitality. I told you distinctly I didn't want any more talk of ghosts.
We are not talking of ghosts, my dear Mr. Brownlee. I have something even more important that I must fight now. It's possibly a little hard to imagine me as a crusader, me, the stooped little man, beside the four of you, as toweringly tall a quartet of men as I have ever faced, and yet I am your St. George.
What on earth are you talking about, sir?
I'll tell you in secrecy. This mustn't reach the ears of the peasantry. I refer to myself as St. George because I go to wipe out an evil that lives in your midst, a living, modern dragon.
Oh, please, Mr. Harley, that sounds dreadfully frightening.
And to rid you all of this fiend, I must cleanse the chapel, purify it, exorcise it, remove its residue of psychic evil. That, gentlemen, is my mission tonight.
Dorothy! She's fainted.
Get some smelling salts, quickly.
I'm afraid you were a little too graphic, Mr. Harley.
I'm sorry if I frightened the young lady, but I'm sure that after tonight she will have no further grounds for fear in Trevenice Manor.
Holmes.
Yes, old chap?
Did you hear anything?
Nothing but the owls and the clock striking midnight.
I'm getting awfully jumpy. What do you suppose Harley's up to?
I can imagine his procedure. Midnight, the crucial hour, I suppose, in his endeavors. I wish him luck. My own plans are not nearly as clear, unfortunately. I sense a guiding force here, but I lack the clues.
There is something, Holmes. Listen.
Great heavens! It's the organ in the chapel.
And Harley's in there alone.
Not alone. Listen to the organ, pealing forth its madness. Come on, Watson. Something has gone horribly wrong.
You'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second. You know, a moment ago, I told you how much I thought you'd like Petri California Sherry, but I didn't tell you that Petri Sherry is the all-round, all-American wine. You can not only serve Petri Sherry before dinner, it's good after dinner, too. And, of course, later in the evening, when you're listening to the radio with some friends, a glass of Petri Sherry is just the thing. And say, Petri makes two kinds of sherry, the regular and Petri Pale Dry. To make sure you get the one that you like best, do what I do. Don't buy one, buy two. But remember, always buy Petri. Dr. Watson, that was a heck of a place to break off your story.
Then let us continue it as speedily as possible, my boy. As soon as we heard that devilish organ music, Holmes and I rushed out of the house and raced in the moonlight down the path leading to the ruined chapel. By the time we reached the entrance, the organ music had ceased, and the tall, gangling figure of David Pendragon was standing in our path.
What be you gentlemen be wanting at this
Never
time of
mind that.
night?
What are you doing here?
I be here because the gentleman gave me 5 shillings to stand outside here and see that no one disturbed him. That's why I be here. And nobody did come or go. He still be there, he be.
But when you heard that organ music, why the devil didn't you go in?
Organ music? I heard no organ music,
come on,
sir.
Watson.
Great heavens. Look at him.
We're too late. Poor devil. A knife through his heart.
It's obvious who did it, that fellow Pendragon. I'll go and grab him before he gets away.
Watson, he's not our man. This murder was planned with devilish cunning.
It's a curious thing. There's no sign of a struggle at all. Looks he just stood here and allowed himself to be stabbed.
Observe these chalk marks with which the body is surrounded. What is known as a pentagram, I believe. He thought it would protect him completely from the supernatural forces.
Poor chap. For once his researches went too far.
Yes, because they touched not on the supernatural, but upon natural evil. And remember, Watson, that only 3 people besides ourselves and David Pendragon knew of this vigil.
Yes, Brownlee, his daughter, and young Miles, the secretary.
Exactly. Go back to the house, will you? And bring them here. And perhaps we can lay a ghost by trapping a murderer.
And that's all I know, Mr. Holmes.
Well, you've not established much so far, Holmes. The 3 of them all swear that they were asleep and that they didn't hear the organ.
Yes, and you can't prove otherwise,
I think I
Holmes.
can prove that one of you was not only awake, but also murdered, Mortimer Harley.
But why should any of us want the poor man dead,
In
Mr.
your
Holmes?
case, young lady, I confess that I find it hard to conceive a motive.
Implying that Mr. Brownlee and I might have one?
Well, Mr. Miles, you must admit that you're responsible for Mr. Harley coming here.
And you, Mr. Brownlee, must admit that you did everything in your power to prevent the dead man from carrying out his investigations. Why? What were you trying to hide?
Nothing. It's just that I wanted to sell the manor house. All this talk about ghosts was giving the place a bad name. And if it had gone on, I'd never have disposed of the property.
Well, speculation can get us nowhere. Let's get down to facts. Is there any other entrance to this chapel besides the 2 doors?
None.
Oh, there was an old smuggler's cave which came out near the organ loft, but Father had it bricked up some years ago.
I had to. The tourists kept crawling in.
Go and examine it, will you, Watson, old chap?
All right, sure, Holmes.
If you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Holmes, it seems obvious who did this murder.
You told us David Pendragon admitted that no one went in or out as he stood guard. He must have done it himself. Oh, the man's half-witted.
And superstitious. He might have killed Mr. Harley because he was attempting to interfere with a ghost.
And then played the organ to celebrate the occasion? I think you overestimate David Pendragon's capabilities, Miss Brownlee. Mr. Miles.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Pendragon is waiting outside. Would you be kind enough to ask him to come here for a moment, please?
Certainly.
What did you find out, Watson?
Well, it's easy to see where it was bricked up, but it's a solid wall now. No one could get in that way.
But if no one came in or out, who else could have killed Harley except Pendragon?
The ghost or rather the person disguised as a ghost, the dead man expected a psychic manifestation. When he saw the supposed ghost coming towards him, he offered no resistance. He believed that the magical pentagram would protect him. Ah, there you are, David.
Aye, here I be, sir. But I don't know nothing more than what I told thee.
Oh, don't be frightened, Pendragon. All we want is the truth.
That's what I told thee, sir.
And tell us a little more, will you? When you said no one had entered the chapel tonight, you meant that no mortal man had entered, didn't you?
That I did, sir. But how could I say I'd seen the ghost when Mr. Brownlee here had told me I'd lose my job if I spoke of the ghost again?
Oh, now we're getting somewhere. So you did see the ghost?
That I did, sir. The poor soul walking through the moonlight with no head on his body.
You saw it quite clearly?
Just as clearly as I sees you now, sir.
How tall was he?
He was... Would you mind standing against the wall, sir?
Yes, of course.
He was as tall as... Well, his shoulders come to just where your shoulders come now, sir.
You're a tall man, then, so we narrow it down to either you, Mr. Brownlee, or you, Mr. Miles.
But this is utterly ridiculous.
Of course it is.
On the contrary, gentlemen, the case is solved.
Which one of them was it, Holmes?
Neither. Remember that the ghost is headless. That means that the impostor must have built up fake shoulders covering the head. On either of these men, it would have brought their shoulders to the level of my head.
Great Scott, it was...
Bravo, Mr. Holmes. I didn't think you'd catch me.
Dorothy! No, I don't believe Miss Brownlee, I must warn you that...
Keep back. Don't any of you come near me. As you see, I have a revolver.
Dorothy, for heaven's sake!
Don't speak to me of heaven! You thought I was a sweet little girl, didn't you, Father? You didn't know your dear, demure daughter could murder a man, did you?
Why did you kill Mortimer Harley?
Because he was a meddler. For months I've been practicing black magic here. For months I've been building up the legend of the headless monk and the organ music. It made me so wonderfully alone, so gloriously free to practice the rites. And then he came here. I let him live that first night because I thought he was a fool. But on the second, when he said he was going to exorcise this chapel, to purify it, as he said, he signed his death warrant. If you could have seen his face, if you could only have seen his stupid, startled face as I plunged the knife into him.
Dorothy!
He bled so beautifully.
Holmes, she's mad as a hatter. What are we going to do?
Brownlee, give me that revolver.
And let you take me to prison or an asylum? No, you'll never catch me.
She's backing up the stairs leading to the organ loft.
Dorothy, come back!
Don't try and follow me.
Look out! The railing's behind you.
And turn my head. Oh, no, Mr. Holmes,
Dorothy! My poor little girl. Mr. Brownlee, the powers of evil are frightening. Your daughter had killed one man and might have killed more. She was insane. Hopelessly insane.
Well, Doctor, that was quite an exciting story. You know, you and Holmes have worked on many cases that seem to deal with the supernatural.
Yes, I must say, Mr. Bartell, that every one of them, when solved, disclosed the work of an evil mind rather than that of an evil spirit.
The part I particularly liked about tonight's story was the organ music. There's something eerie, something almost ghostly about organ music.
Yes, and there's nothing more beautiful.
You know, I wish I could play the organ and write music for it. There's nothing like music to really express a thought.
Yes, I can just imagine the kind of music that you'd write. Probably catchy little ditties such as, "The Petri family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you drink, remember Petri wine."
Oh, no, Doctor. Is that the way I affect you? Although on the level, you could probably write beautiful music to describe the way the grapes look on the vine in the sunlight. But what music could tell you about the Petri family and how long they've been making fine wine? You know, the Petri family has been making wine for generations, handing on down from father to son, the knowledge necessary to transform luscious, sun-ripened California grapes into delicious, fragrant wine. And when you see that name Petri on a bottle of wine, remember, you're not looking at a mere trademark. That name Petri is the personal assurance of the Petri family that every drop of wine in that bottle meets their unusually high standards. Petri wine is always good wine. It's got to be, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes adventure do you have lined up for us next week?
Well, now let me think. Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a story that started quietly enough as Holmes and I sat at a London dinner party, and yet, before the evening was over, we found ourselves involved in one of the most shocking scandals that ever rocked London society.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Adventure of the Devil's Foot. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
In all my life, I've only seen a dozen real killers. But I've seen 10,000 people who will sit back and let murder happen. Which is the greater evil?
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel. Headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Paladin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stanford. Pardon me.
Yes.
You dropped these by the desk.
Oh, thank you very much.
The glove that holds a lady's hand holds a world of prettiness.
Really?
Yes. My name is...
I'm not interested in your name. I don't wish to know it. I don't wish to know you. And if I did, this would not be the day, the hour, nor the place.
I quite understand.
Then if you'll kindly release my hand.
Oh, of course.
Again, thank you very much.
Oh, pretty lady, not too impressed with Mr. Paladin.
We are all entitled to mistakes, hey boy.
Oh, yes, but how often?
Seldom, the time, the place, and the loved one all together.
And husband make 3. Telegram come for you.
Oh?
Answer?
Yes. Wire back. Have gun. Will travel.
Crime, delinquency, threats of war. These are the subjects that dominate our news headlines these days. Not very pleasant subjects, are they? You may say that somebody ought to do something about cutting down on crime and delinquency and in promoting peace among nations, but that there's nothing you personally can do about it. That's where you're wrong. You can wage your own fight against crime and delinquency in your own family by taking the family to the church or synagogue of your faith this week. The inspiration and guidance you and they will receive from spiritual contact will strengthen moral background and faith. Regular attendance at religious services will help your family to work out its own problems and give them comfort in facing the tensions of our present-day life. Worshipping together brings your family closer together, too, and supporting your own religious institution provides funds to help those individuals and families who, unlike you, are unable to help themselves. Find the strength for your life. Worship together this week.
In a way, I was sorry to leave San Francisco just as Christmas was coming on. The shop windows, already frosted, were filled with all those wonderful surprises, which seemed to appear only at the Christmas season. And there was an excitement in the eyes of passers-by, young and old alike. In the air, there was the smell of cookies and cakes and candies. It was a good time to be in San Francisco. And yet the telegram from Colorado Territory left me little choice. It was a long trip and a cold one. And as I got closer to my destination, I heard more about the man named Beecher, the man who had hired me. And I didn't like what I heard. Matt Beecher was a hard man, and he ran his cattle empire with an iron fist. It was the day before Christmas when I arrived at the Beecher Ranch.
You got business here, cowboy?
I was told I'd find Matthew Beecher here.
You found him. I pay you $25 a month if I like your work. This is my foreman, Tater. He'll sign you on. Howdy.
No, I didn't come here to hire on as a hand, Mr. Beecher.
No? What did you come for, then?
My name is Paladin. You may remember this.
Have gun will travel. So?
Well, you sent me a wire asking my help, something about your boy. As I understand it, he was carried off during the Sioux War 6 years ago.
Well, you're too late, mister. I got him back.
Just a few days ago, Mr. Paladin.
Oh, well, I'm glad everything worked out.
It has. Tater, ride him out to the stage trail. He's going to start back now.
And Mr. Beecher, it's a long trip from San Francisco. I'll take travel expenses for my trouble.
You'll get nothing. Put him off the ranch, Tater.
Mr. Beecher?
What?
Does the boy speak any English?
No, he don't. Why?
You speak any Indian dialect?
No.
Well, don't you want to talk to your son?
You speak the Pawnee dialect?
Some.
All right, Tater. Take him up to the main house. We'll talk about them expenses later.
Yes, sir. Come on, Mr. Paladin. Maybe I better set you straight about something.
What's that?
Well, we ain't too sure the boy is Matt Beecher's son.
Well, he seems sure enough.
Yeah, well, Matt's sure of everything. He found the boy riding off from a small band of Pawnees 3-4 days ago. Matt just says, "That's my boy," and takes him.
Huh. What do you think, Tater?
Well, he looks Indian to me. Of course, Robbie was only 2 when the Indians took him. That was when they killed Mrs. Beecher, too. And that nearly finished Matt off when they killed his wife.
Tater, is that you?
Yep. Mr. Paladin, this here's my wife, Maudie.
Maudie?
Mr. Paladin?
How's the boy today, Maudie?
Same as yesterday and the day before.
Is he sick?
Well, not hardly. It's just we got to keep an eye on him every minute or he'll squirt away. Boy! Hey, boy! There he is, Mr. Paladin. About as wild as any animal that I've ever seen.
Poor little thing.
Well, what do you think?
About 8 years old, I should think.
Be about right.
He could be white. If some of that grime were scraped off him, it's hard to say.
Hard to scrape it off, too.
Well, what's he say?
I haven't talked to him yet, Mr. Beecher.
Well, talk to him. I'm paying you.
Kono la teshi. Shishoni, shoni kiburi, kiman.
Siwa, kalate shishona kio. Tegate.
His name is Chiwa. His father is Kalate, chief of the Pawnees.
You listen to me, boy. I'm your daddy. I'd sell my own soul. I'd give it away before I'd lose you again.
He don't understand you, Mr. Beecher.
Well, he's got to feel something this strong, lingo or no lingo. Now, boy, you listen to me.
Tika, tika.
What's the matter with him?
He's afraid of you.
Miss Beecher? Mr. Beecher?
What do you want?
It's Indians, Mr. Beecher.
Indians.
Pawnees.
Well, what about them?
Well, they're setting up camp.
Where?
They're over on the East Range.
So they finally come for the boy. All right, Tater.
Yes, sir.
Turn the men out. Make sure they all have rifles.
Yes, sir.
Now, wait a minute.
What?
Before you start shooting, why don't you find out for sure if this really is your boy?
I told you before, I know he's my boy.
You want to believe that, but you aren't sure.
All right, Paladin, say it out. What are you asking for?
Time to talk with those Pawnees.
Well, you go talk then, but I'll tell you one thing for sure. No matter what lies they give you, that boy's mine. And if they try to come after him, there'll be the bloodiest massacre you ever seen.
Of all leading filtered cigarettes, Kent filter
filter's best. Kent filter's best. It makes good sense when you smoke Kent. Kent filter's best. Of all of the brands of cigarettes, Kent tastes the best. Kent tastes the best. A richer taste than all the rest. Kent filter's best. It makes good sense when you smoke Kent. Of all leading filter cigarettes, Kent filter's best.
I rode out to the Pawnee camp knowing I had little time and less chance to stop a needless killing. There were squaws, braves, sitting, wandering. There were a hungry people and a lost people. At a tattered teepee, I found Kalete, chief of the Pawnees.
Kalete was once man who greeted white man like brother. Now he wanders, hungry, forgotten like the gray wolf.
I'm sorry. I wondered why Kalate was on this trail.
White man steal children.
Kalate will agree. A man may claim his own son.
She was my son.
Is he white?
She was my son.
I ask again, is he white?
Skin is leather bag God made to hold the soul. Color of bag no matter. He was traded from the Sioux. Our blood has mixed.
But his is white.
He is my son. I take him back.
Kalate, if you take the boy, there'll be killing. This white man has many rifles.
Can rifles kill what has been killed already? Look at my camp. When there is no game, my people starve. We are driven from land, and winter is here. But we move no more. We stay here. Soon we take my son.
Hello, Monty.
Hello, Mr. Paladin.
Wow, what's going on inside there?
Oh, everyone's shining up clean. We're going to celebrate Christmas, Mr. Beecher, too.
Mr. Beecher.
Well, I know you won't believe it, but Tater did the trick. Says to Mr. Beecher, maybe the boy will remember Christmas. Ain't that a good one? Indian boy bringing us Christmas, first time since Mr. Beecher lost his wife. Oh, got to find some more mesquite for decorating. We're going to have singing and eating and everything.
Sounds fine, Monty.
Well, Paladin, you see the chief?
I talked to him.
What'd he say?
He's your son.
I told you he was. You tell them Injuns to get their squaws and their tents off my property?
No.
Why not? You want them all killed?
I want you to understand that Chief Kalate feels that the boy is his son, too, and he feels it very strongly. Now, if you talk to him, I'd be glad to act as interpreter.
The only way I'll talk to him and his flea-bitten braves is with rifle fire.
Listen, Beecher. Chief Kalate is the only father the boy has ever known. You kill him. How are you going to explain that to the boy?
You speak Pawnee. You can explain it.
You're wrong, Mr. Beecher.
Yeah?
I couldn't explain that in any language.
Tater, I said rations, not all these fancy victuals.
Well, it's Christmas, Mr. Beecher.
Now, look. Listen to me, all of you. Listen. If one calf wanders off tonight, we work double tomorrow, even if it is Christmas Day.
All right, boys. The cider's sitting over there just a-waiting. You can't get no stouter, so get to it.
Tater!
Morty, what is it?
The boy's gone.
Gone?
They come and took him.
Was it the Pawnees took him?
Yes, sir.
You knew about this, Paladin.
I thought they'd try, but not so soon.
Get your rifles.
Now, just wait a minute. You're always reaching for a rifle. There's no need for rifles. No hurry. The Pawnees aren't going anywhere. They're tired of running.
Preaching from a gunslinger. You just been aching to speak a piece. Well, speak it, Paladin. Talk don't mean nothing. Say anything you want. I'll still have the last say.
Well, I'm far from being a preacher. But I do know something about killing. Now, these Indians, rightly or wrongly, believe the boy is theirs. And few people love children like the Pawnees. Now, the Chief Kalate might have given up the boy. He knows a wealthy rancher could give the boy more than a starving Indian could, and they're starving. Properly treated, he still might give up the boy. On the other hand, these Pawnees can't run anymore. They're tired. But they would rather die here tonight than give up the child to force. It won't be hard to massacre them. They have no guns. All you have to do is stay out of arrow range. And those you only wound, well, someone will have to press a muzzle against their heads and pull a trigger. Now, this is no Christmas message. I haven't even suggested that to a starving man, food may carry more weight than rifles. As Mr. Beecher can tell you, sentiments like peace, like goodwill, and love, and brotherhood, they're just words, unless you already know what they mean. And if you don't, even if this were a chapel and I were a preacher, such words would do no good.
Well, I ain't got much to say. We're going out to kill some Injuns. One Injun in particular. Anybody that wants can stay here and draw his time, if you think you can find another job. And those who ain't going with me, speak up. Right now. Well, that's the story since the beginning, Mr. Paladin. The belly always wins out.
My dear Watson, with all due respect to Sherlock Holmes, let us establish one fact clearly. There is nothing elementary about the shrewd deductions Eric Severide makes as he analyzes world affairs on CBS Radio. As chief Washington correspondent for CBS News, Mr. Severide has open to him almost every possible source of information. Experience has sharpened his perspective and given him an extraordinary working knowledge of the forces that make history. It's taught him to view each new development in terms of cause and effect. Each Monday through Friday night, as you join Eric Severide on most of these same stations, you'll find his news analysis remarkably free of snap judgments and predetermined conclusions. You'll discover, too, that his carefully considered appraisals of the news not only contain real clues as to what is going on in the world, but also they make the news as exciting as any Arthur Conan Doyle story.
As Beecher's men spilled out of the doorway of the main house to change clothes and get their rifles, I slipped out the back way and, taking the first horse I saw, headed for the Indian camp. Somehow I had to keep Matt Beecher from starting a bloodbath he might not be able to stop. Even as Kalati and I talked, I knew there were horses moving in the darkness beyond the Indians' fires. Beecher's horses.
You are a wise man, my son, but we stay.
A man without a gun still might run.
No place to run. I have forgotten how to kill, but not how to die.
Well, what good does this do the boy?
Could he take another father after this?
We got the camp surrounded. You want to explain that to the chief, Paladin?
He knows it.
You going to stand with them instead of with your own people? I asked you a question.
I heard you.
Tater? Hold up, Tater!
Women.
Hold your fire, boys. That's Morty.
Women, what are they doing here?
Mr. Paladin!
Over here, Maudie.
We got food and things for them Indians. There's 15 or 20 of us. Is it all right to come in there?
It's the most all right thing in the world, Maudie. Come on.
All right, ladies. Get your baskets and get it.
What is?
Call your squaws, Chief. Call your children. Call the boy. They're bringing food and gifts for your people.
Shiva, Holonge, Honemo.
Well, they don't look very friendly, Mr. Paladin.
I guess you don't look very friendly to them.
What do we say?
Oh. I'd suggest you try Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas?
To Christmas.
Morty, this is Kalata. He's the chief of the Pawnees.
How do you do?
Oh.
Well, I only got one pair of hands. Here, you take this basket.
Hold on there, Morty. I'm with you.
Hello, Tater.
Hello, Mr. Paladin.
Come in too, Mr. Paladin.
Well, Pete.
Now, what Beecher's doing is wrong, and I don't care if I do get fired.
Well, look, Mr. Paladin, all the men are coming in.
Why, Morty, you ain't rightly dressed for riding.
Well, ladies, none of us have time to change, but you sure don't have to.
Well, Chief, there'll be no bloodletting tonight.
Christmas?
That's right. They call it Christmas. It's a time of the year when people pretend there is no evil in the world.
I like.
Everybody likes. What about the boy, Chief? His name is Robbie Beecher. His skin is white. Chief?
My boy.
His boy, Chief. You can return the seed to the plant that bore it. He can't take it, nor can I, nor can anyone.
I talk to boy.
I'll talk to his father.
Hold it, Paladin. Right there.
He'll give you the boy, Beecher.
What?
You can take him home tonight. The chief is talking to him now, telling him that you're his father.
I'll kill you, Paladin, if this is some kind of way of getting back at me. When do I get my boy?
I haven't been paid yet. $1,000 cash.
Well, I haven't got it with me.
Well, when can you have it?
Tomorrow?
Then give it to the chief so he can buy some land for himself and his people.
I'll do better than that. I'll give him some land. I feel like I should give something.
It's a good feeling, isn't it?
As a matter of fact, it is.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Beecher.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Paladin.
Paladin.
Good afternoon, hey boy.
When you come back?
Last night, late. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, no. Wait, not her. You met her once, remember?
I remember. She's always dropping her glove.
Oh, too bad. I trouble. Oh.
I beg your pardon. You dropped your glove.
Oh, so I did.
May I pick it up?
You may.
Thank you. Allow me to introduce myself.
Well, please do.
My name is Paladin.
My name is Eugenie Meyer, Mr. Paladin.
Oh. There's a princess named Eugenie.
I'd rather hear about that glove that holds a lady's hand.
Holds a world of prettiness?
Yes. I like that beginning better. Is there more?
Oh, there's a great deal more, I assure you. But one question, why the change of heart?
Well, it's more a change of mind. The change of heart can come later.
But why? You were very confident in your rejection the last time we met.
Well, you were very confident of yourself, Mr. Paladin. Christmas seems to have humbled you. And me.
Then we're both very fortunate. Now we can meet.
Yes.
Have gun, will travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars John Daner as Paladin with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Gene Roddenberry and adapted for radio by John Dawson. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Jess Kirkpatrick, Roy Woods, Richard Beals, Ann Morrison, and Virginia Christine. Hugh Douglas speaking. Join us again next week for Have Gun, Will Travel.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present transcribed Mr. Alan Ladd in Motive for Murder, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Remingchester, you look like a badly battered battery. A sorry sight indeed for an Autolite Stay Full battery man like me.
Wilcox, I've just returned from a safari. Been hunting camels in Kilkenny.
Camels in Kilkenny? Why, by St. Patty, didn't you know that the last camel in Kilkenny calmly curled up and died when the first Autolite Stay Full battery landed in Ireland? He knew he couldn't compare with that teetotaling dispenser of pep and power, the Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Such shenanigans, Wilcox.
Remingchester, Autolite Stay Full batteries give 70% longer average life than batteries without Stay Full features. And that's proven by tests conducted according to SAE life cycle standards.
By the Blarney Stone.
And furthermore, Autolite Stay Full batteries have 3 times as much liquid reserve above the plates as batteries without Stay Full features. That's why they need water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Say no more, Wilcox.
One thing more. You're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Motive for Murder and the performance of Alan Ladd, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Irish, you'd ask me? How is a guy a cop? You make with magnifying glass and bloodhounds? You make with facts, I'd tell her. You start with something you know for sure. Yeah, you make with facts. But when you're a cop and you've got all the facts, what do you do when they're going to arrest your own wife for murder? Even the reporters were nice. They didn't try to steal a picture of Mary, though there were plenty of them around. But I knew what they were thinking about. The little guy with the mustache sitting in my chair wearing a knife between his ribs. And about Mary, my wife, lying over on the Davenport with a bourbon breath could use for a cutting torch. Jock Dewson was handling it. My pal for 8 years. He was doing what he could for a brother officer and a friend. But I knew what would have to go into his report. You see, I've made out too many of them myself.
All right. Boys, wait out in the hall till the basket gets here. Go on.
Yeah, but, Lieutenant, I ain't finished dusting the place
Go
yet.
on. Get out in the hall, please.
Yeah, all right, sure.
Smoke, Dave?
No, thanks, Jock.
Well, she doesn't feel good. I'm going to ask you, Dave. You know who he is?
No, I never saw him before in my life.
His name's Hamilton. Victor Hamilton.
How'd you find that out?
Well, you sat there and watched me frisk him.
Huh? Yeah. I guess I got some sawdust in my head. Seen a lot of dead guys, but not in my own place.
Well, I just thought you might have known him, Dave, that's all. Funny you don't know the guy. Oh, look, Dave, I'm sorry it's your wife.
Yeah, Everybody's sorry.
I can follow up the routine for an hour or two, maybe, but those guys from the DA's
I know. You're thinking of 2nd Avenue stuff. Spilled whiskey, broken glass, smear lipstick on dead man's cheek. She didn't kill him, Jock.
Irish.
Oh.
Irish. I feel funny.
She's awake now.
Oh.
Hello, Angel.
Oh, hi, Irish. You're home early. Give me a kiss.
Hello, Mary.
Jock. Irish.
She's drunk.
Or drugged.
We'll find out later.
Irish, I'm sorry.
It's all right. Look, Angel, I want to ask you something.
Huh?
Why was Hamilton here?
Hamilton? We don't know anybody named Hamilton, Irish.
A little guy with a gray mustache.
Oh, you mean the salesman. I ordered a vacuum cleaner. He had to give me a demonstration and cleaned the whole place. He was a funny little man. I gave him a drink for doing all my work.
Then what, honey?
And then I felt this hurt in my head, and I saw you and Jack. I don't feel right, Irish.
Baby, that set of knives in the kitchen. Did you use the chef's knife for anything?
No. You know those knives scare me.
Yeah. That's all you can remember, Mary? That's everything?
Yes, what are you doing? Practicing cops on me?
Well, look, honey, the landlady came over to borrow a book. She heard the radio, but you didn't answer the bell. She got worried and used the passkey.
Irish, what is it?
We got trouble. Somebody used that knife on Hamilton.
Oh, Irish. Doc, what is this? Why, Mr. Hamilton's sitting right over there. Irish. Oh, no!
Well, Dave, medic says that bruise on Mary's head is something she could have done on a chair arm or a door. Skin isn't broken. The swelling doesn't amount to much.
So she was drunk and she fell down. Jock, you know she never took more than one drink. Let's hear the rest.
Lab ran tests. Not finished yet. No sign of narcotic on her so far. Plenty of whiskey. Prints on the knife for hers.
Well, why not? It was her knife in her kitchen.
You're a cop, Dave. You can't beat the system. Everyone's leaned backward on this all down the line. Everything's been checked a dozen times. The system says she's guilty, Irish.
You think she's guilty?
What I think doesn't count. It's facts. Hamilton sold vacuum cleaners. He had business cards in his pocket, but there was no order book at your house and no vacuum cleaner. Well, you can see what that does to her story about that demonstration. You better send a lawyer down to Harbor Precinct.
Not yet. I want to dig myself.
I know what you're thinking. She was slugged or drugged or both. And there was a third party.
That's right, there was a third party. He slugged Mary and shoved that knife in Hamilton. Then he poured whiskey down Mary's throat and painted lipstick on Hamilton's cheek. There has to be a third party.
Dave, I know you're trying, but you can't disregard what we found.
Look, I've been a cop a long time, Jock. I know a woman will shoot a man or stab him or poison him and then stand there and scream what a louse he is. But a man did this job, and I'm going to find him.
We gave the neighborhood and the house the works, and we came up empty, Irish.
Then you didn't look hard enough. I'm going to go take a look.
Wait a minute, Dave. I can't put you on this. The newspapers would crucify you.
Because she's my wife? Because I might want to destroy evidence?
Something like that.
All right, here's the badge. I wouldn't want to get the department any bad publicity.
Now, Dave, please.
David X. Murphy. Detective. 2nd grade. It says I'm a part of the system. A cop. Give it to the commissioner with my regards.
Oh, no, wait. Here. Take this back, Irish. As far as I'm concerned, you're hunting the gunsel that knocked off those service stations. How could you ask questions without a badge, huh?
Thanks, Jock. Thanks a lot.
If there is a third party, find him, Dave. Find him.
There is. And I'll find him. You make with facts, I told you. You start with something you know for sure. I knew Mary hadn't killed Hamilton. For sure. Fact. Strangers seldom kill each other. 99 times out of 100, the killer knows the victim. Fact. Hamilton had been stabbed at my house where he came to demonstrate a vacuum cleaner. The vacuum cleaner wasn't in my house. Hamilton had been killed for that vacuum cleaner. Fact. A vacuum cleaner? Is that a motive for a murder?
Yeah?
Police, I want to talk to you.
The police have been here.
Well, they're here again. Victor Hamilton had an apartment here, and you're his landlady. I want to know about him.
You do, huh? What do you want to know?
The works, good and bad. Did he drink, gamble? Did he stay in nights or go out? Did he pay his rent? Start talking and I'll listen.
How would I know so much about a tenant? I got my work to do. Yeah, no maid to keep me. Almost breaks my back sometimes.
Yeah, come on, now tell me.
Oh, he lived like a monk. Paid his bills and kept to himself. I never saw no friends with him.
Go on.
I can't tell you any more about him. What do you think I am? Harriet. Harriet, come here.
Yeah? What is it?
This is a policeman. He's asked me about Hamilton. I thought you could help him, maybe, huh?
Oh, about Victor.
You know him, miss?
Yes, I knew him. I'm Harriet Blodgett. I live in this building, too.
Do I get to go back to my house work?
Yeah, thanks. Go on. Well, miss?
I wish I could tell you something, but I can't. I just felt sorry for Victor. Mr. Hamilton. He was small and he had no car. He used to carry those cleaners all over the North End. Now and then I'd fix him something to eat and take it up to him.
That all?
Nothing like you, man. I guess he wasn't interested. No compliment to me.
What do you do for a living?
Hostess, Elgin Restaurant off Columbus Circle.
Ever meet any of his friends?
He was a lonely little man. No friends, no enemies.
You're wrong. He had one enemy. The next morning, I was on the third floor of the Morgan building listening to a man named Richards, the sales manager of the vacuum cleaner company.
Not house to house. Indeed, no. I'd like to have that absolutely clear. Our people work from lists supplied by us. We give them names of prospects, and they close the sale.
And make a fortune.
Well, not exactly. Take Hamilton. A bad bat. Got pretty tired. Didn't have the old bounce, the old steam. A lot of sales got away.
Bad bat?
War wound, maybe. I don't know. He didn't talk much.
He got his demonstrator here every morning, huh?
We assign cleaners to each salesman. Whenever they make a sale, they bring a deposit in and get another new machine.
Do they make reports?
Absolutely. Every call.
Give me what Hamilton turned in yesterday.
Oh, yes, correct. Here you are. Hamilton's last report.
4502 Van Buren. 4510 Van Buren. 4515 Van Buren. No house to house, huh? Who are you kidding? No friends, only one enemy. On Van Buren Street. That's where my killer had to be. Somewhere on a street that had its feet in the bay and its head in the clouds. From pawn shops to snob apartments, the 4500 block was middle ground. Somewhere in that block, Hamilton had put his thumb on one doorbell too many. I started to the top of the list.
Police. Oh, no, my Herman's a good boy. He took that bicycle back. He is a good boy.
Yes, Mr. Hamilton was here demonstrating a vacuum cleaner. He cleaned all my rugs. I promised to keep him in mind.
No, never let no strangers sell nothing inside of my place. No, never listen to what they got to say at all. Never.
I went through 25 like that. 26 was bigger than the others. A half block of lawn, stained windows, and brick. Built by one of yesterday's fortunes when Van Buren Street was young. There'll be money in it somewhere. Somehow, I said to myself. This was money. He was tall, slender, and pretty. The mustache moved first.
Please. My aunt's desperately ill.
Police.
But why? What do you want?
We're checking. A little guy named of Hamilton came by here yesterday selling vacuum cleaners. He rang your doorbell with a lot of others. But he got himself killed. We look into things like that.
Oh.
Whose house is this?
My aunt, Cecilia Breckenbridge. That chap was here. Hamilton, was it? An impertinent little fellow. He rang the bell several times, woke my aunt. I sent him away.
He didn't get inside?
Oh, no, not past the door.
That's funny. The salesmen make reports. They list every house where they make a demonstration. Your house is on that list.
Oh, it's a mistake. I sent him away.
Mm-hmm. He didn't make any mistakes about his other demonstrations. He didn't lie.
A mistake?
But if you want it that way, I'll check the neighborhood. People see things. I'll find someone who saw him in here.
All right. He was here inside.
Then why the runaround?
Well, my aunt, she's very old. It's my duty to spare her any unnecessary excitement. That's why I lied. And anyway, there's nothing she could tell you. He was here. He made his little speech. He went away.
Mm-hmm. But I've got a report to make out.
I know, but couldn't you make an exception?
An imposition calling on people, bothering them. But it's better than having a murderer walk the streets.
My aunt is really quite ill.
I can be very gentle.
Oh, It's embarrassing. Do you know what a persecution complex is?
Read about them.
Well, that's her trouble. She's old, well, you know, senile. She thinks she's being kept a prisoner here.
Oh?
She's right, of course. If she weren't confined here, she'd be confined to an institution. She doesn't understand why. She's outlived all her close friends, and she wonders why no one comes to see her.
And that's why you let Hamilton and his vacuum cleaner in.
Well, I thought it would help. Instead, he made it worse.
I see. Are you, Breckenbridge?
Well, my name is Dolph. Harold Dolph, her sister's son. I'm her only relative. I keep the place going. You know how old people are about family homes.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Let's go and see her.
All right. This way.
Cecilia Breckenbridge was sitting in a rocking chair beside a window that looked out over the backyard. She was thin and small. And she looked up at me out of blue, tormented eyes.
Don't tell her that he was killed. It'll upset her. Aunt Cecilia. Aunt Cecilia.
It's a beautiful day, Harold. A lovely day.
Aunt Cecilia, this man is here to ask a few questions about that vacuum cleaner salesman you saw the other day.
Oh.
Now be a good girl and answer him.
It's a lovely day, Harold.
Mrs. Breckenbridge, I'd like to know what time he came in to see you.
Sometimes she'll talk, and sometimes she won't.
Mrs. Breckenbridge, do you remember how long he stayed?
The way her mind is, it's hard to tell what to expect.
Do you remember what he did while he was here?
Oh, it's a lovely day, Harold. A lovely day.
That you, Dave?
Yeah, I'm in a drugstore at Van Buren and Hope. How's it coming on? Give me a hand.
What do you mean?
I've spotted that third party. He's tall and pretty, and he's scared to death.
Autolite is bringing you Alan Ladd in Motive for Murder. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Reming Chester, were you in Limerick when you were hunting the Irish camel?
Was I in Limerick? I invented the Limerick.
Ah, but not this Limerick, old pal. Listen, a good name in Erin is Slattery. So's Autolite's Stay Full Battery. Its watery needs a teaspoon feeds. Only 3 times a year is no flattery.
Alas, poor Limerick. I knew him well.
Well, you know that the Autolite Stay Full Battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Why?
Because it has 3 times as much liquid reserve above the plates as batteries without Stay Full features.
Is it the leprechaun in you, Wilcox?
Why, every leprechaun in Ireland knows that the Autolite Stay Full Battery has a fiberglass retaining mat protecting every positive plate. That keeps the power-producing material in place, you see. In recent tests based on SAE life cycle standards, the Autolite Stay Full batteries gave 70% longer average life than batteries without Stay Full features. And remember, Autolite Stay Full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Get an Autolite Stay Full battery and be right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Alan Ladd, in Motive for Murder, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
You start with something you know for sure, like the fact that Mary couldn't kill anyone. Then you go to people and you ask questions. You look for somebody who'll talk too much or not enough. Somebody like Harold Dolph in a big old-fashioned house in Van Buren Street. You meet his invalid aunt who only sits and dreams of 50 years ago. And you look at tall and pretty in his $30 shirt standing there. And you find out why I'd go out and kill a man named Hamilton and steal his vacuum cleaner.
All right, Dave, you've told me what you walked into. Now, tell me why you think Harold Dolph's the one.
Tried to cover up before I could ask anything accounted. He lied once.
Cut it, man. I've questioned people, too.
All right, but there's something wrong in that house. Something wrong about him. He looked like he knew she wouldn't talk before I asked her questions.
Explained she was ill, a little crazy.
Suppose she isn't crazy, Jock. Suppose she's afraid of him.
All right, Irish, suppose.
Maybe he's keeping her prisoner there.
Well, you said he admitted that much. She'd be in an institution otherwise.
But really keeping a prisoner in there.
Why, though? Why?
Money, of course. Her money. He explained it. Her family had money, not his.
You looked into that part?
No, Jock, but I've seen his kind 100 times. In gabardines that cost $250 standing around living off what another man worked hard for.
Oh, it's a reach, Irish, a long reach.
He's our man, I know it. He can stick around that house and torture that old lady by keeping her scared he could kill Hamilton.
Sure, but where does Hamilton fit?
I don't know, Jock. That old lady could tell me if I could talk to her.
You could be awful wrong, Irish.
I've been wrong before. All I want is a chance to talk to her without Dolph breathing down my neck.
Yeah.
If I'm wrong, okay. If I'm right, I want Dolph where we can make the pinch. He'll come out of there sometime. When he does, you trail the guy. I'll talk to the old lady.
All right, Irish. Hey, that him backing the roadster out of the carriage house?
Hey, you're right. Check with the station anytime you get a chance. I'll do the same.
Right, Irish.
She couldn't answer the bell. I had to use my gun butt on the garden door. This time she wasn't humming. Just breathing slow, uneven. I lifted an eyelid and felt her pulse. Doped. Then I noticed her hands. Fine, long, delicately formed hands. But no rings. Yet marks that showed she'd worn rings most of her life. The pictures of her all over the place showed her wearing rings. Rings with big stones and old-fashioned settings. Money. I went from top to bottom then. Attic to basement, every room. No rings and no vacuum cleaner.
Harbor Precinct. Eddie speaking.
Doc Dewson checked in yet?
Who's this?
It's Dave.
Oh, Irish. Yeah, Jock checked in.
Well, give it to me.
I followed your man downtown to the Morgan building on 5th.
Morgan building?
Yeah.
Morgan building? No house-to-house canvassing, only from lists.
Hey, Irish, you all right?
Yeah, thanks, Eddie. I'll call you back.
Right.
Oh, Eddie.
Yeah, Dave.
Send a car to 4698 Van Buren. There's an old lady down there, doped. Named Cecilia Breckenbridge. Take care of her. Nephew's name, Harold Dolph. Don't let him get close.
Got it.
Mr. Richards left strict orders that he wasn't to be disturbed. All the salesmen were in for a big meeting today.
Come on,
and
let's get the act.
Now, you can't go in there. I don't care if you are the police. You can't go.
What is this, Elsie?
I told him, Mr. Richards, but he wouldn't listen.
I left strict orders that... Oh, it's you.
Mr. Richards.
Beat it, sister.
Now, see here. Such high-handed methods of entering a man's office. I'm a citizen of the
And
city.
you're violating City Ordinance 116, Paragraph 5, Code 2. You haven't got a peddler's license, and your boys are doing house-to-house.
I distinctly told you we work from clients.
That's not what I'm here. Guy with the tall and pretty and the brown gabardines who came to see you a little while ago.
Huh?
Within the last hour, an officer from my division followed him this far.
A tall man, brown gabardines. But I...
What do you want?
Well, he just wanted to ask me about his vacuum cleaner.
What about his vacuum cleaner?
Well, I had to tell him the same thing I explained to you this morning about how we handle our sales.
What thing? Come on.
But about a sale. When they make one, they bring the deposit money in and get a new machine to deliver to the customer. They can't sell a demonstrator. It's used and worn.
Is that all?
Well, you see, he ordered a cleaner yesterday, and he said the salesman promised to deliver it, but he never got it.
What salesman?
He didn't know the salesman's name. He described him as a small man. Yes, a small man. All the man wanted really was a vacuum cleaner. My goodness, but
he wanted something else. What?
Well, he asked me for the address of that salesman. He said he wanted to talk to him about his vacuum cleaner that wasn't delivered.
You gave the address to him?
But I told you I don't know what salesman it is. Was. Just a little man, he said. So I remembered poor Hamilton. And I thought it might be...
You told him where Hamilton lived?
Oh, yes. Yes, I did. Did I do something wrong?
Driving across town towards Hamilton's apartment, I kept thinking of Mary and her question about how a cop works. No miracles, no magnifying glass, no bloodhounds hunting. Just facts. Facts to find a killer. An old house built with one of yesterday's great fortunes. A fortune that dwindled down to a handful of wedding rings. Diamonds. $20,000 or $30,000 worth of motive. Facts. A tall and pretty who was money hungry and liked expensive clothes and cars. Facts. A vacuum cleaner salesman apartment without a vacuum cleaner.
Hey,
You held out on me.
what do you mean? What do you mean this is a respectable apartment?
You know how to throw the book at you? When I was here before, I went through Hamilton's apartment and there wasn't a vacuum cleaner there.
But I never...
Hamilton kept at least 2 cleaners here all the time. You kept still, hoping to grab one for free.
But I never saw any...
He didn't keep them in his place. He didn't want to lug them up 3 flights. He kept them somewhere on this floor.
I didn't think you'd care.
Where was it?
The hall closet in back. He had a key.
You'll give me yours now. And that's where I found the old lady's wedding rings. The sack on that demonstrator Hamilton used in her house. Facts. I had all of them now. And a minute later, I heard feet on the stairs. I left the cleaner sitting there in the hall and stepped back into the shadows and waited. Waited for my killer.
Oh.
Hello, sweetheart. I've been expecting you. We got business.
Business?
About your aunt's diamond rings.
What are you talking about?
Murder?
Murder?
There's an old lady waiting to die, and you've been helping her with dope.
Well, that's ridiculous.
That's why you never let anybody in to see her. But you wanted some fun yesterday. Jokes. And you let a vacuum cleaner salesman named Hamilton come in and visit her.
Now, see here,
But
really...
as sick and as doped as she was, your aunt figured out a way so you'd never get those rings. She beat you, Dolph.
All right, you've got...
When you weren't looking, she took them off and threw them under the vacuum cleaner.
Now, we can come to some understanding.
She wouldn't talk to you. Remember the salesman? Trailed him all over town. And you found him at one place. Along the line, you stabbed him with a kitchen knife, sapped Mary, and did the covering up with broken glass, lipstick, and liquor.
Mary?
My wife, brother, and it's my place.
Oh, well, now, look. I can get you money. $10,000, $15,000.
Thanks. That's what I've been waiting for.
Please.
He talked. Fact. Harold Dolph killed the salesman when he opened the cleaner and didn't find the rings. He didn't know that Hamilton had stopped off at his own place, where he left the demonstrator with the rings in the sack and picked up the new one he was delivering to Mary.
Irish, how did you do it? With a magnifying glass and bloodhounds?
You know, honey, you make with facts. You start with something you know for sure. The fact that my wife can't be a killer. You see, I love her too much.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Alan Ladd.
Say, Wilcox, I've decided never to hunt Irish camels again, Biggory.
Let me give you a tip, Remingchester. You'll do better going for those Autolite Stay Full batteries and the more than 400 other products made by Autolite for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Spark plugs, batteries, generators, coils, distributors, starting motors, bullseye sealed beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite, original factory parts, at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our star will be Ronald Reagan. The play is called One and One's a Lonesome. And it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed and transcribed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Motive for Murder was written by John and Ward Hawkins and adapted for radio by Jack Newman. Alan Ladd will soon be seen in the Paramount picture Captain Carey, USA. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Ronald Reagan.
Buy Autolite Stay Full batteries, Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This week marks the 38th birthday of the Girl Scouts. Autolite joins that celebration and sends its warmest greetings to more than 1 million Girl Scouts of the USA who today are learning to become the better citizens of tomorrow. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the BBC Home Service and the British Forces Broadcasting Service. Saturday Night Theatre. We present Jane Wenham as Lynn Harker, Frank Duncan as Jason Flowerdew, John Pullen as Tom Swain, and Marjorie Westbury as Lady Mathry in Deal with Murder, a play for radio by Peter Cornish. Deal with Murder.
Oh, damn. Oh, I'd better switch this off. Cavendish, 1592.
Miss Harker? Miss Lynn Harker, the painter?
Yes?
Oh, I'm sorry to call you so late, Miss Harker. It's a matter of business.
Oh, Lord, it had to be. Look, do you think it could keep?
How's that?
I was just going to have a bath. I have a theatre date in half an hour.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess we could put the deal on ice.
Oh, bless you. Ring me tomorrow, would you? Oh, but not before 8 in the evening. I shall be out all day.
Say 10 o'clock?
Yes, fine. Oh, by the way, this deal, is it a portrait?
Well, no, Miss Harker. It's really to do with life and death.
With what?
Well, I'm hoping the two of us can preserve a human life from danger.
Danger? I don't understand.
No, of course you don't, Miss Harker, but I'll explain everything at 10 tomorrow.
But didn't you just say somebody's life was in danger?
That's right.
Well, then who?
Didn't you guess, Miss Harker? Like the song says, it's you, no one but you.
Well, darling, what did you think of it? Lynn?
Oh. Sorry, Tom. What did you say?
Act 1. Did you like it?
Oh, very good.
You know, I'd prefer the truth if you don't mind.
Truth?
When my fiancée sits through 40 minutes of riotous farce with never a smile on her face, I'm bound to ask what's up.
Tom, we're not in the courtroom now, so please don't start cross-examining.
I don't have to. I know what's wrong.
But you can't.
But I do. It's Thursday, the day for Dame Hilda's sitting. You're always unbearable afterwards.
Well, thanks.
Look, why don't you chuck the Terps at her next time, or crown her with a canvas or something?
Dame Hilda's an influential woman. I'm just a struggling artist.
Struggling?
I'm hardly Rembrandt.
I wouldn't marry Rembrandt.
Oh, Tom. Oh, whatever did I do to deserve you?
That sounds like an SOS. On your feet.
Oh, where are we going?
To the theatre bar for an inch of watered gin.
At 4 bob a time.
You'll smile during the second act, or I shall die in the attempt.
Drink's quite good. Still, you should save your money.
How long does it take to save £5,000?
That's rather a cryptic remark for learned counsel to me.
No, not really. I had a chat with Peter Grimston at the assizes today.
Who?
He's the senior partner of Grimston and Lucy, top legal firm. And he offered to take me in.
Oh, Tom.
Be nice, eh? But it takes 5,000 quid for premium.
Oh, darling.
Not to worry. Tough, we barristers. Still, I'd do a lot for that cash at the moment.
I thought you were getting better briefs. That case you're defending in Reading.
Oh, not bad. Oh, by the way, the assizes finish tomorrow, so we can spend the weekend together. Okay with you?
Fine.
What are you staring at?
That man by the bar.
Which?
Tall, with the permed blonde hair, rather too handsome. There, he's turning round to look at us again.
Blow me, he's a friend of mine. He lives in the flat above mine.
Oh, really?
Yes, we were at school together.
But, love, he looks so queer.
I know, but he's not. He's an actor. The hair's natural, and he's pretty good.
Then tonight, is he, what do they call it, resting?
Oh, even the big names rest from time to time.
Oh, and what is his name?
It's Flowerdew. Jason Flowerdew.
Oh, no.
Oh, how awful, the poor man.
Lynn, will you shut up? He's coming over.
My dear, I'm simply ablaze with curiosity. What in the world made you pick such a catastrophe?
I take it you're referring to the show, Jason.
What else? Of course, one knows that farce should be played like tragedy, but the effect is intended to be altogether different.
Now, look, Jason...
Oh, yes, Bobbit, I know. You think I came here to prattle, whereas, in fact, I came with the most serious intention of presenting myself, Miss Harker. Of course I know who you are, and I'm simply longing to ask if I may bring my little stool and join your queue.
My queue?
It occurred to me that one day there may be disgusting progeny who will deny that their grandsire was ever beautiful or talented, unless, of course, there's a really gorgeous portrait by you to prove the fact.
Yes, but you see...
Now, I do assure you, Miss Harker, I am quite unparalleled in the matter of sitting still. To say nothing of the help I could be in the arrangement of lights, costume, and, of course, my dashing profile. Now, what do you say?
I'm sorry, it's quite impossible.
Oh, but Miss Harker, why?
Because, Mr. Flowerdew, I don't have a canvas in my studio big enough to fit your swollen head.
Jason, do come and talk to Gordon Hoop. He's wittering about his musical. Oh, why, Tom.
Oh, hello, Lila.
Oh, everybody does look cross.
Miss Harker, may I present my friend, Miss James? Lila, this is Miss Harker.
How do you do?
Miss Harker's an artist.
So I gathered, from the other end of the bar. My dear, you have a remarkably clear voice. It would be an asset to the procession.
Thank you. Now, let me guess, Miss James, what would your profession be?
She's loosely known as an actress.
Loosely?
Oh, darling, what were you saying about Gordon Hoop?
Well, he's found out about the you-know-what.
Oh, honestly, my dears, Lila means that madly secretive orgy we've planned for tonight. Somehow the word is out. We shall be stuffed with third-rate little monsters like Gordon.
You must invite Miss Harker, Jason.
Well, of course, Oh, no, not the bell. Not back-to-back agony.
Now, come along, Jason. Gordon's waving his limp little paw.
Oh, revolting little man. Look, sweeties, if you would care to come, it'll be any time after 10, my place. Now, do try. Oh, God, sweetie, lovely to see you.
All right, Lynn. Let's have the answer.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. That kind of man...
I said the answer. It wasn't Jason that made you this way tonight, any more than Dame Hilda. I want to know what's really wrong.
Then damn well what?
Oh, for goodness sake, Lynn, we're going to be married one day. Haven't you ever learned to cry on my shoulder?
Oh, that's the second bell. There isn't
Well,
time.
we'll cut the show.
Oh, no, Tom.
Well, you do want to tell me, don't you?
Well...
Well, then I know an Italian restaurant which has gorgeous food. Now, come on, let's go.
But, Tom, a phone call like that is not made by a harmless crank.
Look, if he's some kind of crook extorting money with menaces, wouldn't he check on your resources first? And wouldn't he discover you hadn't the cash?
He might think I could find it.
Where?
My family.
Oh, come off it, Lynn. I distinctly remember you said your only living relative was some tatty old aunt who reared you down in Sussex.
Aunt Nina, yes.
Well, if she died 5 years ago, like you said...
Yes, but she didn't.
What?
Tom, I lied to you. Aunt Nina's not dead, and no one could call her poor.
Oh, that's nice.
Tom, did you ever hear of the Seaton shipping line?
I should hope I did.
Yes, well, Aunt Nina holds 2/3 of the stock.
What?
Her father, my grandfather, founded the firm.
Look, I don't get this. If your only relative's filthy rich, why keep it dark?
Because we had a terrible quarrel 5 years ago over my wanting to be a painter. When I walked out, she cut me off.
Over a thing like that?
Oh, Nina's always been very much her father's daughter.
Oh, that's the chap who founded the firm?
Diagoras Seaton, yes.
Ooh, wow, what a name.
Half Scot, half Greek. His brain and his will came from cold Caledonia. His passions out of Sophocles.
How his family must have loved him.
His wife died after the third child. Nina was the eldest, and then my Uncle Ralph, and lastly my mother. Diagoras ran their lives like he ran his business. In fact, he married Nina off to the boss of a rival firm, an elderly baronet.
Didn't she kick?
No. I told you she was like her father, thought the marriage her duty. Besides, being rather plain and almost 30, I think she quite fancied becoming Lady Mathry. It was the other two children who came to grief.
Your Uncle Ralph and your mother?
Yes. Poor Ralph was much too wild to become a tycoon. In the end, he ran off to marry an actress. That was in 1932.
What did Diagoras do?
He disinherited him, and then he set out quite coldly to ruin him. Ralph died in 1934.
Oh, boy. I pity your mother.
In fact, she was rather bright. She just waited for her 21st birthday, and 2 days after she married a penniless author in a registry office.
Did Diagoras go into the usual routine?
Yes, he cut them off. Luckily, he died of a stroke almost at once. Rage, I suppose.
So that left Nina with all the cash?
Yes, and in 1940, when my parents were killed, she took me in.
Ah, now I get the picture. She just acted like Diagoras when you said you meant to leave the nest.
Yes, or... Well, that's what I thought.
Huh?
I've had a letter from her inviting me down to Frimley tomorrow.
No, not a reconciliation.
I don't know. Look, It's in my bag. You'd better read it. Here.
Typewritten.
She always uses a typewriter. Arthritis in her hands.
I see. Now, my dear Lynette, I cannot suppose this letter will be welcome.
Believe me, it is no pleasure to write. However, since certain business matters have arisen which must urgently be discussed, it is vital you should be at Frimley tomorrow. The 3:00 train from Waterloo arrives in Fulham by 4. Billy will meet you. I have nothing to say until we do meet, so do not phone the house. You may confirm this arrangement through Mr. Thrale, your affectionate Aunt Nina.
Well, Tom?
I don't know. Who's Billy, for a start?
The chauffeur handyman, been with Aunt Nina since he was a stable boy.
Yeah. And Thrale?
The family solicitor.
Well, when you confirmed with him, did he tell you anything?
No, he was carefully vague.
Urgent business matters could mean anything. Lynn, there's only one way to find out, and that's to go.
So you don't think that call I had was a clue? I mean, that someone's found out that I may be patching it up with Nina.
Oh, it's wildly unlikely. And what's more, if that joker really means to ring you tomorrow at 10, you could have the police listening in to trace the call.
I never thought of that.
The trouble with you is you let yourself get morbid. Now, I have a cure for this.
Everyone, sparkling lemonade, that scintillating yellow Lucas.
Jason, can it be Lila needs you? She's jumping up and down.
Oh, my dear, I'll think she does. Gordon, take the bottle, darling. Passport to popularity. Excuse me. Oh, sorry, Poppy. Don't get up, sweetie. I'll get over you. I love you, Lila, but is it important?
We need one of gin, one of whiskey, and a vermouth for the cup, and I dare not leave the bar.
Right. Talk to Gordon while I get it.
Oh, no.
Well.
Oh, hello, Jason. Hope you don't mind us in here.
Not if you don't mind me getting under the bed.
What?
For the emergency supply, we invited about 18 and it's got 50 outside.
Oh, boo.
Yes. We keep it under the bed. Amazing how people miss the more obvious places.
Mr. Flowerdew.
Oh, do call me Jason.
I'm sorry I snapped at you tonight.
Oh, not at all my fault entirely.
Jason, why do you behave like a chorus boy?
Well, camouflage. With a name like Flowerdew, people expect an idiot. Haven't you noticed when folk meet someone they take to be a fool, they always relax and become themselves? Awfully handy for me to know what they're really like.
So tonight I showed you my frightful temper.
Yes. And a bit more than that.
Oh, what?
I think you were scared.
You know, I think you rather scare me.
Really? Oh, well, I suppose we are rather a terrifying profession. Much too observant, vain, ruthless. We lie superbly. There's hardly a move we make without we plan the effect. Yes, I'd hate to think of a really good actor planning a crime.
Would he do so well?
He knows people. He could use them like a director planning a production. See all the moves in advance, the props, the disguises.
Disguises?
Well, a disguised voice, perhaps. Say, the sinister Mr. X on the telephone. Of course, my hypothetical actor would also make a splendid detective, for just the same reason.
Thank you, Jason. If we ever need one, we'll come to you.
But how will you know I'm on the side of good?
Tom, I really think we should be going.
Oh, surely not.
Well, I'm sorry, Jason. You see, Lynn has to meet these people tomorrow.
Well, Billy, how do I look?
Cityfied, that's what. Still, bar else, I reckon you're about the same.
Bless you, Billy. So are you. Even this terrible car. Billy, tell me, how is Aunt Nina?
Not so bobbish, if you want the truth.
Is the arthritis worse?
Worse? When she hadn't sat a horse 2 years and her the gun for 3. Why else do you think she shut off all them upstairs rooms? If 'twasn't beyond her to get there.
Then where does she sleep?
Bed's down next library now.
Well, if it suits her.
It's not a suit her gal. It's a suit Miss Terry.
Who?
Miss Terry. New housekeeper, companion, dunno what all. Been here ever since Mrs. Young took off 3 years ago.
Sounds as if you don't like her.
Well, I just reckon she's a bit of a mystery, that's all.
In what way?
Well, you tell me why Young goes round old-fashioned clothes, rare scrag back in a bun, never looks a man in the face. Could be a looker, should she try.
She's young, then.
No more than 30. And I see a bit of passion still in them brown eyes of hers. Know what I reckon? Crossed in love, she were. She come to Frimley for to lick her wound.
Well, that's not a crime, Billy.
Well, then you should see the way she rules the roost. Trained nurse, we've told she is. So, the old devil mustn't do that, mustn't do this. The new ideas, you have to have a new telephone.
Well, there always was a telephone.
Nah, I mean an external one.
What?
For the library, me in the harness room.
Oh?
To save me unnecessary journeys, says she. Keep me out of the house, says I. There's no use talking. Your aunt's that fond of her, you'd think she was under a spell.
I can hardly wait to meet Miss Terry.
Oh, you'll have to, though. It's her afternoon off.
Oh, Billy.
Nah, don't go jogging me arm. You'll have me off in the road.
They've widened it, haven't they?
6 mile now without them loops. Do the run in 15 minutes.
It's unbelievable. Frimley. And it's just the same.
I reckon that's kept the grounds amazing well. Help's hard to find.
Then who's that working over there by the lake on the tractor?
Well, that's Bob Hazelrig, new home farm tenant.
But the tenant shouldn't work in the park.
Bob has to. The old girl made a condition of the lease. He do so many hours a week heavy work here.
Oh, that's hard.
Bob hates the very sight of her, he do.
Oh, Billy, look, the house.
Oh,
the sun reflected in all its windows. Like a welcome. Do you think I'll find one, Billy?
Here you are, then. Home again.
Billy?
Mr. Frail on the steps. Coming for to take you in. Best hurry, not keep him waiting.
Yes. I'll see you again, Billy.
6:15 sharp. I'm to drive you to Frodham. Catch the 6:5.
Miss Harker, there you are. Come along in. Your aunt is waiting in the library.
How are you, Mr. Thrale?
Oh, a bit bronchial, you know. Step in.
Thank you. In the library, did you say?
Miss Harker, wait.
Yes?
There's something I have to tell you.
Well?
I scarcely know how to begin.
Lynette?
Oh, dear.
My aunt's waited 5 years to see me, Mr. Thrale. She can surely wait another minute.
Mr. Thrale, send that girl in.
Yes, Lady Maitre. Please go to her. I'll speak to you later.
But aren't you coming?
No, I'm to wait here till I'm called.
Lynette!
Here, Nina!
Good luck, my dear.
Oh, thanks.
Come in and close the door. There's a draft through this room like a tornado. What was it talking about out there?
Thrale? Oh, bronchitis.
Oh. Well, come from the gloom, girl. Let me see you.
You need more light in here.
Thank you. I need no light. Sit over there. Or did you plan a dutiful embrace? Oh, shivering, I see. Nervous, are you?
No. But it's cold in here.
It will remain so. I don't care for a roaring fire. Do you know why I wanted to see you? You and Thrale?
No.
The question of my will never crossed your mind, eh?
Nina, certain things were said 5 years ago.
Oh, they can cancel the fact that your mother was my sister? Or you my only blood relation?
I suppose they wouldn't.
Perhaps you're sorry to be back here.
I still prefer my own way of life.
Oh, that dream of independence. Just like your mother. And your Uncle Ralph with his little actress. All of you so sure that money only stifles. Well, how's it been to have none?
Not always easy.
5 years ago you wouldn't have told me that. But then, perhaps I shouldn't have shown you this.
What is it? I can't quite see.
Take it then. Look at it. Well, go on.
It's a revolver.
A week ago I intended to use it upon myself.
You?
Impossible to imagine, isn't it? That I might come bitterly to regret driving you from here. That I actually might want you back again to end my solitude.
You never told me so.
No, because the very thing that parted us was the family pride, the Seton temper. Don't you see? Its power took me to the point where I was prepared to lay that cold barrel against my temple rather than admit I was wrong.
Oh, Nina.
Ridiculous, wasn't it? To be afraid to tell you I was wrong. Sorry that I needed you. Even when I longed to hear you say you needed me.
Oh, Nina, if you only knew how many times
No, don't commit yourself. First, hear my terms. I ask only that you should come here sometimes.
Of course.
And sometimes, perhaps, let me help you just a little with money.
But, Nina...
Now, please, let me prove myself. Let me show how generous I can be. Any reasonable sum, it is yours, I promise. What do you say?
Then, Nina, there's someone I love. He has a wonderful opportunity if he can only raise £5,000.
You know, my niece, you've made me very happy. Now, give me back that gun. And call in Mr. Thrale. I have an amusing plan in mind. No, go on. Call him in.
Very well. Will you come in, Mr. Thrale?
Yes, of course.
Mr. Thrale, I have explained certain facts to my niece. Now it is your turn. Kindly proceed.
Lady Maithrey, I'm still most uncertain that your course is a wise one.
Perhaps you prefer me to find another lawyer.
Please go on, Mr. Thrale.
Well, Miss Harker, entirely against my advice, your Aunt Lady Maithrey feels that the time has come for certain obligations to be...
get on with it, man.
That her obligations should be focused elsewhere.
I don't understand.
Don't you? Don't you, my dear niece? What he's telling you is perfectly simple. You are not going to get my money. I am leaving it to Edith Terry, not to you.
It's a trick. Oh, a stupid, spiteful trick.
Stupid, you think? At least I've seen beneath that proud pose of independence. I know you doubt yourself, that you need my money.
I hope it pleases you.
One thing pleases me, that the will's drafted and will be signed tomorrow. All my money to Edith.
Oh, Nina. Poor Nina.
Poor? Not I. I've found someone at last who knows the meaning of unselfish devotion.
Unselfish? You really think your Miss Terry hasn't worked to get your money?
Get out of my house.
That will be a pleasure.
Let us hope it is a pleasure to walk to Frodham, for Billy shan't drive you, I tell you that.
Good.
Miss Harker, I should be happy to offer you a lift.
You will remain, Mr. Thrale. We have further business.
Don't worry, Mr. Thrale. I'm quite accustomed to making my own way.
Hey! You want a lift?
Are you going to Frodham?
Sure. Climb aboard.
Oh, thanks.
Well, you didn't figure to run the 6 miles, did you?
Why, I'd hoped for a lift. I have to catch a train.
What time's it leave?
5:05.
Well, it's a 4:45 right now. With the new road and all, we should make it. So, anchors away.
Look out! That bend!
You damn jerk! How'd you see that guy? You might have run us down.
You pulled out without signal.
No. Oh, well, maybe. I guess I'm a little high tonight. Last night in England kind of celebration. I'd be okay stateside, but here they drive the wrong way around, you know.
I'm sure.
That'd be just my crummy luck to crash my last day. This is a hire car. Taking it back to town before I leave. You want to know something? I've been looking for an English date for a week, and my last evening she shows. It's my crummy luck.
Mind that car.
Whoops, okay. You're kind of nervy, ain't you? I'm a real cool boy behind the wheel.
That was Station Road. You've passed it.
Oh, Station Road.
Will you please stop the car? I want to get out.
Stop it? We were just getting acquainted.
My train. I shall miss it.
Oh, yeah. Look, I could drive you all the way. Hey, where are you going?
Oh, damn. Oh, wait, please.
In here, be sharp.
Oh, thanks. Oh, I thought I'd lost it.
So you're running. So open door. They'll never start if there's a door open.
Shut that door!
There. You all right?
Yes, I think so.
Then we can say mission accomplished, eh? There, we're off. Non-stop for Waterloo.
Yes.
Oh, here. I say, I never thought.
What?
Well, you don't mind, do you? I mean, us being alone like this. 2 strangers in the same compartment. I've enjoyed our talk. Well, it passed the time light, didn't it?
It certainly did. We're almost at Waterloo, Mr.
Mike. Call me Mike.
I'm Lynn Harker.
Well, I will say you look a bit more cheerful now.
Oh?
Well, when you got in at Frodham, I reckon you'd hadn't had a bit of a barney with boyfriend or something.
It was an aunt, to be exact.
Oh, relations.
Best off we out, I might say.
My aunt would agree with you. She's cut me out of her will.
Get away. Still, it could be for the best. You know, for 23 years, everyone in my mum's family went in fear and trembling my great Auntie Mabel would change her will. And when it come to it, you know what she left? A moth-eaten three-piece suite, one of them black marble clocks, and £31.10 in a cocoa tin.
Good evening, George.
Good evening, miss.
Lift working yet?
You're all right now, miss. Oh, by the way, your Mr. Swain come out at 7:15.
Huh?
I took the liberty to let him in the studio. I knew you wouldn't be long.
Oh, thank you, George. I'm glad you did.
Word, it's a bit chilly down here in the fire. Only had this friend with him, you see.
A friend? Do you know who?
No, miss. Can't say I do.
Tom?
In here, Lynn.
Sorry I'm late, darling. Did you give your friend a drink? Well, did you?
Lynn, he's not... I mean, we've only just met. I'm a police officer, Miss Harker. Detective Sergeant Harvey, North Sussex CID.
What do you want?
I'm afraid I have bad news for you, miss. It's Lady Mathry, your aunt.
Lynn, she's dead.
Dead? Nina, but I was with her.
We understood so, miss. It was very sudden.
You mean a stroke, like her father?
No, miss. At 5:15 this afternoon, your aunt, Lady Mathry, was murdered.
Oh, Miss Harker, Mr. Swain. I'm Inspector Davis.
How do you do?
Now, Miss Harker, you know everyone but Miss Terry, I understand?
Yes, she was out when I was here this afternoon.
How do you do, Miss Harker?
How do you do?
Oh, and this gentleman here is Mr. Hazelrig, the home farm tenant.
Pleased to meet you, miss.
Good. Then shall we sit down? I've brought you together to make it easier to reconstruct the tragic event of this afternoon. Group questioning is a great time saver. Now, of course, each of you has the right to refuse to be questioned before the others, should he or she so wish. No one? Good. Then the facts are these. Lady Mathry was shot through the back of the head as she sat here by the fire at precisely 5:15 this afternoon. You'll see the reason for my precision as we continue. We've good reason to suppose that the assailant escaped through one of those French doors, which were found open immediately after the crime. Well, how he entered the house, we have no idea. But afterwards, amongst the trees and in this mist, he'd have good cover. I shall want to ask each one of you what your movements were up to and immediately after the killing. Not because anyone is necessarily suspect, but simply to clear the ground. I hope that's understood.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Thrale, when we spoke informally, I believe you told me you arrived at Frimley Hall somewhere before 4 o'clock.
I think about 20 to 4, Inspector.
Dead on, sir. I was waiting for you to come so that I could leave to meet Miss Lynette.
Well, why should you wait for Mr. Thrale to arrive?
Well, sir, I couldn't leave her ladyship on her own.
So, as Mr. Thrale arrived at 20 to 4, you left to meet Miss Harker.
That I did, sir.
Now, the run to Frodham's about a quarter of an hour. If you met Miss Harker at 4, you must have been back here by, say, 4:20?
No, I was, sir.
Mr. Thrale, that means you were here alone with Lady Mathry for 40 minutes.
Yes, until Miss Harker arrived.
And during that time, what business was discussed?
Lady Mathry told me she wished to change her will.
In what respect?
Her desire was to revoke the previous will entirely and bequeath all she had to Miss Terry.
Oh,
Miss Terry, were you aware of this?
no. I'm astonished to hear it.
Was it news to you, Mr. Thrale?
Not altogether. I think I sensed an important decision when Lady Mathry rang me 2 days ago to fix the appointment.
In what way?
There was a certain mystery. Miss Harker was to come, but she was to confirm the appointment with me, not at the house. Indeed, I was not to ring the house either, and I was to give Miss Harker no information.
You were in the dark, then, till this afternoon?
Yes. We had begun merely by discussing certain matters of investment. Then, without warning, she produced a typewritten sheet on which she had made a complete redraft of her will. She ordered me to have it drawn up as soon as possible, as she wished it to be witnessed tomorrow.
What was her reason for this change of heart?
That Miss Terry had proved loyal and deserving, whereas Miss Harker had not.
And what did you think of this?
I disapproved most strongly. Oh, I had nothing against Miss Terry, but the action, when it concerned so very large a sum of money, seemed to be quite irresponsible. However, there was no time to argue, as just then Billy arrived back.
What happened then?
Lady Bathory stated she wished to interview her niece alone, so I waited in the hall.
For how long?
Possibly 10 minutes.
And then?
Then I was called in, and Lady Bathory told me to repeat the terms of the will to her niece, which understandably made her very angry. I attempted to ameliorate the situation, but without success.
I believe you said earlier that Miss Harker was ordered from the house and denied even a car to take her to Frodham.
Yes, Lady Bathory also detained me so that I, too, could not assist Miss Harker.
What was the time she left?
I think roughly 20 to 5.
Oh, yes, it must have been, because I arrived at Frodham in time to catch the 5:05 to Waterloo.
We'll return to that later. Now, Mr. Thrale, when did you leave Lady Bathory?
About 5 to 5.
Are you positive of the time?
All I know is that I was back in my office by 5:15 to keep an appointment.
Well, I knows Mr. Frail left at 5 to 5, because I seen his tail lamps going off down a drive, and I looks out me harness room window.
Ah, it was then, I think you said, Billy, that Lady Bathory rang you on the internal telephone.
Ah, she rang me that very minute to say Miss Lynette had already left, and I wouldn't be needed. So then I asked her, does she want me to sit with her, same as always, till Miss Terry get back at 6?
But she refused.
That she did. Said she on no can't be disturbed.
So we know she was alive just before 5 o'clock. Now, I want you to tell me again exactly what happened during the next 20 minutes.
Wow, first few minutes Bob and me was brewing up, having a little chat.
Friday's, Inspector, I comes over to Billy special for here the cereal. What I'm used to call children's... I doesn't listen at home, see, because me wife to laugh.
Yeah, all right. You came to hear the cereal at 5:15. And then?
Oh, do you tell him, Billy?
Why, sir? I'm just turning on the wireless about a minute to 4, 4:15, when the telephone rings. Well, Bob weren't none too pleased, I'll tell you.
Oh, why she had to pick this time?
Blowed if I know. Yes, milady?
Billy,
Yes, milady?
get your rifle, Billy.
My... Get what?
Get your rifle and come over at once. Hurry, man. There's someone outside. Quickly, Billy. Ah!
So you actually heard the shot?
I did, sir. Bob and all. And we legs it all to the house. But we was too late.
Did you ring the police at once?
Bob done that, sir. I goes to get out the killer through them Frenchy doors.
Well, what hope had you of seeing anyone in the dark and with a thickening mist?
Well, I knows the ground, don't I?
Yes, but there are 3 ways at least he could have gone. Down the drive, back round the house, or up the track to the home farm.
Aye, sir. But then when I thinks, I reckon he'd make for main road. Especially if he come by car.
So you went that way?
I did, sir. But there weren't nothing to see.
Well, at least we know where you, Mr. Hazelrig, and Mr. Thrale were at 5:15. So, Miss Terry, let's turn to you.
Yes.
At 5:15, where were you?
In the Pantheon Cinema at Frodham.
You'd left the hall at 2 o'clock, I believe.
Yes. I caught a bus outside the gate.
So you'd be in Frodham by about 2:20.
I suppose so. I was in good time for the film at 2:30.
I thought the cinema opened at 1.
It does. But the second feature's often bad, so I usually go into the main film first, and then if I don't like the second feature, I can come out early.
But in this case, you saw the whole program.
Yes.
Now, the program today ran 3 hours, so you must have left the Pantheon at, say, 5:30.
Well, I easily caught the 5:45 bus back.
And found us here when you returned at 6:05. Well, I expect it won't be hard to check with the bus conductors both ways. But I wonder if you were seen in the cinema.
Well, I imagine so. It's not a big place, and being afternoon, it wasn't crowded.
That leaves us with you then, Miss Harker, doesn't it? First, from the time of your arrival here at 4:20, is there anything you'd like to add that we haven't heard?
I'd like to say one thing.
Yes?
When Mr. Thrale said I was angry, it wasn't about losing the money. I was angry because of the trick my aunt had played.
Trick?
She had pretended she wanted a reconciliation. When I admitted I'd be glad of one, she told me the truth about the will.
That seems unusually vindictive.
I think her illness had made her so.
No doubt. Now, Miss Harker, will you tell me in your own words what you did from the moment you left here up to the moment you arrived in your flat at Regent's Park?
It was 20 to 5 when I left.
By the front door or that French door?
The front. I went down the drive.
I suppose in the dark you'd not notice anyone.
Oh, apart from that, I was too angry. In fact, I'd got to the gates before I remembered that I hadn't said goodbye to Billy.
But you didn't turn back.
Well, I nearly did, and then I glanced at my watch and saw that if I hurried, I'd a chance to catch the 5:05 back to Waterloo.
Just 1 hour earlier than had been intended.
Yes.
Weren't you rather optimistic in hoping to make the 6 miles to Frodham in 20 minutes?
Well, there was a lot of traffic on the road. I got a lift almost at once from an American.
Can you identify this American?
Not by name.
Well, then can you describe him?
He was about 26, blonde, square-faced, and he was rather drunk.
Yet you accepted a lift from him?
It didn't show till we moved off.
He drove badly?
Well, the first thing he did was just miss a big blue and white van that was overtaking. In fact, the whole journey was pretty awful.
Do you remember what sort of car he had?
Yes, I'm good at cars. It was a Pontiac, pale green. I remember he said it was hired. He was driving it back to town because...
Well?
Because it was his last day in England.
I see. So even if this man was sober enough to recall the precise time he gave you a lift, he may well be out of the country by now. All right, Miss Harker. Tell me about the rest of the journey.
Well, he dropped me at the bottom of Station Road in Frodham. I ran into the station and found the Waterloo train just about to leave.
Would a ticket collector or porter remember you?
He might do, but with the rush hour, the station was pretty crowded.
Quite. Now, when did you arrive at Waterloo?
6:05. It was dead on time.
Miss Harker, do you remember my sergeant phoned me from your flat?
I do.
He told me you'd returned a moment or so after 7:30.
That's right.
Now, your flat's in Regent's Park. From Waterloo on the tube to Regent's Park is only a matter of minutes, but you, it seems, took an hour and a half.
I was talking to a friend.
I see. Where was this?
In the bar on Waterloo Station.
Perhaps I might have the friend's name and address?
I'm afraid you can't.
Why not?
He was just a man I'd met on the train. I knew nothing about him except his name was Mike.
Yet you sat in this bar with him for over an hour.
Oh, look, I know it sounds silly, but somehow we got talking on the train. And just before we arrived, I started to tell him about my row with Aunt Nina. I think he sensed I wanted to finish the story, so on the platform he suggested a drink.
Can you give me any definite point of information about this man?
He was about 30, dark hair, a northern accent, brown eyes and a small moustache. He was wearing a gabardine mackintosh and he had a suitcase.
At what point on the line did he get into your compartment?
He was already there at Frodham. He'd held the door open for me to delay the train.
Was anyone else in the compartment?
No, the train was almost empty.
Did this Mike tell you where he was going?
Well, he may have said up north. I'm not sure.
And there's nothing else about him you can tell me after a total of 2 hours' conversation?
I'm sorry, no.
I see. Well, thank you, Miss Harker.
Is that all?
For the moment. In fact, everyone's free to go. We'll notify time of inquest.
Thank you, Inspector. I shall be in my room, should you want me.
Lynn, how do you feel?
I'm all right.
Oh, give me, Mr. Swain. Miss Harker, I forgot to ask. Are you returning to town tonight?
No, not tonight. In fact, I may have to stay on here for several days.
Now, family matters, yes, of course. We can reach you here at the hall, then.
No, not at the house. I couldn't.
We'll be putting up locally, Inspector.
Well, if you want a good hotel, sir, I could recommend the Raven at Frodham.
I'd already decided that would be a good place. Thanks, Inspector.
How did you manage, Tom?
Oh, charm prevailed. We've 2 single rooms, one with bath, both with box spring.
Do you think we'll sleep?
Oh, poor darling. It's been a terrible day for you.
Oddly enough, it isn't the murder that counts. I haven't yet taken that in.
Then what?
It's a feeling I have that Inspector Davis didn't believe a word I said.
Oh, the famous official manner, my love. Why shouldn't he?
But what happens if they don't find that American or the Northerner I met on the train?
If they find the real murderer, they may never have to.
And if not?
You're tired, and we both need a drink. Waiter.
Yes, sir?
2 gins and tonic.
Right away, sir.
Tom, if you were Davis, would you think I was lying?
Not for a moment. You weren't smooth enough, for one thing. No, if I were Davis, I'd take a long, hard look at Miss Terry.
Oh, but, Tom, she had no motive. Besides, she was miles away.
Well, maybe. But what I mean is, she was altogether too self-possessed. Wasn't she supposed to adore your aunt?
Well, so Billy said. We don't know.
But how would you feel if you were told you'd nearly been left a fortune and then had lost it again?
I imagine her kind is born to suffering and endurance.
Oh, don't you believe it. Did you notice her eyes?
Billy said there was passion still in them. Is that what you saw?
No, Lynn. What I saw was hatred.
Hatred? But who for?
Your drink, sir.
Oh, thanks. How much?
5 shillings, sir, if you please.
Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
Well, here's how.
Cheers.
You know, I'm absolutely starving.
Oh, Tom. Oh, you are wonderful. All right. Get some sandwiches.
Oh, I can do better than that.
Oh, you won't at 10 o'clock at night at Frodham.
Have you forgotten the fish and chip shop down the road?
Oh, no, Tom, I couldn't walk a step.
Oh, that's all right. I'll nip out and smuggle the stuff back in the briefcase. Illicit fish and chips in the bedroom.
Sounds wonderful.
Well, you stay here and tipple then. Don't get yourself picked up.
Miss Harker?
Yes?
Phone call for you, miss.
For me?
Box 2, miss. Down the hall by reception.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
Good evening, Miss Harker.
You?
Well, you seem surprised. After all, we did arrange for 10 o'clock.
How did you know I was here?
Oh, now, Miss Harker, from the moment you received your aunt's letter, a certain mechanism was set in motion. It's quite inevitable you should be there, just as it was for me to be in the library at Frimley this afternoon at 5:15.
Oh, no, that's too horrible.
You are too harsh. I killed with kindness. In the words of that poem of Browning, no pain felt she.
The man in that poem was insane.
I, on the other hand, have a most definite aim in view.
Aim? What aim?
That you should take the blame.
What are you talking about?
The deal I mentioned, Miss Harker. I'm telling you now that unless certain conditions are fulfilled, you will never see those two witnesses, the blonde American and the talkative northerner.
What?
It is my intention that sooner or later you will pay for those witnesses whom I have, detained.
You really think I shan't tell the police about this?
You must do as you please. In the meantime, I shall be glad if you'll tell Mr. Swain I propose to call him at his flat tomorrow evening.
Well, why should you call Tom?
Because, Miss Harker, to put it tactfully, by then you won't be available.
Now, let's take it calmly, Miss Harker. About what time was this call?
Just after 10 last night.
I'd like to lay my hands on him. Lynette was almost hysterical when I got back.
But you both left reporting the matter till this morning.
Well, I tell you, she was at breaking point. Besides, we knew by then the call couldn't be traced.
You say this call was the second you'd received?
Yes, the first was at my flat on Thursday.
Why didn't you tell me about it at Frimley last night?
It seemed to have no connection with the murder then. The call had been threatening but obscure. We decided to ignore it unless it was repeated.
And why did this caller threaten you on the first occasion, but claim he'd murdered your aunt on the second?
Both times he mentioned a deal. At first, obscurely. It was only last night he told me that the murder had been done to implicate me.
How?
Unless I paid, he said he would withhold the two witnesses who could prove I wasn't at Frimley at 5:15.
Withhold? By kidnapping?
We both think it's a conspiracy.
Ah, so we're to suppose the blonde American was actually waiting for you outside the hall last night.
Well, he could have been, Inspector.
Yes, and then you think, having driven Miss Harker to Frodham, he, as it were, handed her over to accomplice number 2 on the train, who in his turn later delayed her at Waterloo.
Well, he might have done.
No, sir, he might not. For the simple reason, Miss Harker was to have left the hall in the car with Billy at 5:45. Now, who could possibly know there would be a quarrel with the result that she left over an hour earlier and on foot?
All I know is he had said he had planned to trap me.
Very well. How would this caller, call him X, know about your planned visit?
Well, that's easier, Inspector. We're certain X, as you call him, was tipped off by one of the 4 people involved.
I assume by those you mean either Miss Terry, Mr. Thrale, Billy, or Bob.
Yes, no one else could possibly know.
Didn't you, for one?
Well, that's ridiculous. In any case, I was in ready.
It's no more ridiculous than to accuse one of these 4 people, none of whom has a motive.
Who says they haven't?
Well, take Miss Terry. If Lady Mathry hadn't been killed, the will was to have been changed in her favour. So by the murder, she lost.
She said she didn't know about the change.
She must have suspected something was up with Thrale and yourself invited, in which case she would have waited. But besides, how could Miss Terry conspire with anyone? She never went outside the hall, bar the odd half-day, and scarcely looked at a man.
All right, Inspector. She's unlikely, but what about Thrale? He knew Lynn was coming.
Again, no motive.
Well, he might have been embezzling the old woman's money. It's happened with lawyers before.
And the moment she died, he'd be exposed when the will was probated. And I assure you, he's no spender. He's a quiet, modestly living bachelor who's lived in the district for years.
There's still Bob Hazelrig. Billy told me he hated my aunt.
A man who listens to children's hour. Besides, he was with Billy when the shot was fired. Or do you suspect Billy as well?
Oh, no, it couldn't be Billy. He adored Nina.
So, we've exhausted the 4 suspects. But by no means the questions. Well, apparently Mr. X wants money. But why should he think you can pay him? The will won't be settled for 6 months.
Perhaps it was done for spite, not money.
Then why mention a deal? Or do you imagine 3 people work together for no payment? The informant, the American, and the northerner.
Well, we'll know soon enough. Mr. X is phoning me tonight. Surely that will convince you.
A voice on the end of a line would convince me of nothing, sir. A voice cannot produce a missing witness.
If only I knew why you wouldn't believe me.
I'll tell you. I think we've agreed that neither Miss Terry, Mr. Thrale, Billy, nor Bob has a motive. It's also certain none of them could have done the murder. Mr. Thrale was in his office at 5:15. Miss Terry was in her cinema. We checked the cinema cashier and the buses both ways. Billy's story tallies with Bob's in every detail. But your story, Miss Harker, is another matter.
Well, of course.
Not merely because of the missing witnesses, but because no one on the station remembers you running for the 5-5, not even the guard. Nor does anyone recall you in the bar at Waterloo.
I told you last night it was crowded.
Then let's come to hard facts. Early this morning, we found the revolver that killed your aunt. It was hidden in undergrowth about 50 yards from that French window. 2 shots had been fired from it, and ballistics confirmed that one of them unquestionably killed Lady Mathry. On the weapon was only one set of fingerprints. Yours.
That's utterly fantastic.
Do you deny having seen this revolver before?
It's my aunt's. Yesterday, when we were alone together, she handed it to me for a moment.
One more fact you didn't mention.
I never connected the 2 weapons.
Why aren't her fingerprints on it, too?
She was wearing cotton gloves. She had arthritis in her hands.
She wore no such gloves when her body was found, nor was there any sign of them in either the library or the adjoining bedroom. And there's one more fact. Miss Terry has told us Lady Mathry never owned a revolver.
Do you believe her?
It seems easier than to believe your story.
Inspector.
Now listen, you're intelligent people. See the facts from my point of view. Miss Harker, you're known to have a bad temper. There was a quarrel. From 5:15 until 7:30, you can't account for your movements. The revolver bears your fingerprints. And what is your defense? An incredible story of a planned extortion which must have involved 3 or possibly 4 people. I ask you, does it seem likely?
Of course not. He didn't want it to seem likely.
Miss Harker, don't you think it would be easier for us all if you admitted these calls are a fabrication?
But they're not.
Won't you admit that when you left at 5:15, you hid in the trees until Mr. Thrale had left?
No.
And then, overhearing Lady Mathry tell Billy she wanted to be alone, you entered the house and killed her?
How could I? The house was locked.
Had you no key? You'd lived at the Hall for many years.
I had none. Even if I had, how would I get back to Frodham after the murder?
As you said, you got a lift, but at about 5:20, and you banked on the driver not remembering the exact time.
No.
You arrived at Frodham around 20 to 6, caught the 6:05 back to Waterloo, arrived there at 7:05, and were consequently home in your flat by 7:30.
But I didn't. I swear to you it's not true. Why won't you believe me?
But my dear old Tom, murder? They can't.
It's a prima facie case. She was charged and brought before the magistrate this afternoon. Oh, it's a nightmare, Jason.
Oh, but, Tom, they're sure to find the truth soon.
Why, Lila? The really important evidence Davis discounts. He practically said Mr. X is a gimmick Lynn devised to get her out of a tight spot.
She's been splendidly framed, I will say. Means, motive, and opportunity for Lynn, who didn't do it, and apparently no means, motive, or opportunity for anyone else. No wonder Mr. X is so sure of himself.
Jason, it's because of that I've asked you down here. You remember X said he'd ring me tonight?
Yeah.
Well, 20 minutes ago he did, and I've recorded the call. Now, Jason, it's a long shot, but you're an actor. I'm asking you to listen and tell me if you can deduce anything from the voice.
Lovey, you don't mean you took all that stuff I handed you about an actor making a superb detective series?
No, I don't say that, but an actor has a different angle. You might just spot something.
Well, let's hear it then.
Right. Here goes.
Mrs. Swain?
Speaking.
I won't waste your time. The deal is as follows. In return for a certain sum of money, I will provide the witnesses who traveled with Miss Harker on the train and spoke with her at the station bar.
How much?
Well, my terms in cash are £50,000.
Are you out of your mind?
I'm aware you think Miss Harker can raise such a sum. But if you see Mr. Thrale on Monday and explain everything, I guarantee he'll indicate a way.
And what sort of guarantee do we get that this witness will appear?
There's only one guarantee, Mr. Swain. That unless you do as I say, he will not.
Hello?
Or do you propose to send your future wife to the gallows?
I may tell you that at the moment she doesn't believe you hold a witness.
Oh, well, then ask her if she remembers the 3-piece suite and the black marble clock.
The what?
She'll know. I'll ring again on Monday evening to instruct you how the money is to be handed
Yes, they
over.
did.
Good night.
Well, Jason.
Well, Tom, we've both spotted a sweet smell of grease paint. It's an act, of course. Mr. X is no American.
Now, I noticed he said ring for call myself.
Besides which, the accent wobbles from a curious deep south to an even curiouser Chicago. But, I'm not concerned with the accent, but the effect he wants to produce.
Meaning?
It's a sort of magician's act, where to think he's all-powerful, yet quite invisible.
Oh, he's not doing badly. Davis doesn't even believe X exists.
But then Davis isn't rooting for Lynn, as we are. Even so, he's behaved in a very unpolicemanlike way.
How?
You remember you suggested that X could only have found out about Lynn's visit from Miss Terry, Thrale, Billy, or Bob?
Yeah.
All right. What did Davis say?
He said it was impossible. None of them had a motive.
You see? He'd forgotten that in crime, as in a conjuring trick, you don't first ask why, you ask how. How, for example, since it wasn't a break-in, did the murderer enter Frimley Hall? Answer, with a key. Now. Who could give him a key but one of the four?
Well, clever old Sherlock.
But the real pointer to inside information is when X is so sure Thrale will cooperate in raising the cash.
So Thrale might have informed X, given him the key, and let him do the murder.
I'll admit he could be the informant, could even have provided a key, or possibly left the front door on the latch when he left, but X is not the murderer.
Oh, really, Jason?
Listen, there are only two reasons for using a faked voice. To evade future recognition, or because Lynn has already heard his real voice. Well, deep under that bogus accent, I detect North Country vowels, and I remember Mike.
But you can't think Mike and X are one and the same.
I don't know. But if Mike equals X, he couldn't be the murderer because at 5:15 he was speeding towards Waterloo.
Oh, but you can't assume that because of the voice, Jason.
Exactly. We'd have to have some definite proof Mike's not a completely innocent witness.
If Mike's completely innocent, why is X so sure he'll do what he says? And don't tell me Mike's been kidnapped.
Why not?
Because, poor fool, an innocent Mike must have been going somewhere, and would by now be missed. Besides, X couldn't kidnap Mike unless he was too... Because, poor fool, an innocent Mike must have been going somewhere, and would by now be missed. Besides, X couldn't kidnap Mike unless he too was on the train. No, as soon as you analyze Mike's actions, it's obvious his purpose was to isolate Lynn. Why else did he open the compartment door for her? Why else did he delay her in the bar at Waterloo? And think how little he said of himself in an hour and a half's conversation.
All right. Assume Mike's an accomplice and possibly X himself. If he's not the murderer, and if it wasn't any of the four obvious suspects, who was it?
I know. The American and the Pontiac.
My dear, I dismissed him ages back. He's got absolutely nothing to do with any of this.
Well, prove it.
Look, he dropped Lynn at Frodham 2 minutes after 5, right?
Right.
He then had to turn his car, make the 6 miles back to the hall, park his car, proceed through the grounds on foot, and reach the library in just 13 minutes. Simply couldn't be done.
But he could still have been an accomplice.
No, Davis spotted the flaw in that. No one could possibly know Lynn would quarrel with her aunt and leave on foot.
I've just thought of something. If no one could know when Lynn would leave Frimley Hall, how could Mike know which train Lynn would catch?
Oh, that's easy. He was early at the station, hung about till he saw her, and then nipped to the train just ahead.
Wrong again. If he were over an hour early, as Lady Bracknell says, he'd expose himself to comment on the platform.
Oh, all right. You tell us how.
Isn't it obvious the real murderer at Frimley tipped Mike the wink Lynn was on her way?
How, Jason?
By phone, presumably.
There's no phone box anywhere near the hall.
Then from inside.
Yes, and Thrale was there at the time.
But the phone stood right beside Lady Mathery in the library.
Well, he could easily have used some innocent code word as a warning. It certainly looks like Thrale's your man.
Yes, I'm sure of it. Miss Teddy would have lost by the murder. Bob could never have organized it, and Billy's the last one on earth to have tried.
Thrale, then, assisted by 2 outsiders. Yes. I'd give a lot to know what he's been up to during the past few weeks.
Isn't it Friday night we're concerned with?
No, Tom. The conjurer did his act very nicely and convinced his audience. But a conjurer has to prepare his act and clear up afterwards. Before or after, that's where we'd nail him.
Would you be interested to try, Jason?
Huh?
We found out more in half an hour with you than in 2 days with Davis.
But the big rule in detective fiction is don't cross the police. If I go around questioning people, Davis will clap me an eye.
But a little discreet investigation into the background of those concerned, surely that would do no harm.
Well, you know, it's intriguing. A detection where none of the direct participants would be questioned.
You'll do it, then?
Provided you go straight to Thrale tomorrow and tell him with tears in your eyes how you intend to cooperate with X up to the hilt.
And while I'm lulling him into a sense of security...
I shall be lurking in the background asking subtle questions. Beginning, I think, with Billy, who, from what I hear, seems to be a man of strong opinions.
But, Jason, why on earth in the middle of Frimley Woods?
The morning's fine, the walrus said. Do you admire the view?
Well, if you mean the view of the hall through these binoculars, then no.
I suppose you'd approach the front door and announce to Miss Terry you'd come to investigate a murder.
Well, I certainly wouldn't expect Billy to appear out of a bush in Frimley Woods.
Does it occur to you that at any minute Billy will have his lunch?
Oh, I see now. You think he'll come up this track through the woods?
By golly, yes.
Well, what is it?
Here he comes now.
Hmm?
Now, it all depends on whether he makes off down the drive or turns up here towards us.
Oh, yes, you're right. Yes, he's coming towards us. And the dog.
Dog?
He's got an Alsatian with him.
Quiet, you know. Quiet, damn ya.
Good morning. That's a fine dog.
She don't like trespassers, nor yet getting reporters. If I was you, I'd make back for Main Road.
But we're not reporters.
Yeah?
Billy.
How'd you know my name, eh?
Billy, we're friends of Miss Harker's.
If that's it, why's you lurking about up here, eh?
There's something we have to discuss with you in private about the murder.
Yes.
You mean away from Miss Terry?
Yes.
So you reckon it was her, do you? Like me and Bob?
Well, we're not quite certain.
Oh, of course she did it. What she did was go in a picture house bit of front and slip out the side. Bob read where a woman done that in a thriller.
It's in every thriller, I believe.
Only thing is, how'd she get out here and back again? Too dangerous to beg a lift. She can't drive.
You're sure?
Well, why's she been catching buses, Elsie? 3 years past she can. Besides, where'd she get a car from? She'd been out in Frodham.
Yes. Then why do you suspect her?
'Cause the inspector said whoever 'twas had a key.
Yes, but it's possible an outsider could have got one.
Now, just you wait. They reckons the killer got in just after Mr. Frail left, didn't he?
Between 5 to 5 and a quarter past.
Well, now, I'll swear during that time, Juno here never barked. So it was someone what she knew.
Where's the dog kept, Billy?
Outside her back door on a chain. Used to run wild, but then she got a bit savage, see?
Could you be sure she'd hear someone creeping up the house from the front?
Oh, remarkable fine ears, that has. And if she don't know someone's step, she barks. That's why I told that Davis 'twas Miss Harker. See, Juno didn't know her.
Ah, very good point, Billy. Unless possibly someone entered the house earlier that afternoon.
How could they? Right in the front driver cleaning the car till Mr. Frail come.
Can you be sure Miss Terry didn't leave a door or a window open somewhere on the far side?
I can. See, when she left at 5 to 2 for the bus, I remember her stopping me to ask I should fix a nail on the cellar door where she'd scratched her hand.
Yes, but that doesn't...
Now, let me finish. Last Friday was my old woman's day for cleaning at the hall. And it was her went round the place, locking up. And that didn't leave till up past.
I see. So you're certain no one might have slipped in when you didn't notice?
I was right there, slap before the house, I tell you. What's more, every few minutes I go across the library window, take a peep at her ladyship.
Why was that?
Well, she always had a nap from 2 to 3:30, and I'd keep watch like.
Oh.
In fact, I had to wake her at 3:30 by tapping on the glass.
I suppose you could see Bob Hazelrig all the time, too.
He was down by the lake from start to finish. For a minute, round 3:25 when he come up to borrow a match.
So you were at the front of the house, the dog at the back, the place locked, and there were no visitors.
Right, sir. Less than you count the laundry, in course.
Huh?
But he don't even get out the van. He's that scared the dog.
How can a laundryman deliver if he doesn't get out of the van?
Well, he drives round the back, see? Slings out the clean stuff on the kitchen porch. Carries on round the yard till he gets to the wall where we leaves the dirty. And then picks that off the top as he goes by.
Oh. Just for interest, when did he come?
3 o'clock, near enough.
I suppose you know the driver.
Oh, I does. He's been a driving for Frodham Laundry best part 3 years.
So there it is, Tom. Even more of a tangle. All I can suggest now is that Thrale let somebody into the house while Billy was meeting Lynn. The dog has dished us.
Well, there wasn't much hope anyway.
You haven't told us yet how Thrale took the story of X and the 50,000.
Precisely like a lawyer. Insisted we should go to the police. For a time, he conceded it was an emergency.
Nice of him.
It seems that Diagoras Seaton invested the sum of £20,000 back in 1918 as a kind of emergency fund for any member of the family in need, to be drawn upon at the discretion of the trustees. Now, those originally were Diagoras himself, his daughter Nina, her husband, and Thrale.
Of whom now only Thrale remains.
Yes, with absolute power to withdraw the sum for Lynn.
Oh, some coincidence.
Except that it's less than half what Mr. X wants.
Oh, no. At compound interest over 40 years, the sum is now just over 50,000.
Then we really are getting somewhere.
Jason, that's not evidence, and what's more, I don't want it to be.
I'm not with you.
I want us to give up, Jason. Well, do you remember, X told me to mention a marble clock and a 3-piece suite? Well, that did it. Lynn says that something Mike said to her on the train...
So it's even more likely that X is Mike. You fix it with the police and nab him when the handover is made.
No, Jason. I'm going back to town tonight, and I'm going to agree to whatever X says, and I'm going to tell no one what that is. I promised Lynn, and that's what I'm going to do. There's no other way, and it's no use arguing.
He was really scared, wasn't he?
Scared. And determined. I know that look from school days. It's no use trying to persuade him.
So, what do we do now?
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm making back for town.
Oh, but Jason...
Well, let's argue about it when we cross the road, shall we?
Oh! Oh, did you see that idiot in the big white van? He missed me by an inch.
No, Lila. It wasn't just white, it was Blue and white.
I'll be damned to the decor. I was nearly butchered.
I wonder. A blue and white van with the legend Frodham Laundry.
Sometimes I wondered if you're all there.
Lila, do you remember Billy said the laundry delivered on Friday afternoon?
Now, what about it?
Well, do you remember that it was also on Friday afternoon that a big blue and white van nearly crashed into that Pontiac? So the laundryman might just conceivably remember a girl getting a lift, mightn't he?
And he could provide an alibi.
Why not? If you were to inquire at the laundry which chap it was...
Me, did you say me?
Yes, dear. I feel that here is an A1 chance for you to practice your sultry sirens act.
My secretary says you wish to see me, Miss James.
So very kind of you to spare the time, Mr...
Frisbee, Mr. Frisbee.
Oh, you are the manager?
I am, yes.
Oh, you see, it's such a big laundry that I didn't expect anyone so young or so...
Oh, well, we're pretty progressive, you know. Yes, pretty progressive.
I'm sure you have a hand in quite a lot of things, eh?
Oh, well...
For example, the colour scheme of those delightful vans of yours.
Van?
Yes, it's because one of them that I'm here, Mr. Frisbee.
Oh, not a collision, I hope.
Oh, no. You see, last Friday at about 3 o'clock, I was going along the Frimley Road when I saw one of your vans turn out at Frimley Hall. And as it did, this sort of fell from the back.
Fell? What is it?
Well, I don't know. Naturally, I wouldn't dream of opening laundry property.
Oh, but it's not. It must be the private property of the driver.
Oh, then perhaps you could return it to him, if you know who he is, of course.
Oh, indeed. There could only have been one van in the Frimley area on Friday. Potter's.
Oh, I think it's marvellous how you know.
Yes, but you see, Potter left our employment last Friday.
Oh, how irritating.
It certainly was, in more ways than one. Oh, but you wouldn't be interested in that.
Oh, but, Mr. Frisbee, you've no idea how interested I'd be.
Oh, well, you see, he let me down.
Oh, dear.
Oh, he gave notice in the usual way. But because he'd always been such a respectable chap, worked here almost 3 years, you know, I made an exception in his case, stamped his cards up to date, gave him his money at lunchtime.
Yes?
He told me the train to catch right after work. And then when I went into the transport section at 5, I found his van returned. Left half an hour early. Well, Mike Potter needn't apply for references to me.
Mike Potter?
Is anything the matter, Miss James?
No, I mean, what a pity we've no way of tracing him. I don't suppose you know where he was going?
Only somewhere up north. But of course he had lodgings here. And no doubt his landlady has a forwarding address.
Mr. Frisbee, I don't suppose you could find her address for me?
Yes, I think I have it here in the file.
It's tempting, Lila. It's terribly tempting.
So you agree that Mike, alias Mr. X, could also be this laundryman?
Well, the facts fit. Say Mike was waiting on the lay-by for Lynn to emerge, as he thought, in a car.
Yes.
And then saw her on foot, getting a lift from the American. He then overtook the Pontiac, hurtled onto his depot, and dashed for the station.
So there was no need for any phone call from Thrale?
I'm beginning to wonder if Thrale had any connection with this. In fact, I have the beginning of a superb idea. The way the murderer got into Frimley Hall.
Well, come on, then.
You remember, Billy said the van went round the back of the house but didn't stop.
Yes.
Well, what if, during the split second the van was out of sight, a passenger had jumped from the back? A passenger who not only knew the dog, but who also had a key. A passenger whom we now know couldn't have been Thrale, Billy, or Bob.
But Miss Terry, driven there from Frodham. Yes, Jason, it fits.
Let's try it for time. Miss Terry entered the cinema at 2:30. Say she left at 2:45 and met the van in Frodham. She could be at the hall by 3 and inside the place before Thrale arrived. Then she hears Lady Mathery announce, when Thrale has gone, that she wishes to be alone, and nips in to kill her.
Dashes out of the French door, chucks away the revolver, and... Oh.
What's up?
Well, how did she get back to Frodham in time to catch the 5:45 bus?
She had, say, 25 minutes plus. How about if she'd hidden a push-bike among the trees? In the dark, she'd not be recognized on the road.
I suppose she could have done, though I can't really see her on one. Or for that matter, it seems awfully hard to connect that genteel lady's companion with a North Country van man, doesn't it?
They've both been in the district 3 years. That's something.
And there's still not a vestige of motive.
Well, that may come if we can once prove a link between her and Mike. And obviously the place to begin is the chap's digs.
Oh, no, he didn't leave no forwarding address, not Mr. Potter. He didn't have to, if you follow.
I'm afraid I don't, Mrs. Beasley.
I mean, he'll be back, see?
Back? When?
Well, I couldn't say, I'm sure. But it stands to reason he'll come back for his scooter, doesn't it?
Oh, yes, I noticed it in the lane beside the house.
Besides, he'd never go off and forget old friends, not Mr. Potter. Ever such a nice lodger he was. Never no nasty drinking or noise. Happy as a sandboy, just watching the telly or going to the local rep.
He liked the theatre?
Oh, crazy for it he was. Collected all them old programmes and theatrical pictures. I used to tell him, you could be an actor yourself, Mr. Potter, with your looks, but he just smiled. Shy, you know, not even a girlfriend.
Perhaps if I leave this parcel with you, Mrs. Beasley, you could return it to him when he comes.
Well, of course I will. I'm glad you caught me in. I'm usually down the factory till 6.
Goodbye.
Oh, yes. Ta-ta, then.
Come on.
I wonder what he'll think of that parcel if he ever opens it. 3 packets of potato crisps.
Well, at least the connection between Potter and Miss Terry is getting clearer. 10 to 1, he wasn't really a vanman at all, but an actor. I always said there was a smell of grease paint about this.
Both of them apparently shy and never meeting the other sex.
Oh, by the way, what about the motor scooter? Miss Terry could have used it to get back to Frodham with.
Mike just unloaded it from his van, you mean?
Yeah. It was dark by then. Mrs. Beasley probably at her factory, too. So if Terry wore a snowdrop helmet or those plastic slacks, she'd pass for a man at a distance.
But we've still no real evidence to prove the connection. How do we do that?
Find out about Miss Terry's early life. Possibly that's where their paths first crossed.
Oh, that won't be easy.
Well, I imagine Lady Mathry would only have employed someone through a really good agency. So tomorrow we'll start on a whole lot of phoning. Lila, I've done it. I phoned this place in High Holborn, Pamela Agencies Limited, and they know her.
Well, after 23 phone calls, I should hope someone did.
They weren't very keen to give her back history, but I spun them a tall story about locating her for a legacy.
Well, come on, then give.
Right. Terry, Edith. Born Watford, 1932. Attended Linwood School, Bushy, 43-48. Trained as a nurse in Bridget's Hospital, Penge, 48-51. First post with a Mrs. Yarrow of Edinburgh, who died in 55. Then employed by the Bellinger Clinic, Sloane Square, until July 59. Left for private reasons. 3 months later, in late September, she took up her post with Lady Mathry.
Well, it sounds singularly unsensational, doesn't it?
One thing's a bit odd. Why did she leave the Bellinger Clinic, which is wildly opulent, for Lady Mathry? And why the 3-month gap in between?
Are we to ask at the clinic?
Sooner or later, we're going to work right through her career. I suggest we start at each end. I'll tackle Linwood School and her background at Watford. You interview the head of the clinic.
All right.
I believe he's a very handsome doctor who resembles Herbert Long.
Handsome? He was divine. I tell you, Jason, the moment I'm rich, I shall live at the Bellinger Clinic.
Never mind that. Did you find out why Terry left?
Yes, to nurse a sister up in Northampton.
Then it must be true.
What?
The headmistress of Linwood School told me the same thing.
Well, how did she know, for heaven's sake?
It seems she was quite a friend of Edith's, ever since she left school 14 years back.
I could just imagine Miss Terry writing letters to her teachers. Some people never leave school.
It's thanks to those letters I got an admirable sketch of her career, at least up to 3 years ago.
What then?
Then the letters stopped.
That 3 years keeps cropping up, doesn't it?
Yes. Anyway, till then our Edith was a paragon of virtue. Popular and clever, the joy and support of her widowed mum, who died in 49, and the inspiration of St. Bridget's, where she trained as a nurse.
How did she inspire men?
Meaning anyone called Potter. It seems she preferred the ideal of service. However, there is one extremely interesting fact about her.
Which is?
Her sister.
Oh, the one she went off to nurse in Northampton?
The same, Violetta. In 1947, the year before Edith took her school cert, Violetta disappeared.
Don't tell me. Into white slavery.
Worse, onto the stage. She found some disreputable fellow in Godalming, of all places,
no.
who signed her for a fit-up tour in a sort of third-rate dancing troupe. From then on, she went from strength to strength, ending up at about 100% proof.
So she'd taken to the demon drink.
Like others before her in this harsh profession. However, in 1956, she found the Torcliffe Repertory Company and romance.
Romance in rep?
Well, not quite in rep, in the Variety Theatre opposite. The gentleman in question was known as Marvo, the Man of Mystery. They married.
Don't tell me they lived happily ever after.
Not quite. By 1959, Violetta was back on the old bottle, and it was then Edith was called in to nurse her. And, my Lila, Edith fell for Violetta's husband.
Did the schoolmistress tell you that?
No, but I can't see any other reason why he should leave Northampton and take up work as a laundryman in Sussex.
You mean?
Yes, my love. Violetta's husband, alias Marvo, the man of mystery, was christened Michael Potter.
Jason! We've actually done it. We've made contact.
Yes. Yeah, we've quite a case against Miss Terry, given just one really malicious witness to demonstrate they did fall in love during those 3 months.
Violetta.
If we can trace her. After the desertion, she'd hardly go on living at the same address. Still, there may be neighbours.
But we don't know the address.
Oh, yes, we do. Edith wrote to her mentor twice from there. At Elm Cottage, Rinham, near Northampton. And tomorrow, my love, that is where we shall be.
Oh, well, no need to ask if Violetta left. The place is just about a ruin.
Don't suppose it was much, even before the roof caved in. Oh, what a place to choose. A mile outside the village. Only the one house opposite.
It's not just a house. It's one of those country shops. Couldn't we ask them if they knew her? Oh, well, the only thing is, how does one inquire if a passionate love affair took place there 3 years back?
I'm not sure yet. We'll play it by ear. Come on, in we go.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I wonder if you can help me. I represent a firm of solicitors who wish to trace a Mrs. Violetta Potter. I believe at one time she lived opposite.
Well, yes, sir, but...
Yes?
Well, sir, Mrs. Potter's been dead these 3 years.
Oh, dear. Most unforeseen.
Why, the papers was full of it at the time. Proper local drama it was, especially for us. You see, it was my hobby, saw the car plunge over. Oh, shocking.
One moment, Mrs...
Cooper, sir, Mrs. Cooper.
Do I understand the lady died in some kind of car accident?
Well, I suppose you could call it an accident, but I always said one of these days the drink would get the better of her.
You say your husband witnessed the accident?
Oh, more than that. You see... Her sister, her name was Miss Terry. Well, she'd gone into Northampton for the afternoon while Potter stayed with his wife. Couldn't leave her alone, you see. Right. Well, about 7 in the evening, me and hubby hears the most shocking screaming, and when we looks out, there she was, right in the front garden, threatening him with a bottle while he pleaded with her to go back indoors. Well, the next thing, crash! She brings the bottle down on his poor head, that heavy she fell him to the ground. And then away off she went round the house to the garage, and before he could even pick himself up, she was backing the car down the drive like a mad woman. Well, he just got to his feet when she was off up the Wickham Road, the car plunging from side to side.
Good Lord. What did you do?
Well, of course, hubby and me rushed over to Potter, and I'll tell you, his head was bleeding like a fountain. Sobbing he was. Follow my wife, he says. Well, hubby's van being parked outside, they was off like a flash, and at the top of Wickham Ridge, looking down, they see her taillights, and hubby puts on speed. Well, that did it.
Did it?
Yeah, I reckon she saw him and put her foot down, too. Anyway, suddenly, about a mile ahead, they see the lights swerve right across the road, and the car go crashing through the fence above the gravel pit. Well, by this time, hubby and Potter was down the slope after her, but by then the car was aflame. Oh, mind, they pulled her clear, but her neck was broken.
I suppose in one way you could call it a happy release.
That's just what Miss Terry said when she got back from Northampton.
There was no chance, of course, that the car was at fault.
Oh, Lord bless you, no, sir. The police checked that.
Just one thing. It must have been dark by 7 on a late September evening. How did you manage to see the quarrel so clearly?
Well, with the porch light on and light streaming out of the lounge, the garden was lit up like,
like a stage?
That's the very word.
Thank you, Mrs. Cooper. Now, I wonder if you could give me the name of the local paper in which the crash was reported.
Oh, well, if it's any help to you, I've still got the cuttings myself. Pictures of all 3 of them. You're welcome to them if you like.
I don't like it, Lila. Not one little bit.
Are you thinking what I think? That Edith Terry and Potter decided to do poor Violetta in?
Could be. Yet something seems wrong. If they were in love, why live apart for 3 years? Or plot to do Lady Mathry in?
It seems so out of character for the saintly Edith.
In any case, how could they have murdered Violetta? Edith Terry was in Northampton and Potter himself in someone else's van. Yet I'll swear something in that woman's story seemed wrong.
For instance?
Well, the lights, for one thing. A porch light on when no one was expected. And on a cold September evening, the lounge curtains still not drawn.
I see nothing in that.
Then the garage. I mean, look at it. Well, what's left? Can you see there's a door inside there connecting with the house?
Of course I can.
Then why didn't Violetta use the inside door? Why did she come all round the outside, the long way?
She was drunk.
Yes. Theatrically drunk in full view of the neighbours in a brightly lit front garden.
The melodramatic blow of the bottle, the blood, the furious chase, and the blazing wreck. That damn smell of grease paint again.
I suppose it sometimes happens in real life. The victim makes a scene before she pops off and...
Lila, that's it.
It?
The victim. The obliging victim. Here, let me see those photographs again.
Yes.
Now, look at this one of Violetta. We'll try to forget the makeup and the peroxide. Who does she remind you of?
Well, she's not unlike her sister, except for the hair.
Yes, that's obvious. But look again. Doesn't her picture remind you of someone else? Someone we know?
No, not a bit.
Well, it does me. And if what I think is right, it explains a whole lot of things. It explains a pair of cotton gloves, a rifle...
A rifle? What rifle?
Billy's, of course. And it shows me a magnificent motive for Lady Mathry's death, as well as why Potter was at Frimley. We've been up the creek, Lila. Lady Mathry wasn't killed by Edith Terry at all.
Well, Mr. Flowerdew, you're a lucky man. I've just been on the line to Somerset House, and they confirmed the existence of the certificate you spoke of.
So my theory holds water after all?
Yes, sir, it does.
So what will you do, Inspector?
Well, for one thing, I shall put Mr. Swain under surveillance right away. What's more, if we can get a permit, we'll have his line tapped. Now, let's see, it's Thursday today. Swain was supposed to have been hearing from Mr. X on Monday evening.
That's right.
Then by now he should be well on the way towards getting the money out of Thrale. In fact, the supposed handover will be at any moment. I was wondering, would you like to be in at the kill?
Oh, Inspector.
Would. Good. Then if you will hold yourselves in readiness, as they say, I'll be giving you a ring.
Hello, Inspector. Here we are.
So you caught your train, all right. Hop in the back, then.
Yes.
What we can't fathom is why we're meeting at Arundel.
Sorry, I couldn't tell you more on the phone. The reason is that the handover is to be at Littlehampton, 3 miles from here.
So you know?
X rang Mr. Swain with his final instructions this afternoon. There's a 5th of November show at Littlehampton tonight, and that's where we're to meet. Clever idea to choose a time when there'll be crowds, and when in the uncertain light and with all the noise, no one will really notice.
Do you know what time the handover is to be, Inspector?
No, sir. Mr. Swain was instructed to mingle with the crowd, keeping the package under his arm. Someone will come behind him and take it, but he won't know when or who. If he raises any kind of alarm, the deal is off.
Just a moment. How can you carry 50,000 in a package?
Well, it seems Mr. Swain was instructed to convert the money into jewellery. After we started tailing him, we found he twice visited a well-known firm in Hatton Garden. They told us he'd require them to supply a number of stones to the value of 50,000. He called for the box this morning.
But, Inspector, if there are these crowds and the light's uncertain, how will your men follow Tom?
Well, there, we've used a bit of science. Sid, to be exact.
Sid?
Switch on, Harvey. There. That's Sid.
Sounds like a Sputnik.
Well, in a way, it is. Sid is short for Sonic Informatory Device, a very simple transmitting signal.
Sorry, I'm no wiser.
Now, wait a bit. Once we'd explained to the Hatton Garden firm what was up, they collaborated with us in placing Sid in the lining of the jewel box. It's a tiny transistorized complex, rather like a jam pot cover. From now on, wherever that box goes, it's sending out a short-wave signal, which is being picked up by my patrol cars.
So the sound is coming from under Tom's arm at this very moment?
Exactly, miss. Of course, Mr. Swain can't hear it. Only we can do that. But the moment the box moves, we shall be able to tell.
You mean the signal will change its pitch or something?
Yes. So we shall be able to tell whether the box is going north, south, east, or west. And also, by the volume, we can estimate the distance.
But it won't be a lot of use in a crowd, though, will it?
Sooner or later, miss, the person who is collecting will come out of the crowd. And it's 100 to 1 he'll leave Littlehampton. I have a car stationed on each exit route. The moment he passes, whichever car it is, we shall follow.
It's getting louder.
Now, that's because we're just outside the town. At this moment, Mr. Swain is waiting on the green, where the bonfire will be.
It seems eerie, somehow.
Switch off, Harvey. Now, I must ask you not to leave the car when we come to a halt. We're making for a side turning opposite the green, where we shall wait until the signal announces movement.
But what if we see Tom after the handover?
Well, it's rather unlikely, but if we do, we shall take him in. He may provide just the information we need. What time is it, Harvey?
Just after 8:30, sir. They should be coming in a minute now.
Wind down the window.
Yes, I can hear the band.
Harvey, you better check positions.
Sir. Control B Bravo 2020 over.
B Bravo 20 to control. Standing by, over.
Control B Bravo 21 over.
B Bravo 21 to control. Standing by, over.
Control B Bravo 22 over.
B Bravo 22 to control. Standing by, over.
Control B Bravo 23 over.
B Bravo 23 to control. Standing by, over.
All cars in position, sir.
Switch on the signal, then. Now we have to wait.
That's the bonfire I like. Just look at the flames.
High wind tonight.
I say, I'm rather careful to rock.
Inspector, signal change, sir.
Which way?
Eastwards, going towards Rustington.
121.
Control to be Bravo 21. Suspect moving eastwards. Stand by to report maximum signal.
Be Bravo 21 to control. Roger and out.
Right, Harvey. Turn into the main road and make your way slowly along the front towards Rustington.
Sir.
Jason, look, it's Tom. Coming out of the crowd over there. And he hasn't got the parcel.
Well, Inspector, what do we do?
Follow him slowly, Harvey. When I say out, Mr. Flowerdew, we'll jump from the car and rush him. All right?
Right.
Out!
He's seen us. He's dodging down that turning. What's wrong with him? Tom, come back, you fool! Tom! Don't waste your breath. Get after him. Don't worry, Inspector. He was never very fast on the rugger fields.
Keep away, Jason. I'm warning you.
Don't be a fool. Get him, Flowerdew. All right, Tom, you asked for it.
Damn you, Jason! Damn you to hell!
Where are we, Harvey?
880, sir. North of the Worthing Road. He's making for the Downs.
B Bravo 22 to control. Suspect passing checkpoint 312, riding blue scooter, wearing leather jacket, snowdrop helmet, registration number obscured.
All cars to follow. Now, Mr. Swade, let's have a bit of an explanation.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I panicked. I didn't want this chap to see you get me. If he thought I'd...
Hold on a moment. Listen. My God, he stopped. We've got him. Right, Constable, where is he?
I'm sorry, sir.
What do you mean, sorry? The signal was at peak pitch.
He must have guessed how we were following, sir. We just found the empty box thrown out in the road.
Well, top me. What a pack of fools not to have thought of that.
Mrs. Merricker's old, sir. They've been trying to contact us for 2 hours. Seems someone rang Miss Terry at Frimley Hall just before 6. Immediately afterwards, Miss Terry ordered a taxi into Frodham. We had 2 main tailor and loser.
That's all I needed. No indication of a meeting place, of course.
No, sir. I have the full message here, sir.
I pray you fail me not, Bar. Obviously prearranged, so we lose the pair of them.
I wouldn't be too sure, Inspector.
What?
That's a quotation from A Midsummer Night's Dream. Rude Mechanicals, planning a meeting. Let me see. Peter Quince says, I pray you fail me not. Then Bottom says something about rehearsing, and Quince replies, at the Duke's Oak, we meet.
The Duke's Oak? That's the name of a roadhouse on the main Horsham Road.
Well done. There may still be a chance. Come on, back to the cars.
I tell you, Lynn, you never saw anything like it. The 2 of them were sitting at this table in the cocktail lounge. Then the inspector walked across. The moment she saw him, she stood up and she began to scream. I don't know if it was rage or fear, but it took 3 men to get her outside.
Oh, how horrible.
I'd say she was one of the few entirely evil women I've ever arrested. It's obvious Potter was afraid of her, as well he might be, of a murderess twice over.
Twice, did you say?
Oh, yes, Mr. Flowerdew discovered the earlier one when he was investigating the family background. It's really the clue to this whole affair.
I'm sorry, I just don't understand.
Oh, I see, Lynn. I discovered that Edith Terry had a sister called Violetta, who'd been killed in a car crash. And what put me on the scent was that Violetta's photograph bore a strong resemblance to you.
Me?
Yes. So I did a bit of research at Somerset House, and I found out something which at last gave me the motive for the whole affair. I found that Edith and Violetta were your cousins.
What?
Don't you remember your Uncle Ralph who married that actress?
What?
His widow was left with 2 daughters, Edith and Violetta. The mother, with a love of the stage and a hatred for the Seatons, changed her name to Terry. She knew about the trust fund, you see, and deeply resented the fact that the family wouldn't help her.
My cousins?
Now, the one daughter, Edith, harbored no thoughts of revenge. It was Violetta who for years kept tabs on Lady Mathery and schemed out how a murder might get her the £50,000. Then, in 1959, came her chance. Lady Mathery advertised for a companion. Well, plainly, Violetta couldn't apply for the job, but Edith could. What's more, when the police investigation came, she would appear to have a completely blameless background.
So she somehow bullied Edith into taking the post?
No, I'm afraid something went wrong. Edith either refused to be a party to the conspiracy, or even said she'd expose the plot. So what happens? Violetta and her husband rent a deserted cottage, lure Edith there with a tale that she's needed to nurse her sister, and then murder her.
But what did that solve?
It meant, my love, that Violetta could take Edith's place.
But they didn't even look alike.
No, Violetta was a peroxide blonde and Edith was a plain little mouse, but essentially their bones and build were the same. It's easy enough to dye one's hair brown, wipe off makeup and don sensible tweeds. The rest would be acting, and Violetta was a good actress. She became her sister. Except, of course, she couldn't write to old friends.
But, Jason, how did they manage to make it seem that Violetta had driven off and crashed the car?
I think it went like this. On the morning Edith was due to go into Northampton, in fact, she was drugged. While she was unconscious, Violetta and Mike bleached her hair, applied a heavy makeup, and put her into some tarty clothes. Meanwhile, Violetta dyed her hair brown, removed her makeup, and donned Edith's clothes. Then, as Edith, she took the bus into Northampton. I think she must have had a push bike waiting there in the public stand. As darkness fell, she cycled back by some secondary road, hid the bike near the gravel pit, and got to the cottage over the fields. No one saw her. Meanwhile, Potter had placed the unconscious sister in the front seat of the car, hunched up below the level of the window. When it was dark, he opened the garage doors. Now, all Violetta had to do was slip on a flashy topcoat and a blonde wig, and she was ready to stage that loud, melodramatic scene in the front garden.
So that was why the lights were on, for the neighbors to see.
Right. She crowns her husband with a bottle and drives off. Potter follows with the neighbor. Violetta steers for the gravel pit. At the last moment, she jumps clear while the sister crashes to her death. All she now has to do is remove the blonde wig and the topcoat, grab the hidden push bike, cycle back into Northampton. There, as Edith once more, she catches the outward bus and arrives to find her supposedly wicked sister dead.
And so she was free to take the job with Aunt Nina.
Yes. But remember, it wasn't going to be enough just to kill your aunt. You had to appear to be the killer. Now, that could only arise as the result of a row over the changed will. Also, you had to be invited down to Frimley, and Thrale informed of the fact.
Yes, but how could Violetta be sure that would happen?
She wasn't. Your aunt never wrote that letter, or phoned Thrale. And on that afternoon, you didn't interview your aunt at all. But Violetta giving the performance of her life.
But that's impossible.
Don't you remember the room was rather dim, and that somehow you sensed your aunt was different? Add to that the fact that Violetta had 3 years to study your aunt, and that to some extent she had the family features. Wasn't at all impossible.
But where was Aunt Nina at that time?
In the adjoining bedroom, I imagine. You see, she'd been given some kind of sedative by Violetta just before she left at 2 that afternoon. As she sat in her chair by the window, Billy would merely assume the old woman was napping as usual.
But later he saw her wake.
Now think. Violetta caught the bus at 2. She entered the cinema at past, left shortly after by a side door, met Potter. They drove back to Frimley together, and she was in the house at 3. She then assumed the makeup and clothes of your aunt. While Billy was chatting to Bob at past 3, she lifted the old woman from her chair and placed her on the bed in the room next door. She then took Lady Mathry's place in the chair and was duly woken 5 minutes later. At 4, she received Thrale. Next, she staged the quarrel. I suppose you see now why she wore gloves.
So that only my fingerprints were on the gun.
Also, hands are the one thing you can't really disguise. Violetta's hands were not arthritic.
Yes, of course.
Well, now, the moment you and Thrale had gone, she rang Billy to say she wasn't to be disturbed. That left her 20 minutes to put on her own clothes and cover them with a motor scooter outfit. Next, she lifted Lady Mathry back into her chair and, still wearing the cotton gloves, shot her. That would be, say, at 14 past 5. She then opened the French doors and rang Billy to announce a supposed intruder. But the shot he actually heard was a second one she fired out of the window. Then she was off into the shelter of the trees and onto her scooter.
It was certainly clever.
In point of fact, she'd made 2 mistakes. The first was to tell Billy to bring his rifle. A sportswoman like your aunt would certainly have said gun. And the second thing was to shoot Lady Mathry from behind. If she'd really heard an intruder, she would have turned to face him.
You know, sir, I hate to steal your thunder, but you've made one serious mistake I'd have thought a theatrical man would have avoided.
How do you mean, Inspector?
Well, you suggested the victim in each case was first drugged and then killed. Of course, I can't be sure about the first murder, but in the second, I can assure you the autopsy found no trace of a drug in Lady Mathry's body. So how was she kept asleep?
Well, no, I give up.
You should have inquired a little more about Marvo, the man of mystery, sir. He was a hypnotist, and Violetta had been his assistant. Miss Harker, when that bullet finished your aunt, she was in a hypnotic sleep.
So that's why Potter said she felt no pain, and why Billy spoke of her as being under a spell. Oh, honestly, Jason, I've no idea how even to begin to thank you.
No? Well, I have.
You can begin by letting me bring my tiny stool and join your queue. You see, it occurred to me that one day there may be disgusting progeny who will deny that their grandsire was ever beautiful or talented. Unless, of course, there's a really gorgeous portrait by you to prove the fact. Well, now, I do assure you I'm quite unparalleled in that.
That was Jane Wenham as Lynn Harker, Frank Duncan as Jason Flowerdew, John Pullen as Tom Swain, and Marjorie Westbury as Lady Mathry and Edith Terry in Deal with Murder by Peter Cornish, with Dennis Graham as Inspector Davis, Nicolette Bernard as Lila James, Stephen Thorne as the American telephone caller and the North Country traveller, William Fox as Billy, John Ruddock as Mr. Thrale, Frederick Treves as Detective Sergeant Harvey, Mary Wimbush as Mrs. Cooper, Hamlin Benson as Mr. Frisbee, Eva Stewart as Mrs. Beasley, Geoffrey Matthews as Bob Hazelrig, Gerard Green as George, Andrew Sachs as the American motorist, Peter Bartlett as the waiter at the Raven. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Audrey Cameron.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler. This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Where are we going? Why, today we're going to venture into a fantastic and little-known field, the human mind. It's a story I call Mind Over Murder. On a stretch of green lawn, at the top of high cliffs looking over the Atlantic Ocean, the great Ricardo, who claims to be the world's greatest mind reader, is practicing his art. He's preparing for the vaudeville tour he's soon to begin. Assisting him are his lovely young wife, Ellen, and Carl Lagarda.
That's it, Carl. Tie the handkerchief tightly over my eyes. Now, are you sure I can see nothing? Nothing whatever?
I know positive you can't, Mr. Ricardo. I'll bet my month's wages on it.
You are quite right. My eyes are in darkness. But my mind is not. Ellen,
Yes, Ricardo?
did you bring out the basket of books I asked you to?
Yes. I have them here.
All right, Carl, go pick a book out of the basket. Any book at all.
Yeah, sure thing, Mr. Ricardo. Now what?
Now open it to a page, any page. Have you done this?
Yeah?
Good. Now concentrate on the book. Think about the title and the number of the page. Think about it now. Ah, yes, it is coming to me. The title is Murder by Expert, and the page, you have opened it to page 27.
That's right, Mr. Ricardo. Gosh, I don't know how you do it.
It is very simple, Carl. With the eyes of my mind, I read your thoughts. Now, I want to try something else. Ellen?
Yes, Ricardo.
Sit in the wicker chair over here on my right. Turn your back to both me and Carl.
You aren't going to...
Please do not argue. Do as I say.
I just can't. Yesterday, my head ached for hours. Please don't make me.
It would come easier in time. Sit down.
All right.
Now make your mind free of all thoughts. Yes. I want you to look with your mind into Carl and to read there what his eyes see on the page before him.
Not direct.
I have said that you must.
All right. I'll try.
Now, Carl.
Yes, Mr. Ricardo?
Take another book, open it to the first page of a story, and concentrate on it.
Right. I get you.
Now, Ellen, read the page at which Carl is looking. I command you, By the powers of the mind, breathe.
My head hurts so. It's so it's all going to split.
Breathe.
I see something. Words. Title. Vision. Judgment. R. H. G. Oh.
Continue. Breathe.
No. I can't make it out. It's all blurred. I can't see anything clearly. Oh, my head.
Carl, was she correct?
Yes.
Well, that's all I want to know. You can leave now.
Okay, Mr. Ricardo. The roses need watering. I better tend to them right away. Yes, right away.
That's the innocent. She's afraid of me. How do you feel, Ellen?
My head hurts.
There, my dear. It will quickly pass. And in no time you'll find the whole thing as easy as powder in your nose.
Ricardo, I can't. I just can't help you in your act when you tell me to try to read something in Carl's mind. I feel as if my brain was going to split.
You will help me, my beautiful one. You will see. Now, I'm going into the house. You may sit here and look at the ocean until your head feels better. Or you will have company. I see my handsome young press agent coming forward. You must be nice to him, Ellen. He's really a very good press agent.
Oh, there you are, Ricardo. I was looking for you.
It's too bad your mind is one of the few I cannot penetrate, Tom, but I would have known that. Was it about something special?
Oh, just about these advanced stories to go out to the Boston editors. I have them all written.
Oh, excellent. I'm going up to the house now, and I'll read them right away. Stay and keep Ellen company, Tom. I'll see you both presently.
All right, Ricardo. What's the matter, darling? What's he been doing?
It's nothing, Tom. I just have a little headache.
Been making you work with him in his act again, hasn't he?
Please, Tom, I'm all right, really.
Ellen, listen to me. You know things can't go on the way they are. You've got to leave Ricardo, do you hear? Leave him and divorce him.
No, Tom, I can't. I just can't.
You're scared to death of him, but there's no reason to be. He's just a phony mind reader.
No, Tom. He's not phony. He can read minds. Sometimes he tells me just what I've been thinking. Oh, Tom, it's I can think. I wish I could read it, but he won't let me. If I tried and I'd do something terrible.
No matter what I'm going to get you away from Ricardo. I'll kidnap you if necessary.
Here he comes back.
Oh. Well, I'm glad to see you're feeling better, Helen. Is it Tom who has put that sparkle in your eye and that flush in your cheek?
Of course not.
I would not like it if I thought so. I should be very angry if my beloved had eyes for anyone but me. But of course, you haven't, have you, Ellen?
No. No, of course not.
For you love me devotedly, do you not?
I love you devotedly.
You always will in this world and in the next.
I always will. In this world and the next.
You see, Tom? You see why I dare leave my lovely Ellen alone with you? I have perfect faith in her. When we start our tour week after next, I will be quite busy much of the time, and I hope you won't mind keeping Ellen from being lonely. I'm sure the trip won't bore you. I expect it to be most entertaining.
Ellen.
Come in.
Ellen, the train's just coming into Bridgeville. Ricardo's still in the diner. Are you ready?
Yes, I just thought of putting on my hat and coat. I didn't pack anything because you said not to, but... Oh, Tom, I'm frightened.
Ellen, you've got to get hold of yourself. Ricardo's not superhuman.
No, sometimes I think he is, Tom. I'm positive that he knows everything we think. He's just playing with us. He seems so amused ever since the tour started. He seems to have been deliberately throwing us together just to see what happens.
Stop worrying. In a minute, you'll be through with him forever. The bus for Chicago leaving Bridgeville 5 minutes after we get off. In Chicago, you can stay with my mother until you can get a divorce. Then you're going to marry me.
Tom, I'm afraid.
Listen. That's the whistle for Bridgeville. We're going for the station. Quick, get your coat.
All right, Tom, come with it.
Here, I'll give you a hand here. You got it on? What?
Ricardo!
Yes, my dear. I was worrying about your headache, so I left my lunch to come and see how you were.
Why, I'm feeling a little better. I was going to take a walk on the platform and get some fresh air.
Yes, I see you have your coat out. Oh, but alas, we only stopped for a minute. Hardly long enough for a walk.
No, I suppose not.
So this is Bridgeville. The Privy Palace. On the main bus route to Chicago, I understand.
Is it?
Someday I shall show you Chicago, Ellen. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Yes. I would like that.
Ricardo, stop torturing. Torturing? Ellen? Why, Tom, what a curious idea. I would give my life for Ellen. And she for me, wouldn't you, darling?
Yes. I'd give my life to you.
To most people, that is an empty phrase, but Ellen means it. I will prove it to you, Tom.
I'm not interested.
Oh, but you are. Ellen, my love.
Yes, Ricardo.
Ellen, I'm taking a revolver from my pocket. Here, now you take it from me.
Yes, Ricardo.
What are you up to? Point the revolver at your heart, my dear, and pull the trigger.
Yes, Ricardo.
Ellen, stop! Stop! No, Tom.
Let go of my wrist.
You shall not interfere.
No.
Ellen, pull the trigger.
Yes, I'll pull it.
Ellen, you... Nothing happened. No, of course not. The gun was empty. But Ellen didn't know that, did you, my darling?
No, I didn't know that.
So she would have died just because I asked her to. Such devotion is very rare. It is the kind that lasts through all eternity, as ours will. For we shall always be together, Ellen and I, while we live and after we die. Nothing will ever separate us. Nothing whatever.
And so the great Ricardo's triumphal tour continued. Newspaper stories told of his amazing feat, and of the feats almost as marvelous performed at his direction by his pale and lovely wife. Twice Tom urged Ellen to flee with him, but both times Ricardo appeared upon the scene, smiling as though knowing every word that had been said. So at last Tom changed his tactics. Waiting until one evening when Ricardo was in the midst of his performance, concentrating on holding a great audience spellbound.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, someone among you is thinking of the initials E.N. Somebody quite close to me.
Tom listened for a moment until he was quite sure that Ricardo's attention was fully absorbed. Then he left his place in the wings and slipped swiftly backstage to knock on a door marked with a gold star.
Ellen,
Oh, yes, Tom.
I want to talk to you.
You shouldn't be here, Tom.
Never mind Ricardo. Put on your coat.
My coat. But the performance won't be over for half an hour.
Ellen, I've got a plan to fool Ricardo. Will you trust me?
If he catches us, he might kill you.
This is one time he's not going to be clever enough. Just put on your coat and come along without asking any questions.
But where are we, Tom? We've been driving for an hour, turning this way and that, and I haven't any idea which way we've come.
You're not supposed to have, Ellen. Don't you see, if you don't know where you are, Ricardo can never know either, even if he can make contact with your mind from this distance.
I never thought of that.
But I did. So this time I made my plans without telling you.
The Hillview Inn. Oh, what a quaint little place, Tom. And what a lovely view over the hills.
Yes, isn't it? It's a funny little place. I found the ad in the paper. I've engaged a room for you and one for me. We'll stay here tonight. Tomorrow, Ricardo will be in Buffalo, and we'll be heading in the opposite direction.
Tom, there's someone standing in the shadow beside the porch.
That's probably the manager waiting for us. Is that you, Mr. Adams?
No, Tom. This is I, the cop.
Ricardo.
Yes, my beloved. I've been waiting for you. What took you so long, Tom?
How did you get here? How did you know we were coming here?
Why, Tom, it was I who told you to bring Ellen here.
That's a lie. No one knew we were coming here but myself.
Did you think this was your idea? On the contrary, I put the thought into your head, every bit of it.
That's impossible.
I even suggested to you to look in the paper where you could find the advertisement for this delightful little inn.
I don't believe it.
Yes, Tom, at last, after painful effort, I have succeeded in forcing my thoughts into your mind. And now I have another little matter to settle with you. Your undesired attentions to my wife.
Ellen isn't your wife anymore, Ricardo. She's left you for good.
Ellen, is that true?
No, Ricardo. I love you.
Ellen, he's making you say that.
Ellen, my dear, tell Tom just how you feel toward him.
I've been playing with you, Tom, to amuse myself. You've been very stupid not to realize it.
I'm not impressed by your tricks, Ricardo. Ellen is leaving here with me now.
Ellen is not leaving, but you are. You see that railing behind you? Beyond it is a 50-foot drop to a rocky ledge.
What of it?
In a moment you are going to fall accidentally over that railing and be killed. You see, there are only the two of us, and I am far stronger than you.
Oh!
Now, I will show you a trick of Oriental wrestling.
Tom, look out! He's walking back the railing.
Maybe I know some tricks too, Ricardo. Now, how do you like this one?
Tom, look. He's lying down there on the ledge. His body's all twisted.
Yeah. I'm afraid he's dead.
No, he isn't. He's alive. He's in pain. He's making me feel pain, too. No, Ricardo. No. Stop it. Stop it.
No, the great Ricardo, mind reader extraordinary, was not dead. For weeks afterwards, he hovered on the borderline between life and death. And then, as if pulling himself back to life by the sheer strength of his will, he slowly won his fight. But though he lived, his fall had paralyzed his body, leaving only his mind truly alive. He lay in a hospital bed, still breathing, but unable to move, to speak, or even to open his eyes.
So he's definitely going to live.
There's no longer any doubt of it. It's almost a miracle. I didn't think any man could survive such an injury.
He wouldn't let himself die.
Well, most of us want to live, I've discovered.
I mean, he deliberately refused to die. He kept saying to himself, I will not die. I will not die.
You could hear him? But he's paralyzed. He can't speak.
I could hear his voice in my mind.
Oh, I see. Yes, he's going to live. But he'll never move, nor speak, nor see again.
Yes, he knows that.
I beg your pardon?
Ricardo knows that he'll never recover. He wants to go home. I have to take him there. I will look after him.
Ellen, you
I
can't.
have to. Tom, don't you see? I'm his prisoner again. A prisoner of his mind. And this time I'll never escape.
And so the great Ricardo returned home, a living dead man. There in the house on the cliffs, aided only by a nurse who relieved her at night, Ellen cared for him. Tom stayed close by to help her in any way he could, and did his best to persuade her to turn Ricardo's care over to professional nurses.
Ellen, listen to me. You can't ruin your life like this just to care for a man you hate.
I have to. I can't go away. He won't let me leave the house. If I do, I find myself turning back without knowing what I'm doing.
But, Ellen, you
My
can't...
mind isn't my own. Be controlled. Lying in his bed in that room there. never moving. Ricardo controls my mind.
Oh, Ellen, I'm sure that's just a delusion. A psychiatrist could prove it to you. Ricardo was injured, helpless.
But his mind isn't. It's more powerful than ever. All his strength is concentrated in it. If it weren't for the power of his will, he'd die. But he doesn't want to die. He's planning something.
Planning what?
I don't know. But he still hates you and wants revenge.
How you are letting your imagination run away with you. What can a man in Ricardo's condition do?
I don't know, but he has something in his mind.
Helen, you're overwrought. You need sleep. Look, darling, why not take a sedative and go to bed? In the morning we can talk again.
I have to wait until the night nurse gets here.
All right, I'll stay with him until then. Now, go on. Get to bed.
All right, Tom. I do need rest. But you better wait in the room with him.
I'll go in now. Good night, Ellen.
Good night, Tom.
So, there you are. The great Ricardo. A man who was better than anyone else in the world. And now you're a living dead man. I wish you were a dead one.
Then why don't you kill me now?
What?
Why don't you kill me? Just put your hand over my mouth for a moment and you'll be rid of me.
Ricardo. You can't be talking. You're paralyzed.
I can speak to you, Tom. I speak with my mind, not with my voice.
No, I don't believe it.
You always were stubborn. Listen. Just now you were trying to get Ellen to leave me. But she never will. Ellen and I are joined together for all eternity.
I'm going to free her from you somehow. Do you hear, Ricardo?
Oh, now you're threatening me. That means you do believe my mind can speak to yours. Good. We'll have many interesting conversations in the days to come. Now, I'm going to rest. Good night, Tom. I shall see you tomorrow. You won't want to come, but you will. Tom, it is good of you to pay me another visit. I was hoping you would come today. In fact, I might say I was willing it, and you came.
So it's true. I was trying to convince myself I'd imagined this.
Stubborn, stupid Tom, always fighting against the inevitable. You tried to stay away today, didn't you? But you couldn't.
No, I couldn't.
And you're convinced now you're not suffering from a delusion.
All right. Not a delusion. So what, Ricardo?
I have some interesting information for you. But first, sit down.
I think I'll stand.
Sit down.
I won't.
You see, you are seated.
Are you?
Yes, I forced you to seat yourself because my mind understands control over your mind. So sit quietly and hear what I have to say.
All right. What is this information of yours?
I am dying.
You don't think that makes me sorry, do you?
Doctors do not know it, but my heart is weakening. If I relaxed my willpower for an instant, I would go out like a candle in the wind.
Sooner the better.
Perhaps so. I had great plans, but no matter. In your mind now I read the thought, Ellen will be free, but you are wrong. Ellen is coming with me.
What do you mean? What do you mean, coming with you?
I have said that we would be together in life and in death, and so we shall. Ellen and I will die together.
Devil, if I thought you could hurt Ellen, I'd kill you myself.
No, Tom, you
kill Ellen.
No, that's impossible.
There is a drawer in that table beside you. Open it.
No.
Open it.
No.
In the drawer is my revolver. Pick it up.
No.
Pick it up. There.
Well?
With that gun, you are going to shoot Ellen. You will be executed for it as a murderer, and thus I will have my revenge. Because we shall die almost at the same instant, my soul and Ellen's will be forever joined.
No. You can't force me to hurt Ellen. That's one thing you can't do.
Stand up.
No, you...
There. You see, my mind does control yours. Though I lie here helpless, but I command you must do.
I'll shoot you instead.
You see, you cannot even lift the gun. Now listen to me. Behind that screen, across the room, is a couch. There Ellen lies asleep at my orders. You will walk over there. You will point the gun at her forehead, and you will pull the trigger.
You can't make me do that.
Walk, Tom.
No, I...
Keep on. Another step. There. Now, move the screen aside.
No.
Move the screen.
Ellen.
She's dreaming of you, Tom. Aim the gun well. Fire.
No, Ellen, wake up.
She will never wake again in this world. Pull the trigger.
I won't.
Pull the trigger.
No. Ellen. Oh, Ellen.
Yes, her mind has gone blank. I can no longer sense it. You have killed her.
Ellen, I tried not to do it. Ellen, speak to me.
She is dead. And when the police come, they will arrest you, and you will die for her murder.
I don't care. Now that Ellen's dead, I don't want to live. But first, I'll make sure that you die too, Ricardo.
That is not necessary. I am going now of my own accord. I am relaxing. I will letting myself slip into the dark silence of death, where Ellen is waiting for me. She's there. She's just across the threshold, waiting for me. She's eager for me. No, you've tricked me. I won't die. I won't.
Dead.
Oh.
Huh?
Tom.
Ellen.
Where are you?
Ellen.
Tom, what's happened? My head is... That's so strange.
Oh, Ellen, my darling, you're not dead. But I shot you. I thought I killed you.
Huh? Killed you?
Yes, but I didn't. I only wounded you. Careful.
Oh, I don't understand, Tony. Where's Ricardo? Strangest feeling that he's gone.
He is gone. He's gone. Oh, I see it all now. I thought I'd killed you. Because I thought so, Ricardo thought so, too. But I was wrong. And because I was wrong, he was wrong, too.
No. He's dead?
Yes, Helen. Free of him forever. Ricardo made a mistake and let himself die believing that you were already dead. Oh, yes, my darling. This time he's gone for good. Ricardo was clever. But in the end, he outwitted himself.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our little trip? What became of Tom and Ellen? Why, Ellen's wound was serious, but far from fatal. Not nearly as fatal as Ricardo's mistake. Tom and Ellen are very happy now. But I wonder if they're as safe as they think they are. When you're dealing with a mind like Ricardo's, can you ever be quite sure, even though he is dead? I knew a man once everybody thought was dead, and he... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. You see, I take the same train every week at this time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In today's cast were Maurice Toplin, James Van Dyke, Jan Miner, Ian Martin, and Rod Hendrickson. Original music was played by Charles Paul. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Death and the Devil.
Another strange and terrifying tale of the Mysterious Traveler.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and the New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And say, if you'd like to try a new adventure in good eating, will you just make sure that your dinner tomorrow night includes a bottle of Petri California Burgundy. Petri Burgundy is the ideal wine with any kind of meat or meat dish. At Petri Burgundy is a hearty red wine, just as rich in flavor as it is in color. It's the perfect companion to a thick, juicy steak or a piping hot pot roast or a good hamburger. You know that Petri Burgundy has a happy faculty of turning a simple meal like, say, a hamburger sandwich, into a feast. Believe me, here is a wine that's clear, fragrant, and delicious. A wine that you can serve to your friends proudly. Petri Burgundy. Remember, the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of America's wines. And now let's join our good friend, Dr. Watson.
I'm out here on the patio, Mr. Bartell.
Well, I see you're making the most of a wonderful evening, Doctor.
Oh, yes, my boy. It's pleasant to sit out here on a summer's night with a good friend and a pipe, a bottle of wine. Help yourself to a glass and sit down.
Oh, thank you, sir. All ready with tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure, Doctor?
Yes, and a strange story it is. It was in the autumn of 1899, Mr. Bartell, that I decided both as doctor and friend that Sherlock Holmes was in desperate need of a holiday.
He'd really been overdoing it, huh?
Oh, yes, my boy. It had been an unusually busy year, and at the time my story begins, Holmes was suffering from complete exhaustion. So, my boy, towards the end of October in that year, we found ourselves in the charming city of Kazanlak, capital of the small Balkan kingdom of Grozny. A few nights after our arrival, I remember Pavlu Krasnodar, Groznian minister of police, took us to hear the singing of a certain young Hungarian opera star, Miss Lily Rayner, who was then touring Europe. At our table was her fiancé, the charming young aristocrat Prince Stefano. And it was very easy to see as he sat there listening to the song that the boy was head over heels in love. It was a haunting melody that she sang, Mr. Bartell. I can almost hear it now. You're a very lucky man, Prince Stefano. Your fiancée's voice matches her beauty.
Oh, yes, Dr. Watson.
I consider myself the most fortunate man in Grozny.
She has a magnificent voice, the finest singing I can recall since...
Since when, Mr. Holmes?
I was thinking of a prima donna of the Warsaw Opera who attained considerable success in London. Miss Irene Adler.
Oh, by George, yes. She was a criminal, one of the few that outwitted you, Holmes. Oh, that was a case that would have interested you, Mr. Krasnodar.
I'm familiar with it, my dear doctor. You are unusually solemn tonight, Krasnodar. Have a glass of wine, and I will bring Lily to our table, and we will toast our happiness.
I'm afraid I cannot drink to that toast, Prince Stefano.
Why not? Oh, I know why. You, the notorious lady killer of Grozny, are jealous. You're in love with Lily yourself.
Prince Stefano, I have sad news for you. I have come here tonight, but for one purpose. To arrest your fiancée.
Huh?
You're joking.
It is far from a joke. At my ministry, we have evidence, conclusive evidence, that Miss Lily Rayner is a spy.
Spy? Good Lord.
And the penalty for spying in Grozny?
That, my friend, is why I would drink no toast. In Grozny, the penalty for espionage is death.
Yes, I know, but Holmes, you must do something to save that girl. You can't just turn in for the night without trying to help her in some way. They might shoot her in the morning.
Krasnodar's no fool. Since he's made the arrest, obviously he has a watertight case against the girl.
I suppose so.
One last pipe.
You know, Holmes, I couldn't understand her fiancé's behavior. He didn't do a thing. Just stood there and let Krasnodar arrest the girl.
What could he have done? Krasnodar is commissioner of police. There was no point in arguing with him until the evidence had been examined.
I imagine the prince will try and pull some political strings. After all, Grozny...
Come in.
Oh, who's this now?
Oh, you wish to speak to me?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I've come to talk to you about my baby. My name is Martha Greggett.
Your baby? Mr. Holmes doesn't...
Oh, my baby, she is 20 years old, and she is flaxen-haired and beautiful.
Oh, that's an entirely different matter. We'll be delighted to help you, delighted. Sit down, won't you?
On whose behalf have you come to me?
Poor Lily Rayner.
Lily Rayner? Well, that's the girl who's arrested tonight.
I am only her dresser. And yet I'm Martha Greggett. I'm her mother and father. I have toured Europe with her ever since she left Vienna.
She sent you to me tonight, I suppose.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. She said you would understand.
What does she mean by that, I wonder?
She said that Mr. Holmes would take care that a talent like hers should not perish, just because she had broken a few laws.
In other words, she wishes me to establish her innocence in the same breath as she confesses her guilt. I'm afraid I don't take that sort of client. Good night to you.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson...
Krasnodar?
I am glad that you came to my office this morning. I can show you the proof of Miss Lily Rayner's guilt. As distinguished foreigners, I should like you to know that though the penalty for political crimes is swift and severe, we are most careful that the incriminating evidence is beyond question. You see these letters?
Yeah.
We found them sewed into the bodies of her gown.
Oh, good gracious me.
They're a series of highly dangerous letters from Joseph, the leader of the Revolutionary Party with whom she is obviously hand in glove. Here, you may examine them if you wish.
Say, it looks like Greek to me.
My knowledge of the Groznian language is far from perfect, but these letters certainly seem to incriminate their owner beyond doubt.
You will observe that the letters have followed her to each of the cities in which she has been singing. All of them ask questions as to the military garrisons and the chances of a successful revolution. She has been a dangerous spy.
Yes, I can see that, sir. But even so, isn't the death penalty excessively severe, particularly for a woman?
Dr. Watson, the Balkan states are a hotbed of European intrigue. Our penalties must be severe, and we cannot make concessions to the sex of a culprit.
This man Joseph, the writer of these letters, have you been able to find any trace of him?
None. If only we could. But we have never even seen the man. However, we are fortunate to trap his assistant and apparently the lady of his choice.
Lady of his choice? But she was engaged to Prince Stefano.
Undoubtedly a blind. In her home, we found an unsigned love letter in English. It was in the same handwriting as these letters from Joseph.
Are you satisfied, Watson?
Well, I suppose.
Obviously she's guilty. Well, there's no place for me in this affair, particularly when you consider that she made a virtual confession in sending her dresser to me last night.
I suppose you're right, but just the same. If you want to trap this man Josip, I should think you'd be wiser to hold the girl as a hostage. It might bring him on the scene if he's afraid she'll talk. If you hang her, you'll never find him.
Dr. Watson, in my country we found that prompt justice gets the best results. And for your edification, we do not hang in Grozny.
Hmm?
The death penalty is exacted at the hands of a firing squad.
And when is the execution to take place?
You have timed your visit well, my friends. Please to step onto the balcony.
Oh, dear.
I think that answers your question, Mr. Holmes.
Great Scott. Against the wall, blindfolded, with a firing squad before her. It's Lily Rayner.
Groznian justice indeed moves swiftly, Mr. Krasnodar.
It has to, my friend. Capitano! Hospritov?
Great heavens, I can't watch this. I don't care what she's done. I don't want to see it.
Out! Two! Three! Out!
She's crumbled to the ground. Poor little thing.
What an artist.
Hard to see a woman executed even if she is a spy.
May all traitors to Grozny die as swiftly.
Oh, but what a loss. Her beautiful voice.
Yes, her beautiful voice. Shall we go in, gentlemen?
You know, Holmes, I can still see that poor girl as she crumbled before the firing squad.
So can I, old chap.
That's her song you're playing, isn't it?
Yes. The melody still haunts me. You blame me, don't you?
Blame you for what?
For not preventing her death.
Oh, of course I don't blame you, Holmes. The girl was guilty. Groznian law prescribes the death penalty for her crime. After all, what could you have done about it?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And yet...
And yet what?
I wonder if she was right. I wonder if artistry such as hers isn't of greater value to humanity than spying in any cause.
It's not much good worrying about that now, is it? The girl's dead and buried.
Watson.
What's the matter, Holmes?
Did you hear that?
I hear what?
I can swear that I heard the dead girl's voice. She was singing her song to my accompaniment.
Oh, dear. Your nerves must be in a very bad state, Holmes. Hearing voices indeed. You'd better turn in for the night.
Perhaps. Well, it may be more my conscience than my nerves.
I'll give you a sleeping draught if you like.
No, my dear Shepard. I'm all right. It's funny, though. I could have sworn that... Oh, well.
Play some more of that tune, will you, Holmes? Great heavens!
Uh-huh. You heard it this time, eh, Watson?
Of course I did. It was her voice. There's no mistaking it. Holmes, I don't believe in ghosts, and yet I could swear...
Listen.
Good Lord. It is her.
Avenge my death. Do not let them go and punish the kill me.
Who are you? Where are you?
In the air about you. Avenge my death.
Strike a match,
Sherlock
Watson.
Holmes.
Strike a match. Yes. Light the gas.
Look. There in the moonlight, moving past the window. It's the figure of that girl that was shot to death.
A match, Watson. I'll guard the door.
There. Gas is lighted, but she's vanished, Holmes.
And Not by means of this door. We're standing in front of it. And there's no other exit from the room.
Holmes, I don't like this. We're dabbling in the supernatural.
Stop trembling, Watson. Whatever the explanation for this may be, one thing at least I find quite fascinating.
And what's that?
It's the first time in my career that I've ever had a ghost for a client.
Dr. Watson will tell us the rest of his story in just a second, so I'm just going to tell you about a wine that adds the perfect finishing touch to a good meal. Petri California Muscatel. With its sunshiny golden color and its full aroma, you just know Petri Muscatel is going to taste good. And it really does. The flavor of big, plump muscat grapes picked when they're full to bursting with luscious juice. For the wine that everybody likes, serve Petri Muscatel. You know it's good if it's Petri. Well, Dr. Watson, so you had a ghostly visitor calling on you at the hotel that night, huh?
Yes, my boy, and I confess I was so badly shaken by the experience that I hardly slept a wink all night. Well, the next morning, after an early breakfast, Holmes and I located the proprietor of our hotel and began to question him as to the history of the building.
I've admired the architecture of this building ever since we came here. A house of this period would undoubtedly have been built with secret passages and staircases.
I confess that I know of one secret staircase there. There may well be others.
Indeed, and where's the one you know of?
Do you wish to explore it, gentlemen?
Oh, very much. My friend and I are most interested in such things.
Follow me, please. These stairs lead to our wine cellars. Thousands of feet have tramped up and down these steps. Only a select few know that behind this tapestry here... behind this tapestry, gentlemen, is apparently a solid wall. But the wall is not solid. You have a match, perhaps.
Oh, yes, of course. Here you are.
We keep a candle here in this niche for just such an occasion as this. So, please hold back tapestry, sir.
Oh, I've got it.
Thank you. Now, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth brick up from the stair. I press it so, and...
Look, Holmes. Great Scott, a section of the wall swinging out.
Disclosing a stairway behind it. Ingenious.
There, gentlemen. Allow me to give you the candle.
But aren't you going to lead the way?
No, sir. I'm not going to lead the way, thank you. I have owned this hotel for 32 years, and yet I have never explored this stairway.
Why, sir? Is it reputed to be haunted?
Yes, it is supposed to be haunted. The candle, gentlemen.
Thank you. Yes, I'm much obliged to you. Come on, Watson.
I shall wait here.
I don't think I care for this, Holmes. Frightfully dark in here. It's damp and moldy, too.
Look, Watson. Look here.
Where?
This landing.
Landing? Nothing but dust and cobwebs.
Closer, old chap. There's the faint imprint of a woman's heel here.
Oh, by George, yes. Shoes that have gone both up and down these stairs in the last 24 hours.
Exactly. And there's a reverse print over here. This, my dear chap, I think accounts for the appearance and disappearance of our visitor last night.
Yes, but Holmes, it was the singer, Lily Rayner. Yet we saw her shot yesterday morning.
Rubbish, Watson, rubbish. What have we to do with walking corpses? Come on, old fellow. Let's see where this stairway leads us to.
No, but then what did we see if we didn't see a ghost last night?
That, my dear chap, is what we have to find out. Wait a minute. Staircase ends here. That's strange.
Yes, and against a blank wall. That doesn't make sense.
And yet the entrance to this stairway was an apparent blank wall, too, remember? Let's see if the same formula will do the same trick here.
What was it? Oh, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4.
4 bricks up from the step. I press so and... Open sesame.
The wall swinging back again.
What do we see? Another tapestry. A tapestry that seems very familiar.
Well, I should say so. This hidden door leads into your very own bedroom.
Exactly,
Holmes.
my dear chap. Now we know beyond doubt how the apparent ghost made her appearance last night.
Don't you suppose it must have been someone impersonating the dead
That,
girl?
my dear fellow, is a question that can only be answered by calling on her fiancé, Prince Stefano. Let's go over and see him at once, shall we? Prince Stefano, I dislike to intrude upon your personal tragedy, but I must ask you a few questions.
Ask your questions.
Did your fiancée have a sister who may have resembled her?
No. She had no living relatives at all, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, tell me this. Who inherits her estate, sir?
Her dresser. A faithful old woman by the name of Martha Greggett, who looked after her for some years.
I see. Did Miss Rayner have an understudy?
As a singer, she could have no understudy. She was irreplaceable.
You say as a singer. Was she also an actress?
Oh, but yes, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, really? How very unusual for an opera singer.
Quiet, Watson, please.
The first time I saw her was in Tosca. She was not another Bernard, but her performance was very promising one, considering her age. In my country, of course, she was not able to appear in anything but opera because she could not speak Grosnian.
She didn't speak Grosnian? Now I have the answer.
The answer?
Yes, to what?
To this entire story, from the arrest of your fiancée to certain strange visitations at my hotel last night.
What do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
If you come to my hotel room tonight, my dear Prince, I can safely promise to make the whole matter clear to you. And I dare go a little further. I think that I can even help you to find consolation in your bereavement. Ladies and gentlemen, I can see that you wonder why Dr. Watson and I have asked you to come here to our hotel tonight.
As Minister of Police, I should be stupid if I did not realize that since your other two guests are the Prince Stefano and Martha Greggett, the dead girl's dresser, that this meeting has some bearing on the execution of Miss Lily Rayner.
I should prefer to say her murder.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you please, I should like to make my own position in this matter quite clear. 2 nights ago, you, Martha, came to me on behalf of Miss Lily Rayner to solicit my aid. I, convinced that she was guilty, refused that aid. Yesterday morning, she died before a firing squad. Last night, her ghost appeared to me here in this room and asked me to avenge her death.
Her ghost? What nonsense are you talking?
It would be no surprise to me if her poor murdered soul came back from the grave to ask for justice, sir.
I saw her, my good woman, almost as clearly as I see you all now.
I agree with Krasnodar. To talk of ghosts is beyond belief.
Please let me finish. When I had this visitation last night, I decided to investigate the case thoroughly. I did so today, and I can assure you that Miss Rayner paid for a crime she did not commit.
What grounds do you have for saying that, Mr. Holmes?
The letters that were supposedly written to her were in the Grosnian language, and yet today Prince Stefano informed me that she could not appear in the theater here because she did not speak the language.
But those letters were sewed into her bodice, Holmes.
That's true, my dear fellow. And who was the only person who had the opportunity to do that? The same person who came to me 2 nights ago and succeeded in convincing me that Miss Rayner was guilty, her own dresser and supposed friend.
Are you suggesting that
I'm suggesting that you inherited her estate on her death, and that you would have lost that inheritance if she had married and had a family of her own.
What do you have to say in answer to that, Martha?
That I am among madmen. This talk of ghosts proves it.
Very well, then. Let the ghosts support my theories. Hand me the violin, will you, Watson, old fellow?
Oh, yes, of course.
Thank you. And now, turn down the gas light.
Right you are.
That's it. And listen.
Yes. Yes. That's her voice.
And that's her figure standing there in the moonlight, even though she's dead.
Now, what do you say, Martha? Aren't you responsible for her death? If her ghost can sing, I'm sure it can also talk.
I did do it. The letters belong to me. I sacrificed my own baby for gold. May heaven have mercy on my soul.
A confession in front of 4 witnesses. Why not take her away, Krasnodar? We'll testify later.
I will. Come with me, Martha.
I killed my own baby. I deserve to die.
Well, shall I turn up the gas, Holmes?
Ask Prince Stefano.
No. Do not turn it up. I've seen and heard the ghost of my beloved when the lights were down. I'm not afraid. Please play her melody again, Mr. Holmes.
Aren't you afraid, Prince Stefano?
Why should I be afraid? Lily, my beloved, your spirit I know can be no evil one. I love it as I loved you living. The pleasure of love lasts but an instant. Love's regrets last for a lifetime. This is now my lifetime, brightened by your gracious ghost.
I'm sure this is a very touching scene, but it's getting dreadfully maudlin. All right, Miss Rayner. You may come from behind the tapestry now. Watson, old chap, turn up the gaslight. There's a good fellow.
Right you are, Holmes.
Prince Stefano, permit me to reintroduce you to your far-from-ghostly fiancée, Miss Lily Rayner.
Lily, my beloved, you're not dead.
No, I am not dead. Though I cannot see how Sherlock Holmes fathomed my secret.
And there, my dear young lady, you're in exactly the same boat as I am.
Surely the answer is obvious. You gave me the key yourself, Prince Stefano.
I did, but how, Mr. Holmes?
When you informed me that Miss Rayner had once played the title role in Tosca.
Tosca? What's that got to do with anything,
Consider
Holmes?
the plot, Watson. A minister of police who is very susceptible to a lady's charms arranges a false execution. Knowing Mr. Krasnodar's weakness, Miss Rayner, you prevailed upon him to do likewise.
Well, then the whole execution was a piece of pantomime. The rifles must have contained blanks.
That's right, old fellow. And what should have heightened my suspicion, Miss Rayner, was the fact that at the moment of your apparent death, Mr. Krasnodar quoted a line from Tosca. He said, "What an artist." I was not perceptive enough at the time to evaluate the remark correctly, I'm afraid. When the simulated execution took place, you were free, but assumed dead.
But why should I indulge in such a trick, Mr. Holmes?
You reasoned that had you come to me directly, I might easily have turned you over as a fugitive from justice. And when you decided to dramatize the situation and appear last night as an apparent ghost, you knew it would, well, at the very least, stimulate my curiosity. It would cause me to investigate the matter and possibly to learn the truth and clear you from suspicion.
Well, yes, but Holmes, if she's innocent, how about the love letter in English, which was in the handwriting of Josip, the revolutionary leader?
Well, I can see only one explanation for that. You, Prince Stefano, are that mysterious revolutionary Josip.
Stefano? Oh, no, that is not possible.
Mr. Holmes, you're a visitor in my country. I do not suppose you will be staying here much longer.
Stefano, all these months you're deceived me.
Silence, Lily. Gentlemen, I hope for your own sake you will not be staying here much longer.
Oh. I've been threatened by far more imposing adversaries than you, Prince Stefano. I suggest that you leave my room. It's none of my business dabbling in Groznian political affairs. Your secret is safe. In any case, I came to Grozny for a holiday. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Holmes.
On my soul, Holmes, if we were in London, you wouldn't behave in this offhand way.
But we're in Grozny, old chap, aren't we? Hand me the violin, will you?
All right, here you are.
Thanks. You know, Watson, I've only had professional dealings with two singers in my life. The first was Irene Adler, and she fooled me, oh, so cleverly.
And this singer tried to fool you and failed dismally. Seems to me the score's about even.
No, old chap, no. This one was an amateur. Irene Adler will always be the woman. Well, I think that's enough excitement for one day, don't you? After all, I am supposed to be taking a holiday.
Doctor, that was a swell story. And I'll bet that you were a lot more interested in the beautiful Lily than your story tonight would have us believe.
Well, of course I'm interested in a beautiful woman. But then what man isn't?
Check.
But don't worry about me, Mr. Bartell. You know, being a family man, I just naturally associate a beautiful woman and home. And that makes me think of hospitality.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, according to you, I'm interested in home life. You're primarily interested in wine. Put us together, and we're interested in...
Wine in the home.
Isn't that an important part of hospitality?
That I admit. But remember, my interest in wine is entirely an interest in good wine, in Petri wine to be exact, because I know all about Petri wine. I know that the Petri family has been making wine for generations. With the Petri family, the growing of perfect sun-ripened grapes and the art of turning those grapes into fragrant, delicious wine is a heritage. It's a heritage handed down from father to son, from father to son. The skills of those generations of winemaking are evident in every drop of Petri wine. The name Petri on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's the personal assurance of the Petri family that Petri wine is always good wine. But you'll discover that for yourself. You'll learn that no matter what type wine you prefer, you like it better when it's a Petri wine, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes adventure do you have lined up for us next week?
Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a most unusual story in which Sherlock Holmes crossed swords with a famous Frenchman and proved that although the English have been called a nation of shopkeepers, that a murder did not always prove to be a good bargain.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Sussex Vampire. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and tonight Dr. Watson was played by Mr. Joe Kearns, who substituted for Mr. Nigel Bruce. Mr. Bruce is scheduled to return to the program next week. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Murder by experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dixon Carr, world-famous mystery novelist and author of the recently published bestseller, The Life of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
This is John Dixon Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective writers. This time, our guest expert is the noted mystery novelist, Kelly Roos. From the innumerable thrillers he has read and enjoyed, Mr. Roos has chosen a story by Robert Foster. To quote Mr. Roos, the story is a fascinating study of an ambitious and corrupt man venturing into the unknown and being caught in a whirlpool of violence and death. And now we present Carl Weber in Two Coffins to Fill. The scene, Nick's Place, a popular roadhouse on the West Coast. It's early evening, and the dimly lit cocktail lounge is empty, save for the bartender and a couple in a corner booth.
Roger, we can't go on like this.
Why not, darling?
I'm tired of meeting you at discreet places, of seeing you only when you can get away from your wife.
You just have to be patient, Eve.
Patient? It's already a year. How long do you think I'll go on waiting for you?
What would you have me do?
Leave her. Forget about the money. We can get along.
On what? Oh, no, Eve.
What do you think you'll get from her?
I have plans. It'll take time, but I'm very patient.
Well, I'm not. I can't go on waiting, Roger. I won't.
I'm sorry, Eve. Another drink?
Nothing affects you, does it, Roger? War, famine, or love. You're a man with only one weakness, money.
Why is it that women can never break off without creating a scene?
Why, you arrogant... Oh, what a fool I've been. All right, Roger. I'll break off without creating a scene. Goodbye, Roger.
I'll have another, Steve, and put a dash of bitters in it.
Hello, Thornton. Your friend left in a hurry.
You're quite observant, Al.
I'm a student of human nature. Nick's having a game in the back tonight. Interested?
A game. Poker. Yes, since my date's walked out on me, I'll play a few hands. Tell Nick I'll be there. It's amazing how one small weakness can disrupt an otherwise orderly and well-thought-out plan. My wife, Frida's first husband, left her with a manufacturing plant with holdings amounting to something like $4 million. That's a comfortable sum of money, and I'm a man who likes comfort, or I wouldn't have married Frida. She was 40 and tired, and no bargain special in the marriage market. But I had plans that didn't include murder. Not then. I was a patient man. Patient until a weakness occurred, and I spent the night playing cards in a back room at Nick's place. That night cost me $30,000, all on my signature. Perhaps that's why Nick's gun-happy friend Al was so insistent a couple of weeks later. I was sitting at the bar in Nick's.
Thornton.
Yes?
You busy?
That depends.
Nick wants to see you in his office.
Wants to see me about what?
I didn't ask him.
Well, tell him I'll drop back after I finish this drink.
Make it now.
What?
I said now, Thornton.
All right. All right, let's have it your way.
Hello, Roger.
Good evening, Nick.
Sit down.
Before I sit down, let's have an understanding. I don't like the idea of your man here pushing me around with a gun.
A gun?
I kept it covered, Nick.
And we don't want any trouble, Al.
Nobody's seen me.
Don't mind Al, Roger. He takes his work seriously.
Perhaps someone will take him seriously someday.
Al's a good boy. For a price. Right, Al?
That's right.
I'm not interested in the merits of your bodyguard.
Sit down, Roger. You're getting red in the face. Al, mix us a drink, will you?
Sure, Nick. Coming up.
Roger, what about that 30 grand you owe me?
I'll pay you when I get it.
That's a poor bet, Roger. I've been checking on you.
What do you mean, checking on me?
You're a punk. That wife of yours has got all the dough. You haven't got a dime.
My personal affairs don't concern you, Nick.
I'm a right guy. I've never given a right guy a bum break yet. About that, Al.
That's right.
I'm a gambler, Roger. When I lose, I pay off. When I win, I aim to collect.
Now, before you start laying down the law, Nick, that happens to be an uncollectible debt.
Yeah, I got a lawyer, too. When you say uncollectible, Roger, you want to figure all the angles.
What angles?
Al, what do you figure this guy's worth?
About 30 grand.
Which way?
Either way.
What are you talking about? What do you mean, either way?
Tell him, Al.
Sitting up or lying down?
Now, see here, Nick.
I can see, Roger. I want you to see me tomorrow with 30 grand.
I said I'd pay you.
Tomorrow.
I don't know if I can get it that soon.
I don't like punks like you, Roger. You're crummy. With all that dough you're tied up to, you're still crummy.
Well, I'll do the best I can.
When I said tomorrow, Roger, I wasn't kidding. Was I, Al?
You sure wasn't, Nick.
I didn't like Nick calling me crummy. Whatever I wasn't Nick's kind of tramp. I was furious with myself for becoming so stupidly involved with him in that card game. And Frida had me tied down as if I were a child, making me account for every nickel. If I'd had her then, I could have killed her. I'd had to have a talk with Frida. When I got home, she was in the library.
You're late, Roger.
I stopped for a drink.
Don't you have your cocktails here at home?
You said you were going to the doctor's.
I did go.
Well, I thought you'd be late.
Not this late.
Is this going to be another session, Frida?
No, it's not going to be another session. Roger, we're growing apart, aren't we?
Oh, for heaven's
Now,
sake.
please, Roger.
You'd stop treating me like a child.
Do you know what someone called me today? Do you, Frida?
No.
Crummy. He called me Crummy because I'm tied to your apron.
Oh, now.
How do you think I felt? Vice president. I signed my name to half a dozen letters, and that makes me a vice president. Oh, I'm sick of it.
I'm sorry.
You're sorry? Did you marry me so you could push a button and have me come running?
Now, don't be absurd, Roger.
Why am I? Put yourself in my place.
I have put myself in your place. Tonight, while I was waiting for you.
What do you mean, Frida?
Well, I thought it'd be nice if we could spend the weekend at the lodge.
The mountain?
Yes, Roger.
Why?
Oh, we could talk things over.
Oh, why can't we talk it over now?
A weekend vacation together would be nice.
No, then you didn't have anything to talk over. It's only a ruse to get me up to the lodge.
No, it wasn't a ruse. You've been wanting to handle the advertising for the plant. I wanted to surprise you.
You mean you're turning the advertising over to me?
Yes.
I'll control the whole department, everything?
Everything.
Why, that's wonderful, darling. Of course it's a surprise, a charming surprise.
Does it make you happy, Roger?
Of course it does. I have something to do, or something I can sink my teeth into.
Then will you go up to the lodge for the weekend?
Well, why don't you run up by yourself this time, Frida? You need the rest, you know, and I have something important to tend to.
I wanted you to go.
Of course you did, dear. But next time, Frida. Next time. I promise you. Frida's act was more considerate than she realized. Having access to some funds, I could pay Nick, write it off to advertising. For a moment, I felt almost kindly toward Frida. But then, as I stared at her, long and hard, wondering if I could care for her even remotely, my thoughts were revolted. I hated her for condescending to place me in charge of the advertising department. I knew I could no longer tolerate her, standing in the way of everything I was waiting for. Not until the next day did I conceive the plan. I was ready when Nick's bodyguard, Al, came into my office.
Nick sent me over.
I didn't think it was a social call.
I don't like jokes.
You're very businesslike, aren't you, Al?
I work for a living.
When you work hard, and when you play, you play hard. Is that right, Al?
That's right.
Could you use, say, $5,000 to play with?
I don't like chiselers.
Chiselers?
You heard me.
Oh, you think I'm trying to buy you off because of the money I owe Nick?
What am I supposed to think?
I see. Well, here's a check for Nick. What do you think now?
$30,000. How do I know this is good?
You're smarter than that, Al.
Okay, what's on?
What's $5,000 worth to you, Al?
Could be worth anything. Nick doesn't come in on this?
No. This is just between us.
How hard is it?
It may be a bit difficult.
For $10,000, I might see it.
10,000.
Is it yes or is it no?
Well, I don't know yet, Al. I'll give you a ring tomorrow at Nick's. I have to make some arrangements. Frida?
Yes, Roger?
You're still planning to go to the mountains for the weekend?
No, not without you.
Well, I've been thinking you do need a rest, you know.
Oh, I can rest just as well right here.
Yes, I realize that, but, well, I thought I might come up to the lodge with you.
Oh, Roger, do you really mean it?
Of course, dear.
Oh, I'm so glad you decided to go with me.
Oh, there's just one thing, Frida.
Yes?
I won't be able to come up until later Saturday evening.
Oh, I don't mind driving up late.
But you don't understand, Frida. I expect you to drive up early.
Why, Roger?
Well, you can check over the repair work that needs to be done on the lot.
Repair work?
Yes, I ran into an old friend of mine today, Frida, a carpenter, Al Graves. He's a bit down on his luck, and, you know, the lodge could stand some work.
Oh, that's perfectly all right with me, Roger, but must I go up early?
Well, we don't want him hanging around, do we?
No, of course not.
Good. Then I'll ride up with Al. Now, when we get there, we can discuss the repairs. He'll look things over, and then he'll drive on back in his own car.
And you want me to go up early so I can make a list of the things to be done?
Yes, Frida, that's it. Do you mind about the carpenter, I mean?
Of course I don't mind, Roger. I'm just so happy that you want to go.
Thanks for the drink, Thornton.
You haven't answered my question, Al.
I'm thinking.
Thinking what?
Murder's quite a rap.
And your proposition? If you want to forget it.
I didn't say that.
Then you'll do it?
When's the payoff?
1,000 now. 9,000 Saturday night.
You want it done about 9 o'clock?
Just so it happens before I get there.
I get a ride back with you.
Yes.
Maybe you try to pull something like the cops.
I couldn't risk bringing the police in. You're smart enough to know that.
Smarter than you think, Thornton.
All right, now it has to look like a struggle and a robbery.
Leave that to me. Is everything okay with the wife for me to ride her up there?
It will be. Saturday morning.
Thornton residence?
Oh, Charles, this is Mr. Thornton.
Oh, good morning, sir.
May I speak to Mrs. Thornton?
Very well, sir. She's right here, sir.
Roger?
Oh, I was afraid you might have left for the lodge already.
No, not for an hour yet.
Frida, I wonder if you'd mind doing something.
Well, what is it?
Well, Al Graves, the carpenter who is going to drive me up,
Yes?
his car is broken down. It's in the garage. Would you mind terribly taking Al up with you?
Oh, and Roger, really,
He could look over the repairs himself that way.
Well, when will you come up?
As soon as I'm finished working at the office, I'm working on the new advertising program.
Well, I suppose I could have Richard take Al and myself up in the sedan.
Oh, you don't have to bother Richard. Why not take your convertible?
Oh, couldn't we have that carpenter come up some other time?
All right. Let's just forget the whole thing, Frida. If you wish, you can go on up alone.
Now, Roger, you know that...
Things must always go your way.
Well, will you drive up in your car?
Yes. Al can use it to return to town.
Well, all right. Where'll I pick him up?
On the corner of Hawthorne and Orange.
Hawthorne and Orange.
Yes, I'll tell him to watch for the convertible.
All right, Roger. I'll see you at the lodge tonight, darling.
Things for the past few days have moved so amazingly fast and remarkably well that I had little time to reflect upon my emotions. Frida's surprising agreement to my wishes I knew was merely a new tack in her attempt to draw me closer to her. And yet, as I drove through the lane to the lodge in the evening, I had an unaccountable fear. The wind whined through the trees, and the eerie sound disturbed me. I parked the car and sat for a few moments watching the lights in the lodge. It was 10 o'clock. Al should have been finished long ago. I got out of the car, walked to the veranda, and opened the door.
You finally got here.
Yes.
Well, how does it look? You satisfied?
I said to make it look like a struggle.
Don't it?
I guess it's all right.
You got the dough.
Where is she?
In the bedroom. Go in, take a look. Turn on the light.
No. I can see.
Satisfied, Thornton?
She's partly under the bed.
Yeah, she got scared. She tried to hide. I had to follow.
Shut the door. I said shut the door.
You're a funny guy.
Why?
You figure all this out and can't stomach your own stuff.
Let's sit down and have a drink.
Sure. You got the dough?
Yes, sure. There should be some glasses here.
On that shelf.
Yes, I see. I'll fix the drinks.
When I get that drink, we're gonna blow.
Where's your car?
Garage? Want to see it?
No. Here you are.
You need it worse than I do, Thornton.
Where'll you go from here, Al?
A trip, maybe.
Well, you have nothing to worry about from me.
That I know, Thornton.
How was it? How was it done?
Gun.
Did you leave it?
I'll get rid of it.
Well, here's to you, Al.
Yeah. All right, Thornton. Now, let's have the dough.
Certainly. I've got it right here.
I've been thinking about you, Thornton. I think Nick's right. You're crummy.
Oh, now, you shouldn't feel that way, Al.
If I had to do it over...
You won't.
Say, I'm sick. What'd you put in that drink?
Why, nothing, Al.
You double-crossing. I'll kill you, Al.
Will you, Al?
I poured some of the liquor on Al and tipped the bottle over. Then I carried him out of the lodge, across the carpet of pine needles, to the bluff 100 yards away. I placed one of Frida's expensive bracelets in his pocket, along with some money and articles of lesser value. I dropped him over the bluff. Heard his body strike the rocky stream bed, 300 feet below. I went quickly to my car and drove away. I drove rapidly for an hour till I passed an all-night diner. I wheeled the car around on the highway, pointing it back in the direction I'd come. Then I ran the car into a ditch hard. The front fender crumpled against the wheel and the tire blew out. I couldn't have wished anything better. This was it, my alibi. I walked a mile up the road to the diner. As I opened the door, a car pulled up. When I entered the cafe, a girl got out of the car and followed me in. What'll it be, folks?
Coffee, please.
And you, mister? Coffee. Say, is there a tow truck around?
Tow truck?
I blew out a tire and went into the ditch about a mile down the road.
Jim Parson has a tow truck. Him and the missus went into L.A. Won't be back till Monday. Here you are, miss.
Monday.
Wreck your car bad?
Smashed the wheel. I don't have a spare.
Oh, that's too bad. Going far?
My lodge, about 50 miles up. The Thornton place. Roger Thornton. My wife's there. But I'm sure she's all right.
Well, you don't stand much of a chance of getting a ride going that way this time of night.
I suppose not.
If you use a phone there, reverse the charges.
No, the phone's disconnected up at the lodge.
You might be able to hitch to L.A. Once in a while, there's a car going that way.
That's an idea.
Anything else for you, miss?
No, thanks. How much?
10 cents. Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
I reckon the young lady didn't want a passenger.
So it seems. Say, I think I will use your phone.
Hope so.
Have you got that straight, Charles?
Yes, sir. I'm to call the auto club and have them pick up your car.
It's quite a way to the lodge, so I'm going to try to get a ride back to town. It may be rather late before I get in, so leave a light in the library.
Very well, sir.
Good night, Charles. Thank you for the use of the phone.
No, that's okay, mister.
Could you use a drink?
I ain't never been known to turn one down.
I got a bottle in my car.
Well, that's quite a walk.
It's nice out, and I could use a drink myself.
Suit yourself.
You don't mind if I sit around after I get back? Maybe I can pick up a ride.
Glad to have you. I'm open all night.
Good. I'll be right back.
Mister?
Yes?
Did you say you wanted a ride to L.A.?
Why, yes, if you're going that way.
Hop in.
Well, thank you very much.
I would have asked you in there, but I didn't want to give the counterman the wrong idea, Mr. Thornton.
How did you know my name?
You told the counterman.
Oh, of course. I was just going to get a bottle out of my car.
I already got it.
You got it?
Sure. Nice car, thirsty girl. I had a hunch.
How long were you at the car?
Long enough to find the bottle and see your name on the steering post.
I thought you heard me tell the counterman.
I did. So then I knew you was a gentleman. Mr. Thornton.
Yes?
Why'd you turn your car around and run it into that ditch?
What?
I know all about you, Mr. Thornton.
Who are you? What's your name?
Stella.
Stella what?
Just Stella.
Look out! You nearly turned us over. Either stop this car and let me drive, or
what, Mr. Thornton?
Stop this car.
When we get to Nick's.
You say Nick's?
I'm Al's girlfriend.
No.
Didn't you think Al could have a girlfriend?
Why did you pick me up? What do you want?
I want that $9,000.
Do you think I carry that kind of money around?
And did you think Al was stupid enough not to have somebody cover him at the lodge?
You were there? You saw it?
Yes, I was there, and I saw.
You're a very brave girl, Della. Threatening me.
I don't scare easy. I know you're kind.
You?
This is a gun, Mr. Thornton. I'm not afraid to use it.
You're a very stupid child.
If you try anything, I'll wreck this car.
What's that, Kurt? I'll take it. Now, stop that power or I'll kill you.
No, you won't.
I'll hold that wheel.
Let go. Let go of me. Let go.
You're stopping right here. Get out of the car. Get out.
I'm willing to talk to you.
Get out.
My arm.
Now, turn this ravine.
I was only kidding you. I wanted to scare you. I was...
My only witness.
Please, let me tell you. Let me talk to you.
This will do.
Wait. You've got to let me explain it.
When the girl told me she'd seen me kill Al, I went out of my head. I didn't know what I was doing. Shouldn't have killed her. I was stupid, but I couldn't help it. I couldn't stop. I drove the girl's car into town and left it on a side street. I dropped the gun down a sewer and caught a bus home. It was almost daylight. I was tired and sick. But it was all over. It was all over. I unlocked the front door, quietly entered the house. My house. I was too beat up to sleep. What I needed was a bracer. I went into the library.
Good morning, Roger.
What are you doing here?
I've been waiting since you telephoned Charles.
I killed them. Huh? I killed them both.
You killed them?
Al and the girl, and you're here.
I'm so sorry for you.
I had it all figured out. I did. I had...
That man, Al, the carpenter, he told me everything, Roger. I had to pay him.
You? And it was the girl I saw. She was in the bedroom, pretending to be you, pretending to be dead. Al framed the whole thing as a shakedown. He never intended to kill you.
Oh, I'm so sorry for you.
You said that. You said that. Who are you to feel sorry for me?
I love you. I'm going to miss you, Roger.
Love? Then why didn't you do something? Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't know. I stayed home hoping you'd come here and we could talk things over before you did anything rash.
Rash? You call it rash? Do you know what I've done?
That's why I'm so sorry for you.
You say that once more, Frida.
It was greed, wasn't it, Roger? Greed for my money.
I hate you, Frida.
I know. And I love you. Isn't it strange, Roger?
It's pathetic.
What I wanted to tell you at the lodge, Roger. Or if I'd only told you sooner.
What do you mean? Frida, what do you mean?
I tell you. But it's too late now, Roger. You've killed 2 people. And you'll hang. I let you.
What are you doing with that gun?
I haven't any money, Roger. I've been wiped out. That's what I wanted to tell you. You needn't have killed them.
No, Frida. No.
But I still love you.
No. No.
And I won't let you hang. Goodbye, Roger.
And so the curtain falls on 2 coffins to fill, which was chosen by guest expert Kelly Roos. This is your host, John Dixon Carr, hoping you'll be with us next week at this time.
In the cast of 2 Coffins to Fill, which was written by Robert Foster, were Carl Weber, Eleanor Phelps, Jimmy Stevens, Miriam Wolfe, and Maurice Tarplin. This is Phil Tonkin speaking.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 39. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the director of Radio City Playhouse, Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Bob. Friends, before we begin our show, Radio City Playhouse, on behalf of NBC and station WFAA Dallas,
extends hearty congratulations to the Dallas Morning News on the formal dedication of its new building and its 108th birthday. Good luck and continued success to the Dallas Morning News. And now a word about Mr. Bill Lipton, our star on tonight's show. Although he is only 22, he has had 12 years' experience in radio. On the Playhouse, he has appeared in such varied roles as a French porter, a drunken husband, and on our Christmas broadcast as one of the three wise men. He is one of the most versatile actors we know, and in spite of taking 3 years out to serve in the Navy, he will receive his master's degree from Columbia University in June. All this, from a young man of 22, compels our respect and admiration. Here is Bill Lipton playing Frank Jackson in Murder is a Matter of Opinion, Attraction 39 on Radio City Playhouse.
I'm telling you this story from prison. I have 11 more days before they electrocute me for murdering my brother. I didn't kill him. As God is my solemn judge, I did not kill my brother. I'll tell you everything I know, and perhaps you can figure out why I'm here. I can't. I can't believe it. I've been over and over and over the story. Every word of it is true, and nobody believes me. Nobody. I'm 22. I was going to be a lawyer. My dad thought I was just about the... Well, he was pretty proud. Now even Dad thinks I'm guilty. Even Dad. And I'm not. I'd like you to understand me. I was the... Well, I talked fast and too much, and I guess maybe I was a smart aleck. Well, that's not so terrible, is it? I'm only 22, and... Well, I'm not a smart aleck anymore, if that's any consolation to anybody. Brian, my brother, he was quieter. He was a year younger than I, and he didn't talk nearly as much or as fast or as often. That's why he never won an argument with me in his life. And believe me, we had plenty. But they weren't fights. They were, well, two brothers. We razzed each other, but it was all fun. Underneath, we were brothers. In our first year of law school, we were real eager and talked pretty big about legal points. But Brian never won an argument. Never. So you're wrong. It says so right here.
Where?
All bills for raising revenue originate in the House of Representatives. Can't you read?
Well, I thought they could originate in either house if it was just a question of...
Well, you're wrong, so pay up.
I still don't think that...
Look, Brian, who's right? You or the Encyclopedia of Federal Law?
Well, I guess...
You owe me $50. Come on, cough up.
Well, okay, I guess...
Look, you admit you're wrong, don't you?
Yes, I admit it.
Okay, give me 50 cents. Trent University Law School has pretty high standards. If you want to stay, you better smarten up. In our second year, we began to disagree violently about capital punishment and murder. Brian was obsessed with the idea that all kinds of innocent people had been executed for murders they didn't commit. Every time he read about some killing in the paper, he'd try to prove to me that the condemned person wasn't guilty at all. The night he got his big idea, we were sitting on a bench way down at one end of the campus. There was nobody around. It was about 10 o'clock. And Brian was very excited.
Frank, I still say that the man in the Jensen case could have been innocent. I don't believe that a man who only weighs 130 pounds could have shoved a man the size of Jensen out of a hotel window.
Well, it carried out the sentence, so it doesn't matter what you say.
How do you think you'd feel if you'd been in his shoes?
Cold, stiff, and dead.
Do you mean to sit there and say that you don't think it ever happens? There's never been a case of an innocent man convicted of a murder he didn't commit?
It isn't a question of what I think. You've made the statement that it's possible for an innocent man to be hanged or electrocuted. I say prove it.
All right. All right, I will. I can, you know. If you'll help me, I'll prove it.
How?
Let's stage a fake murder.
What are you talking about?
A mock murder case. Look, I'll play the corpse and you play the killer. We'll stage a killing, a fake killing. I'll let a dozen witnesses actually see you shoot me in cold blood, and then afterwards I'll undertake your defense and prove that you're innocent.
If I'd only said no. If I'd only admitted that perhaps it was possible for an innocent man to be hanged or electrocuted. Why couldn't I have agreed with him? Why couldn't I let him have his say, and if I disagreed with him, kept my opinion to myself? I don't know. Actually, his suggestion wasn't as strange as it sounds. Each year, the moot court of the law school secretly planned and enacted some sort of crime. The crime was committed on the campus, and no one knew about it except the chairman of the moot court, the victim, and the criminal. The idea was to catch the students by surprise and give them realistic experience in criminal procedure. Brian and I decided we'd stage our own mock crime. Well, that's all it ever was. It was a gag right from start to finish. I don't know where the slip-up was. I don't know who it was that hated Brian so much that... Well, I just don't know where it went wrong. We worked it out very carefully. Brian drew up a week's schedule. We even made a bet of $50, 2 months' allowance. He was convinced he could win, and even I began to get interested. We had to be sure that nobody had the slightest suspicion it was all a planned affair, so we made the bench down at the end of the campus our private conference room. We met there every night before going to bed, and at last we got all the details worked out.
Well, we're just about ready, Frank. I've written down what you're supposed to do. Memorize it and then burn it. We'll commit the murder next Monday. That gives us a whole week.
All right, next Monday.
First, we've got to establish a motive. You've got to make everybody on the campus think that you hate me like poison.
A week isn't very long.
Well, it's long enough. We'll pull the watch gag in the cafeteria tomorrow. Oh, can you suggest to Tom Benson that he have lunch with you?
Well, sure, I guess so.
Well, ask him tonight. You be in the cafeteria at 12:30. I'll come in about 12:45. I'll be sure that somebody sees me put my watch on the bed tomorrow, and you steal it right after breakfast. Okay?
Right after breakfast.
You know your lines?
We rehearsed them often enough.
You sure you don't mind the sock in the jaw part?
Oh, just don't get too enthusiastic, that's all.
Well, it's difficult to fake if I don't hit you reasonably hard.
I guess I can stand it for once. You'll hit me on the word contemptible.
Yeah, that's right.
I tell you, Brian, you've lost your $50 right now.
Want to make it 100?
4 months' allowance. Are you crazy?
I'm going to win this bet, Frank. You wait and see. Well, come on, it's getting late. You go back first. I'll see you in the cafeteria tomorrow at 12:45.
What's the matter with you, Frank? You've hardly said a word all through lunch.
It's Brian, Tom.
Is something the matter?
I've just discovered that my kid brother's a heel. He's also a liar.
Oh, now look, Frank, that's no way to talk about Brian.
He's a cheap, sneaky little punk, and he makes me sick.
He's just come in, Frank.
It's a public cafeteria.
I suppose you've got your reasons, but it doesn't seem like a very nice way for two brothers to act.
Tom, I could tell you stories about that kid that would make your hair curl.
Drop it. He's coming over here.
Oh, why can't he eat by himself? He knows how I feel. He's always trying to force in on people.
Frank, here he comes.
Frank, I'd like a couple of words with you.
Oh, look, fellas, I gotta get going.
Sit still, Tom. Finish your coffee. I'd like you to get a load of what my father expects Trent to make into a lawyer.
Where's my watch, Frank?
What are you talking about?
My watch. I left it on the bed this morning while I went to shower. It's gone.
So what?
I want it back.
I haven't got it.
I saw you come out of the dormitory on my way back from showers. We're the only men in the dorm who don't have a 9 o'clock lecture this morning. When I went back into the dorm, there was nobody else there, and the watch was gone. Now I want it back.
Are you accusing me of stealing your watch?
Yes, and I want it back.
Oh, look, boys, I don't think this is...
Don't go, Tom. Just get a load of Junior here. So I'm a thief, am I?
Frank, I want my watch back.
Oh, drop dead, you dumb little jerk. If you weren't so scrawny, I'd knock your face in.
You stole my watch.
Oh, now, look, Frank. Brian, don't be crazy.
Shut up, Tom. Where's the watch, Frank? Are you going to give it to me quietly, or do I have to take it?
Look, kid, you're stinking up the cafeteria. Buzz off. Go on, creep.
My own brother, a dirty, cheap, contemptible thief.
Oh, we were pretty convincing. Brian knocked me down. Dishes were broken. Everybody in the cafeteria stood rooted to the spot. In an hour, it was all over the campus. Everybody knew that the Jackson brothers were fighting. Everybody believed it. Neither Brian or I made a single slip. The next night, we had a row in the dormitory. On Wednesday, I threw a milkshake at Brian in the milk bar. Thursday, we got hauled up before the dean and told that if we couldn't behave like gentlemen, we'd better leave. Friday, we had a row at basketball practice. Saturday night at the third-year prom, we had a fist fight in the middle of the floor over Brian's girl. Elaine cried and went home alone. Oh, it was a build-up. A real grade-A build-up. And all of it was planned. All of it. I can't understand why people won't believe it was a gag. Well, anyway, on a Sunday night preceding the murder, we had a last conference on our bench. It was a perfect setup. Perfect.
Oh, it's perfect, Frank. Perfect. Tomorrow we'll pull the murder. Oh, I picked up a gun today. Here.
Good night, Brian. Where'd you get that thing?
I stole it from the sports office. It won't be needed until track practice on Wednesday. Don't worry, I'll put it back. It's loaded with blanks.
Are you sure you can put it back without being caught?
Sure. Now, is everything set for tomorrow?
You'll be in the bookstore at 12:15, right?
Right. In the history section near the door.
I'll come in about 1. I'll yell out your name. You turn around, and I fire twice.
That's right. Incidentally, I'm filling a little paper cup with ketchup and putting it in my shirt pocket. When you fire, I'll clutch my hands to my chest, squeeze the ketchup, and fall.
Oh, mess up a perfectly good shirt.
Oh, it'll wash out. I'll play dead for 10 minutes and just lie there. And then you rush back to the dorm and wait for me. Then we'll have lunch and go over together and report the crime to the dean.
Okay.
Now, one last check. You're sure you haven't given this away to anybody?
Oh, positive.
And that slip of paper that I wrote out instructions on?
Burn it. You think I'm crazy? If you could produce that paper, you could prove all this was a gag.
Well, I guess we've thought of everything.
I bet you're going to pull some phony self-defense gag.
No?
An insanity plea?
Nope. You'll shoot me in the bookstore tomorrow. It'll be straight, deliberate, premeditated killing. And I'll get you off.
It's a terrific stunt if you can do it.
How much is this dictionary, miss?
$4.85.
Okay, I'll take it. Can I charge it, please?
Oh, certainly. What is the name, please?
Jackson. Brian Jackson.
Brian.
Brian!
Frank, what's the matter?
I told you I wouldn't take any more, didn't I? Well, I meant it.
Frank, put down that gun.
I've taken all I'm going to take. This is where you get it. Oh! Then everything exploded in my brain. Right up until I fired the shots, I'd been enjoying myself. But there was something about the way Brian clutched at his stomach instead of his chest. He fell. And there was blood on his lips. Real blood. Brian's blood. From there on, everything was a nightmare. Brian was dead before they could get him to the hospital. I'm not quite clear on what happened after that because I was stunned. My own brother. Brian. My brother. In some fantastic, unimaginable way, I shot him. They phoned the police, of course, and I managed to get a few words with the dean before they came to pick me up.
Frank, I don't think you'd better tell me all this. The police are the ones...
Dean Harrison, you've got to believe me. You've got to. We planned the whole thing. Brian had always believed that Well, you see, we... Look, Dean Harrison, I can't talk right, but...
Frank, there's no use.
But this was a stunt. A mock murder. Brian and I planned it ourselves. The fights, the build-up was all a stunt. Brian believed that I could kill him. I mean, appear to kill him. And that he could defend me and... Oh, Dean, those bullets were blanks. I mean, they... Brian got the gun himself from the sports office. They were supposed to be blank cartridges.
Frank, you'd better not talk anymore. I don't know what to say. I've been at Trent for 12 years. There's never been a tragedy like this. I'm very upset. I've always liked you, Frank, but this is out of my hands.
But Dean Harrison, surely you don't think that I really...
I telephoned your father. He's taking a plane from New York tonight. I'm afraid from here on it's up to the police. They'll be here any minute.
I can't recall what happened in the next 2 days. My father arrived. I was booked. They put me in a cell. Dad was rushing around about bail and trying to get Peter Cheney to come from New York to defend me. Dad looked haggard and older than I'd ever seen him look. He came every afternoon to see me.
There you are, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, God.
Hello, Dad.
Hello, Frank.
Half an hour, Mr. Jackson. That's all you can have.
All right.
Is it over?
Yes.
Was it a nice funeral?
Frankie. Oh, Frankie.
Did you get Peter Cheney?
Yes, I talked to him on the telephone for an hour this morning. He said he'd take the case.
What else did he say?
He says that we've got to find out who switched those bullets.
But I tell you, I don't know.
Frank, think hard. Did Brian have any enemies? Was there anybody on the campus that... How did Elaine feel about him?
I don't know. She certainly wouldn't want to kill him.
Cheney says if we can't find out who changed the bullets, we'd better plead temporary insanity.
I won't. I won't plead insanity.
Frank, you may have to.
But I didn't kill him, Dad. I won't plead insanity.
But Frank, it's such damning evidence. No jury on earth will believe your story. No jury on earth.
When I finally came up for trial, my father was a broken man. One son killed, the other convicted of his murder. After the trial started, I'd lie on my bed at night and go over the whole thing word by word. Then I'd stop. And I'd pray. I'd say the Lord's Prayer over and over. But my praying didn't seem to make much difference. Witness after witness testified to how Frank and I hated each other. The watch, the fight at the dance. One after the other until I almost began to believe that maybe I had killed him.
And you're an undergraduate at Trent University.
Yes, sir.
You're acquainted with the deceased?
Yes, sir.
Now, will you tell the jury in your own words what happened on the Friday preceding the murder at the dance which you attended with the deceased?
Well, we were dancing and Frank cut in. Brian made some objection and Frank struck him. Then Brian struck back and Frank swore at him.
What were the exact words that the defendant used?
He said, "Damn you, I'll get you for this."
Thank you. That's all. Your witness.
No questions.
Now, Mr. Benson, will you tell the court in your own words what happened in the cafeteria on the afternoon of April 5th?
Well, Frank was sitting with me, and Brian came in, and Frank made some crack, and one thing led to another.
Mr. Benson, what did the defendant say?
Something about, look at what my father expects Trent to make into a lawyer.
He was addressing the deceased?
Yes, sir.
Go on.
Well, Brian accused Frank of stealing his watch. Frank denied it, and then Brian hit him.
You saw the blow struck?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. Now, I understand that you were in the bookstore and witnessed the killing.
Yes, sir.
After the defendant fired the shots, what did you do?
For a moment, I was so stunned I just stood there. Then I ran after Frank and followed him up to the men's dormitory.
What happened when you reached the dormitory?
I said something about how could he have done such a thing. I don't remember my exact words.
What did the defendant say? Do you remember his exact words?
Yes, sir.
If you can't remember yours, how can you remember his?
Because it was such a terrible thing to say.
Will you repeat what the defendant said, please?
He said, I killed the little stinker because he had it coming to him.
Thank you. Your witness?
No questions.
Mr. Jackson, am I to understand that the entire series of quarrels which you had with your brother before the murder occurred were intended as a stunt?
Yes.
Was the murder a stunt, too?
Yes. No, it wasn't a murder. The bullets were blank, I tell you. Why do you keep questioning me like this?
Mr. Jackson, it is not my idea that you take a stand. I will thank you to answer questions as they are put.
I'm sorry.
Have you no explanation of why there were real bullets in the gun?
No.
After your brother gave you the gun, did anyone else have access to it?
Well, I don't know. Somebody must have.
Did it leave your possession?
No. I don't know. I left it under my pillow all day Monday.
Did you tell anybody this?
No.
If the gun was loaded with blank cartridges, where are they?
I don't know.
If nobody else knew about the gun, if nobody knew it was under your pillow, who could have switched the bullets?
I don't know.
There are a great many things that you don't know, Mr. Jackson.
I only know I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him, I tell you!
The truth is, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that Frank Jackson is lying. He is lying desperately in an effort to escape the consequences of his loathsome fratricide. Even if the motive of the murder had not been clearly established, even if 12 witnesses had not seen him shoot down his brother in cold blood as they testified, Frank Jackson would still stand condemned by the hopeless confusion of his own testimony. Why did he invent the fantastic story he asks you to believe? Because it serves one good purpose. It supplies him with an excuse for his inability to call one single witness in his defense. The only other man who knew about the alleged hoax is dead. That is what automatically proves that no one else but Frank Jackson could have loaded real bullets in the murder gun. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I imagine it's unnecessary for you to leave the box to render the only possible verdict. Guilty of murder in the first degree.
Have you reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree as charged.
We appealed, of course, but we lost. I've been found guilty by due process of the law I trust. And in 11 more days, I'm going to die in the electric chair. Up until we lost the appeal 3 days ago, I hadn't given up hope. Now I know that nothing can save me. I also know that I didn't kill Brian. And somehow, somewhere, the man or woman who changed those blank cartridges for real bullets, somehow he or she will pay. I have no emotion left. I can't cry or pray or do anything but wait. 11 more days of waiting.
The warden wants you in his office, Jackson. Come on.
What's the use? We've been over it so many times it doesn't make sense anymore.
Come on. Let's get going. If the warden wants you, he wants you. Here's the prisoner, Warden.
Come in, Jackson.
What do you want now?
Come in, son. Sit down. Son, a few moments ago, I received a visit from a notary public, a Mr. Bixton. He had an amazing story. It seems that 3 days before your brother died, he went to Mr. Bixton and wrote out a statement which he made Mr. Bixton witness without reading.
A statement?
It was sealed in an envelope in Bixton's presence and kept in his safe. Your brother told Bixton you were going to be tried for a crime. But if you were convicted, Bixton was to bring this letter to me 3 days after his sentence was passed. He did as he was told, for which your brother paid him $50. Bixton's outside now, dictating his testimony. Well, this is the letter your brother wrote. Here, read it.
To whom it may concern. This is an open letter to my brother who will probably
need it. Dear Frank, I hope you'll forgive what I did to you. It was I, Brian Jackson, who replaced the blanks in your gun with real bullets. You didn't know it, but Dr. Cordner had given me just 3 months to live. Heart, he said, and incurable. I chose this way because I didn't want a lingering death. And because I wanted you to know that an innocent man can be convicted of murder and sentenced to death. This letter will bring you your freedom, but I hope you will admit now that murder is a matter of opinion. Yes, Frank, whether you like it or not,
murder is a matter of opinion. Your loving brother, Brian.
You have just heard Murder is a Matter of Opinion by Jules Archer, Attraction 39 on Radio City Playhouse. The story was adapted for radio by Harry W. Junkin, who also directed the production. Bill Lipton starred as Frank Jackson. Michael O'Day was Brian Jackson. Other players in the cast included Peter Hobbs, Sidney Smith, Scott Douglas, Elaine Rost, and Robert Andrus. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield.
This is Harry Junkin again. Our sincere thanks to Bill Lipton and Michael O'Day for their splendid performances tonight. Next week, we hope you'll be with us again at this same time for another story on Radio City Playhouse. Next week, Attraction 40 on Radio City Playhouse. Good night, everybody.
Bob Warren speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Mark Stevens, Richard Widmark, and Lloyd Nolan in The Street with No Name. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. There's an invisible battle raging constantly throughout this land. Tonight's play is the story of one incident in this battle between a ruthless underworld and the relentless courage of the men of the FBI. The play is The Street with No Name, and while directing the picture for 20th Century Fox, I had the privilege of working closely with the director of the FBI, Mr. J. Edgar Hoover, and seeing firsthand the machine-like precision of the Bureau. Tonight, we have the same three stars who were in the picture: Mark Stevens, Richard Widmark, and Lloyd Nolan. Three accomplished players who bring the ring of cold truth to this fight between the champions of the law and the forces of evil. Of course, the housewives in our audience are waging a daily battle of their own these days, and many of them have chosen Lux Flakes as an ally. Their fight is to make nice things stay new-looking longer, a perfect assignment for Lux Flakes. And our stars have their assignments, so the curtain rises on the street with no name, starring Mark Stevens as Gene Cordell, Richard Widmark as Alex Stiles, and Lloyd Nolan as Inspector Briggs. Some months ago, late at night, a group of men entered the Meadowbrook Club, a typical roadhouse on the outskirts of Center City. They drew guns, and their leader...
This is a stick-up. Hands on the table and don't move. Come on, snap it up. All right, get up against the wall.
Methodically, the men proceeded to line the guests up against the wall.
Come on, you...
Unfortunately, a woman became hysterical. She screamed. Victim, Helen Jennings, housewife. Survivors, husband and 2 children. The bullet that killed Mrs. Jennings was sent by the Center City Police to FBI headquarters in Washington, examined and carefully cataloged. 5 days later, also in Center City, a guard was murdered while trying to prevent the holdup of a bank. 2 murders within 5 days in the same city. This bank robbery, a violation of a federal statute, gave the FBI jurisdiction to come in actively on the case. It was assigned to Inspector George A. Briggs. Briggs went at once to Center City. He was met by Richard Atkins, special agent in charge of the FBI field office.
Well, your hunch was right, Atkins. The bullet that killed the bank guard came from the same gun that killed the Jennings woman, the Luger automatic. Tell me, you're getting any help from the police?
Full cooperation. Homitz, he's the chief, and Lieutenant Stoller of the homicide squad.
Yes, you mentioned a man named Demery.
Oh, yes, a member of the city council, chairman of the police advisory board. There's an election coming up.
Oh. Funny how certain politicians discover there's a police department just before an election.
Yes. If it's all right with you, Inspector, suppose we go straight to police headquarters. Chief Homitz, Lieutenant Stoller, and Councilman Demery, Inspector Briggs.
How do you do, gentlemen?
As a councilman, I'm certainly glad to see you, Inspector. We can use a little help right now.
I guess Atkins has told you where we stand.
I told him he can expect full cooperation, Chief.
Of course, there's no point trying to kid you, Inspector. Things here are in a pretty bad way.
Yes, crime has really moved into this town. Oh, now, don't misunderstand me, Chief. Nobody's blaming you. You need more help than we've given you. The mayor and the council recognize that. But neither recriminations nor promises will give us results. And that's what we've got to get. So I don't mind saying I feel a lot better with Chief Briggs here.
Well, as far as the police department's concerned, we're... Excuse me. Yes? Good. That's more like it. Bring him in. Well, maybe we've got our first break.
And what does that mean?
A couple of the boys just picked up a suspect. Looks good. They're bringing him in now.
Yes, the suspect looked very good. Robert Danker, age 24. Tough guy, police record. But Danker refused to confess.
Now, you better stop this double talk, Danker, and start giving us some facts. What time did you leave the Meadowbrook the night of the holdup?
I told you I was never in that clip joint.
You're certain of that?
Sure, I'm certain.
Well, then what about this driver's license? State of California made out to Robert Danker. Is it yours?
Yeah. Yeah, it's mine.
This license was found on the floor of the Meadowbrook right after Helen Jennings was murdered. And you tell us you weren't there.
That's the guy who swiped it how it got there. It's a frame.
Who's framing you?
I'll take care of him myself.
Look, if you're being framed, we want to help you. Use your head, Danker. Your best chance to clear yourself is to prove you were framed.
I'll prove it my own way when I get out of here.
That may not be so easy.
Okay, I'll take my chances.
You claim that you were in Chicago the night of the holdup.
Yeah, I was.
Well, have you got any proof of that? Who saw you there?
Look, it's a city. Nobody sees you in a city.
Well, what about a room clerk, landlady?
I didn't have no room.
Well, where'd you sleep that night?
Under a new building going up near the freight yard.
Danker, this jacket you're wearing, what's this spot, this red spot here near the shoulder?
It's paint, red paint. It come off a girder in the cellar of the building where I hold up.
All right, Danker, take it off.
It's paint, I tell you. What are you booking me on?
For the time being, suspicion of robbery.
Danker's jacket was sent immediately to the FBI laboratories for microscopic examination and chemical analysis. They teletyped their findings to our office in Center City. Lieutenant Stoller was with the chief when I arrived at police headquarters.
Oh, what's the score, Inspector?
Well, Stoller, the red paint was paint. The red spot was paint. Danker is innocent.
Innocent?
That's right, Chief. That girder was painted at 5:30 on the afternoon of the murder. It was quick-drying paint, 6 to 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
The paint penetrated Danker's jacket just enough to show that it was almost dry at the time that Danker rubbed against it.
Oh, and the kid was framed, though, with that driver's license.
Now, if we can get him to open up about that license, when he lost it, or if he lent it to somebody.
Well, let's go talk to him now.
I've got to run along. Let me know how you make out, Stoller.
So we went to the jail, Lieutenant Stoller and I. Only Danker wasn't there. Early that morning, he'd been released on bail. Bail furnished by the Personal Bonding Company. Their office was right across the street.
That's right, gentlemen. $5,000 bail for one Robert Danker.
You mind telling us who put up the money?
Oh, no, not at all. It's right here on the card. John Smith.
You know this Mr. Smith?
Never met him before in all my life. Wouldn't know him if I saw him again.
Any address?
Yes, but I think you'll find it just as phony as the name. They all do it. Here, Hotel Conlon.
All right, let's go, Stoller.
Glad to help you boys any time at all.
That night, at 20 minutes past 11, a body with numerous knife wounds was found on the main highway leading from Center City. It was identified as Robert Danker. I spent the next day with Atkins, our field agent, getting together certain essential information about Center City. I then returned to Washington. This case wasn't for me, and it wasn't for Atkins. It would have to be handled by someone who had never been seen in Center City before. By someone uniquely qualified for a very tough assignment. 10 days later, I had picked him out. His name, Gene Cordell. I was going over the case with Cordell when Cy Gordon came into my office.
Hello, Inspector. You tell me you got a job for me.
Yeah, pull up a chair, Cy. Oh, I don't suppose you know Gene Cordell?
Doesn't know me. Huh. Who brought me into the bureau? Kept me from being a wealthy lawyer. How are you, Cy?
Glad to see you again, Gene.
Oh, I was just telling Gene about this Center City affair. Now, it's pretty obvious that the same gang that pulled a bank robbery also pulled a Meadowbrook job and framed Robert Danker. Gene, take a look at these maps. Now, we know that Danker's hangout was right here in this section. Skid Row, huh? That's right, Skid Row. Here's Dock Street. Here's where Danker had a room, Royal Hotel. These are the various pool rooms and dives he was known to hang out in. And here's the Dock Street Gym.
Gym?
That's right. It's up one floor from the street for prize fighters. It's a place to train, a few sparring rings. It's also a hangout for hoodlums and gamblers. Since the war, at least half a dozen gangs have sprung up in this one area alone. And I'm convinced that one of them is responsible for the murders of the Jennings girl, the bank guard, and now Danker. Now, Gene, you're going to follow in Danker's footsteps. Drift into Center City sometime next week. Get a room at the Royal Hotel. And start trying to work yourself in. Cy here's going with you.
I couldn't ask for anyone better.
This is a one-man job, Gene. Cy will only be your contact. He'll get a room across the street from the Royal Hotel and put in a radio. And as soon as you learn anything, pass it on to him. Now, this Danker was a tough kid who knew his way around. You're to be his carbon copy.
Now, I'll tell you exactly what I've got in mind. Well, that's how Gene Cordell went to Center City with Cy Gordon as his liaison. You're going to hear now what happened to him there. And I guess the best way to reconstruct it is to give you the facts just as they occurred. For 2 weeks, Gene Cordell, now using the name of George Manley, bummed around Skid Row. Pool rooms, beer parlors, any place where he could be seen and accepted as a mug who knew his way around. Smart talking, tough. And then Gene started showing up in the Dock Street gym, watching the sparring match.
And ring number 2, Davy McGeehan, now go in and get Julius down home. Ring number 1, Kid Giovanni, boxing Fred Bay.
Gene Cordell knew a little something about boxing himself. He started to needle one of the fighters.
Hey, Gerino, step in with that left jab. What's the matter with you? Keep it up high. Okay, now, shoot the right. Shoot it! Get some brains. You're telegraphing it.
Hey, Snoop, dry up, will you? Counterpunch, kid. I told you counterpunch.
Keep your right up, Gerino. Block when he hooks. Block!
Now, look, Buster, take off.
You his trainer?
Yeah, I'm his trainer. What about it?
What are you training for, a quick dive? Come on, keep your left up, sucker. He'll tear your ears off.
All right, wife guy.
I'm trying to help your boy. Could use a little sharpening up.
Open your teeth once more and so help me out while you...
He bought a ticket to come in and watch, didn't he?
Well, that don't give him no...
lay off. Maybe you could show the kid a couple of things, huh? Could be. I'll give you $5 if you can go one round. Make it 10. You got a deal. Hey, Matty, get the champ some gear. He's going in there with the kid.
Gene went 3 rounds. He took something of a shellacking, but I guess he figured it was worth it. A few minutes later in the dressing room...
Not bad, not bad. Hey, you owe me $30. Here, take it, sucker. Okay, thanks. Hey, you're Alex Stiles, huh? Yeah, I'm Alex Stiles, huh? Some of the boys, they pointed me out to you. You own this place, huh? You ever think of getting your teeth knocked in for more than just laughs? Not anymore, I don't. Easier ways than that to pick up a quick buck. Yeah? For instance? Maybe I'll let you know when I've run through your 30.
Around the corner from the Dock Street gym, there's a penny arcade. Cordell and Gordon had picked it as one of their meeting places. Cordell was playing a pinball machine when Gordon wandered in and started playing the one next to him.
I think I've got a lead. Go ahead. Dock Street gym. Somebody went through my wallet. Lifted my Social Security card. Good, fine. Now what you better do is take it easy, cops.
There's a minute, Duke.
For me? What's the matter?
What's your name?
What's it to you?
Come on, let's have it.
Manley.
George Manley?
Yeah.
You're under arrest.
Now, wait a minute. What for?
Next time you break into a jewelry store, don't leave your Social Security card. Let's go, Manley.
This is Gordon calling WFBI. Gordon calling WFBI.
Come in, Gordon.
Get this to Briggs, Washington. Cordell arrested early tonight. Suspicion of robbery. Tell Briggs Danker's shoes fit Cordell perfectly. That's all.
2 days later, a routine request, one of approximately 26,000 received daily by the FBI in Washington, came into the Identification Division from the Police Department of Center City. It asked for the complete file of a suspect under arrest for robbery. Name, George Manley. To prevent exposing George Manley's real identity, we sent a fake criminal record back to the Center City Police. And the following day, by teletype.
Briggs from Atkins, Center City. George Manley released today on bail. Bail posted by John Smith.
Bail posted by John Smith. Yes. What had happened to Robert Danker was happening to Agent Gene Cordell. Step by step. Cy Gordon was right. The shoes fit perfectly.
Hello, Georgie. Well, I haven't seen you around lately. How'd you know my name?
Oh, I know lots of things, Georgie. Been away, eh?
Yeah. Weekend in the country.
Courtesy of the city, eh?
Yeah, something like that.
Hey, wait a minute. What's your hurry, Georgie?
What goes, pal?
Nothing at all. I was just thinking that maybe we ought to get to know each other better. You busy tonight?
Not yet, I ain't.
Then you're invited.
Where?
You'll find out later. A friend of mine will pick you up around 9 o'clock. The Royal, isn't it? Crummy joint. See you, George.
Want a drink, honey?
Put it down.
How about giving me a little kiss, huh?
Do you mind? You're breathing down my neck.
My affectionate husband. What am I supposed to do around here? You playing the piano and all your high-class friends playing poker.
The door. Answer it.
Well, what did you think I was going to do? Hi, Chevy. Come on in. Oh, a stranger.
Hello, Georgie.
Hi.
Anything else, boss? No. Get yourself a hand in the poker game.
Okay. Hey, your friend, don't talk much, does he?
Chivy? No, Georgie. None of my friends talk very much. Come on, I want to see you alone. Sit down. What's your racket?
What's yours?
Sweet job you pulled in Pittsburgh. Smart. No conviction.
Pittsburgh? I ain't never been to Pittsburgh.
No? How about San Diego, April 47? Suspicion of armed robbery, no conviction.
You got me crossed.
How about Philly, last December? Grand larceny, no conviction. Miami, Richmond, Trenton, no conviction.
Look, what are you selling?
Here. Take a look at this report. A report direct from the FBI. Or should I say indirect? Through my pipeline here in Center City. In the police department, Georgie.
I don't get it. What goes?
I'm sorry about that weekend I gave you, but, you see, I'm building an organization along scientific lines. I need men who know their way around, who can get by. That's why I screened you.
Screened?
Sure, just like in the Army. I spot a guy who looks good, so what do? I get him framed. The cops check his record through the FBI. The report comes through. I get the report. It's my own idea. It takes connections, but I've got them.
Hey, this report of me here.
Ought to be back in the police files, huh, Georgie? He'll get back.
Not bad.
Coming in, Georgie?
But if that's an offer, I'm sure grabbing it.
It's an offer.
Yeah, but wait a minute. What about my hearing? I'm supposed to show up in court Friday.
That'll be fixed. Forget it. Oh, there's just one little thing you'd better get straight, Georgie. I do the thinking. I give the orders.
That's okay by me.
Boss. Huh. You know, I want to like you, Georgie. You catch on fast. Here, buy yourself a closet full of clothes. I like my boys to look sharp.
WFBI calling Gordon. WFBI calling Gordon.
Come in, WFBI.
Inspector Briggs just arrived from Washington.
Good. Put him on.
Hello, Si. Nothing new from Gene, huh?
Oh, Ken, Inspector. It's going to be a lot harder to contact from now on. He's with the Styles gang now most of the time.
I want to see him as soon as possible. Have you any idea how?
Well, today's Thursday. The usual meeting place for Thursdays is at night at a lunch wagon near the bay. Last ferry leaves at 10:30. Suppose you're on that ferry, Inspector. I'll try to have him join you.
Good. I'll be on the ferry.
Incidentally, I'm getting awful tired looking like a bum. Living like a bum, acting like a bum.
You keep your shirt on and arrange that meeting for me.
What'll it be, mister?
Coffee, Ann.
Out of donuts.
Okay, give me some pie.
Out of pie. Toast.
You won't get an argument out of me, honey. Toast.
Evening.
Coffee.
Yeah, a hamburger.
With?
Everything.
Okay.
Hey, miss, when's the next ferry?
Every hour and a half hour. And by God, the way, one out of a toast.
Hey, never mind that toast, lady. I just remembered something. What's the matter with him?
Hold the tow steady. We lost one.
By the time the ferry returned to Center City that night, Gene had convinced me that Stiles' gang was the one we were after. The important thing now was to secure concrete evidence and ferret out who in the police department was making our records available to Alex Stiles. I saw Gene leave the ferry and disappear up the street, heading in the direction of the Royal Hotel.
Out kind of late, ain't you, Manley?
Chibby,
Yeah.
what's the idea?
Where you been, Georgie?
Took a ferry, across the river.
Yeah, I was tailing you most of the night. What'd you take a ferry for? Alec gets kind of curious about a new boy, likes to know what they do with their spare time. What'd you take a ferry for?
You trying to scare me with that knife? Put it away.
I said, what'd you take a ferry for?
What's it to you?
What you trying to pull?
Look, you got a long nose, Chibby. Why don't you keep to yourself?
Look, wise guy, from now on you got no business. It ain't Alec's business.
You mean I got to share my special phone numbers with you guys?
The dame? So that was it. You know, I kind of figured that. Well, the boss just wanted to play it safe. What's the matter with the dames this side of the river?
Well, for one thing, too much competition.
Be at Alec's apartment tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. I think maybe something's up. That's all, George.
Gordon calling WFBI. Gordon calling WFBI.
Come in, Gordon.
Get this to Inspector Briggs right away. The Stiles gang is planning a holdup tonight.
This is Briggside. Where and when?
There's no further information. Cordell unable to make usual contact this afternoon. I passed him on the street, but he couldn't stop. He had time to tell me that much and no more.
Is he contacting you again?
If he can. I'm watching his room now across the street. He isn't there.
If he comes back before tonight, I may be able to give you something.
Okay, Si, thanks. We'll be waiting. Atkins, better alert all the men. We may be needing them tonight.
And now, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. May I say, Libby, how charming you looked at the premiere of Command Decision?
Why, thank you, Mr. Keeley. But the men took the spotlight. You know, I think that's one of the most moving stories to come out of World War II.
Having been in the Air Force myself, I found it especially interesting. Metro Goldwyn Mayer has done a masterly job of adapting it from the New York stage hit. I'm delighted they released it in time to qualify for the 1948 Academy Award.
Isn't Clark Gable magnificent as the forceful General Dennis? The role is made to order for him.
A brilliant job of casting all round. Walter Pidgeon is tremendously effective as another Air Force general. And Van Johnson provides the picture with its lighter moments, with his portrayal of the amiably disillusioned sergeant. And Brian Donlevy is perfect as General Cliff Garnett.
With such a terrific all-male cast, I didn't even miss the girls. But I wish I had been on the set of Command Decision to pick up a few souvenirs.
Like the Flyers' nylon scarves?
Oh, I can see, John. You remember how the girls loved to get them during the war. They make wonderful blouses. And nylon luxes beautifully.
Especially with tiny diamonds of lux. They're so fast, they burst into suds the instant water touches them. Make richer suds, too, that last and last.
Another nice thing about nylon blouses and sweaters, they don't need ironing.
It's easy to keep all nice washables lovely longer with the new tiny diamonds of Lux. Tests show that colors stay lovely up to 3 times as long with Lux Flakes Care.
That's why it's foolish to risk fading or damage from wrong washing methods. Do you know, makers of nice washables recommend Lux Flakes 33-1. They're so gentle and safe.
Now, our producer, William Keeley.
Act 2 of The Street with No Name, starring Mark Stevens as Gene Cordell, Richard Widmark as Alex Stiles, and Lloyd Nolan as Inspector Briggs.
Yes, Gene had succeeded in getting word to us that the Alex Stiles gang was preparing to pull another job. But what job? We had to have the details. All afternoon, Cy Gordon, from his room across the street, kept his eyes glued on Gene's window. But the shade remained up, which meant Gene was out. He was with the Stiles gang in Alex Stiles' apartment.
All right. That's how we're going to pull this job. And just to make sure you guys are as smart as you think you are, play it back for me.
Okay. At 25 after 10, I drive up with you to the gate of the Willard Mansion. You're in the back seat, all dressed up in a monkey suit.
Get on with it, Matty.
Well, the guy at the gate takes us for one of the invited characters, so he lets us through. And once through the gate, I get out of the car and boing, rock him to sleep.
Okay. Come on.
I pull in with car number 2 and keep the motor running.
Same here in the third car.
Just the third car pulls in, I'm cutting the wires to switch box. Then I start whistling.
And when Whitey whistles, me and Mutt get out of the car and go in the back door to the kitchen.
I stand by and keep the motor running. At 10:30, 5 minutes later, Monk, Georgie, me, and you, we're going in through the front.
All right, what's next?
Oh, me. I cover him, boss.
Look, are you with us or some dame?
Shut up. I'm right with you, boss.
You keep that head of yours where it belongs, or some cop will blow it off, pretty boy.
Yeah, you ain't kidding.
Nobody asked you. All right. We head for the banquet room. I line them up, face the right and left walls.
I keep them covered.
I take them on the left wall, work them over for whatever they got.
I do the same thing on the right wall.
Okay, now for the getaway.
Shivy and me, we carry the junk out.
I cover you?
Right.
I head north on Highway 7.
We meet back here. Any questions?
No.
Okay, Whitey, Nick, Mutt, swipe 3 cars. Bring them around back of the gym. Now everybody blow. Go on, get something to eat. We take off at 10 o'clock sharp.
Okay, come on.
Nice going, General.
Well, what's the use of having a war, Georgie, if you don't learn from it?
Hey, I'll need a gun.
You got a gun, Georgie. Later.
Okay. See ya. 10 o'clock.
Hiya, fellas. Not leaving already.
Yes, they're leaving already. Go on, boys, shove off.
Why don't you let them stick around here and clean up this mess? Beer bottles, cigarette butts, looks like they've been raising a top.
You don't like it?
Well, if the maid was here, she'd really blow a top. Gonna be busy tonight?
Yeah, for a while.
You know, I read where they got gold faucets in every bathroom. Gee, they must be free with money. I heard Mrs. Willard has a couple
Where
of...
did you hear that name? Who said anything about Willard?
What? I heard Matty. He said the Willard man.
I told you never to poke your nose into my business.
Oh! Cut it out! Who do you think you're shoving around? I don't take it.
You open your trap
I
and
will.
I'll fix you.
You ever touch me again, I swear I will.
Shut up.
I hope they get you tonight. Yeah, I hope they do. For me.
Royal Hotel. Some dump. Well, why don't you move out of this sleep bag, Georgie?
Well, maybe after tonight I'll be able to afford something better. Got time, Matty?
10 minutes to 10. What do you want to go to your room for?
Did you hear what Alex said? Better if we break it up and show up behind the gym one by one.
Yeah, drop me off around the block, Matty.
Okay. See you in 10 minutes, George.
Okay.
Gordon calling WSBI. Gordon calling WSBI.
Come in, Gordon. This is Briggs.
Gene's in his room, Inspector. He just signaled me to follow him.
Follow him. It's a little risky, isn't it?
Can you stay there till you hear from me?
I think I'd better stay here.
I'll get back to you.